Traversing the world of pirates, one becomes a notorious disgrace within the ranks of the Navy. When the Navy accuses you of an improper relationship with a royal princess and a noblewoman, you claim to be caring for the populace. When one exposes you for accepting bribes, yet you mock the Navy headquarters, believing that mere trifles can compel one to serve with unwavering loyalty. When one questions the possession of Germa technology by the Moha fleet, you shamelessly declare that Germa 66 has been redeemed by your sense of justice. When one is asked to elucidate the peculiar demise of the celestial dragon in the North Sea, you hypocritically display a profound sense of nostalgia and sympathy. When the Warring States period requests you to self-assess, you calmly declared, with a cigar clenched between your teeth, that you indulged in smoking, drinking, avarice, and lust. Striving for power and profit, deceiving superiors and misleading subordinates, committing every conceivable wrongdoing. However, I am an admirable sailor. At this moment, you have just awakened from the bed of the governor's wife of the kingdom of Yachties. A soft quilt emitted a gentle, soothing sound. Lord Darren, are you awake? Lee, with a tender and mature visage, emerged from beneath the quilt. The woman gazes at you with her enchanting, glistening eyes, radiating an expression filled with the satisfaction of having been conquered. She had never encountered a man so flawless, wild, domineering, and untamed. Although it is due to the fact that my husband has a preference for the same sex. Last night marked her first experience, yet the man before her bestowed upon her an unimaginable pleasure. You approach the windowsill, delicately retrieving a fine cigar from the crystal coffee table. After igniting, I took a deep breath and smiled, saying, "Please continue to sleep, my dear." Though you may refer to her as dear, she is merely a fleeting presence in your pursuit of desire. Soon, you shall forget her entirely. Although the flavor of this noble lady is indeed quite delightful. You casually draped yourself in a loose-fitting white shirt, unbuttoned at the chest, and poured yourself a glass of whiskey. Casually picking up the freshly printed newspaper, I sip on my whiskey while leisurely flipping through its pages. At that moment, the door of the room was abruptly cleaved by a fierce beam of sword light. A tall and elegant figure with long black hair strode in, her demeanor icy and filled with indignation. "Colonel Darren, as you prepare to assume the esteemed position of Admiral of the North Sea. To commit such absurd acts within a naval base is utterly outrageous." Holding a golden blade, Yuan gazed at the woman cowering beneath the covers, trembling in fear, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. Uttered a remark that left those behind utterly astounded. She is indeed the wife of the governor of the Yachties kingdom. As the words fell, it seemed that Yuan was engulfed by a sense of shame, a furious crimson hue blossoming upon her cheeks. Darren, that scoundrel, has committed such indecent acts at the naval base. For Lo Garden, who has grown up under the pure and righteous education of Chief Crane, this is utterly unacceptable and intolerable. Not to mention that her visit from headquarters carries the weight of scrutiny and oversight. If such matters were to leak, the detrimental impact on the reputation of the Navy would be immeasurable. Darren, you are nothing short of a disgrace to justice. Unexpectedly, the instigator, you appear utterly unfazed. A captivating smile gracing your face. As you rise slowly to your feet. It turns out to be Major Zhang Yuan and Major Jiaji, who have traveled a great distance from Malinfando. Your efforts are truly commendable. With a cigar held between your lips, you graciously extend your hand. Welcome to the Beihai 321 branch. Yuan gazed at him with a frigid demeanor, showing no intention of a handshake. You, however, shrugged it off nonchalantly, indulging yourself in the act of extracting a cigar. "I have long heard of your esteemed reputation, Major Jiajing, as you sit beside me, darting your head about." Upon catching sight of the cigar you presented, Jiaji's eyes sparkled with delight. The cigar bore embossed golden patterns, unmistakably hailing from the western seas, a luxurious offering reserved for the nobility. He instinctively reached out to take it, but upon encountering the fiery gaze that seemed to erupt from the depths of the garden, he promptly withdrew his hand. "Darren, is this woman truly the governor's wife of the kingdom of Yachties?" Jiaji whispered, lowering his voice. You smiled and remained silent. Jiaduan involuntarily gasped, a chill running down his spine. "Beast," he muttered silently in his heart. He has indeed beheld the visage of Madame Marguerite. Mature and enchanting. Her charms still resplendent. How could she so readily bestow herself upon this fellow? What an affront! Clearly, one possesses greater charm and allure. Yet, why is fortune not in one's favor? Most importantly, she is the governor's wife. The significance of such a status is exhilarating to contemplate. Ahem. Jaji could not help but grit his teeth as he remarked. Colonel Darren, your actions are rather questionable, are they not? His tone carried a hint of bitterness. Zhang Yuan cast a sharp glance at Jaji, then turned around and bowed deeply in apology to the governor's wife, who was hiding beneath the covers. I sincerely apologize, Madame Marguerite. This incident is a grave oversight on the part of our Navy. I am a member of the inspection team from the Naval Headquarters. Please rest assured that we shall thoroughly investigate Colonel Darren's misconduct and ensure that he is met with the utmost punishment. As the words were spoken, Zhang Yuan silently vowed to report this matter to the headquarters. The Navy must not allow the existence of a rogue like Darren within its ranks. At this moment, Lady Marguerite cautiously emerged from her cocoon of blankets, casting a glance at you, who stood there smoking a cigar. A fleeting hint of bashfulness flickered in her enchanting eyes as she softly murmured, "Well, Major Lowgarden, I must confess, it was of my own volition. I find myself quite fond of Colonel Darren." The garden was instantly rendered silent. Jaji was left speechless. They had initially believed that you were using your strength or influence to coerce Madame Marguerite into submission. However, they never anticipated that this was entirely voluntary. Wait a moment. They envisioned the official vessels docked at the port. This is a delivery arriving right at their doorstep. Very well. 2 esteemed guests from the headquarters. Let us not disturb this lovely lady's repose. You casually don a pristine military uniform, draping a voluminous cloak over your shoulders. With a subtle nod, you gesture towards the door, suggesting we proceed to the office for a serious discussion. Please, lead the way. The office of the head of the 321 branch base is adorned with immense plaques upon its gray-white walls, where the majestic strokes of calligraphy depict the essence of righteousness in a dance of dragons and phoenixes. You unceremoniously occupy the seat of honor, igniting a cigar as you casually remark, Major Loyuan, Major Jajin, do bring me some good news. Has my appointment arrived? As you speak, you nonchalantly survey the 2 individuals before you. This marks your first encounter with these 2 future candidates for generalship since your journey through time. The slender figure stands tall, with long, fair legs that possess an elegant grace, devoid of any excess flesh. Her jet-black hair is elegantly gathered into a high ponytail, complementing the grandeur of a flowing navy cloak. Her eyes, dark and luminous, exude a striking allure, enhancing her poised demeanor. The beauty mark at the corner of her mouth adds an enchanting allure to her visage. However, it contrasts with the impression portrayed in animations. At this moment, Gion is merely 18 or 19 years old, appearing rather youthful, yet she already possesses a nascent charm. As for the individual beside, their demeanor is rather careless. With a cigarette clenched between their lips, they stand there with hands tucked into their pockets, occasionally casting a wary glance at the cigar resting on the table. How one appears so unseemly, despite being merely in their 20s, exuding a weariness that one would typically associate with someone in their 40s. How anxious one appears to be in their youth. They are all young scions of officials. Darren feels a sense of contemplation within. Fortunately, Jaji hails from a background that is relatively approachable. Lu Yuan is undoubtedly a true second-generation official. His remarkable talent is one thing, but his exceptionally prestigious background is quite another. Admiral He, the Chief of Staff of the Navy Headquarters, regards her as a beloved younger sister, while the renowned general of the Warring States period takes great care of her. One could say that she is the chosen one, nurtured under the affectionate care of the esteemed figures of the Navy. Even the mightiest of the Navy, the legendary Hirogarp, is referred to with such reverence in her words. This is the treatment she receives. It is truly excessive. Comparisons among individuals are futile. One has painstakingly ascended from the lowest ranks to attain the esteemed position of colonel, while another embarks on their inaugural mission at sea, commencing from the rank of major. It is evident to all that the visit of Doyuan and Jiajin to Beihai, ostensibly for the execution of a task, is, in truth, merely an endeavor to embellish their own reputations. Upon the completion of their assignments after a month, they shall return to headquarters. With their extensive experience, the 2 of them will be able to directly enter the officer training camp of Zephyr. Only upon graduation can one gain entry into the core decision-making echelons of the Navy, a prospect that truly evokes admiration and longing. It is quite evident that during this period, the garden and the institution of cake are still relatively youthful, embodying a distinctive pride and innocence that is characteristic of the young. This is, indeed, entirely natural. Upon hearing Darren's words, the still fuming Luo Yuan let out a cold snort and produced a letter of appointment. Congratulations, Colonel Darren. From this moment forth, you shall be the supreme commander overseeing all naval affairs of the North Sea. Upon receiving the appointment letter, it became evident that it was addressed to the commander of the Beihai 321 branch, Colonel Rogers from headquarters, designating Darren as the Admiral of Beihai. Yu smiled contentedly. The position of Admiral is established solely in the vast seas beyond the Grand Route, representing a specific role. The rank is that of a colonel in this department. Admirals from all directions north, south, east, and west exercise supreme command over all naval bases and forces of justice within their respective jurisdictions. The ultimate scoundrel, directly accountable to the esteemed Marin Bondo of our headquarters, stands as the most powerful figure across the seas. Although the presence of this appointment letter may be uncertain, it does not significantly affect BL's authority. After all, the entire North Sea Navy is already under his control. Degenerate class. Yet, aside from Carp, who would disdain a lofty position? Moreover, with the title and position of the Beihai governor, certain matters can be accomplished with greater ease. Sakaski truly remains a man of his word, albeit a top-tier scoundrel, you mutter to yourself. I apologize for the trouble, esteemed guests. You lifted your head and replied with a cheerful smile. May I inquire how long you intend to stay in Beihai? Top-tier scoundrels. D. Yuan remarked lightly. Ji Yuan stated softly. Inferior grade peddlers. Zhang Yuan commented gently. Duration may extend to 6 months. Premier beauty enthusiasts. At minimum, 3 months. The specifics depend on the review period. Colonel Darren. For the sake of confidentiality. During this review process, the identities of Major Kaki and myself, as members of the review team, will remain entirely confidential. The unified external statement will be that you are my adjutant. Top scoundrel. You chuckled. Top purchase. No problem. In that case, I look forward to your guidance in the future. The Naval Academy of this timeline is of a premier caliber, yet it does not possess the extensive scale witnessed in later eras. It adopts a training camp format, selecting and cultivating elite individuals from the Great Maritime Route in various branches across the seas, rather than commencing training directly with recruits. Top scoundrels. The selection criteria for this officer training camp are exceptionally stringent, leading to the establishment of a rigorous screening system. Once the review is successfully passed, one shall advance through the selection process, destined to journey to the headquarters and join the officer training camp. There, training will be under the esteemed former Admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, where one will acquire the Navy's 6 styles and even harness the formidable Haki, ultimately evolving into a true powerhouse. Top-tier class. Ultimately, one can leverage this level of experience to amass sufficient political capital and rise rapidly within the naval system. You then turn to Jaji, offering him a cigar. Thus, Jaji, I look forward to your guidance. Jaji cast a glance at the gilded special supply cigar. Even at the headquarters, he had never indulged in such exquisite fare. In that moment, he found the tobacco he was smoking utterly insipid. He gazed longingly at Zhang Yuan. Lo Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. Go ahead, smoke away. Top scoundrel. Very well. Jaji, beaming with delight, took the cigar eagerly, immediately igniting it, and began to smoke it with unrestrained satisfaction, reminiscent of Yu Qian's signature style. At this moment, the cold voice of the Low Garden inquired sharply. Colonel Darren. Regarding the matter that just transpired, you still owe us an explanation. Even if Lady Marguerite acted of her own volition, such conduct as yours will undoubtedly tarnish the reputation and morale of the Navy. Moreover, considering the esteemed position of Lady Marguerite as the governor's wife of the Kingdom of Yadis, your actions have the potential to instigate a profoundly serious diplomatic incident. Upon hearing this, Jaji perked up, his ears attentive, watching you with an expression that suggested he was anticipating a spectacle. I shall observe how you explain this. He has known Di Yuan for many years and is naturally well aware of the latter's character. In the Council of the Crane, under the pure influence of justice, in the eyes of the lowly garden, there is no room for even a grain of sand. You, young lad. Why do you appear so timid? Yet indulge in such fine cigars? To speak candidly, this cigar indeed possesses a remarkable flavor. This matter hardly requires any elucidation, does it? Isn't this quite reasonable? A look of innocence graces your face. I am merely demonstrating my concern for the public. A collaboration between the military and the civilian populace. Ahem, ahem, ahem. While indulging in a delightful cigar, Jaji nearly choked to death, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He lifted his head, staring in astonishment at Darren. The notion of caring for the populace and the cooperation between the military and civilians surprisingly seemed to possess a semblance of reason. How had I not previously conceived such a flawless rationale? Ah, no, it is an excuse. Darren. Lee glared furiously at the newly appointed Admiral of Beihai, who sat nonchalantly with his legs crossed, his gaze languid and insouciant. She was on the verge of grinding her silver teeth to dust, her chest heaving violently with indignation. Before arriving in Beihai, although she had heard more or less various unsavory rumors about this man, his lecherousness, avarice, and abuse of power. Life has become decadent, marked by nepotism and favoritism. There exists an intricate web of connections and collusion with the political and business circles of Beihai, extending even to the mafia and underground forces. She had already made some psychological preparations in advance. However, no matter how hard she racked her brain, she could not fathom that the Navy, which ought to embody justice, could descend to such depths of depravity. Such vulgar and indecent matters, when they escape your lips, astonishingly transform into expressions of public concern and military-civilian cooperation. The garden has nearly commenced, rendering it difficult to gaze upon these two words that were once meant to embody beauty and harmonious joy. What are your thoughts on the concept of justice? Can your actions truly align with the honor of the naval cloak that adorns your shoulders? Does military discipline hold no significance for you? In a fit of rage, she executed a swift series of actions. Your actions affect not only your personal image, but also the reputation of those around you, and could ultimately bring shame upon the entire Navy. As if to validate her perspective, she turned her head to seek confirmation from Kaki. Am I correct? She inquired. I never anticipated this. The compassion shown towards the populace is truly remarkable. What a genius! You are absolutely right, Zhang Yuan. Originally lost in a daze, Kaki suddenly jolted, his wandering gaze instantly transformed into one of resolute righteousness. With a fierce slap upon the table, I fixed my gaze upon Darren. Indeed, Darren, this is a disgrace to the Navy. You cast a sidelong glance at him, your expression a blend of amusement and disdain. So, you do not wish to, do you, Major Takakata? I certainly wish to express my care for the populace, yet I find myself at a loss for words, my demeanor becoming flushed as I grapple with this sentiment. You smiled softly. A supreme scoundrel. Exhaling a plume of smoke akin to that of a dragon. Your gaze once again fell upon the irate, charming visage in the garden. In a leisurely manner, you remarked. This matter is inherently one of mutual consent. Lady Marguerite was quite pleased. And I too found joy in this. It is a win-win situation. A win-win scenario is utterly absurd. Zhang Yuan's inability to accept such fallacies is palpable as he grits his teeth. Surely, the esteemed governor of the Yadi's kingdom would be far from pleased if he were to discover this matter. The political repercussions could be profound. Who would assert that Governor Tyrrell would never find joy? You suddenly exclaimed with a cheerful demeanor. Lowgarden was taken aback. And then, as if a realization dawned upon him, he stood there, utterly astonished. Jiaji also opened his mouth. His expression one of disbelief. Simultaneously, an incredulous thought surged within their minds. Could it be? Darren gently flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, moreover, such matters are hardly significant. I shall not resort to subterfuge. I have no intention of concealing anything. Since you are aware, the headquarters must also be informed. Yet, why has no one from the headquarters ever initiated an impeachment against me? The generals of the warring states have never held me accountable. Perhaps you have pondered such questions? He slowly rose to his feet. His broad palm pressed against the conference table. Leaning slightly forward. Exuding an air of aggression. A subtle yet undeniable dominance lingered about him. A cold and piercing aura gradually emanated from his being. Observing the gradually fading smile on Darren's face, an inexplicable chill suddenly welled up within the hearts of Lowgarden and Jiaqing. Darren, gazing down upon the two individuals from the headquarters, spoke in a calm tone. Because I am capable of action, you claim that I tarnish the image of the Navy. Then I implore you to speak of the naval commanders from the headquarters in Marin Vanduo. Is their image truly commendable? As soon as these words were uttered, both Li Yuan and Jiaqing were rendered speechless. They reminisced about Admiral Karp, known for his peculiar habit of picking his nose and indulging in late slumbers. They recalled his conversations with goats, infused with an air of mystique, as well as the legendary figures from the Warring States period. It also brings to mind two figures from the younger generation, the formidable monsters, Sakasaki and Borisolino, one of whom employs the most ruthlessly cruel methods against pirates. In pursuit of their objectives, they are even willing to jeopardize the lives of civilians. A person who constantly exhibits an enigmatic demeanor, commenting on everything they encounter, is indeed quite unsettling. Upon reflection, they suddenly realized that the image of the Navy was not particularly favorable. Suddenly, the lowly garden realized that it could not simply allow this fellow to bypass it. Just as she was about to speak, Darren, however, waved his hand to interrupt. That will suffice, gentlemen. My training session has come to an end. Should you be interested, feel free to join me. I shall await you at the practice field. Should the two of you have any opinions regarding my methods, I would be more than willing to engage in a discussion with the esteemed individuals from headquarters. He extinguished his cigar and subsequently tossed a box of brand new cigars to Kaki. He strode out of the commanding officer's office with purpose. As Darren stepped through the door, his pace faltered momentarily. Ah, there was something I nearly overlooked. He turned back, a semblance of a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, though I indulge in smoking, drinking, avarice, lechery, and possess a propensity for violence, I consider myself a good sailor. In contrast to those whose noble character is overshadowed by their mediocrity and lack of talent, I find myself significantly superior. He waved his hand, a broad smile illuminating his face, and after speaking, exited the office, the door slowly closing behind him. Di Yuan and Jiaqi sat there in a daze. After a considerable time, Di Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality. That scoundrel! I refuse to believe such absurd reasoning. She gritted her teeth and produced a military phone bug, dialing into the headquarters signal. In the dim garden, you discreetly concealed the box of cigars while curiously inquiring, I must report Darren's issue to headquarters. Your gaze remained fixed, unwavering, on the incessantly ringing phone bug. Soon, the communication through the phone bug was established. Ha ha ha, little garden. Ha ha ha, little low garden. Ha ha ha, little Jean garden. Have you arrived at Beihai? How is the environment over there? A hearty laughter resonates. The phone bug vividly mimics the image of the naval commander. Warlord Sengoku, adorned with a seagull hat and round black-rimmed glasses. Report from the Warring States General, I have arrived at Branch 321. Zhang Yuan solemnly remarked. However, during the execution of the review task, I uncovered Colonel Darren's personal conduct, which is exceedingly severe, capable of tarnishing the Navy's reputation, and potentially inciting political discord. The voice from the low garden resonated with anger. The perplexed voice of the Warring States period emanated from the telephone bug. What is the problem? In my recollection, that lad Darren was quite capable. Indeed, quite capable. It remains uncertain whether it was influenced by Darren's remark. Caring for the populace has led to adverse consequences. Upon hearing these words, Li Yuan felt an inexplicable sense of discomfort. She parted her lips, her cheeks gradually flushing with a deep crimson hue, stammering hesitantly. This matter is so deeply shameful that she cannot even bring herself to utter it. Beside him, Jiaqi seized the phone with fervor, exclaiming in righteous indignation that he had dared to sleep with the wife of the governor of the Yadi's kingdom. Warring States. On the other side of the telephone bug. Naval Headquarters Marine Fando. Admiral's Office. Zhang Gua stared at the phone bug with a face full of indignation, as he furiously rebuked the general. I strongly recommend that we dismiss and investigate that scoundrel Darren. After all, she is the wife of the kingdom's governor, possessing an enduring charm and remarkable beauty. In the tumultuous era of the Warring States, one found oneself entangled in a web of confusion. It is not merely a matter of dismissal and investigation, such matters can be deliberated upon. Yet, why do you incessantly bring up the appearance of Lady Marguerite? It appears that this is the crux of the issue. Warring States do Dao. Upon hearing the response from the general of the warring states, both Doyuan and Jiaki were left in sheer bewilderment. What is this? Is this truly it? General of the warring states, what is your stance? Zhang Yuan felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. In the warring states period, one scratched his head and said, "Oh, Guillaume. There are matters of which you remain unaware. Indeed, that lad Darren harbors numerous concerns. A fact that both I and your sister Crane are well aware of. The issue you have mentioned is not a matter of novelty. Your sister, the Navy's Administrative and Review Department, has been inundated with complaints and reports concerning Darren. Such matters, to the best of my knowledge, have amassed to the hundreds, if not thousands." This statement rendered me utterly speechless, my entire being trembling. This implies that a scoundrel like Darren has shown affection to hundreds of noble women and ladies of exceptional caliber, akin to Marguerite. The extent of his collaboration with the military and civilians is astonishing, truly a disgraceful act. He took several deep puffs of smoke with great intensity. Zhang Yuan, in utter disbelief, questioned, then how on earth was he able to be promoted to the Northern Sea governor? If this reckless behavior continues, the entire Northern Sea will descend into chaos under his mismanagement. In the Warring States period, one could not help but sigh inwardly that Di Yuan was still too youthful.
He smiled helplessly, his demeanor reflecting a certain youthful naivety. He did not elaborate further, merely stating, "Existence is justification. There is undoubtedly a reason for Darren's ability to command that chaotic sea region." Cheyenne listened with a hint of confusion and instinctively retorted, "But the generals of the warring states, our department's prodigies, Vice Admirals Poliusolino and Sakazuki, did they not serve in the North Sea previously? Is it possible that Darren's governance surpasses theirs?" She found it hard to believe. Poliusolino and Sakazuki were recognized as formidable talents, acknowledged as future admirals of the Navy. Upon hearing Cheyenne's words, Sengoku's lips twitched slightly, and his expression grew increasingly somber as he sighed. "Cheyenne, you still do not understand those two well enough. During Poliusolino's tenure in the North Sea, he rarely took action unless directly ordered by the headquarters. The rampant piracy escalated to intolerable levels, prompting the headquarters to ultimately decide to reassign him. And what of Vice Admiral Sakazuki?" Cheyenne paused, momentarily taken aback, before skeptically inquiring further. Sengoku sighed once more. "Sakazuki, do you truly believe his reassignment from the North Sea was unwarranted? That young man, disregarding political sensitivities between kingdoms and the safety of civilians, enacted brutal measures against all pirates, wreaking havoc in numerous towns and nations. In the end, various nations in the North Sea could no longer bear the consequences, leading over 10 member states to express their dissatisfaction and collectively pressure the headquarters, which reluctantly resulted in his reassignment. Sion. Cake." Sengoku rubbed his forehead and stated, "In summary, regarding his promotion, both Sakazuki and Poliusolino have expressed their support. Darren's endorsement by these two is sufficient to attest to his capabilities and methods." He added with intrigue, "So, focus on your studies. Chapter 5 well. Let us engage in a spar." The communication with the phone bug has been severed. In the vast office of the base commander, only the youthful Shizuka and Kaki remained, exchanging bewildered glances rendered speechless. Having been raised under the minister's auspices, showered with affection, and instilled with the most orthodox ideals of justice, they could scarcely fathom how a figure as corrupt and debased as Darren could garner such high praise from the esteemed generals of the warring states they revered. Even more incredulous was the fact that the two exceptionally gifted, egocentric prodigies, Sakazuki and Borisolino, both unanimously acknowledged Darren's strength and tactics. It is worth noting that their distinct personalities, approaches to life, and personal philosophies were starkly divergent, akin to heaven and earth. How could this be possible? Shizuka sat there, her eyes glazed, murmuring to herself. The events that had transpired since their arrival in the North Sea had delivered a profound shock to her innocent and tender heart. Crack! At that moment, the sound of a lighter igniting interrupted her reverie. "Kaki, what are you doing? Are you actually smoking a cigar?" Shizuka turned to see Kaki beside her, lighting a cigar, and her frustration surged. Kaki trembled slightly, and upon catching a glimpse of Shizuka's frostbitten expression, stammered, "Well, didn't the Warring States General suggest we learn from Darren?" Shizuka retorted, "Are you suggesting that the Warring States General meant for you to emulate his vices of smoking, drinking, and womanizing?" Her anger was palpable, gnashing her teeth in ire. Kaki hastily tucked away the cigar, but muttered under his breath, "I feel there's merit in these pursuits. Smoking, drinking, and charming women can also define a good Navy officer." "What did you say?" "I meant, Shizuka, you're absolutely right. No, I cannot accept this." Shizuka suddenly stood up, her eyes shimmering with renewed determination akin to autumn waters. She clenched her fists tightly. Justice must remain pure. It must never harbor filth. I must stay and redeem that scoundrel, Darren. I will assist him in reforming his ways. I cannot allow his debauchery and rebellion to adversely affect the North Sea Navy. Kaki, seated beside her, observed Shizuka's fervor and couldn't help but facepalm in exasperation. Yet his mind wandered. Military-civilian cooperation, nurturing the populace. He chuckled lewdly, unable to suppress a smirk at his own thoughts. "Stop grinning foolishly. Hurry to the training grounds." Shizuka glared at him, her voice icy. Kaki, puzzled, replied, "To the training grounds? What for?" "Training. We've only just arrived in the North Sea, and the journey was quite arduous. Isn't that too exhausting?" Shizuka placed her hand on the golden blade at her waist, her eyes gleaming with a sharp light. "Didn't that scoundrel Darren want to spar with us? I am eager to see if this North Sea Admiral truly lives up to his reputation. As a prodigy cherished by many, she naturally possesses her own pride and perseverance." The 321st branch. The training ground. The sky is bright, and the sea breeze is brisk. The vast training ground is engulfed in swirling dust. Along its periphery, rows of weapon racks display an array of weaponry, including wolf-fang clubs, great swords, and naginatas. Not far off, dozens of humanoid stone targets stand erect, while further away lies a line of practice cannons. On another side rests a dilapidated, abandoned warship. Numerous members of the 321st Naval Division have already commenced their routine training here, yet they occasionally cast glances toward the figure at the center of the training ground. Darren stands bare-chested, clad only in black military trousers, performing one-handed push-ups in the middle of the field. 1997, 1998, 1999, 2000. After completing 2,000 one-handed push-ups with his right hand, Darren effortlessly shifts to his left. 1, 2, 3, 4. His rhythm remains steady, each movement executed to perfection, exuding a certain grace. His well-defined, explosive muscles, combined with his wild and untamed aura, render him, from a distance, akin to a fierce leopard prowling the wilderness. This is the scene Guion and Kaki encounter upon their arrival at the training ground. To their surprise, this fellow trains quite diligently. Though Guion approaches the training ground with a stormy demeanor, she cannot help but acknowledge the sight before her. Generally, the Navy stationed across the seas tends to maintain a relatively lax discipline due to their distance from the headquarters, often resorting to shortcuts in training. Except during surprise inspections from the headquarters, most naval personnel in the four seas are rather lax in their daily training. Yet she did not expect that Darren, a seemingly decadent and degenerate individual, would impose such stringent standards upon himself in training. TCH, is that all there is to it? Kaki, hands in pockets and with a disdainful expression, speaks with a hint of bitterness, though internally he is somewhat taken aback. After observing for a while, they note that Darren has completed another 2,000 one-handed push-ups. "Have you arrived? Care to join the training?" He brushes off the dust from his hands and smiles at the two. Under the sun, sweat trickles down the chiseled contours of Darren's jaw and the grooves of his muscular physique, accentuated by his handsome face, creating a striking aesthetic. Nearby, female naval personnel who are covertly watching have stars and hearts sparkling in their eyes. Guion finds herself momentarily dazzled, pondering, no wonder Madame Marguerite is so enamored with him. She is certainly not so superficial as to be easily swayed by mere physical allure. The truth is, Darren's type is exceedingly rare among the Navy. She recalls Sakazuki and Borisellino, then glances at Kaki, who stand with a rogue demeanor, hands in pockets, and in comparison, Darren, despite being a brazen scoundrel, appears somewhat more agreeable. However, she has not forgotten the purpose of her visit. She must teach him a lesson, ensuring this audacious rogue understands the bounds of propriety. No need for that, Colonel Darren. We have come to experience your prowess, haven't we, Shigeyama? The atmosphere grew tense as Shigeyama turned to Kaki. I don't want to, that sounds exhausting, Kaki blurted out, but upon sensing the sudden surge of murderous intent in Shigeyama's gaze, he immediately straightened his posture, placed his hands on his hips, and corrected himself. Indeed, Colonel Darren, let us see what abilities you possess as the Northern Ocean Commander. Oh, are you certain? A wry smile gradually formed at the corners of Darren's mouth. After all, both of you are elite members from the headquarters. When it comes to actual sparring, I would request that you show some restraint. His eyes sparkled with a keen light. Although Shigeyama and Kaki were still quite young and inexperienced, far from the level of candidates for generals as depicted in the original work, they were nonetheless proud scions nurtured under the guidance of the headquarters' formidable figures. Being from the Northern Ocean himself, he was eager to ascertain their true capabilities. Moreover, he was keenly aware that he had been seeking an opportunity to teach these two inspectors from the headquarters a lesson. The Navy, after all, operates on a foundation of forceful enforcement, ultimately speaking the language of strength. Only by subduing them could he ensure their obedience. Otherwise, their constant nitpicking would prove to be quite inconvenient. Rest assured, Colonel Darren, considering you have provided me with cigars, I will temper my strength appropriately. Kaki grinned, his eyes glinting with cunning. It suddenly dawned on him that this presented the perfect opportunity to give this fellow a good thrashing. Shigeyama slowly unsheathed her renowned blade, her expression a mix of fury and coldness. Since reason had failed, she would resort to strength to convince this lecherous, degenerate scoundrel. The three harbored ulterior motives, each revealing a sinister smile at the corners of their lips. Chapter 6. No, do not strike the face in the training ground. Dust swirled in the air. Darren, Shigeyama, and Kaki stood at a distance, gradually exuding an imposing aura. The yellow sand rolled, and the wide capes of Shigeyama and Kaki rustled in the chilling sea breeze. The naval personnel from Base 321 had gathered, encircling the training ground, their eyes wide with anticipation for the unfolding spectacle. Vice Base Commander Squirrel, do you think Base Commander Darren will lose? A young sailor inquired, addressing the arms-crossed Squirrel. Wearing a military cap, Squirrel smiled without responding. Losing was not in that man's vocabulary. More accurately, the question was to what extent those two prodigies from headquarters would be subdued. Colonel Darren, whom you wish to spar with first? Kaki eagerly asked, tossing his not-so-luscious hair with a flourish. Noticing the expectant gazes of numerous female sailors from Base 321 directed at them, his heart swelled with arrogance. He had received guidance from many experts at headquarters, even receiving commendation for his talent from renowned generals of the warring states. Among his peers, aside from Shigeyama, none could compare to him. He could vividly imagine himself effortlessly bringing Darren to the ground, followed by the admiration and fervent gazes of the female sailors. With such thoughts, Kaki couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. Darren glanced at him and shook his head. No, let us save some time. You both can come at me together. Kaki and Shigeyama were momentarily taken aback. Then a surge of indignation welled up within them. This fellow, such audacious arrogance. Do not blame me for being merciless then. I shall show restraint. Kaki grit his teeth, determined to demonstrate the might of their naval forces to this country bumpkin from the North Sea. With knees slightly bent, his muscles visibly tensed. Boom! Accompanied by a blast that shattered the ground beneath him, Kaki propelled himself forward with astonishing force, shooting towards Darren like a cannonball at an incredible speed. This was not the Navy's sixth style, as Kaki and Shigeyama had yet to enter the officer training camp and master the superhuman techniques. It was pure speed and an explosive display of strength. The watching naval personnel from Base 321 collectively gasped, feeling as though Kaki had vanished before their eyes. In less than a second, he had covered over 10 meters, appearing before Colonel Darren in an instant, his fist hurtling towards Darren's abdomen with relentless force. Without any embellishments, Devoid of feints, he unleashed the full extent of his formidable physique. Observing Darren standing still, seemingly oblivious to the imminent strike, Khaki could not suppress his laughter. He could already envision the scene of Darren being struck by his punch, collapsing to the ground in a grotesque display of defeat. Let you show off. Let you flaunt your muscles. Sleep well, Lady Marguerite. Your fervent concern for the populace is quite amusing. Now be gone. With a resounding thud, my fist finally descended, striking Darren's chiseled abdomen with an undeniable force, sending ripples of white energy swirling through the air. However, the cunning smile on Khaki's face abruptly froze. Something felt amiss. This punch seemed to have collided with an impenetrable barrier. Motionless, not far away, Guion, poised with his renowned blade, was equally taken aback. Khaki, with a look of astonishment, raised his gaze to behold Darren's youthful visage, tinged with a hint of exasperation. Ah, Major Khaki, I appreciate your restraint, but I would kindly request that you treat this sparring session with the seriousness it deserves, Darren remarked with a playful smile. Khaki's lips twitched slightly. Khaki, what on earth are you doing? Stop playing around. Guion interjected, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Khaki gritted his teeth, taking a deep breath as the muscles in his arm tensed, once more unleashing a powerful punch towards Darren. Boom! A torrent of energy erupted, fierce winds stirring up clouds of dust. Yet Darren remained, utterly unmoved. Khaki was once again a loss. Was this a block of iron? Although he had yet to master the Navy's six forms, he had seen enough to recognize that this defensive technique, which granted a body the hardness of steel, was indeed characteristic of the iron block technique. The principle of the iron block accelerates blood flow, enhancing muscular movement. Yet astonishingly, Darren exhibited none of the forceful energy typically associated with the iron block. Major Khaki, you truly need not hold back. I genuinely wish to witness your prowess. Darren's voice resonated leisurely once more. What on earth are you doing, Khaki? I said to give it your all, Guion exclaimed in frustration. Khaki's expression was one of near despair, silently lamenting that he had indeed not been lenient. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of punches towards Darren. Bang, bang, bang. A tempest of fists transformed into a myriad of shadows, enveloping the Navy colonel. Each strike, powerful enough to shatter stone walls, landed on Darren's chest, abdomen, legs, and even his head, yet the latter did not budge an inch. It was utterly ineffective. The figure of the Navy colonel stood steadfast, akin to a resilient rock amidst a storm. This cannot be. Khaki stared, bewildered, at Darren's nonchalant demeanor and the glimmer of amusement lurking in his gaze. A disbelieving thought surged within him. Could it be? At that moment, he saw Darren suddenly break into a grin. Have you had enough? If so, it's my turn now. Khaki froze, a chilling dread coursing from his feet, racing up his spine and into his mind. A rough, large hand shot towards him with a speed that was blinding, magnifying in his pupils. The velocity was so overwhelming. There was no escape. As Jiaji's expression abruptly shifted, the faint suspicion that had lingered in his heart was abruptly transformed into reality with Darren's decisive action. This individual possessed an overwhelming strength capable of effortlessly crushing him. No, don't slap me, Jiaji shrieked, yet in the next moment, that massive hand had already enveloped his face. Before the incredulous gaze of the onlookers in Guion, amidst the stunned expressions of the 321st Navy members who gasped in shock, and under the helpless stare of the dormouse, the scene unfolded. Jiaji's anguished wails echoed like the cries of a slaughtered pig as Darren, grinning malevolently, pressed forward and forcefully drove Jiaji's head into the earth. With a resounding boom, the ground within a 20-meter radius trembled violently, creating a gaping pit, its surface marred by a web of intricate cracks that spread relentlessly. Jiaji's entire head was buried in the depths of the chasm, while his legs, clad in wooden clogs, dangled helplessly in the air, twitching sporadically. Dust billowed like a dragon, swirling tumultuously. In that moment, all present watched in grim fascination, their eyes twitching in response to the gruesome spectacle. Just witnessing this was enough to evoke a visceral pain within. Chapter 7. Monsters emerge from the North Sea, damn it. Guillaume's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing the scene, finally realizing that Darren possessed formidable strength. He was clearly toying with them. Khaki excelled in close-quarters combat, his physical prowess extraordinarily impressive. Yet, his assault on Darren failed to inflict any harm whatsoever. Gazing at Darren's bare upper body, marred with grotesque scars, a sudden thought surged through Guillaume's mind. This individual's physical defense had likely reached an inhuman level. Under normal circumstances, his resilience was akin to that of iron. In an instant, Guillaume cast aside her hesitation, her figure launching forth like a fleeting pink apparition. Her eyes sparkled with intense battle fervor, the golden blade in her grasp radiating a dazzling cold light. With events having escalated to this point, retreat was no longer an option. Representing the headquarters alongside Khaki, and with so many naval officers observing, they had to reclaim their dignity. "Be careful, Colonel Darren." The moment those words left her lips, Guillaume's silhouette materialized before Darren. The golden blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp, explosive sound. Draw sword, peach smoke. With a single, powerful strike, the blade descended. Swoosh! The golden blade cleaved down ferociously, and blood erupted forth. A gruesome gash blossomed across Darren's chest, a torrent of crimson surging forth. Yet, Guillaume's pupils suddenly contracted in disbelief. He did not evade. Staring at the naval colonel before her, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. The edge of her blade was firmly lodged in Darren's muscular chest, unable to penetrate further. Then she beheld a smile, a cruel, delighted, and even faintly deranged smile that gradually spread across Darren's lips, curling into an unabashed arc. To sense the breath of all things. Is this the realm of slicing through iron? Darren licked the salty blood splattered at the corner of his mouth, his gaze towards Guillaume filled with admiration. Truly, she was a genius of the headquarters, merely a step away from becoming a swordmaster. No sooner had he spoken than Guillaume felt a fierce gale barreling toward her, tearing at her cheeks with painful force. The air erupted with a thunderous roar. So fast, her expression shifted dramatically as she instinctively raised her blade to block. Clang! A black military boot struck heavily against the blade's surface. Guillaume felt an overwhelming force surge forth, as if she had been struck head-on by a speeding naval train. Hurtling backward like a cannonball, waves of air rippled outward in her wake. Boom! 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 Guillaume's figure crashed through several heavy stone targets before finally tumbling to the ground. Countless fragments of stone cascaded down, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of her mouth. Her hand, still gripping the sword, trembled incessantly, with blood oozing from her palm, accompanied by a searing, fiery pain. She gaped incredulously at the man in the distance, her heart tumultuous with a storm of emotions. This fellow, not only did he possess a physique with terrifying defenses resembling that of a monster, but he also wielded strength comparable to that of an adult giant. Ah, how infuriating! Damn you, Darren, you scoundrel! How dare you slap my face? At that moment, a furious roar erupted. I rely on my looks for a living. With great difficulty, the swollen-faced Kaji pulled his head from the deep pit, gasping for breath. His eyes inexplicably tinged with a shade of crimson. His aura shifted dramatically, akin to a ferocious beast awakening from slumber, to compel me to unleash such power. You are indeed worthy of pride. Kaji, hunched and swaying, gradually steadied himself. His military uniform suddenly bulged, as if his emaciated frame was erupting with muscular vigor. Contorted into a fierce expression, crackling sounds echoed, accompanied by the eruption of his power. The ground beneath his feet began to fracture under the immense pressure of his aura. Such a terrifying spectacle caused the onlooking Navy personnel to pale in astonishment. What formidable physique! Such strength lay dormant within. Is this the genius from the headquarters? They watched in sheer horror as Major Kaji from headquarters charged towards Darren with unyielding ferocity. His speed intensified, surpassing even his previous assault, becoming doubly swift. Like a meteor hurtling horizontally towards Darren, he lunged forward. Boom! Only to be hurled back at an even swifter pace. Crimson blood erupted from his mouth, his uniform shredded to tatters in an instant by the violent force. Rolling on the ground multiple times, Kaji curled his body, resembling a boiled shrimp. He gaped wide, akin to an asphyxiated fish, his eyes bulging from their sockets, bloodshot with pain. Gagging, a foul, acrid liquid spewed forth, saturating the air with a nauseating stench. Silence. The entire training ground fell into a deathly hush, under the astonished gazes of all present. The newly appointed Admiral of the North Sea strode deliberately towards Guion and Kaji. His towering figure cast a shadow beneath the blazing sun, enveloping the two. Darren looked down upon the inspectors sent from headquarters, a sunny smile gracing his face. Truly, these two are exceptional talents from headquarters. He blinked, saying, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Damn it, Darren, you scoundrel. How can you possibly be this strong? At that moment, having finished his retching, Kaji raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, fixated on Darren. Upon hearing Kaji's words, Darren appeared to recall something amusing, a smile blossoming on his face. Compared to true monsters, I am hardly formidable at all. He chuckled, then glanced down at the scar on his chest. The bleeding has ceased. It seems to be on the verge of scabbing over. It was indeed intriguing to engage in a duel with the two of them. He turned and walked towards the far end of the training ground. The warm-up had concluded. It was now time to commence formal training. Kaki and Guion were left utterly bewildered. The recent skirmish was merely a warm-up for you? You were even struck by a blow. Blood was flowing profusely. Oh, it is nearly scabbed over now, so it is of no concern. The two exchanged a glance, their astonishment palpable. Suddenly, a series of ominous rumblings erupted from beneath their feet, shaking them from their thoughts. The ground of the training field trembled, dust and gravel dancing in agitation. They sensed something amiss and looked up. The sight before them left their minds blank. 100 meters away, the formidable man who had just overwhelmed them stood, gripping a massive black iron chain. The rusted chain, approximately 10 meters in length, extended to a derelict warship moored at the edge of the training ground. As his muscles bulged like hardened volcanic rock, Colonel Darren, with both hands clutching the enormous iron chain, was astonishingly dragging the 6-meter-high, medium-sized warship forward, step by step. Each footfall left a shallow crater in the earth beneath his military boots. With his advance, the massive vessel created a deep groove in the ground, sending tremors through the training area. Viewed from the distance where Guion and Kaki stood, the seemingly diminutive naval officer was pulling an astonishingly large warship, crafting a striking visual tableau under the blazing sun. Guion and Kaki stood speechless, mouths agape, unable to utter a single word. You have just arrived in the North Sea. There are many things you do not yet comprehend. At that moment, the Weasel approached their side, observing the naval officer laboriously dragging the warship with unabashed admiration. Before Major General Sikorsky was reassigned from the North Sea to headquarters, Colonel Darren served as his aide-de-camp. The myriad scars adorning Colonel Darren's body were largely the result of sparring with Major General Sikorsky. Upon hearing this, Guion and Kaki gasped in astonishment. Those terrifying scars were the result of practice bouts? This was hardly mere sparring. It was a brutal clash akin to that of beasts. The man capable of engaging in combat with such a monstrous figure. Reflecting on their recent encounter, Kaki felt his face flush with embarrassment. They had exerted their utmost, yet to Darren, that must have seemed like child's play. Another monster. Kaki swallowed hard, his throat dry. The phrase monsters emerge from the North Sea had become widely circulated within the naval headquarters of Marineford over the past couple of years. From the most tumultuous waters of the Seven Seas emerged two individuals, each possessing starkly contrasting personalities, yet equally terrifying in their own right. Sakazuki and Borisolino. In less than 6 months, they graduated from the officer training camp, rising to prominence with their extraordinary talents and an unstoppable demeanor, earning the title of monster as acknowledged by Admiral Zephyr himself. However, it is likely that before long, yet another monster will emerge in this chaotic expanse of ocean. His name is Rogers Darren. Chapter 8. The Path to the Monstrous. The Dormouse chuckled softly at Jiaqing's words, a monster, perhaps. I joined the 321 branch at the same time as Colonel Darren, and I vividly recall his first day of training 5 years ago. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the Dormouse's typically steely and resolute gaze. At that time, Darren was frail, exhausting all his strength after just 10 laps on the training field, needing to rest for half an hour before he could rise again. Among the new recruits, his physical attributes were the weakest, yet he did not surrender to despair. Each day, he persevered in his training, relentlessly pushing the boundaries of his physical limits. Initially, he trudged with a cannon barrel, followed by a small canoe. It took him 3 arduous years to barely drag a derelict warship a single meter. In contrast to the innate monsters like Major Sikorsky, Colonel Darren represented an entirely different spectrum of monstrosity. Both Jiayuan and Jiaqing fell into a contemplative silence upon hearing this. With a clang, Darren dropped the hefty iron chain, standing beneath the scorching sun, gasping for breath, feeling as though his throat and lungs were being torn apart like a bellows. Every muscle in his body seemed to ignite with a fiery pain. Yet, he had long since grown accustomed to such suffering. Turning back, he glanced at the long trench left in the earth by the dragged warship, roughly estimating the distance. 101 meters. At last, he had shattered his previous record. He took stock of his physical data once more. Stamina, 58. 106, 0. 03. Strength, 53. 837, 0. 06. Speed, 57. 539 fruit, 71. 345 his stamina had increased by 0. 03. And strength by 0. 06. The growth of his attributes was becoming increasingly sluggish. It seemed he would need to switch to a larger warship. Gazing at his data panel, Darren murmured to himself. His perception talent allowed him to uncover the most effective applications of his abilities. By utilizing the feedback from various data points, he could ascertain whether his current training methods were yielding results. The human body possesses remarkable adaptability. Identical weights and external pressures, along with similar training regimens, may initially produce satisfactory results, but as the body continually adapts, the effectiveness gradually diminishes, ultimately nearing stagnation. This is the scientific explanation. Before Darren's transference, he had come to understand that professional athletes frequently alter their training plans to sustain their performance improvements. Progressive overload is a fundamental principle in kinesiology, to continuously raise the training load within the body's tolerable limits to enhance athletic performance. However, for Darren, endowed with precise perceptive abilities, he could more accurately leverage the feedback from various data points to evaluate the efficacy of his current training regimen. Thus, even though he endures what others perceive as hellish torment and monstrous training methods on a daily basis, he still relishes the experience. This is due to the immediate feedback he receives. With each additional push-up and weighted squat, he could distinctly observe the enhancement of his attributes, akin to a character in a video game. However, this world is not a game, but a tangible reality. He is acutely aware of the perils that lurk within the pirate realm, which fuels his relentless pursuit of mastery. Only through such fervent training can he hope to compete with the true monstrosities that roam the seas. With the aid of his innate talent, he firmly believes that with Herculean efforts, he will one day possess unparalleled strength, capable of effortlessly stopping a swiftly advancing warship with his bare hands. Thus, it is time to commence his physical training. As his breathing gradually steadies, Darren raises his head and waves at the squirrel. He senses that today's physical load has reached its limit. Continuing to forcefully engage in strength training would yield no benefits and could instead inflict hidden injuries, muscle strains, and deplete his physical potential. Colonel Darren has summoned me. On the opposite side of the training ground, the squirrel remarks to Kaji and Guion before stepping forward. However, he quickly halts, as if recalling something, and turns back with a smile, saying, "By the way, what comes next is quite thrilling, so don't blink." Kaji and Guion are momentarily taken aback. The squirrel offers no further explanation, simply smiling enigmatically. Though mischief is not his nature, he cannot help but feel a strange joy at witnessing the astonished expressions of these two elite individuals from headquarters, who seem utterly unaccustomed to such sights. Formation, the squirrel commands sharply. Within 20 seconds, dozens of naval soldiers swiftly converge at the center of the training ground, appearing to have been prepared for this moment. Arranged into 2 lines. Clang! With a crisp, ringing sound, The soldiers at the front draw their sabers in unison. Swish! Simultaneously, the soldiers in the rear raise their flintlock pistols, all of them holding their breath, their gazes fixated on a singular target, which happens to be Darren in the center. Hey, is this a joke? Kaji seems to realize something, his face a mask of disbelief, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Guillaume gulps audibly, his voice hoarse as he murmurs, this kind of training. It could truly be lethal. Before they can suppress their shock, the squirrel's stern voice issues a command. Attack! At his command, the frontline soldiers, armed with sabers, charge aggressively towards their target. The sharp, cold blades show no mercy as they rain down upon Darren's body. His head, face, neck, chest, back, arms, thighs, and throat. Every part of him is meticulously targeted. Clang, clang, clang. Yet they struck as if upon steel, the blade sparking and subsequently creating gaping wounds. With a single sweep, the sabers were rendered useless, and the front line of sailors swiftly dispersed. The rear echelon, poised and ready, immediately pulled the triggers of their flintlock pistols. Bang, bang, bang. A torrential downpour of bullets enveloped Darren's figure, ricocheting and leaving distinct craters upon the ground. Once the fusillade ceased, the sailors at the rear promptly drew their sabers and charged towards Darren. Meanwhile, the front line converged once again at the position of their comrades, beginning to reload their flintlock firearms. This exchange continued. Swords clashed, gunfire erupted, and occasionally, one could witness a squirrel dragging a heavy cannon from the nearby armory, seizing the moment between the two teams' rotations to unleash a shot upon Darren. Blades shattered, bullets thundered, and shells detonated. As billowing clouds of black smoke and flames ascended on the training grounds, stirring up a tumult of dust and sand, resembling a miniature battlefield from afar. At the edge of the training field, Kaki and Guillaume stood in stunned silence, gazing at this horrifying spectacle of self-destruction. They were rendered speechless. No iron plates, no evasion, no parries. That madman, relying solely on his own physical resilience, was withstanding such ferocious assaults. Could this truly be within the capabilities of humanity? Kaki and Guillaume watched the man, steadfast amidst the hail of bullets, whispering to one another, their faces pale with disbelief. Chapter 9. The Rise of Germa. That evening, at the long mansion of the 321st Division Base, Darren emerged from the steam-filled shower after a brief rinse of his body. Gazing into the mirror at his scarred physique, reminiscent of a powerful cheetah, he found himself momentarily entranced. Vitality, 58. 418, Strength, 53. 890, Agility, 57. 548, Fruit, 71. 345. Following his final resilience training, his body bore numerous new wounds, though they had mostly begun to scab, likely to heal completely after a night's rest. This was reflected in his bodily perception data, as his vitality had successfully increased by 0.312, inching closer to the significant threshold of 60. Indeed, progress had slowed considerably. It seemed necessary to schedule a time to transport heavy artillery from the warships to the training grounds. As Darren scrutinized the dense, savage scars on his skin, he furrowed his brow. With his defensive capabilities becoming increasingly robust, conventional blades and gunfire had become largely ineffectual against him. The strikes of sabers and bullets from flintlock pistols merely left faint red imprints upon his skin. Most of the injuries sustained during today's training had primarily stemmed from the bombardments of the moles. To further enhance his resilience and impact resistance, Darren recognized the necessity of intensifying his training regimen. This is where the advantage of his perceptive talent shone through. With precise data feedback, he could effectively gauge the intensity of his training, ensuring he did not sustain irreparable injuries or face fatal consequences, while adeptly controlling the training intensity within a reasonable range. In comparison to his initial stages, the enhancement of his physical attributes had become increasingly gradual, yet he continued to make progress. Although Darren had ascended to the position of Governor of the North Sea, wielding command over the entire naval force of the region, he was acutely aware that power was one thing, but personal strength was the bedrock of survival in these vast waters. His current objective was to solidify the North Sea into a cohesive unit before undergoing scrutiny and heading to the main officer training camp, thereby ensuring that the entire North Sea Navy became his domain. An increase in authority signified a greater capacity to acquire resources for training, which in turn would facilitate the enhancement of his personal prowess, until he mastered the Conqueror's hockey, elevating his strength, speed, and vitality remained the most effective means of augmenting his power. Darren did not consider himself a prodigious talent like Sakazuki, thus he trained with more fervor than anyone else. Based on his assessments, the strength of an adult giant race was approximately around 60 points. Upon reaching this level of vitality, even in a standard state, his physical strength would equate to that of 6 iron blocks. He was drawing ever closer to this target. Indeed, Darren was treading the path of a monster. There were no weaknesses to exploit. He was formidable in every aspect, an overwhelming kind of strength that instilled despair. He believed that with the aid of his innate perceptive talents, he would one day attain the formidable and inhuman physical prowess akin to that of Kaido. Just then, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Draping a bathrobe around himself, Darren approached and opened the door. Standing outside was Weasel, delivering the ice he requested. Darren nodded with a smile, expressing his gratitude. Weasel then gestured to the 2 Navy soldiers behind him, who promptly entered the residence, shouldering crates of ice. The sound of ice cascading into the bathtub filled the air, and the 2 soldiers cast a look of reverence at Darren before departing with respect. What is the condition of those 2 fellows now? Darren discarded his bathrobe and stepped unflinchingly into the bathtub filled with ice, submerging his entire body in the frigid water while casually inquiring. The ice bath was a habitual practice of his. Following intense training, immersing in ice water could enhance blood circulation, aid recovery, alleviate inflammation, and ease soreness. Weasel observed the full tub of ice water, a shiver running down his spine. Upon hearing Darren's question, a peculiar smile graced his face as he replied, "They are likely stimulated by your presence and are currently training at the drill grounds." Darren was taken aback, then burst into laughter, remarking, "It seems the geniuses at headquarters possess their own pride." However, upon reflection, the reactions of Kaki and Gion were quite normal. Within the Navy system, a hierarchy of contempt existed. The elite of the headquarters looked down upon the branches stationed in the Grand Line, while those branches scorned the naval bases across the 4 seas. This was to be expected. After all, in terms of strength, discipline, and equipment, the headquarters Navy held an overwhelming advantage. Meanwhile, the naval forces of the 4 seas, due to their high autonomy and distant governance, were often lax in management and discipline. Kaki and Gion, having grown up in the headquarters, were deeply rooted and favored, endowed with exceptional talent. Who would have imagined that arriving in the North Sea, they would effortlessly fall victim to Darren? Indeed, it ignited their competitive spirit. However, Darren, are you certain their arrival will not disrupt anything? When alone, Weasel, as Darren's right-hand man, typically addressed him by name. Darren squinted slightly, stating, "My actions here cannot be concealed from the headquarters. This so-called inspection is merely a superficial formality. The 3rd officer training camp is about to commence. Although they are already predetermined candidates, appearances must be maintained to enhance their credentials and accolades. If the headquarters intends to act against me, it is unlikely that these 2 greenhorns would be involved. Rather, it would be a baptism under Vice Admiral Crane that I would have to endure." Weasel fell silent for a moment, expressing, "I have a persistent feeling that your situation is perilously precarious. The headquarters will likely uncover something soon." Darren chuckled and shook his head. "The North Sea is too small. It is beneath the notice of the headquarters. Moreover, even if our department uncovers something, what difference would it make?" Darren paused momentarily, then shifted the conversation. "I have heard that the notorious Vinsmoke judge has been causing quite a stir lately." The Weasel responded, "Indeed, he has been flaunting his power, aggressively expanding his forces, leading his army on campaigns in all directions, boasting about beheading the kings of the 4 nations, including the Kingdom of Yadis, to reclaim supremacy over the North Sea." Darren scoffed. "It appears that he has acquired a significant amount of advanced weaponry technology. He seems quite elated." Vinsmoke Judge once collaborated with the so-called genius scientist Dr. Vegapunk, who was said to be ahead of the world by 5 centuries. In the original narrative, after Vegapunk was taken by the world government, Judge managed to escape back to the North Sea with some of Vegapunk's technology. Upon returning to the Germa kingdom, Vinsmoke Judge revitalized Germa 66 using scientific advancements and subsequently led Germa 66 in a cataclysmic event that resulted in the beheading of the rulers of the 4 nations of the North Sea. Commemorating this event with a grand mural, send him a message: the North Sea will not be trifled with by Germa 66. Although the scrutiny from our department is merely superficial, it would be unacceptable for Vinsmoke Judge to wreak havoc across the North Sea under my reign. He tapped his fingers lightly against the edge of the bathtub, asserting that the dominance of the North Sea does not belong to Germa 66. The weasel nodded, hesitating momentarily, as if reluctant to continue. Is there something else? Darren glanced at him. The weasel, carefully weighing his words, finally said, recently, a new faction has emerged in the North Sea, formidable and exceedingly ruthless. They have already dismantled several renowned mafia families, including the Galen family, and taken over their operations. I dispatched someone to investigate this group's background, and it appears to be quite intricate. He inhaled deeply, his expression grave. The leader of this faction is a mere child, not even 10 years old. His name is Don Quixote da Flamingo. Chapter 10. The elegant Magneto frued upon hearing the name Don Quixote da Flamingo. Darren was momentarily taken aback, only to have a peculiar expression swiftly grace his countenance. As a traveler from another realm, he was no stranger to this name. In fact, it resonated with him like thunder. One of the future warlords of the sea, the Flamingo, the largest intermediary in the underworld, controlling more than half of the world's illegal trading channels, known as Joker, ostensibly the king of Dressrosa. He secretly conspired with Kaido of the Beasts, stirring the tides of the world as a formidable antagonist. However, at this juncture, the warlord system had yet to be established, and Kaido had not yet risen to the status of one of the 4 emperors dominating the New World. Doflamingo was merely a brash young man, recently arrived in the North Sea with a handful of subordinates to amass power. Indeed, this young man's background was shrouded in ambiguity, tinged with an air of apprehension. Darren chuckled lightly and bluntly stated, "He is merely a celestial dragon stripped of his privileges, now reduced to a mangy dog roaming the North Sea, biting indiscriminately." The weasel glanced at Darren, well aware from their years of collaboration that Darren was a rogue, reveling in chaos. Yet, the latter's disdainful tone towards the esteemed celestial dragons still left the weasel in a state of exasperation. "You remain remarkably composed," he sighed, acknowledging the predicament. Though Doflamingo had been deprived of his right to reside in Mariewa, he nonetheless bore the blood of a celestial dragon. Now, as he raised the flag of the Don Quixote pirates, it seemed he intended to expand his influence and establish a foothold in the North Sea, complicating matters for them. It was conceivable that he might even jeopardize their plans laid over the past few years. His expression reflected his concern. "Darren, should we report this to headquarters?" By all accounts, Doflamingo had raised the pirate flag, and as the North Sea Navy, they were obliged to take action against him. Yet, Doflamingo's identity as a celestial dragon rendered them hesitant. Darren contemplated the situation. Doflamingo was indeed a thorny issue. It was known that in the original narrative, this individual had audaciously attempted to steal from the heavens, leveraging his celestial dragon status to compel the world government into concessions, ultimately granting him the title of Warlord of the Sea. The Navy, wary of his identity, was reluctant to take decisive action against him. Although Admiral Darren had previously embarked on multiple campaigns against him, inflicting considerable hardship, Doflamingo had often fled at the sight of her ships. This alone spoke volumes. Doflamingo remained at large. Despite Admiral Tsuru's formidable prowess, even if not quite on par with contemporaries like Garp and Sengoku, capturing a Doflamingo who had yet to fully mature would have been a trivial endeavor. Yet, she repeatedly allowed him to slip through her fingers, clearly constrained by his celestial dragon lineage. "No, let me handle that young man. You need not concern yourself with him for the time being. As for the matters at headquarters, it is likely that the old man of the warring states will soon find himself unable to sit still. The weasel nodded slightly and turned to depart from the residence. Darren lay quietly in the frigid, piercing cold of the icy water, lost in contemplation. At a certain moment, he suddenly beckoned with his hand. It was as if a faint arc of electricity flickered through his fingers, and an invisible, enigmatic force field rapidly expanded outward. In the next instant, an astonishing scene unfolded. A coin emerged from the pocket of the military uniform hanging nearby, nimbly and steadily floating above Darren's palm. Suspended in the air as if manipulated by some mysterious power. Should anyone have witnessed this sight, they would surely have been taken aback. As Darren's fingers curled, the metallic coin danced around his hand, swirling and fluttering like a deft butterfly. This was the power of the magnet fruit. In the original narrative, it belonged to the notorious Eustace Kid, a member of the worst generation. This fruit granted the ability to create magnetic fields, magnetize metallic objects, and manipulate metal and electricity. It was a trophy Darren had acquired during a purge operation against the Mafia, and upon confirming that it was indeed Eustace Kid's magnet fruit, he had consumed it without a moment's hesitation. The magnet fruit is, in essence, a devil fruit with immense potential, boundless limits, yet squandered by Kid's ineptitude. It could have been wielded with elegance, akin to Magneto, but instead, he chose to indulge in folly. Thus, a fruit with godlike powers lay wasted. At least from Darren's perspective, if harnessed properly, the might of the magnet fruit could rival that of the finest Logia-type abilities. Naturally, this became Darren's greatest trump card. With these thoughts, he gradually closed his eyes. He lay there in the icy water, the invisible magnetic field eerily enveloping the surroundings, as the metallic coin danced gracefully, occasionally flickering with faint purple arcs of electricity. Under the influence of the biological magnetic field, his external wounds healed rapidly, his muscles rhythmically contracting and expanding. This was a newfound ability he had developed with the magnet fruit. By placing the body within a magnetic field of a certain intensity, he could facilitate the healing of injuries while continuously enhancing physical attributes. Of course, even with his formidable physique, he could only endure this biological magnetic field for about 3 hours. The longer he remained, the greater the pressure and pain he would endure. Should he exceed the limits of his body, his internal organs would suffer irreversible damage. Time passed second by second. With the influence of the biological magnetic field, Darren perceived that his bodily metrics increased every 10 minutes. Physique 0, 0-1, strength 0, 0-1, speed 0, 0-1. The following day, Darren donned a brand new military uniform and draped a grand cloak over his shoulders. Upon arriving at the office of the base commander, he was greeted by the sight of Major Khaki, who sat there with dark circles under his eyes, listlessly yawning. It was evident that he was in a state of exhaustion after a night of rigorous training. Observing this, Darren couldn't help but chuckle, realizing he had indeed startled the poor fellow. "Good morning, Major Khaki," he greeted cheerfully. Morning, Khaki mumbled groggily, and almost as if he recognized the voice's owner. He suddenly jolted upright from the sofa with a shudder. "Don't hit me," he exclaimed, assuming a defensive posture with his hands raised before his face, primarily shielding his features. It was clear he bore the psychological scars of a previous encounter. Darren shook his head with a smile. "Rest assured, I am well aware that you rely on your looks." Khaki regarded Darren with a hint of skepticism before gradually lowering his hands, perhaps feeling a bit embarrassed. He stiffened his neck and huffed. "At least you know your place." After a brief pause, he added, "Regarding yesterday's sparring session, you are aware that I did not unleash my full potential. After all, you are the esteemed leader of Beihai, and it would not reflect well if I were to best you in front of so many of your subordinates." Darren, with an understanding smile, replied, "Indeed, Major Khaki is a genius of this division. How could I possibly be your match?" He then produced a box of cigars and offered one to Khaki. "Indeed," Khaki responded, clearly pleased with Darren's gesture. With one hand on his hip and the other accepting the cigar, he wore a proud expression. "However, Darren, where did you acquire these cigars? Such fine quality is rare, even within our division," as he spoke. Khaki lit the cigar and began to savor the smoke with evident delight. Darren settled beside him, crossing his legs and lighting one for himself as well. "I have plenty of these," he assured. "If you enjoy them, Major Khaki, I can arrange for a whole box to be sent to you." "A whole box?" Khaki's hand trembled in disbelief, his eyes widening in astonishment. He was not so naive as to be unfamiliar with luxury. These cigars, reserved for the elite, originated from the Bellman Islands in the Western Sea, each costing over 50,000 Bailey. A box contains 10 sticks, and a case holds 20 boxes, meaning a single case surpasses 10 million Bailey. Yet, his annual salary as a mere major was barely 2 million Bailey. Where on earth did Darren acquire such wealth? Chapter 11. Reasons for mobilization. At this moment, Shiwan entered the office. Upon seeing Darren and Jiaqing seated together, appearing as good friends indulging in smoke, she furrowed her brows, but ultimately chose not to voice her thoughts. "Commander Darren," Shiwan saluted respectfully. Darren smiled and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Major Shun, you are too kind." He casually glanced at both Shiwan and Jiaqing, and it was evident that after the previous day's sparring, their gazes held a newfound respect. In this vast ocean, it was ultimately strength that spoke volumes. "May I inquire about your agenda for today?" Darren asked with a gentle exhale of smoke, resembling a dragon. Shiwan and Jiaqing exchanged glances, and the former, with a serious expression, began, "Commander Darren, upon observation, we have discovered certain discrepancies in the financial situation of your subordinate branch." "Oh." A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Darren's deep-set eyes. "Are you implying, Major Shiwan?" Prepared, Shiwan produced a dossier and placed it on the desk, her demeanor growing increasingly frigid. "Commander Darren, based on the materials provided by headquarters and my observations, setting aside the situation of other naval branches in the North Sea, the revenue levels of the 321 SD branch's Navy far exceed the normal standards." Darren flicked away the ash from his cigar and chuckled. "Isn't that a good thing? As the noble Navy entrusted with justice, we may gloriously perish at any moment in our quest against pirates. Leaving aside the notion of justice, the Navy is inherently a perilous profession. What does that standard from headquarters amount to in a month? Do you expect them to serve you without compensation?" Shiwan clenched her teeth. "That is not my point. I wish to inquire where this additional military funding is sourced from." At her words, before Darren could respond, Jiaqing's expression shifted. Glancing at the fine cigars on the table, he suddenly realized something, turning to fix his gaze intently on Darren. Faced with the scrutinizing stares of Shiwan and Jiaqing, Darren merely shrugged nonchalantly. "You already know the answer to that question, do you not, Major Shiwan?" Through gritted teeth, Shiwan enunciated, "You have accepted bribes." "Bribes?" Darren laughed as if he had heard an amusing joke, shrugging again. No. How can we refer to naval matters as bribes? This is a matter of reasonable charges." Shiwan looked at Darren, who maintained an air of composure, with incredulity, and could not help but retort, "Do you realize that those are the hard-earned money of civilians? It is this rampant exploitation that leads to countless families being shattered." "Shattered families?" Darren could not help but chuckle. "I trust you have reviewed the intelligence regarding the North Sea. Under my jurisdiction, the crime rate throughout the North Sea has significantly decreased, and the living standards of the civilians have improved considerably. When I collect money from the civilians, I ensure that I fulfill my duties." Upon hearing Darren's words, Shirguan trembled with fury. "It is the Navy's responsibility to protect civilians." Darren chuckled softly, asserting, "You possess your own convictions, while I have my own methods of operation. I'll let the outcomes speak for themselves, and the results indicate that I have managed the North Sea exceptionally well, surpassing any previous period in history." Shirguan opened her mouth, eager to retort, but at that moment, the weasel hurriedly entered the room, his expression grave. "Colonel Darren," he began, his demeanor reflecting the palpable tension in the office, hesitating momentarily. Darren glanced at him and waved his hand, urging, "Speak freely. What has transpired?" The weasel nodded, his voice low and serious. "The Germa 66-foot massacre of the Four Nations operation has commenced. The forces of the evil army have assembled over 10,000 troops and are poised to launch an assault on the Kingdom of Yadis. Based on the evaluation of both sides' military strength and combat capabilities, should the Germa Kingdom initiate war, It is estimated that Yades will fall within an hour. Governor Tillier of the Kingdom of Yades has sent a plea for assistance to our North Sea Navy, requesting our intervention. At these words, both Jackie and Sherwan's expressions shifted dramatically. Germa 66, renowned as a formidable force of the evil army and the House of War, stands as a singular entity without territory, recognized as a member state by the world government. At the pinnacle of Germa's power structure resides the Vinsmoke family. As officers of the headquarters, they were well aware of the might of the North Sea military. The king of Germa, the current head of the Vinsmoke family, Vinsmoke Judge, known as the Monster Bird, is a scientist possessing profound military knowledge. The Germa 66, under his command, is among the world's most formidable armies, holding significant notoriety in the North Sea. If Vinsmoke Judge's claims of aspiring to dominate the North Sea are true, the entire region may very well be engulfed in flames of war. Contemplating this, both of their hearts quaked, their eyes betraying a hint of panic. Having grown up in the Marine headquarters at Marineford, they were still young and had never witnessed the horrors of war firsthand, causing them to feel a sense of trepidation. Instinctively, their gazes turned to Darren. So, the Monster Bird did not receive the message we sent? Darren narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips. The weasel, recognizing the familiar expression of Darren, instantly understood that Vinsmoke Judge was in for a misfortune. It has certainly reached his hands, he affirmed. Excellent. Darren chuckled, extinguishing his cigar, his gaze growing increasingly steely. Then let us set forth. The weasel nodded, retrieving his military communicator to summon his subordinates into swift action. As Darren donned a grand justice cloak, Sherwan's voice called out from behind, laced with apprehension. Darren turned to glance back at her. Guillaume hesitated for a moment and gritted her teeth, saying, "Shouldn't we first report to headquarters? Regarding disputes between nations, we, the Navy, lack the authority to interfere. To rashly meddle in the internal affairs of another country could, with the slightest misstep, provoke a political conflict." Such naivety, a thought flickered through Darren's mind. With the forces of Germa 66, if they were to wait for a response from headquarters, by then the heads of the kings from the four nations of the North Sea would likely already be hanging on the walls of Vinsmoke Judge's castle. He scoffed, moreover, "I cannot permit Germa 66 to instigate a large-scale war within my jurisdiction, resulting in the casualties of innocent civilians." Guillaume was momentarily taken aback, her eyes brightening. It seemed this fellow did possess a modicum of responsibility. However, Darren's next words nearly caused her to spit blood in fury. "Otherwise, if the civilians perish, who will compensate me?" Guillaume's chest rose and fell rapidly as she glared at the towering man before her, exclaiming, "Darren, you scoundrel, are you protecting civilians merely for monetary gain?" At that moment, the distant military port began to resonate with the sound of military bugles. The Navy of Division 321 was assembling. Darren chuckled, "Of course not." Guillaume was momentarily stunned, a sense of relief inexplicably washing over her. Darren continued with a smile. "Aside from that reason, well, Lady Marguerite is in the Kingdom of Yades. We just shared a bed the night before last. If we do not take action, it would be utterly unreasonable." Guillaume, Yaki. They were left speechless. "So, you are deploying troops merely to rescue your mistress?" Chapter 12, In the Name of Justice, the Kingdom of Yades. The bordering seas. The sky was shrouded in gloom, and the ocean roared with tempestuous winds, unleashing towering waves. Along the border, tens of thousands of soldiers from the Kingdom of Yades stood in a disorganized formation, gripping their swords and spears, their eyes wide with terror and faces pale as they gazed at the massive ships emerging from the distant sea. Their hands trembled uncontrollably around their weapons. One ship, two ships, three ships, one after another. Colossal warships resembling military fortifications advanced across the turbulent waters with unnerving ease, bearing down on the Kingdom of Yades with a chilling aura of iron and blood. Banners emblazoned with the number 66 fluttered above each vessel. The ships, constructed from rock and metal, were dragged forward by enormous snails. The flagship was particularly immense, rivaling the size of a small town. Its towering fortress spire adorned with a fierce and formidable cross and falcon banner. The Saint-Germain. This was the flagship of the malevolent army, Germa 66. Damn it, where's the Navy? King Yades III was a portly middle-aged man, his head crowned with gold, sporting a bushy mustache, clad in opulent attire that strained against his corpulence. As he observed the steel tide of the advancing Germa 66 forces, looming like dark clouds, a cold sweat trickled down his anxious brow. That madman, Vince Smoke, judge, dared to threaten to take his head, demanding that the kingdom of Yades surrender its king, or else he would lead his wicked army to raze the entire kingdom to the ground. Noticing the furtive glances cast his way by the soldiers around him, King Yades III felt as restless as an ant on a hot pan. Your Majesty, I have informed Lord Darren. The 321st Division has been dispatched and will arrive at any moment, respectfully replied Tyrrell, the governor of the Kingdom of Yades. He was a handsome man, appearing to be in his early 30s, with an air of delicate elegance and a subtle fragrance emanating from his luxurious attire. Hearing his governor's words, King Yades III felt a slight sense of relief, though anxiety still etched across his face. The Germa kingdom had established itself in the North Sea for 3 centuries, boasting a formidable military that instilled fear in all. With a fervent reverence for martial prowess, the majority of its populace consisted of adult males, all valiant soldiers. In the face of such overwhelming military might, although his own forces had a numerical advantage, it was likely that a full collapse would occur in less than 10 minutes of engagement. Aboard the Saint-Germain, a tall, robust figure with golden hair stood like a tower at the ship's bow. Clad in a metal helmet, his long golden locks cascaded like a lion's mane, his demeanor grave. He bore a sharply angled black beard, and his prominent jawline was adorned with a small goatee. Draped in an orange cloak, adorned with the emblem of Germa 66, and clad in a light gray combat suit complemented by black boots, Vince Smoke Judge wielded a gleaming silver metal spear. As the patriarch of the Vince Smoke family and the commander of Germa 66, he now reigned as the king of the Germa kingdom. What a pathetic bunch. It is a disgrace that such a feeble nation has managed to endure for so long in the North Sea. Vince Smoke Judge's cold gaze fixated on the military forces lining the distant coastline, a smirk of defiance curling at the corners of his mouth. My lord, are we certain we wish to proceed? The Navy. A man clad in a butler's tailcoat stood respectfully behind Vince Smoke Judge, his voice laced with caution. Vince Smoke Judge arched an eyebrow. The butler's pupils dilated with fear. With a swift motion, a sharp spear pierced through the butler's heart, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent. The light in the butler's eyes swiftly faded as he knelt weakly before his master. Disbelief etched across his face. The highest commander of the North Sea? Merely a lowly colonel. What right does he have to deliver warnings to me? Vince Smoke Judge's icy stare scrutinized his subordinates. The glory and dominance of Germa would not be hindered. With that, he yanked the spear from the butler's body, flicking it to splatter blood upon the ground. He cast not another glance at the lifeless form of his fallen subordinate. Germa required no cowardly soldiers. As for the letter delivered by the one named Darren, he had long since discarded it into the trash. A thought flickered through Vince Smoke Judge's mind as he surveyed his surroundings. On each Germa 66 battleship, throngs of figures stood resolutely, muscular and imposing. Each soldier donned sunglasses, their expressions devoid of emotion. Even as war loomed, there was not a flicker of sentiment upon their faces. Clone soldiers. Vince Smoke Judge gazed upon his loyal troops, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. His collaboration with Vegapunk had granted him access to certain genetic engineering technologies. Through the modification of infant genetic factors, he had mastered cloning techniques, thus creating a legion of clone soldiers for Germa 66. These cloned soldiers possessed formidable physiques and exhibited absolute obedience to commands. Their genetic makeup was imbued with the principles of fearlessness in the face of death and unwavering loyalty. In Vince Smoke Judge's eyes, this was the most exceptional and powerful army in the world. The Navy was utterly insignificant when confronted with his indomitable forces, unyielding to pain and death. Most crucially, with the current technology at his disposal, it required merely 5 years to produce a soldier aged 20. This meant that, given sufficient funding, he could infinitely replicate soldiers, thereby amassing the largest army the world had ever seen. As long as he conquers the 4 northern nations, including Yachties, and seizes the entire North Sea, the resources of the North Sea will provide his army with endless numbers, making world domination a feasible ambition. With such thoughts, Vinsmoke Judge smirked and raised his hand, signaling. Accompanying his gesture, the previously disordered fleet swiftly adjusted. Driven by the massive snail, dozens of warships methodically drew closer, aligning with one another. In the fearful, astonished eyes of tens of thousands of soldiers from the Yachties' kingdom, the scattered warships of Germa 66 coalesced into a colossal entity floating upon the sea. An imposing military fortress, enormous black cannons, and thousands of densely packed clone soldiers wielding weapons transformed the Germa 66 fleet into a formidable war beast, armed to the teeth, exuding an aura of ferocity and terror. This is the kingdom of Germa, for the glory of Germa, to dominate the North Sea. Vinsmoke Judge cackled wickedly, raising his spear and proclaiming loudly. As his voice echoed, the thousands of clone soldiers raised their weapons in unison, their battle cries shaking the heavens. For the glory of Germa, to dominate the North Sea. The thunderous roar surged forth like tangible sound waves, crashing towards the troops of the Yachties' kingdom on the shore. The overwhelming intent to kill nearly suffocated them, causing many young soldiers to collapse to the ground, their weapons clattering away. Even King Yachties III trembled in fear, relying on the support of several ministers to barely remain standing. "It's over. It's over," he murmured, his face ashen. Aboard the Saint Germain, witnessing the Yachties' kingdom's army in such disarray, Vinsmoke Judge erupted into maniacal laughter. "Kneel and submit. Germa is the true sovereign of the North Sea." He raised his metallic spear, which crackled with flickering blue electricity. With his movements, the formidable military fortress of the Germa kingdom surged forward at full speed towards the coastline. Its massive scale and volume stirred up towering waves on the surface of the sea. Vinsmoke Judge took a deep breath and grinned menacingly. "All units prepare. Attack." Before he could finish his command, a pitch-black cannonball suddenly descended from the sky, crashing heavily beside him. Vinsmoke Judge's pupils constricted. Boom! A violent explosion erupted, sending flames and thick black smoke billowing outward. The sudden turn of events caused the advancing clone soldiers to freeze in their tracks. On the coastline, the nobles and soldiers of the Yachties' kingdom stood in shock, their faces blank as they beheld the spectacle. Damn it! Who could it be? As the wind dispersed the smoke, Vinsmoke Judge emerged, covered in soot from a deep crater, gritting his teeth and roaring in rage. As if sensing something, he turned his gaze toward a certain direction. Simultaneously, the ministers and soldiers of the Kingdom of Yachties also looked toward that spot. There, amidst the howling winds and surging waves, a colossal warship gradually emerged. On its towering mast, the words "Justice" were emblazoned in an elegant, sweeping script. A tall, imposing figure stood at the bow of the ship, his broad white cloak billowing dramatically in the tempestuous winds, creating a resonant sound. It was Darren. "The Navy has arrived. We are saved." King Yachties III was instantly overwhelmed with joy, his face flushed with excitement. In stark contrast, Vinsmoke Judge's complexion turned a ghastly shade of pale. Under the watchful eyes of tens of thousands from the Kingdom of Yachties and the Germa kingdom, the warship sailed with a steady and swift motion into the contested waters, acting as an insurmountable barrier that separated the two nations' armies. In that instant, the atmosphere over the sea became eerily silent and tense. Everyone involuntarily shifted their gaze to the figure at the bow of the warship. With short black hair, sharp brows, and deep, austere features, the naval captain gradually curled the corners of his mouth into a smile. Raising his head, his defiant gaze locked onto the increasingly grim face of Vinsmoke Judge. "In the name of justice." His voice resonated across the vast expanse of the sea. "I have come to put an end to this war." Chapter 13. The Magnetic Fruit. A memorable scene. "I have come to put an end to this war." The deep voice of the naval colonel gradually echoed across the desolate sea, causing all to widen their eyes in astonishment. On the deck of the warship, The Navy of the North Sea gazed at the formidable admiral at the bow, their eyes shining with admiration. Many young female sailors had hearts in their eyes. Damn it! He has outshone me again. Why can't I come up with such lines? Akaji muttered in frustration, glancing at the reactions of others, his face flushed with embarrassment. Guillaume's eyes flickered slightly. At that moment, a furious voice from the Germa kingdom pierced through the air. Darren, what are you doing? Do you intend to strike against me? Germa was indeed a member of the world government, a powerful nation qualified to attend the World Conference. To act against me is to provoke a member state. Furthermore, you Navy have no authority to interfere in inter-country disputes. Darren narrowed his eyes, the cape of justice billowing behind him the wind, and sneered, Then smoke judge. It is true that the Germa kingdom is a member of the government, but the Yadi's kingdom is equally a member. Most importantly, I cannot tolerate such a grave war occurring within my jurisdiction. Vinsmoke Judge, in a fit of rage, laughed mockingly. So you believe that a mere naval colonel, with a warship and a few hundred men, can thwart the might of Germa 66? Foolish young sailor. Do not make grandiose claims here. He raised his hand forcefully. No one can obstruct my ambition for Germa to dominate the North Sea. A glimmer of madness and ferocity flashed in his eyes. Fire. Sinking that warship is imperative, given Germa's status as a member of the world government. Even if he were to kill this so-called Admiral of the North Sea on the spot, he would face no repercussions from the government. Moreover, this act would send a clear signal to the Navy headquarters, a warning, that even they must not impede Germa's path to supremacy. Tremble beneath Germa's artillery. Submit. As his voice fell, the thunderous roar of cannon fire shattered the silence of the sea. The people of the Yadi's kingdom were horrified to witness countless flames erupting from Germa's battleships, consuming the air, with trails of fiery red light soaring into the sky. They felt the once vibrant heavens suddenly darken, as if shrouded by a heavy layer of ominous clouds. No, that was not dark clouds. It was an almost uncountable barrage of shells and bullets, densely packed like locusts, slicing through the air with sharp detonations, tracing densely packed parabolic arcs as they descended towards the area where the warship was located. A vast expanse of darkness formed a terrifying and oppressive web of death. There was nowhere to escape. In an instant, a scorching gale swept down from above, and hundreds upon thousands of artillery shells cascaded, resembling a torrential downpour that infused the very sea with a pungent scent of gunpowder. Among these projectiles, it became evident that their shapes were not the conventional spheres, but rather reminiscent of rocket artillery and missiles. This was the formidable military technology of Germa 66, capable of dominating the North Sea. On board the warship, the expressions of Kaji and Cheyenne transformed drastically. Damn it! Germa 66 truly dared to attack the Navy. Has Vinsmoke Judge lost his mind? Kaji's heart raced, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Cheyenne, drawing his renowned sword from his waist, wore an expression of utmost gravity. Such a concentrated barrage could effortlessly raise a small mountain to the ground in an instant. They stood no chance of intercepting it. Most critically, they were situated in the heart of the sea. Should their vessel be sunk, even if they survived the terrifying bombardment, they would be helpless against the second wave once they plunged into the ocean. Yet, amid their growing anxiety, they were suddenly astonished to see the other sailors aboard the warship wearing an inexplicably strange expression. Could it be? Kaji and Cheyenne simultaneously turned their gaze toward Darren at the bow of the ship. At that moment, the highest military commander of the North Sea Navy made his move. A cold smirk graced his lips as he gazed up at the cascading rain of shells, slowly raising his hand. With a gentle push into the void, it felt as if he had merely caressed the air. Then, a faint arc of purple electricity flickered through the emptiness. An invisible force field silently expanded. Kaji and Cheyenne stood frozen, their eyes widening as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. On the coastline, thousands of soldiers from the Yadi's kingdom, including the king himself, gaped in astonishment, their eyes nearly popping from their sockets. The dense hail of projectiles, countless shells and bullets pouring down like a swarm of locusts, suddenly collided with an unseen membrane, their descent abruptly decelerating, and then, peculiarly, they froze mid-air. The multitude of shells hung silently, suspended 5 meters above the warship, utterly motionless. At such a close distance, even Kaji and Cheyenne could discern the markings on the shells and inhale the sharp scent of gunpowder. Silence. The world plunged into a profound stillness. An overwhelming quietude descended, inducing an illusion among all present that the very air around them vibrated with a low hum. On Germa's flagship, Vinsmoke Judge stared in disbelief at this surreal scene, scarcely able to trust his own eyes. The falling shells had actually halted in mid-air. At that moment, the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. In the suffocating silence that quickened everyone's heartbeat, a faint sound suddenly emerged. Click a lighter ignited. At the prow of the warship, the black-haired naval colonel shielded himself from the biting sea wind with one hand while deftly igniting a cigar with the other. A flicker of crimson light danced in the air. "This is your final opportunity, Vinsmoke Judge," he stated in a tone devoid of emotion. As he spoke, countless shells suspended in mid-air began to rotate slowly under the influence of an unseen force, akin to cannons adjusting their aim. The rocket launchers, exhaling torrents of flame, also realigned their trajectory, the target ominously directed towards the distant realm of the Germa kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge's countenance shifted dramatically as he beheld the multitude of rocket launchers and missiles recalibrating their aim. An icy chill coursed down his spine. The Admiral of the North Sea inhaled deeply from his cigar, the smoke coalescing in the air into a pristine white flag. "Return to your previous course. I can pretend as if nothing has transpired." Chapter 14. The destruction of a nation by a single individual? What kind of ability is this? Gaki stared in bewilderment at the projectile overhead, which was slowly changing direction, his speech faltering. Is it a power to manipulate metal? Jiyuan's expression mirrored his shock. Beside them, the ferret crossed his arms, chuckling as he lit a cigarette. "That fellow, Darren, is becoming increasingly precise in his control of the magnetic fields." Meanwhile, from a distance aboard the Saint Germain, Vinsmoke Judge's pupils trembled in astonishment at the oppressive scene unfolding before him, his teeth gritting involuntarily. Yet, the words spoken by Darren reignited the flames of fury within him. This naval brat, such audacity, does he truly believe that with the power of a single devil fruit, he can contend against the nefarious forces of the Germa kingdom? What a farce! If even a brat like you cannot be dealt with, how can Germa 66 claim dominion over the North Sea? Vinsmoke Judge roared, his eyes ablaze with wrath. "All units attack. Charge directly forward. Smash those battleships." As his command echoed, the Germa fleet surged into chaos once more, propelled by the massive snail, accelerating furiously towards the warship occupied by Darren. Darren remained silent, slowly raising his hand once more. His movements were deliberate and languid, a stark contrast to the ferocious advance of Germa 66's numerous warships, which roared across the surface of the sea, stirring tumultuous waves. Even the tens of thousands of people on the coastline of the Yadi's kingdom could clearly observe his actions. With long, powerful fingers, he gently extended his hand into the air, then clenched his fist. In the next moment, a resounding, piercing sonic boom erupted. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The dense cluster of projectiles in the sky, which seemed to obscure the sun, began to tremble violently. An invisible storm appeared to manifest in the void, followed by a deafening roar as the air shattered. The rain of projectiles, capable of effortlessly leveling half a mountain, surged forward with a velocity twice that of their earlier descent, propelled by the Admiral's gesture, hurtling mercilessly toward the fleet of Germa 66. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot fury. Boom, boom. A torrential downpour of artillery shells rained down upon the war fortress formed by the dozens of warships. Cataclysmic explosions erupted across the land of the Germa kingdom, blooming like fiery flowers, each mushroom cloud a testament to the devastation. Under such relentless bombardment, the replicated soldiers had no time to react, helplessly witnessing their advanced technological weaponry explode beside them, only to be consumed and engulfed by flames and shockwaves. The inferno soared skyward, and the island-like Germa kingdom trembled beneath the ferocious onslaught of this merciless barrage. The vast explosion unleashed a lateral wave, rippling outward in concentric circles across the tumultuous sea, stirring up a tempest of monstrous waves. Thick, black smoke billowed into the sky, while the distant tremors and crashing waves rendered the soldiers of the Kingdom of Yadis on the coastline pale with fear. Aboard the swaying warship, all hands, including Gun and Jichi, clung desperately to the mast and other fixed objects to avoid being thrown overboard. The two could not help but gaze toward the bow, where a figure stood, resolute against the storm like a steadfast rock. In the distance, illuminated by the explosive light from the Kingdom of Germa, the North Sea Admiral puffed on a cigar, a calm smile perpetually gracing his lips. His ample white cloak, bathed in the glow of the flames, appeared as glaring as blood. In a moment of clarity, they finally comprehended that the reason Darren could govern the chaotic waters of the North Sea with such order and precision was not solely due to his formidable political acumen, but predominantly because of his monstrous strength, an ability potent enough to single-handedly obliterate a nation. The relentless explosions continued for a full minute before gradually subsiding. As the cold sea breeze dispersed the thick smoke, the assembled crowd finally beheld the grim state of the Germa Kingdom's fleet, collectively gasping in shock. The land was scorched, littered with the embers of flames, and pockmarked with craters of varying depths. Towering fortifications and artillery emplacements lay in ruins, reduced to charred remnants. Amidst the debris, the bodies of replicated soldiers were strewn haphazardly, many shattered to pieces, leaving behind only indistinct fragments of limbs. On the flagship Saint Germain, the crosshawk flag that hung at its zenith was gradually reduced to ash amidst the flames. Over half of the Germa kingdom had been utterly leveled. Suddenly, a violent coughing erupted from within the rubble. "Damn it, you naval brat, how dare you!" accompanied by the crumbling of charred rock and debris. Vinsmoke, Judge, struggled to rise from the wreckage. He was no longer the invincible figure he once was. His body was smeared with blood, appearing utterly disheveled. The cloak branded with the emblem of Germa 66 unfurled from his form, as if it were a living entity. "It seems you have developed the first generation of combat suits," Darren mused, raising his eyebrows with keen interest. The combat suits of Germa 66, a high-tech creation of Vinsmoke Judge, were crafted from specialized shape-memory armor, remarkably sturdy. The cloak served as a shield, impervious even to flames. It was indeed the defensive properties of the cloak that had shielded him from the explosive shockwaves. "In that case, let me test the power of this combat suit," Darren whispered softly, his eyes glinting with intensity. He turned to the naval personnel and instructed, "Hold steady." Gun and Jichi exchanged a startled glance. Before they could react, the other sailors, including the flying squirrel, clung tightly to the railings of the ship. Without a moment to ponder, they instinctively emulated their comrades by grasping the fixtures aboard the warship. Then Darren inhaled deeply. Hiss! With this breath, the cigar clenched between his teeth, visibly burned down significantly. The naval colonel gazed disdainfully at the Saint Germain 100 meters away, his knees slightly bent, body descending. The cape behind him billowed dramatically, muscles taut as if coiled like a spring, resembling a poised cheetah ready to pounce. Wait, could it be? Jiajing seemed to sense something, a twitch in the corner of his eye betraying his apprehension. As if to confirm his suspicions, Darren, with his entire body tense and sinking, curled the corner of his mouth into a smirk, and with a tremendous exertion, his coiled form unleashed its power. Boom! A dull roar emanated from the hull of the warship, and Jiajing and Gun felt as if the world before them had suddenly turned upside down. A terrifying centrifugal force surging forth, their bodies nearly thrown into the air. The massive warship tilted as Darren's foot struck with colossal force. The bow plunged into the sea, while the stern reared high, the angle of the deck approaching 45 degrees. Bang! Darren's feet unleashed an unparalleled strength, causing the slanted warship to shift several meters sideways. With this recoil, Darren's figure shot forth from the bow like an arrow released from a bowstring, instantaneously breaking the sound barrier, the air exploding into a sharp crack. His silhouette raced parallel to the surface of the sea, its velocity so astonishing that the resulting wake carved a long, white trough into the water. Chapter 15. The technology of Germa is truly extraordinary. Gazing at the figure shooting towards the Saint Germain like a white arrow, Guillaume gripped the ship's railing tightly. His expression one of sheer disbelief. Boom! At that moment, the ship's elevated stern, under the force of gravity, plunged back into the sea, sending waves crashing down and drenching the sailors aboard. However, Kaki paid no heed to this chaos, his eyes wide with astonishment as he fixed his gaze on Darren, nearly incredulous at the explosive power displayed. That scoundrel intends to leap nearly 100 meters on sheer strength alone to breach the kingdom of Germa. Hey, has that lunatic always been this reckless? Kaki's lips twitched as he turned to the nearby weasel, unable to contain his curiosity. A resigned smile flickered across Weasel's face. This was simply Darren's style of combat. In the past year alone, the number of warships rendered inoperable by his antics had exceeded 5. If it weren't for the North Sea Navy's substantial funds, relying solely on the meager military budget allocated from headquarters, the North Sea Fleet would have long gone bankrupt. Weasel couldn't help but think. In a swift turn of events, the ship regained its stability on the water, while Darren, with unstoppable momentum, crashed heavily into the earth of the Germa kingdom like a horizontally fired cannonball. Boom! A deafening roar erupted, clouds of dust billowing as the ground trembled slightly. In the next moment, Darren, cigar clenched between his teeth, slowly rose from a 5-meter-wide crater, a defiant grin adorning his face. Smooth landing, he remarked, as his cloak billowed wildly amid the swirling dust and fierce winds. Kill! Bring him down! Vince Smoke Gaji, witnessing the ferocity of the naval admiral, narrowed his eyes, then issued a grim command. As his voice fell, countless replicated soldiers emerged from the surrounding artillery and the ruins of fortifications. Clad in identical uniforms and sunglasses, the replicated soldiers moved in perfect unison, exuding a chilling aura devoid of any human emotion. Swish! They simultaneously raised their long rifles. Hundreds of gun muzzles aimed at the naval colonel. Pull the trigger. Bang, 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 bang. A torrent of flames erupted from the gun barrels. Countless bullets whistling through the air, leaving trails in their wake. Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Darren grinned, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. Without employing the powers of the magnet fruit, he strolled forward with calm confidence, undeterred by the dense barrage of bullets. Vince Smoke Gaji's eyes widened in shock, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. Clink, clink, clink. A relentless hail of bullets rained down upon Darren's body, shredding his suit and military attire. Yet it seemed as though they struck steel, producing a crisp sound. As Martian dust erupted, bullets cascaded like rain, ricocheting off the surface of the naval commander, leaving a myriad of tiny craters on the surrounding ground, fortifications, and walls. From a distance, the naval commander appeared as a traveler bravely advancing against the tempest. Such formidable tenacity. How could this be possible? How could a human possess such physical prowess? Vince Mock Gage roared in fury, his eyes wide with disbelief. Seeing the futility of gunfire, a replicated soldier emerged from the military fortress, hoisting a compact rocket launcher onto his shoulder, aiming it and pulling the trigger. With a sharp, piercing blast, the diminutive rocket launcher unleashed a long, crimson trail, soaring toward Darren. Yet, the latter unexpectedly seized it mid-flight. This cutting-edge technology surpassed the quality of the Navy's artillery by a significant margin. Darren, intrigued, examined the trembling rocket launcher in his grasp and remarked casually before he hurled it with considerable force. The rocket returned along its original trajectory, exploding before the replicated soldier wielding it, engulfing a 5-meter radius in a fierce inferno. Its power rivaled that of a small heavy artillery piece, yet it boasted greater portability. Darren squinted, assessing the weapon's might and forming a clear vision in his mind. He had meticulously harvested wealth from the Mafia to fund the Northern Sea Navy, aspiring to create a formidable force that significantly surpassed the main headquarters military budget. His goal was unmistakable: to transform the Northern Sea Navy into his own domain. An entire fleet at his command, a personal military force. As a time traveler, he was acutely aware of the constraints imposed on the Navy. No matter how much one might embellish it, the overwhelming power of the world government loomed over the Navy's justice. This was a pressing reality that could not be overlooked. The Navy, the world's largest violent enforcement agency, operated under the auspices of the world government, serving as its FAAD. A pivotal aspect of this dynamic was military funding. The world government collected taxes from member nations and, through military allocations, directly or indirectly controlled the Navy's financial lifeline. Without independent fiscal authority and lacking alternative channels for military funding, the Navy was perpetually constrained, ultimately bowing to the harsh realities it faced. Darren's financial endeavors aimed to establish an independent military force at his disposal, free from governmental constraints. At present, after years of diligent cultivation and planning, the Northern Sea Navy's funding had become entirely self-sufficient, even exceeding the budgetary standards of comparable divisions at headquarters. Yet this was insufficient. Darren was acutely aware of the Northern Sea Navy's weakness. Its combat capabilities fell far short of the elite forces at headquarters and were a considerable distance from the formidable standards of a New World. Although he had significantly enhanced the overall strength of the Northern Sea Navy through rigorous training and scientifically executed methods, it remained woefully inadequate. However, returning to reality, the enhancement of military combat capabilities is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight. It requires time and persistent effort. Yet, the prospect of Germa 66 has unveiled an entirely new avenue for him. Germa 66 possesses one of the most advanced and cutting-edge military technologies in the world. Whether it be various innovative weaponry, cybernetic enhancements, or combat suits, they can significantly bolster the combat effectiveness of the Northern Sea Navy in a remarkably short span of time. Should he manage to procure the technologies of Germa 66 to equip his own Northern Sea Navy, Darren is confident that he will soon command an extraordinarily formidable Northern fleet. With this in mind, a smile of resolve creased Darren's lips as he quickened his pace. His target, the commander of Germa 66, Vince Smoke Judge. Chapter 16. I am the genius of this division, and so is Khaki. As Darren charged forward, his powerful strides caused the ground beneath him to tremble violently, creating a gaping chasm as if struck by an invisible giant hammer. The earth erupted in a flurry of soil and debris. In the wake of such inhuman force, Darren surged forth like a cannonball, propelled by a tempestuous whirlwind, swiftly closing in on his target. In an instant, Vince Smoke Gaji felt an overwhelming sense of suffocating pressure envelop him, sending chills down his spine as though he were being hunted by a colossal sea monster. The murderous aura radiating from the naval colonel resembled that of a demon emerging from a mountain of corpses. The very sea breeze tinged with the scent of iron and blood. Kill him. Eliminate that wretch. The memories of the naval force's brutal tactics against pirates surged in Gaji's mind, his eyes bloodshot and his voice a fierce command. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of replica soldiers surged forward, weapons drawn, charging at Darren. Two gleaming long blades swept down towards him, but a smirk crept across Darren's lips as he deftly sidestepped. The sharp edges grazed his form. In that fleeting moment, the naval colonel's hands transformed into lethal weapons, striking with the swiftness of steel as he plunged into the throats of two replica soldiers. With a sickening sound, crimson blood erupted forth, the soldiers' eyes dimming rapidly. Without a moment's hesitation, having dispatched the two before him, Darren's figure erupted once more like a tiger unleashed from its cage, crashing into the ranks of replica soldiers as though a tiger had infiltrated a flock of sheep, unstoppable in his ferocity. From a distance, Giant and Khaki watched in horror as the densely packed army of replica soldiers surrounded the naval colonel. Yet from the center of the encirclement emanated the gruesome sounds of flesh being torn and bones snapping. The warm bodies of the fallen soldiers, drenched in blood, continued to be flung from the throng, collapsing lifelessly. In less than 10 seconds, the ground was stained crimson, littered with the remnants of shattered bodies. Giant and Khaki aboard the warship were struck with disbelief as they beheld this scene, their expressions filled with dread. At that moment, Darren had transformed into an efficient and precise killing machine. Wherever he tread, the replica soldiers, whose physiques far surpassed that of ordinary men, were rendered utterly defenseless against his monstrous form and ferocious close-quarters combat. It was a relentless onslaught. Darren's every limb became a weapon of death, sweeping through the fray with astonishing speed, harvesting lives as effortlessly as a tempest scatters leaves. Bullets, steel blades, battle axes, and long swords clashed against him, yet they seemed to strike against iron, sparking against his flesh, leaving only faint red marks. Bathed in blood, the naval colonel laughed maniacally, his once pristine white cloak of justice now drenched in a sanguine hue. That man reveled in the thrill of slaughter. Giant stared, wide-eyed, at the naval colonel's maniacal grin, and his mind involuntarily drifted back to the scene from the training grounds just the day before. Confronted with his formidable swordsmanship, Darren chose to endure the onslaught. It became evident that his unwavering stance was not born of confidence in his physical defenses, but rather a revelry in the precarious dance between life and death. A delight in the chaos of combat. What a madman! Scherzwan, biting her lip, could not help but mutter a curse under her breath. Beside her, Khaki cast a glance at Scherzwan, noticing her transfixed gaze on Darren's retreating figure. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, he turned to the weasel and shouted hastily, "Quick, we must join in. I am determined to send Vince smoke Germa flying." The weasel stared, puzzled by Khaki's sudden burst of enthusiasm, and instinctively replied, "Are you certain? Colonel Darren does not take kindly to our interference in his battles. He appears to be relishing this moment. Furthermore, according to our intelligence, the commander of Germa 66, Vince Smoke Germa, is exceptionally powerful, having developed advanced weaponry." Before he could finish, Khaki seized the collar of his military uniform, his face flushed with indignation as he growled, "Damn it, weasel. Do you think I'm someone to be trifled with? I'm a genius of this division. Khaki is my name. How could a mere Germa 66 stand a chance against me?" Releasing his grip, he turned with newfound determination, his small eyes darting. Catching a glimpse of Scherzwan before boldly gazing toward the Germa 66 fleet, his voice feigning gravity as he chuckled, "This exhilarating feeling of bloodshed is truly a long-lost thrill. I never anticipated that even in the North Sea, someone could exert such pressure upon this genius." Observing Khaki's flamboyant demeanor, the weasel's mouth twitched. Resigned, he waved his hand, issuing a military signal. The Navy personnel sprang into action, the warship's engines roaring to life as they surged toward the fleet of the Germa kingdom. Meanwhile, a sharp clang resonated, akin to the clash of metal. Several steel blades struck Darren's chest with a heavy thud, sparks flying as they shattered upon impact. The replicated soldiers stared at the severed blades in disbelief, although they had been stripped of their sense of pain and were unafraid of death or betrayal. Their basic emotions remained intact, yet they could not fathom why the body of the man before them was more resilient than the weapons forged from the finest steel. Moreover, it was glaringly evident that, compared to the initial confrontation, this Navy man's physical fortitude had only grown stronger. It is nearly time. Indeed, practical combat is the finest means of enhancing one's prowess. A smile broke across Darren's face. Within his perceptive abilities, he sensed that, following the recent skirmish, his physique and strength had significantly ascended, particularly his physicality, which had now surpassed the threshold of 60 points. It was time to attend to serious matters. With his physicality elevated to 60 points, facing the replicated soldiers' assaults yielded no discernible improvement. Moreover, these wretches have been stripped of the very essence of fear. Tireless and unafraid of death, their relentless pursuit of battle is but a futile endeavor. With this thought in mind, Darren licked his parched lips, cracked from the harshness of the environment. A sharp, piercing whistle resonated from behind him. Several replicated soldiers leapt high, brandishing steel blades aimed at Darren's neck. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were taken aback to discover that their long knives had come to an abrupt halt, mere inches from the back of Darren's head. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, vibrating with an oppressive stillness. The suspended blades trembled incessantly, emitting a low hum. Yet, No movement was observed from the naval commander. Suddenly, the ground beneath him stirred with an unsettling force. Steel bars, akin to monstrous black serpents, erupted from the earth, intertwining as if animated, forming an intricate web that ensnared the replicated soldiers. They had no time to react as their bodies were ensnared by the twisting steel, which then violently pulled them down. The steel gripped their forms, embedding deeply into the crumbling earth, tightening with an unyielding force. In the horrified and nearly petrified gaze of Vince Mockgage, Darren became the epicenter of a macabre scene. Hundreds of replicated soldiers within a 100-meter radius were ensnared by the steel that seemed to sprout from the ground. Constricting ever tighter, blood gushed forth as the rusted steel tore through their skin and flesh. In mere moments, the ground was drenched in crimson, their bodies entangled and pierced by the contorted steel, organs spilling forth in a gruesome display. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The Supreme Commander of the Northern Navy stood amidst the sea of bloodied corpses, surrounded by countless steel bars that danced like black serpents, akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell. Chapter 17. The Navy reigns as the sovereign of the seas. Dust swirled in the air, and the frigid steel danced wildly. Vinsmoke, Judge, gazed upon the remnants of the Germa kingdom, his eyes filled with fury. Damn it! I am the man destined to lead Germa to dominance over the North Sea. Darren grinned, his eyes narrowing. The Navy is the true sovereign of these waters. You are far from being the king of the North Sea. With a swift motion of his hand, dozens of twisted steel bars surged into motion, piercing through the air towards Vinsmoke Judge with a deafening roar. With a sudden burst, two plumes of white smoke erupted from the heels of Vinsmoke Judge's combat boots, propelling him skyward like a monstrous bird. Let me show you the true power of Germa 66, you little brat, he shouted, brandishing his metallic spear, deflecting the incoming steel bars with remarkable agility, his golden hair streaming behind him as he dove from the heights. Crackling blue electricity danced along the spear, radiating an enchanting brilliance. Electromagnetic thrust. In an instant, Vinsmoke Judge had plunged before Darren, gripping the electric spear tightly, ready to deliver a decisive blow. The intense current and penetrating force caused the very air to erupt with a thunderous explosion. Is this the power of technology? Facing the spear capable of piercing steel and fortifications, Darren merely chuckled softly. The fierce winds ruffled his dark hair as the spear's tip approached his brow. The searing heat of the current palpable, yet he maintained his composure. An invisible magnetic field suddenly radiated from his body, causing ripples to form in the air. In the next moment, the spear seemed to pierce through an invisible mass, its velocity astonishingly decelerating until it came to a standstill. Vinsmoke Judge's pupils constricted. No matter how forcefully he propelled the spear, the high-tech weapon remained utterly immobile, as though gripped tightly by an unseen hand. To confront me with technology is your gravest folly, Darren remarked nonchalantly. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Vinsmoke Judge screamed in a fit of hysteria, relinquishing the spear and executing a mid-air spin, his boots igniting with brilliant electricity as they swung towards Darren's head. Electromagnetic smash. Yet, the same scenario unfolded once more. The boots, emitting waves of white energy, were ensnared by that mysterious force, immobilized in mid-air. A flicker of horror crossed Vinsmoke Judge's face. His high-tech weapon completely countered by this fiend's devil fruit ability? Before he could process this realization, he felt a blur before his eyes. The Navy captain had vanished from sight. Such incredible speed. The fierce gust of wind erupted beside him, and Vinsmoke Gage gritted his teeth, a chill creeping up his spine. Behind him, his flowing cloak suddenly writhed as if animated, enveloping his body. Boom! A military boot struck with tremendous force against his abdomen. With an explosion of power, the commander of Germa 66 was propelled backward like a cannonball, hurtling towards a distant military fortress. Thunderous rumbles echoed as the fortress was instantly pierced, a web of cracks spreading across its walls before it collapsed with a deafening crash. Countless stones tumbled down, and the earth groaned under the unbearable weight. Darren landed firmly. Damn it! This is impossible. My technology is supposed to be invincible. Watching Vince Smoke Gaji stumble out from the ruins, Darren's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He was testing the might of this combat suit. Unlike his future children, Vince Smoke Gaji had not undergone technological genetic modification. He did not possess that invulnerable, monstrous physique. Most of his strength was derived from his high-tech weaponry, the combat suit. Without it, his abilities would scarcely exceed those of a naval officer. Although this was merely a first-generation combat suit, its power was still considerable, even if it paled in comparison to its portrayal in the Cake Island arc. At present, based on Vince Smoke Gaji's recent offensive and the cloak's defensive capabilities, Darren was quite pleased with the potency of this first-generation combat suit. It was within his estimation that any professionally trained Navy personnel outfitted with a similar combat suit would likely attain combat prowess comparable to that of a naval brigadier. Just then, allow me to assist you, Darren. The genius Khaki from the naval headquarters will triumph over the nefarious army commander in this battle, rescuing the beleaguered kingdom of Yadis and becoming a hero of the Navy. A boisterous laugh echoed from a distance. Darren paused, turning to look. He saw that their warship had somehow docked, with Guion and the Squirrel leading the Navy troops in fierce combat against the remnants of the replicated soldiers. Khaki's figure surged dramatically from the crowd, stirring up clouds of dust as he charged towards Vince Smoke Gaji with unstoppable momentum. A few dark lines appeared on Darren's forehead. This guy is seeking the spotlight again? He instinctively opened his mouth to speak, but Khaki arrogantly laughed. Darren, do not intervene. Darren pondered for a moment and halted his advance. Khaki's heart surged with joy at the sight, observing the panting Vince Smoke Gaji. He could not help but break into a triumphant smile. From their earlier exchange, he had discerned that this opponent was not particularly formidable. If he could take him down, Guion would surely regard him with newfound respect. Even if that did not occur, he could still emerge as the hero who saved the kingdom of Yadis. Imagine the number of ladies and young women eagerly awaiting his affection. With such thoughts, Khaki quickened his pace, charging forward. The nefarious military commander, Vince Smoke Judge, Lieutenant Kaji of the Navy headquarters, in the name of justice. His words were abruptly interrupted. Boom! A combat boot, crackling with blue electricity, landed squarely on his face. Subsequently, propelled backward at double the speed of his initial charge. He crashed into a military fortress. Not far away, the weasel grimaced, shielding his face with his hands. Vince Smoke Judge's defeat was so thorough not due to his own weakness, but rather the overwhelming strength of Darren. Ji-Yuen shook his head in disbelief. With a swift kick, he sent the foolish Navy officer, who had emerged from nowhere, flying. Gasping for breath, Vince Smoke Judge turned back, fixating his glare on Darren. Damn it, one after another, you Navy officers are simply too bothersome. Boom! The combat boot beneath him expelled a torrent of scorching air, and his figure soared once more, diving towards Darren. He was unwilling to admit that the technology he had painstakingly researched from Vegapunk had led to such a complete failure. Yet, in the face of his assault, Darren merely raised his hand, gently grasping the air. An invisible magnetic field spread forth, immobilizing Vince Smoke Judge midair. In the next instant, excruciating pain coursed through his limbs. Sizzle. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed. The metal spear he clutched and the combat boots he wore, their metallic components writhed like living creatures, impaling his hands and feet, blood gushing forth. The intense agony compelled him to emit a wail. However, soon after, several thick steel rods erupted from the ground, coiling around him like constricting serpents, binding him tightly in midair. Clang! A metal piece sealed his mouth, silencing his cries abruptly. Thick strands of blood filled the area around his pupils. Hush! The Navy colonel approached him, making a gesture for silence, and with an elegant smile, remarked, I'm afraid your plans to dominate the North Sea have come to an end. Chapter 18. I to depart? That evening, in the capital of the Yadis kingdom, Verna, within the opulent halls of the palace. Darren, you wretched scoundrel. That was Germa, a member of the world government, and you nearly brought it to ruin. The furious roar emanated from the military phone bug resting on the coffee table, vividly emulating the apoplectic visage of Admiral Sengoku. his countenance aflame with rage. Do you comprehend that the Germa kingdom is no ordinary member state? It is one of the nations eligible to attend the World Conference. Do you have any notion of the colossal political ramifications your actions will incite? Protecting member states is the Navy's duty and responsibility. Darren lounged on a plush leather sofa, a glass of whiskey on the rocks in one hand and a lit cigar held loosely in the other. He reclined, puffing smoke nonchalantly while half-heartedly absorbing Sengoku's tirade. Gion, the ferret, in khaki, whose face was swollen like a pig's, stood there in silence, not daring to breathe, their gazes fixed inward. Damn it, Darren, are you even listening to me? After 2 minutes of unrelenting admonishment, Sengoku's fury escalated upon realizing Darren's lack of response. Are you, the North Sea Admiral, considering abandoning your post? Darren chuckled softly and quipped, Shall I take my leave then? Sengoku. On the other end of the line, within the Admiral's office, Sengoku was momentarily rendered speechless, his aged face turning a deep shade of crimson. The North Sea was in utter disarray, and he had not forgotten the lessons learned from the debacles involving Borsellino and Sakazuki during their tenure in the North Sea. Only a cunning rogue like Darren could maintain order in that turbulent territory. If he were to vacate his position without his authoritative presence, it was likely that the North Sea would swiftly revert to being a haven for pirates and mafia families. You're jesting. Darren's smile widened as he savored a sip of whiskey, relishing the fiery spirit as it coursed down his throat. He replied casually, Admiral Sengoku, there is no need for such alarm. I shall manage this matter adeptly. Upon hearing the North Sea Admiral's nonchalant demeanor, Sengoku nearly erupted again, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the impulse to rush to the North Sea and deliver a sound thrashing to Darren. What on earth are you thinking, young man? Should the situation be mishandled, it could trigger a chain reaction of consequences. Sengoku's voice grew somber, his tone grave. Since its establishment, the Germa kingdom has been a member of the world government for 3 centuries. The Navy's actions against a member state. If this escalates, even I will be unable to protect you. Darren exhaled a plume of smoke and smiled. I am well aware, Admiral Sengoku. However, this incident was not without cause. Vinsmoke Judge led Germa 66 in an assault on the Yadi's kingdom, which is also a member state of the government. Had I not intervened to halt this war, the Yadi's kingdom would likely have descended into chaos and bloodshed. Sengoku's lips twitched slightly. Is this your notion of preventing a war? You nearly slaughtered the entire army of the Germa kingdom. Darren continued. As for the tumultuous situation in the North Sea, I believe the wisdom of a general like Sengoku must surely see the truth clearly. The incessant conflicts among nations serve as a signal and a warning to the many states of the North Sea regarding the casualties in the Germa kingdom. The troops of Germa 66 are predominantly composed of cloned soldiers, a product of this cloning technology essentially belonging to the category of weapons, and thus not civilians. Given Vinsmoke Judge's ambition and arrogance, I believe that only through such decisive force can he be imparted with a truly memorable lesson. Without overwhelming might to subdue him, his character would only lead him to become increasingly arrogant and reckless, dragging not just the Yadi's kingdom into the quagmire of war. It is unfathomable to consider how many innocent lives would be lost to the flames of war, how many happy families would be shattered due to Germa's ambition. Upon hearing the colonel's righteous words, both Gion and Kaji, standing nearby, rolled their eyes in unison. You do not genuinely care about civilian casualties. Your only concern lies in the potential loss of profit due to the outbreak of war. Sengoku, on the other end of the call, fell silent. He was well aware of Vinsmoke Judge, the ambitious commander of Germa. Indeed, as Darren had stated, the Yadi's kingdom was merely the first step in Judge's grand scheme to dominate the entire North Sea. So, Darren, how do you intend to handle this? Sengoku pondered for a moment, the anger in his voice diminishing significantly. Although he was quite dissatisfied with Darren's actions, the situation had already unfolded, and pursuing accountability would serve no purpose. Darren's talents, methods, gifts, and achievements all demonstrated that he is an indispensable pillar for the future of the Navy. Moreover, based on Sengoku's understanding of Darren, this cunning and astute young man never invites trouble upon himself. Regardless of how sensitive the political situation may be, he consistently finds an unexpectedly perfect solution. There is no need for you to worry excessively, General Sengoku. Darren flicked the ash from his cigarette, smiling with keen interest. I will handle everything and present Vinsmoke, Judge, with an offer he cannot refuse. He will not raise objections to the world government. The Germa Kingdom will retain its status as a member state. The Navy will not be implicated or affected, and peace and stability in the North Sea will be upheld. Darren leaned slightly forward, his smile sharp. Under the governance of our Navy, the parlor fell into a profound silence. The only sound resonating was the commanding and domineering voice of Darren. 3 seconds later, he declared, "Then I shall leave it to you, Darren. This matter must be handled with utmost care." The deep voice of General Zhangwa emanated from the communicator. Darren responded with a satisfied smile, "I assure you. The task will be accomplished, General Zhangwa." Suddenly, the communication with the communicator was severed. Darren turned to the Weasel. "How is the situation with Germa?" The Weasel replied in a low voice, "We have already dispatched 10 warships from other branches in the North Sea, amassing a force of over 5,000 troops. Essentially, we have gained control over the situation in the entire Germa Kingdom. Their fleet has already departed the waters of the Yadi's kingdom under our escort. As for Vinsmoke, Judge himself, he has been detained aboard our warship as per your instructions." Darren nodded. After years of collaboration, he held a profound trust in the Weasel's capabilities. "What do you intend to do with Vinsmoke, Judge? After all, he is a sovereign ruler." At this moment, the previously silent Major Shigeyama could no longer restrain herself. Darren glanced at her and suddenly chuckled. "There is no need for Major Shigeyama to be overly concerned about that. We have far more pressing matters at hand." "What matters?" Shigeyama asked, taken aback. Darren clapped his hands together and smiled to celebrate our victory. Chapter 19. The indispensable duty of our Navy. As Darren clapped his hands, the ornate door to the side hall was abruptly swung open. Soldiers from the Kingdom of Yadis, clad in formal military attire, entered one after another, each bearing large wooden crates. Within a mere minute, dozens of these substantial boxes were piled upon the marble floor of the side hall, resembling a small mountain. "Darren, could it be?" A foreboding sensation surged within Shiyuan as she gazed at the evidently heavy crates. At that moment, a man dressed as a butler stepped forward, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, bowing deeply as he spoke. "Admiral Darren, I am the Minister of Finance from the Kingdom of Yadis." He gestured towards the crates on the floor. "This is a modest token of our esteem. Please do not refuse the Northern Sea Navy, the guardians of justice." As he spoke, he instructed his soldiers to open the crates. Instantly, Shiyuan and Kaji's eyes widened, their mouths forming an astonished O. Brilliant and dazzling light emanated from the open crates, illuminating the entire side hall in a kaleidoscope of colors. The sound of clinking treasures filled the air. An array of gold and silver, stacks of vibrant banknotes, an assortment of rare curiosities, fine cigars, and exquisite wines flowed like liquid mercury from the overflowing boxes, saturating the hall with the scent of wealth and corruption. This. Kaji stood dumbfounded before the mountain of riches, stuttering as his pig-like expression grew increasingly comical. How much wealth is this? He couldn't even begin to count. Growing up in Marlin Vondo, he had never encountered such an immense fortune in his life. Darren chuckled with satisfaction. His Majesty the King of Yadis is exceedingly gracious. Protecting the member states from harm is indeed our Navy's inescapable duty. The Minister of Finance beamed, saying, "Of course. Who in the Northern Sea does not know of Admiral Darren's selflessness and integrity? He tirelessly dedicates himself to safeguarding the lives and properties of our people without seeking any reward. The Northern Sea is truly blessed to have your protection, Admiral. However, we cannot allow the valiant soldiers of the Northern Sea Navy to leave empty-handed. Hospitality is a cherished tradition of the Kingdom of Yadis, so please do not decline, Admiral." Such eloquence, truly befitting of a Minister of Finance. Darren smiled, preparing to nod in agreement. Suddenly, Shiyuan stepped forward. Her face flushed with anger as she clenched her teeth. "No, we cannot accept this money." She shot a fierce glare at Darren, exclaiming, "We, the Navy? must not accept funds from any other sources. Darren, this is a bribe. If you dare to accept this money, I will report you directly to headquarters. Kaji chimed in, shouting, that's right. I will report you too. His emotions seemed to exacerbate the pain of his injuries, causing him to grimace, filled with resentment. If it were not for that scoundrel Darren, I would not have been swiftly defeated by Vinsmock Gaji, thus embarrassing myself before the Guillaume. Upon hearing their conversation, the Chancellor's smile faltered. He cautiously glanced at Darren and respectfully inquired, Lord Darren, may I ask who these two are? Darren, leisurely puffing on his cigar, responded with a relaxed smile. Oh, these two are Major Guillaume and Major Kaki from the Navy headquarters at Marineford. Well, they're now my aides. Directly from the Navy headquarters. The Chancellor immediately sensed something amiss in Darren's tone. Having ascended to the high position of overseeing the nation's finances in the Kingdom of Yadis, he was undoubtedly a shrewd and seasoned veteran. Thus, he promptly turned around with a beaming smile, bowing towards Guillaume and Kaki. Ah, it is an honor to have distinguished naval officers visiting from afar. I must apologize for my lack of discernment. Guillaume, with a solemn expression, addressed the Chancellor, Good sir, I must clarify a fundamental truth. It is our duty and obligation as the Navy to defend peace and protect civilians. We seek no reward for this. She gestured towards the scattered, glimmering treasures, her tone resolute. We cannot accept this monetary compensation, as it would be the greatest affront to justice. Of course. Major Guillaume speaks rightly. The Chancellor readily agreed. However, as you have traveled such a distance and exerted yourselves, the Kingdom of Yadis has prepared a modest gift for you. Major Guillaume appeared as a formidable swordsman, and conveniently, our royal treasury possesses a fine piece of iron that could be fashioned into a splendid sheath for your beloved sword. As for Major Kaki, we are fortunate to have an ample supply of exquisite cigars. Guillaume, Kaki, I have already stated that we cannot accept anything. Guillaume exclaimed in anger. The Chancellor was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, chuckling, of course, aside from these gifts. We shall also provide additional compensation for your arduous efforts in this battle. The royal treasury is replete with exceptional swords that Major Guillaume may select from at her leisure. And for Major Kaki, our royal troop has prepared a splendid performance for you. Kaki, was that truly so? He exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. Bang! Before he could finish his sentence, Guillaume kicked him away, his head crashing into the wall, his legs flailing in midair. Esteemed Chancellor, I sincerely refuse. I do not mean to imply that you should offer more. Guillaume's face turned pale with anger as she took a deep breath, gritting her teeth. The Chancellor was momentarily stunned, his expression troubled. Your continuous refusals seem to suggest you desire a greater sum. Do they not? Is it still insufficient? At that moment, Darren could no longer endure the situation and sighed helplessly, stepping in to diffuse the tension. I must ask for your understanding, dear Chancellor. We are all deeply appreciative of these gifts. Please convey our heartfelt gratitude to His Majesty King Yadis on behalf of the Northern Sea Navy. The Minister of Finance finally exhaled in relief and remarked with a smile, in truth, this is merely a reflection of the public's overwhelming enthusiasm, who have selflessly contributed to express their gratitude for the sacrifices made by the Northern Sea Navy. Furthermore, the royal household has prepared a banquet for all of you this evening, and your attendance is cordially requested. After delivering this message, he offered a slight bow to Darren and the others before hastily departing. Once the door closed, the Yuan could no longer contain her fury and directed her ire towards Darren, who had resumed a relaxed posture. Darren, she began, but he interrupted her with a dismissive gesture. Ziyuan, you witnessed the Minister of Finance's predicament. If you refuse this money, he will have no means to report back satisfactorily. This is the custom of the Northern Sea. In their eyes, your refusal would leave them unsettled. The notion of justice holds no sway in these waters. This is the essence of human nature. Noting Ziyuan's intent to argue further, Darren shook his head. Enough. Let's leave it at that. You all should prepare yourselves for the forthcoming banquet. Chapter 20. The compassionate addendum cursed Darren. You have betrayed the faith of justice. You are a disgrace to the Navy, a scoundrel of righteousness. The furious invectives from Guillaume echoed behind him, yet Darren emerged from the palace's antechamber with a hearty laugh. He paid little heed to the opinions of others. Being overly concerned with reputation would only bind his actions, rendering him unable to act freely. This is a world governed by the ruthless principle of survival of the fittest, adhering to the most primitive laws of the jungle. Darren did not deny that some within the Navy genuinely uphold their beliefs of justice, and he sincerely respected those individuals. They are willing to sacrifice everything for their ideals and convictions, to safeguard what they hold dear, investing their youth, energy, and even their lives. Such individuals are indeed commendable and great. This is also why Darren does not harbor disdain for the bothersome Guion. The existence of such idealists instills hope in this world. However, Darren believed he could not reach such heights. The path of righteousness is exceedingly arduous. Lacking the monstrous talent of Sakazuki and the privileged lineage of Guion, he must proceed with utmost caution, meticulously and warily. He seeks to amass power, wealth, strength, interests, and status as much as possible. Now, it is time to reap the fruits of victory from this war, he thought, quickening his pace. As night fell, the capital of the Yadi's kingdom, Verna, was ablaze with lights and bustling with life. In the royal palace's banquet hall, nobles, dignitaries, ministers, the crown prince, and affluent merchants were resplendently attired, mingling amidst the clinking of glasses. The crystal chandeliers cast a dazzling glow, reflecting enchanting ripples in the glasses of red wine held by the guests. Lively conversations filled the air. Let me tell you, that battle was truly exhilarating. Germa 66 is indeed a nefarious army, and their commander, Vinsmoke Judge, possesses strength akin to a monster. On one side of the banquet hall, Addendum, clad in a pristine tailcoat, appeared quite dapper as he swirled his glass of red wine, boasting flamboyantly among a group of elegantly dressed noble women and young ladies. You may not know, but the weapon he wielded was an extraordinarily advanced piece of technology. The current released from the spear could even incapacitate an elephant. Upon hearing this, the noble women and young ladies gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in shock. And then, Addendum deliberately lowered his voice, infusing it with a magnetic quality, mimicking Darren's demeanor from his memory, and smiled faintly. Indeed, the power of Germa's technology is formidable, but I'm a genius tempered through rigorous training at Navy headquarters. That mere Vinsmoke Judge is no match for me. With a casual kick, I sent that fellow flying several meters away. Faced with the majesty of justice, he still attempted to struggle in vain. Ultimately, I found him excessively bothersome and silenced him. The ladies and young women widened their eyes, their gazes sparkling with admiration as they looked at Major Khaki, whose heart swelled with delight at the adoration directed towards him. How remarkable, Major Khaki! It is no wonder he is regarded as a genius of the naval headquarters. The formidable and nefarious Germa 66 army was effortlessly vanquished by him. Amidst the flattery, Khaki felt as if every pore in his body had opened up in bliss. Ah, the North Sea is splendid, surrounded by so many elegantly adorned noble women and young ladies, with the finest red wine, exquisite cigars, and mesmerizing performances. It is no surprise that scoundrel Darren chooses to linger here. As for the truth behind his earlier remarks, well, at the onset of war, the kingdom of Germa was quite some distance from the coastline, and with the fog enveloping the sea, even the army of the kingdom of Yadis could not discern the unfolding events, let alone these ladies and young women in the capital, Verna. Reflecting on the details, Khaki took a delicate sip of red wine, his demeanor solemn as he puffed on his cigar, and sighed wistfully. You know, I have spent my entire life searching for a worthy opponent. I had hoped that my arrival in the North Sea would bring some amusement to this genius, but alas, I find myself utterly disappointed. The ladies gasped in awe, their eyes gleaming as they fixated on Khaki, exclaiming in wonder. If Major Khaki is so formidable, how powerful must Lord Darren be? Indeed, Lord Darren possesses not only great strength, but also stunning good looks and undeniable charm. Yes. As they recalled the visage of the highest commander of the North Sea Navy, a rosy blush graced the young lady's cheeks, while the noble women appeared entranced, exhibiting signs of infatuation. Khaki interjected. Wait, did you all not hear my words? This is about me, not that scoundrel Darren. That fellow didn't even attend this soiree. Kaki's inner turmoil erupted as he silently roared, his facial muscles twitching and his expression darkening with frustration. He took a deep puff of his cigar, his face a mask of indignation. Mr. Kaki, a timid voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Instinctively, he turned around to see a girl clad in a white lace gown, her complexion flushed, with delicate hands fidgeting in front of her, exuding a youthful and bashful charm. What a beautiful, pure girl. Kaki felt as though his heart had been struck by an arrow, his heartbeat momentarily stalling, and his eyes sparkling with love. Love. This is love. His heart screamed in exhilaration. Mr. Kaki, I would like. The girl shyly lifted her gaze, casting a fleeting glance at Kaki before quickly averting her eyes, resembling a startled fawn, and timidly uttered, "Your phone bug. Contact information." She is shy. She desires my contact information. She must have heard of my exploits. She likes me. Jiaji, as if struck by lightning, nodded frantically. No problem. I shall provide you with my private phone number immediately. A smile involuntarily crept upon his lips. But may I inquire if you possess Mr. Darren's contact information? The girl, her cheeks flushed, shook her head in response. Crack. Jiaji felt as though his heart had been struck by an unseen force, causing it to momentarily cease its rhythm, his eyes turning to stone, cracking under the weight of despair. In the girl's astonished gaze, he resembled a deflated balloon, petrified as he turned away, his silhouette forlorn as he retreated to a corner of the banquet hall, where he crouched in stillness. 2 streams of tears, unbidden, cascaded down his face. Not far away, the elegantly attired Gyeon, clad in a high-slit pink evening gown, had once again declined an invitation to dance. She cast a glance at Jiaji, who was huddled in the corner, enveloped in a cloud of desolation, her lips twitching slightly, taking a sip of red wine. She seemed to recall something, gritting her teeth and clenching her fists. Meanwhile, on the other side, Darren had arrived at the port and boarded the warship. Chapter 21. What do you desire? As Darren made his appearance on the deck of the naval vessel, the North Sea Navy soldiers on duty immediately raised their hands in a salute, acknowledging his presence. Thank you for your hard work, Darren remarked with a gentle smile. The soldiers shook their heads in response before returning to their respective posts. It was undeniable that the remuneration for the North Sea Navy was significantly superior to that of their counterparts in other maritime regions. Beyond their basic military salaries, they enjoyed fixed-paid vacations, were equipped with the finest weaponry, and received the highest caliber of military training in the North Sea. Each individual in the North Sea Navy was acutely aware that all of this was owed to their esteemed admiral. Darren leisurely made his way into the ship's cabin, descending the narrow staircase until he arrived at the bottom of the hold. There, a makeshift prison had been established, housing the commander of Germa 66, Vinsmoke Judge. Upon seeing the dreaded naval officer approach, Vinsmoke Judge, bound in iron chains with his mouth sealed, began to thrash violently, his eyes bloodshot with rage as he emitted muffled sounds. One could only imagine that, had his glare the power to kill, his fierce and vengeful stare could have slain Darren 100 times over. Darren waved his hand nonchalantly, causing the steel block that silenced Vinsmoke Judge to soar away into the air. The latter immediately erupted in a furious roar. You wretched little Navy brat! How dare you imprison me? The Germa Kingdom is a member of the world government. You are doomed! His words abruptly ceased, and his pupils contracted in horror as a sharp steel rod twisted out of the cell, slicing through the air before coming to a steady halt between his brows. In the reflection of Vinsmoke Judge's eyes, the glint of the steel's tip shimmered ominously in the flickering torchlight, akin to a venomous snake poised to strike. Have you said enough? Darren inquired with a smile. Vinsmoke Judge clenched his teeth in defiance. It seems you have reached your limit, Darren observed with satisfaction, beckoning with his finger as the serpentine steel rod slowly retracted. You are correct. The Germa Kingdom is indeed a member of the world government. According to naval protocol, this operation will undoubtedly pose significant complications for me. He retrieved a cigar, biting down on it before lighting it. But you have forgotten one crucial detail. He regarded the fallen North Sea sovereign before him, who resembled a defeated dog, with a bemused smile. You do not represent the Germa Kingdom. At Darren's words, Vinsmoke Judge's heart raced, and he retorted weakly, "What do you mean by that? I am the head of the Vinsmoke family and the king of the Germa kingdom. How could I not represent Germa?" "No, no, no." Darren scoffed lightly. "You still do not grasp my meaning." He slowly exhaled a plume of smoke. "This time, it appeared that I had decimated a considerable number of the Germa 66 forces, yet you and I are well aware that they are merely replicated soldiers. Given sufficient time and resources, it would not be long before you could recreate them once more. Ultimately, replicated soldiers are not human. They are mere tools of war. Moreover, and most importantly, the world government is indifferent to the fates of its member states. The five elders do not care, and the celestial dragons care even less. What concerns them is whether the member states can consistently deliver the heavenly gold they desire. As long as the Germa kingdom can remit the heavenly gold on time, the powerful figures will not be bothered by who occupies the throne, whether it be you, Vinsmoke Judge." Vinsmoke Judge's countenance turned ashen. It seems you're beginning to grasp my point." Darren raised his hand. The iron cage confining Vinsmoke Judge suddenly unfurled like blooming flowers, while the twisted metal behind Darren coalesced into a steel chair. Yet, instead of lashing out in anger, the liberated Vinsmoke Judge stood there, pale and silent. He understood that without his battle suit, he stood no chance against this man. Darren leisurely sat in the steel chair, puffing on a cigar, and smiled. "I believe the other nobles of the Germa kingdom would be quite interested in the throne, and they would undoubtedly relish the prospect of your demise here. Would they not?" Vinsmoke Judge fell silent, his expression grim. He knew Darren spoke the truth. The Germa kingdom boasts a long history, and besides the Vinsmoke family, there exist numerous other noble houses. Upon his return to Germa after leaving the research team, he had seized control of the kingdom with advanced weaponry, and the bloodshed that ensued is beyond reckoning. In the process, he had ruthlessly suppressed and purged many of the other nobles. However, he could not eliminate them all. It was easy to imagine that those individuals would eagerly desire his death at the hands of this Navy man. "You dare not kill me," Vinsmoke Judge rasped. Darren chuckled. "I must concede that point. After all, you are the king of a member state, while I am merely a lowly Navy colonel. However, I could hand you over to the world government. As a scientist who possesses formidable research capabilities and has previously collaborated with Vegapunk in the MADS team, I believe the government would be quite pleased with my actions." Vinsmoke Judge's expression shifted dramatically. "Well, you know, having narrowly escaped the clutches of the world government's agents, he had evaded becoming a tool for their research. But how could this young Navy officer be privy to such confidential matters?" Darren smiled and replied, "What I know is of no concern to you. You need only to grasp one fundamental truth. By aligning with me, you shall continue to reign as your kingdom's sovereign and commander without a hitch. Perhaps, should my mood permit, I may even assist you in realizing your ambition of dominion over the North Sea. Alternatively, should you choose to defy me, I would promptly hand you over to the world government, subsequently elevating another noble within Germa to the throne. As long as the gold reserves of the Germa kingdom increase by a mere 20%, I am confident that not only will the government refrain from holding me accountable, but they might also publicly commend me for my efforts." With these words, Vinsmoke Judge succumbed to an extended silence, his expression a tempest of conflicting emotions. Darren, however, remained unperturbed, leisurely indulging in his cigar. He possessed a profound understanding of Judge's character, a fervent thirst for power coupled with an inflated sense of vanity. The choice lay before him, whether to fight desperately for his own esteem or to surrender his freedom and authority. Darren was certain that Vinsmoke Judge would ultimately make the right decision. Half a minute later, Vinsmoke Judge lifted his gaze, his eyes bloodshot, and rasped, "What is it that you desire?" Chapter 22. Protecting the celestial dragons. The following day, a piece of news emerged from the Germa kingdom, a member state of the world government. Germa 66, in collaboration with the Northern Sea Navy Fleet, conducted a public military exercise near the waters of the Kingdom of Yadis. During this exercise, both parties exhibited formidable military capabilities. King Germa 66, Commander Vinsmoke Judge, expressed gratitude for the cooperation of Northern Sea Navy Commodore Darren and pledged to sign a long-term cooperative agreement to jointly uphold peace and stability in the Northern Sea region. In the office of the 321st Branch Base, Shizuka and Kaji stared in disbelief at the latest newspaper in their hands. How could this be possible? Especially as the report was accompanied by a photograph of Darren and Vinsmoke Gaji shaking hands beneath a seagull banner, leaving them utterly incredulous. Just a day prior, they had been embroiled in fierce conflict, nearly obliterating Germa 66, and now, within a mere day, they were amicably collaborating? Observing the warm and welcoming smiles on the faces of Darren and Vinsmoke Gaji in the photo, one could easily mistake them for long-lost brothers. This felt like a dream. How could this be? Mr. Vinsmoke Gaji is a sensible individual. After my patient explanations and counsel, he quickly grasped our Northern Sea Navy's stance and our unwavering resolve to uphold justice and peace. Darren chuckled as he glanced at the astonished expressions of Shizuka and Kaji, leisurely lighting a cigar. He also recognized the folly of initiating war and resolved to rectify it. Was that not a reasonable course of action? Kaji, suddenly enlightened, nodded in agreement. Yes, that indeed seems reasonable. What nonsense! He gritted his teeth. With Vinsmoke Gaji's brutal, domineering, and rebellious nature, how could he possibly be swayed by Darren's mere words? You possess the power of a devil fruit that controls metal. You are not a harbinger of encouragement. Darren, what exactly did you do? Did you threaten him? Shizuka asked through clenched teeth, his disbelief evident. You caught me. Darren raised his hands in mock surrender, a smirk gracing his lips. In truth, I did nothing at all, as I mentioned to Admiral Sengoku. I merely presented him with an offer he could not refuse. Yet, I had not anticipated that Vinsmoke Gaji would be so reasonable. Shizuka and Kaji exchanged glances, realizing that extracting further information from Darren would prove futile, though they were unaware of the means by which he had compelled Vinsmoke Gaji to capitulate. The outcome was ultimately satisfactory. They had averted war, sparing the hundreds of thousands of citizens in the Kingdom of Yadis from the ravages of conflict. The Germa Kingdom relinquished any pursuit of accountability against the Northern Sea Navy. Shizuka received several banners from the Yadis royal family as tokens of gratitude. In the residence of Keikei, several boxes of fine wine and exquisite tobacco had mysteriously appeared. Everything seemed to be progressing towards a splendid and blissful outcome. What nonsense! Shigeyama gazed at Darren, who wore a composed and self-assured smile, fully in control of the situation, and her heart brimmed with indignation. A sense of frustration gnawing at her. Coercion, deception, financial exploitation, violent bloodshed, and obfuscation. These were all terms that represented the most heinous of actions. Utterly disconnected from the ideals of justice she held dear. Yet, in the hands of that scoundrel Darren, they had become the most effective means of governing Beihai. This was a stark contradiction to everything she had been taught, a complete subversion of her worldview. Suddenly, the urgent call of a military communication device pierced the air. Darren picked up the device and connected the call. This is Darren. The jovial laughter of Admiral Sengoku resonated from the device. Ha! Darren, you scoundrel. Truly, you deserve the trust one place in you. You've handled this matter splendidly. Shigeyama and Keikei exchanged exasperated glances, their expressions darkening. They vividly recalled Admiral Sengoku's fury just the previous day over the communication device. All glory belongs to justice. Thanks to Admiral Sengoku's guidance, Darren humbly declared. Sengoku chuckled with satisfaction. I have indeed chosen well. Sending Shigeyama and Keikei to Beihai was a wise decision. Those two are quite troublesome. Keikei is always idle, constantly trying to steal my cigars, while Shigeyama, she resembles her sister too much. Her thoughts are far too naive. As Sengoku's complaints continued, Darren glanced at the increasingly dark expressions of Shigeyama and Keikei, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. In any case, those two are still quite immature. Do take the time to show them the ropes. Sengoku, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, grew more animated in his speech. Coughing lightly, Keikei could sense the icy glare emanating from Shigeyama, a chilling aura of impending doom. Admiral, the device fell silent. Sengoku, I have heard you are quite dissatisfied with me. Shigeyama spoke expressionlessly into the device. Hello. I can't hear you clearly. It seems the signal is poor. Can't quite catch that. Darren, did you hear what I just said? Take good care of Shigeyama and Keikei. They're the future of the Navy. The hope of justice. Hello. The signal. How? Is it not? Connecting. Buru. The communication device fell silent. Shigeyama. Keikei. Darren. The three exchanged glances, while the silent squirrel nearby clutched its forehead in agony. This performance was utterly lacking in finesse. Yet, within a minute, the military communication device rang once more. Darren answered again. Admiral Sengoku. Ah, Darren. I almost forgot to mention a crucial task, Sengoku said, his demeanor unperturbed, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Admiral Sengoku, you may speak, replied Darren. Sengoku continued, his voice grave. A few days ago, Bondi Waldo attacked a ship belonging to the world government. On board was the celestial noble, Silda's Saint, who suffered a maritime disaster and has since floated to Beisha Island in the North Sea. Our headquarters has received orders from the government, and I am currently en route to the North Sea. Upon hearing this, Darren's brows furrowed in concern. He recalled a news article he had seen just days prior. A notorious pirate, Bondi Waldo, had sunk a world government vessel, inciting the wrath of the celestial nobles, who had placed a staggering bounty of 200 million berries on his head. Admiral Sengoku, what must I do? Shall I pursue the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo? Darren exhaled a plume of smoke, his eyes narrowing slightly. Sengoku shook his head. No, while your abilities are commendable, they are still quite distant from matching that of Bondi Waldo. The eradication of Bondi Waldo is my responsibility. Your task, however, is to set forth immediately to Beisha Island to safeguard Silda's Saint. The CP department has dispatched personnel to the North Sea for escort. But before their arrival at Beisha Island, the government requires the immediate protection of the Navy to ensure Silda's Saint's safety. Chapter 23. A true genius beneath the vast azure sky and drifting white clouds, a colossal warship glided steadily across the boundless blue sea, trailing along. White Wake behind it. Within the dimly lit confines of the ship's hold, Darren sat cross-legged on the deck, his eyes closed in deep concentration. The flickering light of an oil lamp cast a blurred shadow of his figure upon the walls of the cabin. Three impeccably smooth metallic spheres floated in midair, revolving around his body in a centripetal dance. Should anyone have been present, they would undoubtedly have been astonished. The three metallic spheres, orbiting the naval captain, maintained an absolute consistency in their relative distances, even while in motion, a feat demanding remarkable control. As seconds ticked by, with a gentle flick of his fingers, the three metallic spheres morphed fluidly, at times elongating into sharp spikes, twisting and writhing like sinister chains, and at other times expanding into a formidable steel shield. At a certain moment, Darren slowly opened his eyes. The three metallic spheres promptly converged, coalescing into a gleaming silver metal wristband, which solidified around the captain's right wrist. He exhaled softly, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Physical strength, 60. 451 power, 55. 890 speed, 58. 048 fruit ability, 71. 871 indeed. It is only through genuine combat and strife that one can be compelled to grow at a swifter pace. Darren mused, perceiving his physical condition through his innate insight. Over the past few months, his training progress had significantly slowed, with both speed and fruit abilities nearly stagnating. Despite his relentless efforts to intensify his training regimen, his physical metrics continued to rise slowly but disappointingly. However, following his encounter with Germa 66, both his physique and strength had surged by over a point. Achieving such results through training alone would typically require at least a month. Regrettably, Germa 66 was too weak to truly push him to his limits. A smile crept across Darren's face as he lit a cigar. Germa 66 and Vinsmoke Judge were not inherently weak. Rather, his abilities countered their technological weaponry. Undoubtedly, had he not intervened. With the military prowess of Vinsmoke Judge and Germa 66, eliminating the kings of the four nations of the North Sea, or even dominating the region, would not have posed a significant challenge. He reminisced fondly about his fierce battles with the madman Sakazuki. Darren's gaze turned wistful. Before Sakazuki departed the North Sea for training at headquarters, they often trained and sparred together without resorting to their devil fruit abilities. Of course, to outsiders, their sparring was perilous. After all, Sakazuki never held back. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise, tragically resulting in an accident. During that period, although he suffered severe injuries almost daily, the exhilarating thrill of combat, constantly pushing himself to transcend his limits amidst life and death crises, captivated Darren immensely. It was indeed the time of his most significant growth in strength. Regrettably, those days are now behind him. After undergoing training at the officer training camp and under the tutelage of the former Admiral Blackarm Zephyr, it is likely that Sakazuki has already mastered hockey. The chasm between him and Sakazuki has widened indefinitely. After all, Master Kaido once stated that hockey is the most formidable power upon these seas. With such thoughts, Darren slowly rose to his feet. He was in no rush. The third officer training camp was about to commence, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he had already secured a place. Though his talent paled in comparison to the monstrous abilities of Sakazuki and Borsellino, Darren firmly believed that with his own capabilities, he could carve out a niche for himself within the Navy. However, before that, he must establish the Northern Sea Fleet, transforming this formidable fleet, soon to be armed with Germa technology, into a military force that belonged solely to him, one that would heed only his commands. A resolute glimmer flickered in Darren's deep-set eyes as he stepped out of the cabin, pushing open the door. Sunlight poured in, illuminating the scene outside where naval soldiers patrolled diligently, maintaining their firearms and artillery. On the spacious deck, Kaji and Guion were intensely engaged in their training, drenched in sweat. The former was bearing a massive 1-ton barbell, gritting his teeth and performing handstand push-ups with a fierce expression. The latter, wielding a long sword, practiced his swordsmanship with utmost seriousness, the sharp blade slicing through the air, emitting a series of piercing whistles. Were they out of their minds? Darren wondered as he observed this spectacle, turning to the approaching Weasel for clarification. Weasel rubbed his temples in exasperation. The impact of the Germa 66 incident had been quite profound on them, especially on Kaji, who had been training frantically since their return. Darren recalled the pitiful sight of Kaji being stomped on the face and then kicked away by Vinsmoke Judge, unable to suppress a chuckle. Boom! At that moment, a colossal water column erupted from the side of the warship, soaring dozens of meters into the air. The tumultuous waves surged forth, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. What was happening? Was it an enemy attack? No, it was a Sea King. The expressions of the sailors on the deck shifted as they swiftly sprang into action, drawing their sabers and raising their rifles while adjusting the cannons aboard the ship. A massive shadow began to emerge from the splashing seawater, casting itself over the entire vessel. The blazing sun above seemed to vanish, replaced by a colossal creature, towering at least 60 to 70 meters in height. Its dark scales and gill-like appendages resembled that of a gigantic eel. The lantern-sized pupils gazed down imperiously at the Navy on the deck, slowly parting to reveal a gaping maw lined with menacing teeth. A small sea creature, perhaps? Darren observed the bizarre fish before him with keen interest. At this juncture, Vegapunk had yet to devise a method for loading sea stone onto the hulls of warships, allowing the Navy to traverse the doldrums. This meant that, at this time, the sea creature could still perceive the presence of the warships. The nearby squirrel instinctively reached for the hilt of his military saber, poised to strike. However, Darren placed a hand on his shoulder and shook his head. The squirrel, taken aback, then heard a bizarre cry emanate from the deck. Ha ha ha, just in time. Let me use this little reptile to test the fruits of my genius. As the raucous laughter echoed, the figure of Jai leapt onto the ship's railing, shooting upward like a cannonball. A roar erupted from the sea creature's blood-red eyes, a flicker of human-like rage igniting within as it was provoked by the audacity of this insignificant being before it. With a deafening bellow, it unleashed a torrent of sound that sent many sailors reeling across the deck. The sea creature opened its gaping mouth, brimming with sharp teeth, and aimed to swallow Jai whole as he soared into the air. With a resounding thud, Jai unleashed a punch. Visible ripples of force radiated from the impact. The creature's eyes momentarily glazed over, confusion washing over its features. Crackling sounds echoed as its teeth began to fracture under Jiai's might, splintering into shards. The sea creature's eyes brimmed with scalding tears. At that moment, the sharp clang of a sword being drawn shattered the air. The golden blade sliced through the atmosphere, releasing a golden arc that zipped through the void in an instant. With a swift thrust, a slender line of crimson appeared along the creature's neck. In a single stroke, it was severed. Then, with a thunderous crash, the colossal head and body of the sea creature parted ways, plummeting into the ocean and sending waves crashing upwards. Blood gushed forth, staining the sea a deep crimson. On the deck, Jiai landed gracefully, striking what he believed to be a dashing pose. Jiuan, with a cold demeanor, sheathed his sword, his cloak billowing dramatically behind him. The other sailors stared in astonishment at the effortless manner in which Jiuan and Jiai had dispatched the sea monster. After a brief silence, jubilant cheers erupted. Others swiftly readied nets, eager for a feast. Truly, a genius of the headquarters, a future candidate for Admiral. Darren mused, reflecting on the scene before him. From their performance, Darren could discern that both of their strengths had markedly improved since their arrival in the North Sea. Jiai's power, speed, and combat proficiency had risen by at least 30%. As for Jiuan, he had grasped the technique of the flying slash, capable of unleashing sword energy, stepping into the realm of a swordsman, and all this in just a matter of days. This terrifying talent, though it may not rival the monstrous capabilities of Sikorsky and Borisolino, is not far behind. Ha ha ha! Darren, did you see that? The exuberant Kaji approached, flexing his arm to showcase his biceps. With a single punch, I shattered all the teeth of such a colossal sea creature. Can you boom? At that moment, as if attracted by the blood of the sea beast, the ocean erupted once more with tumultuous waves. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads. A total of 8 sea monsters, each towering over 100 meters, emerged from the undulating surface, roaring furiously in unison, their thunderous roars reverberating through the heavens and the earth. As their massive bodies twisted and rolled, the sea was stirred into a frenzy, charging towards the warship. The small vessel trembled and quaked in the face of these 8 colossal sea creatures. Darren waved his hand. Suddenly, the metallic bracer on his arm fell away and, as if animated, twisted and elongated into a sharp lance, slicing through the air. A sharp, explosive sound reverberated as, propelled by a terrifying magnetic force, the metallic spear tore through the surrounding void, causing white ripples to blossom in its wake. The speed escalated to its zenith in an instant, rendering its trajectory invisible to the naked eye. Everyone on the deck merely sensed a blur, as if something silver and ethereal wove in and out of existence. The 8 roaring sea beasts momentarily froze. Sizzle. Their massive bodies erupted with countless tiny blood holes, resembling a sieve as high-pressure jets of blood gushed forth. Boom! The colossal creatures collapsed one after another, sending towering columns of water skyward. As Darren summoned back the metallic spear, reforming it into the bracer, he nonchalantly donned it. Behind him, the sight of 8 lifeless sea monsters plummeting into the depths of the ocean. He turned to the astonished Kaji, asking, "What were you about to say?" "Major Kaji?" Kaji's lips twitched as he managed a smile. "I said you could certainly do better than me." Darren cast a glance at him, patted his shoulder, and gazed into the distance. The outline of an island gradually emerged on the horizon. "Prepare yourselves. We are about to disembark." A sardonic smile played on his lips. "Our mission this time is to protect the great, sacred, and noble celestial dragons." Chapter 24. Arrival at Bayshore Island, North Sea. The warship slowly glided into the harbor. As the anchor was dropped, the naval members of the North Sea 321 unit, led by Darren, disembarked carefully from the gangplank. The moment Darren set foot on the land of Bayshore Island, a look of astonishment crossed his face. It seemed quite different from the Bayshore Island he remembered. Bayshore Island serves as one of the prominent hubs along several well-known shipping routes in the North Sea. Although its trade volume pales in comparison to the commercial splendor of certain islands along the Great Route, it still ranks among the upper echelons in the North Sea. Numerous merchant vessels and trade caravans pass through Baisha Island for resupply, thus bolstering the island's economic development. However, where wealth flows, there invariably lurks the potential for nefarious activities. This is a universal truth. It is precisely due to Baisha Island's affluence and convenience of transportation that has become a haven for unscrupulous dealings, harboring organized crime, underground forces, illicit trade, and even piracy. These have become the norm here. In order to balance the power dynamics on Baisha Island, Darren had previously invested considerable effort and resources. Nonetheless, the Baisha Island that lingered in his memory remained a place of chaos amidst its prosperity. Yet, the scene before him now was unexpectedly surprising. The once crowded harbor, stained with oil, had undergone a remarkable transformation, adorned with vibrant flowers. The streets appeared extraordinarily clean, devoid of any litter, and the makeshift stalls that once cluttered the sides were now neatly arranged in an orderly fashion. The old buildings had been given a fresh coat of paint, their walls painted white with blue roofs, presenting a rather grand visage. In front of the town's entrance, a brand-new archway had been hastily erected, towering 10 meters high, with colorful letters proclaiming a warm welcome to the esteemed St. Silds. Following a maritime disaster involving a celestial dragon, the mayor of this island promptly issued a decree to spruce up the cityscape, expending a substantial amount of tax revenue to renovate some dilapidated structures. At this moment, a nearby figure approached Darren, lowering his voice to explain. As for the color of these houses, it is said that the municipal government aimed to emulate the decorative style of Mariewa, allowing the world's nobility to feel a sense of homecoming here. Beside them, Guillaume and Kaki exchanged bewildered glances. Darren couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that image engineering exists in every world. Nevertheless, this was entirely reasonable. The celestial dragons regard themselves as divine beings upon these seas, wielding absolute power. In a small place like the North Sea, the local officials rarely have the opportunity to catch a glimpse of the world's nobility. Now, with a celestial dragon fortuitously arriving in their jurisdiction, the mayor certainly had to put on a good show. Even securing a favorable impression could potentially elevate him to the pinnacle of his career with just a word from the esteemed noble. Quite intriguing indeed. Darren smiled and nodded, turning to Guillaume and the others, instructing them. You may proceed to station your troops, encircling the operational area of St. Silds, ensuring a protective perimeter. Be vigilant in identifying any suspicious individuals to prevent any unforeseen incidents. Although he held no particular interest in safeguarding the celestial dragons, whom he regarded as unworthy, he would not hesitate to eliminate a few if circumstances permitted. Nevertheless, as this was an order from his superiors, Darren was determined to execute it to the best of his abilities. After all, the success of this mission could very well dictate his political future within the Navy. Should any mishap befall the celestial dragons under his watch, he could hardly expect to remain unscathed, even from the wrath of Sengoku. Darren had no desire to sever ties with the Navy. Becoming a pirate held no promise, and he certainly did not wish to be perpetually pursued across the seas. He considered himself no paragon of virtue, yet he maintained a moral compass. He could never stoop to the level of piracy that victimized innocents. Furthermore, for one such as him, devoid of any extraordinary advantages, the Navy's well-structured training system was undoubtedly the optimal choice. Above all, he had invested considerable effort and passion in the North Sea. Surrendering, that was not an option. And what about you? Guillaume arched her brows, regarding Darren with a mix of apprehension and resolve. She was well aware of the notorious nature of the celestial dragons and was naturally reluctant to offer them protection. I must first seek out our esteemed mayor to hand over the mission, as the militia responsible for the safety of the celestial dragons falls under the jurisdiction of the municipal government. Darren chuckled, addressing Guillaume and the inquisitive Kaki. Since we are here, it is only proper to notify the local authorities. You need not worry. The primary security operations will be managed by Major Squirrel, and your roles will primarily be to assist him. After all, you both are new to the North Sea and not yet familiar with the local procedures. With that, Darren shifted his gaze towards Squirrel. They are in your capable hands. Squirrel nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing Darren had issued a direct order, Guillaume felt it unnecessary to contest. remaining silent as she watched him board a carriage headed toward the municipal office. "Well then, let us proceed." Major Guion, Major Khaki, Squirrel smiled and beckoned, turning to lead his troops toward their designated destination. He understood that Darren's visit to the mayor was likely to discuss sensitive matters, making it impractical for Guion and Khaki to accompany him. Guion and Khaki exchanged glances, words unspoken lingering between them, yet ultimately decided to remain silent and quickly followed suit. Chapter 25, The Flower-Selling Girl, Beisha Island. City Hall. Darren, guided by a sensuous secretary clad in professional attire, entered the mayor's office. The office was adorned with opulence, exuding grandeur. The polished marble floor was embellished with animal hide rugs, and the walls bore exquisite oil paintings that clearly commanded a high value. It was indeed a disservice to be met with such extravagance, and Colonel Darren offered his apologies for the intrusion. His wait was brief. A sycophantic laughter resonated as a middle-aged man in a suit, drenched in sweat, hurriedly entered. His corpulent figure strained against the high-end fabric of his attire, resembling a rotund sphere. "Mayor Hunter, your affairs appear quite demanding. I apologize for the disturbance," Darren remarked with a smile, accepting the cigar that Mayor Hunter respectfully offered, and unceremoniously seated himself on the plush leather sofa. "Not at all, Colonel Darren. You must understand. The arrival of Lord Silds has left us in a state of frenzy," Hunter said, retrieving a silk handkerchief from his pocket to dab at the beads of sweat on his brow, his face a mask of forced joviality. Darren nodded, igniting the cigar. "I can comprehend. After all, this is a momentous occasion that occurs but once in decades. My journey here has revealed a rejuvenated Beisha Island, which I trust will please your arrangements for Lord Silds." Upon hearing this, Hunter's face lit up with delight. "That is splendid news." He promptly produced a document and presented it to Darren with both hands. "Colonel Darren, if you would peruse this report detailing the recent 6 months on Beisha Island." As Darren casually flipped through the pages, Hunter cautiously elaborated, "Under your formidable influence, both major mafia families on Beisha Island have maintained a relative restraint and have duly settled their mandated taxes." Upon glancing at the final figure in the document, Darren smiled with satisfaction. "Indeed, they have remained compliant." Hunter nodded eagerly, almost bowing in deference. "Of course, who would dare disrespect you in the North Sea?" he stammered, lowering himself further. Others may remain oblivious, but as the mayor, Hunter was acutely aware of the man's formidable prowess. Beisha Island had once been rife with mafia factions, embroiled in incessant conflict over territory, with bloodshed being the norm. It was not until a year ago that Darren, the newly appointed commander of the 321st Base, arrived on Beisha Island and, with unparalleled ruthlessness, uprooted the mafia's influence. Even today, Hunter vividly recalled the hellish scenes, streets awash with blood, bodies piled high. This man, drenched in the crimson of battle, stood resolutely before him, while the last 2 mafia leaders trembled in submission at his feet. Since that fateful day, Beisha Island had witnessed no further gangland killings or territorial disputes. The remaining 2 mafia families delineated their respective domains, maintaining a non-interference agreement and dutifully remitting half of their revenues as taxes. Due to the cessation of gang conflicts, the common folk were afforded the opportunity to recuperate, and the societal environment stabilized, leading to the flourishing of Beisha Island's economy. Darren exhaled a plume of smoke, reiterating his message. "As long as they do not overstep their bounds, I shall turn a blind eye. Provided they remain law-abiding, there will always be wealth to be earned. However, I do not wish to witness any incidents involving the tragic demise of innocents within my jurisdiction." He chuckled lightly. "After all, I'm a just naval officer." "Would you not agree, Mayor Hunter?" Hunter nodded anxiously, forcing a smile. Indeed, in the North Sea, who does not know that Colonel Darren embodies justice? Meanwhile, the trio of weasels, accompanied by over 100 naval soldiers, traversed the bustling streets of the town, making their way to the residence of Sir Des. Jiun wore a pensive expression, her gaze fixed on the back of the weasel ahead. A nagging feeling of unease crept over her, as she suspected that Darren had deliberately sent her and Gigi away to act alone. "Big sister, you are so beautiful," A childish voice interrupted Ji-Yun's thoughts. Startled, she turned to find a little girl clad in a simple floral dress, a backpack slung over her shoulders, filled with neatly wrapped red roses. The girl appeared to be no more than 7 or 8 years old, her large, sparkling eyes shining with politeness as she bowed to Ji-Yun, asking, "Would you like to buy some flowers?" Seeing the girl's adorable demeanor, Ji-Yun felt her heart melt, a gentle smile gracing her face as she crouched down to stroke the child's hair. "Little sister, how much are these flowers?" Noticing the long sword hanging from Ji-Yun's waist, the girl timidly responded, "Sister, each one is 200 berry. Is that all right?" Ji-Yun chuckled softly, realizing that the question was not meant for her. Sensing the girl's apprehensive gaze, she reassured her with a warm smile. "Do not worry. Sister is a naval officer, here to protect you. This sword is only for dealing with bad people." Chapter 26. The Navy's greatest challenge, little girl. "Is that true?" Guillaume nodded and smiled. "Of course. That is precisely what our Navy is meant to do." She glanced at the flowers the little girl carried and added, "May I have one?" With that, Guillaume produced 200 berries and placed them in the girl's hands. The girl looked up in surprise, then clumsily set down her backpack, her small face serious as she began to select. This one is the prettiest." She chose a strikingly vibrant red rose, lifted it high with both hands, and offered it to Guillaume. Guillaume accepted it, smiling as she asked, "Little sister, why are you out selling flowers at such a young age?" The girl beamed and replied, "Leah is already grown up. I can help my father." She looked proudly at the roses in her backpack. "These flowers were grown by my father, just as beautiful as my sister." Guillaume chuckled. "I see. Your father is a florist? And what about your mother?" The girl's expression darkened. "Mother? She is ill. Father told me she went far away to receive treatment." Guillaume paused, sadness flickering in her eyes. The little girl then turned to the side and politely bowed to Kaki, asking, "Sir, would you like to buy some flowers?" Kaki's face darkened. A twitch in his eye betrayed his irritation as he crouched down, forcing a smile he believed to be friendly. "Little sister, I'm barely 20. You should call me brother." The girl looked at him with wide, astonished eyes, scrutinizing the man in the brown hat who was chewing on a cigarette. Finally, she resolutely shook her head. "No, sir, you do not look like a brother. You look like an uncle." Kaki ground his teeth, a stiff smile plastered on his face. "Little sister, if you call me brother, I will buy all your flowers." Her eyes brightened momentarily, but soon her expression turned conflicted. She fidgeted with her delicate hands, looking distressed. "Though I really want to sell all the flowers. Father told me not to deceive." Bang! Kaki collapsed to the ground. He scrambled back up, his voice filled with fury. "Damn it! Open your eyes and see. I'm only 19. He began to shout in frustration. All right. Guillaume, seeing the little girl on the verge of tears, kicked Kaki away with irritation, crouching down to pat the girl's head. "That uncle may look a bit rough, but he is a good person, so there is no need to be afraid." The girl blinked her large eyes, nodding vacantly. She then opened her hand, revealing the 200 berries she had earned from selling flowers. Clumsily, she counted out 40 berries and placed them in her left pocket, while the remaining 160 went into her right pocket. Guillaume, curious, asked, "Why do you keep your money separated?" The girl replied earnestly, "Father said that part of our income must be given away, so those who bear arms won't come looking for trouble." Guillaume's expression shifted slightly. At that moment, a man, visibly anxious, rushed over, grasping the little girl's hand. With a hint of trepidation, he bowed to Guillaume and said, "I sincerely apologize, Your Excellency. Leah is just a child and speaks thoughtlessly." Having uttered these words, he swiftly lifted his daughter and fled. "Goodbye, big sister. Goodbye, uncle." The little girl, nestled in her father's embrace, waved cheerfully at Guillaume and Kaki. "How infuriating. I have repeatedly stated that I am her older brother, not her uncle." Kaki retorted bitterly. Guillaume watched the departing figures of the father and daughter, suddenly awakening to a realization. Revenue sharing, those wielding weapons, taxes. She furrowed her brows and hurried forward, intercepting the officer who was instructing his subordinates nearby, Major Weasel. "Major Weasel, you must tell me, is that scoundrel Darren engaging in some unsavory business again?" Guillaume's expression was grave. Major Weasel, observing Guillaume's serious demeanor, felt a pang of annoyance. Major Darren, as the highest commander of the Northern Navy, has matters that require his attention. As his adjutants, our primary responsibility is to execute his orders effectively. Our most pressing task at hand is to ensure the security of Shield Saint. Guion obstinately shook her head. No, I want to know precisely what Darren is up to. Since the orders from headquarters have been issued, it stands to reason that Marlon Van has already communicated with the governor of Baisha Island, making Darren's personal presence for the handover unnecessary. Given the critical nature of the mission to protect Shield Saint, it is even more imperative for Darren, as the principal responsible party, to remain. With clenched teeth, she pressed, "Is Darren collecting taxes from those mafia families on behalf of the mayor?" Major Weasel was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Though Guion often exhibited a naive perspective, her intelligence shone through as she accurately deduced Darren's intentions. "I knew it." Guion's fists tightened resolutely. From Major Weasel's reaction, she had gleaned the confirmation she sought. How could you act in such a manner? Chapter 27. I want her upon receiving the payment. The task would be accomplished. The Weasel did not wish to elaborate further, continuing to advance steadily, stating matter-of-factly, "This is Darren's rule, as well as that of the Northern Sea." As they spoke, they arrived before an opulent mansion, evidently newly constructed, adorned with a blue roof and white walls, and embellished with exquisite flower beds. Outside the courtyard, a line of rudimentarily equipped militia had established a security perimeter, numbering in the hundreds. Damn it, what a bunch of useless imbeciles. They can't even handle such a trivial matter. A furious voice erupted from within the mansion, accompanied by the sound of objects being hurled. Soon, they witnessed the trembling militia members kneeling in the front row, their faces gradually paling. A figure clad in white silk garments, with a glass dome atop their head, emerged imperiously from the mansion, causing waves of kneeling to ripple outward. Shield Saint was furious. He had not anticipated that this eagerly awaited excursion would lead him to the lunatic Bondi Waldo. What astonished him even more was the audacity of a mere commoner to attack a vessel of the world government, targeting his flagship. Most of the CP members accompanying him had perished in that apocalyptic catastrophe, and the ensuing maritime storm had cast him onto this island. This was the most humiliating moment of his life. Damn it all. Shield Saint ground his teeth in anger. He cast a glance at the two remaining CP members in black suits behind him, his last two bodyguards. "Get out of my way. Don't obstruct my path." In his displeasure, he kicked down a kneeling militia member before raising his gaze to see a naval officer draped in a snow-white cloak approaching him. "Lord Shield Saint, I am Weasel, the Deputy Base Chief of the Northern Sea 321 Branch, here under orders from the Naval Headquarters to ensure your personal safety." Weasel approached, saluted expressionlessly. Shield Saint cast him a sidelong glance, exuding an air of arrogance, scoffing derisively. "Oh look, my obedient little naval pup has arrived. Why is it only a deputy base chief? Where's your superior?" Weasel clenched his fists, then quickly relaxed them, responding in a low voice. "The base chief is currently liaising with the municipal government regarding security duties. Your safety will be the responsibility of our Northern Sea Navy until the CP Department's official vessel arrives. TCH. I certainly do not expect a bunch of incompetent guardians to protect me. Fine. I suppose I'll have to make do until the CP Department arrives in an hour or two," Shield Saint remarked nonchalantly, completely disregarding Weasel's displeasure, and turned his gaze elsewhere. Upon catching sight of the Guion, his eyes suddenly sparkled with greed and lewdness, causing Guion to furrow her brow in discomfort, instinctively taking a step back. Alas, one would never anticipate the presence of such beauty within the ranks of a navy. Sir Shield Saint surveyed Guion with an aggressively appraising gaze, his admiration punctuated by disdainful clicks of his tongue. The expression on the Weasel's face shifted subtly, while Gaki involuntarily stepped forward, his pupils narrowing. They had heard whispers of the vile proclivities of the celestial dragons. If he truly had his sights set on Guion, it was a pity she was too old. So close, so very close, to being chosen by me, becoming my 18th wife. Ha ha ha. Sir Shield Saint leered at Guion, his eyes glinting with lascivious intent. "Let us venture forth, seek some amusement. I am utterly fatigued from this dreary abode." with the grim visages of the Navy trailing behind him. Sir Sild's Saint strutted out of the residence. That wretched scoundrel daring to cast his eyes upon you. Gaki muttered indignantly. I am the one deserving of being your husband. Guillaume rolled her eyes, loosening her grip on the hilt of her weapon, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. The celestial dragons wielded unparalleled power. Should she truly attract his attention, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble and pressure upon her sister Tsuru and the others. Let us depart at that moment. The weasel's expression darkened as he spoke. Guillaume, maintain your distance from him. Guillaume nodded, inwardly hoping for no further complications. Thus, the group hastened to follow in the footsteps of the celestial dragon, Sir Sild's Saint, as they paraded through the bustling commercial streets of Bartia Island. The once lively thoroughfare fell into a profound silence in their wake. Commoners knelt in droves, their fear palpable as they spread like waves upon the ground, too terrified to approach. The world government had dominated this realm for 8 centuries, and before the being who wielded the greatest power, the populace was steeped in deep reverence. Yet, amidst this stillness, a youthful voice suddenly pierced the air, jarring in its clarity against the silence. Guillaume's expression morphed in alarm. Gaki and the weasel's pupils constricted. They turned to behold a little girl, her black hair framing her face, clad in a floral dress, a large bouquet of fresh flowers cradled in her arms. Her countenance radiated sweetness, innocently gazing at the man beneath the glass dome, her small hand raised high, offering a vibrant rose. Uncle, would you like to buy some flowers? Time seemed to freeze in that moment, under the despairing gazes of Guillaume and her companions. They witnessed a grotesque smile gradually emerge on the pockmarked visage of Sir Sild's Saint, a blush of excitement spreading across his face. His eyes gleamed with an insatiable greed and possessiveness, a perverse obsession igniting within him, akin to a mischievous child discovering a tantalizing new toy. Guillaume and Gaki's bodies tensed instantly, their teeth clenched in apprehension, as they beheld the grotesque, celestial dragon, slowly extending its gem-adorned, pudgy fingers to point at the innocent little girl before it. A sinister grin spread across its face as it declared, I want her. Chapter 28. Encounter with the Honorable Sild's Saint. I want her. The exultant and sinister laughter of Sild's Saint reverberated through the desolate streets. The faces of Guillaume and Kaki turned ashen. At that moment, a man, covered in dirt and grime, frantically pushed through the crowd of kneeling people. Stumbling as he fell to his knees before Sild's Saint, he swiftly pulled his daughter close, shielding her protectively behind him, his pallid face trembling as he spoke. And Master, I apologize, my daughter has obstructed your path. I shall take her away at once. Realizing the fear etched on her father's face, the little girl named Leah finally comprehended her mistake, her small face turning pale as she clutched tightly to her father's garment. Obstructed the path? No, she did not obstruct anything. Sild's Saint chuckled maliciously, his sickly gaze unwavering from the child. This is your daughter, is it not? Yes, quite remarkable. From this day forth, your daughter shall experience the greatest fortune of her life, becoming the 18th wife of the illustrious Sild's Saint. Ha ha ha! Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man crumpled, his legs giving way as his eyes widened in horror. He prostrated himself, his eyes reddening as he pleaded, I beg you, Master Sild's Saint, do not take my daughter. She is my last remaining kin in this world. Hud. The sound of his forehead striking the floor was jarring, the force so great that it left a faint bloodstain on the ground. The little girl, witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her cheeks. Sild's Saint, dissatisfied, let out a cold huff, raising his foot to press heavily upon the man's neck, hissing, What is the matter? Are you still unwilling? I have set my eyes upon your daughter. It is the greatest honor for you both in this lifetime. You should be grateful. Do you know how many desire to marry their daughters to the great, sacred, and noble celestial dragon? Your daughter's union with me will ensure you live a life free from want, enjoying the privileges of the elite. The man's face, crushed beneath the celestial dragon's foot, contorted in agony, blood seeping from the friction. He let out a strained cry, forcing a semblance of a smile. Master Sild's Saint. I'm grateful for your offer, but Leah is still so young. I only wish to live a peaceful life with her. Enraged, Sild Saint delivered a brutal kick to the man's face. The man was sent tumbling several meters, his face swelling immediately as blood poured from his mouth. Daddy! At this moment, the little girl finally burst into tears. Guillaume's face turned a ghastly shade, his expression rigid as he instinctively grasped the hilt of his sword. Khaki clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. The surrounding civilians knelt in trepidation, trembling in fear, too terrified to voice their anger, their hearts heavy with sorrow. The celestial dragons, descendants of 19 of the 20 kings who formed the world government 8 centuries ago, regarded themselves as progeny of the Creator, enjoying all privileges therein. They wield supreme power, and any audacious act of provocation or defiance against the celestial dragons shall invite the relentless wrath of the world government. Once offended, the admirals or CP0 must mobilize for protection. The fact that the little girl has caught the attention of a celestial dragon is far from fortunate. The celestial dragon's obsessive, perverse, and twisted nature is no secret upon these seas, and they do not shy away from it. While they may claim to have wives, in truth, they are mere playthings. Viewing others as mere vermin, the celestial dragons remain indifferent to the fate of their toys. Generally, once one becomes a toy for a celestial dragon, death becomes the most extravagant aspiration. The little girl is destined to become the 18th wife of Silda's saint. But what has become of his previous 17 wives? The answer is painfully obvious. Ha ha! Come, return with me to marry Geos. Without a glance at the man who lay bleeding on the ground, Silda's saint laughed heartily as he approached the little girl, his hand reaching out. No, you are a villain. I do not want to go with you. Tears brimmed in the little girl's eyes as she bit down hard on Silda's saint's hand, struggling to free herself from his grasp. Silda's saint let out a cry of pain, yet his gaze grew increasingly exhilarated. Indeed, such a look in her eyes is truly delightful. He licked his lips, observing the little girl who was striving to muster her strength, and a satisfied smile crept upon his face. Even with her face pale with terror, her stubborn resistance was utterly thrilling. This marvelous experience, I doubt I shall ever tire of it. Bring her over, but take care not to harm her, or I shall have you all minced and fed to dogs. He sneered as he issued commands to the 2 CP members behind him. Without hesitation, the CP members swiftly moved to encircle the little girl step by step. Damn it, no! At that moment, the man on the ground finally caught his breath, his eyes blazing with fury as he struggled to rise, charging towards Silda's saint with a roar. One of the CP members stepped forward, delivering a heavy punch to his abdomen. The man immediately bent over, his eyes bulging as if suffocating. He slowly collapsed to the ground, blood oozing from his mouth. Such an ungrateful wretch. A flash of impatience crossed Silda's saint's fierce gaze as he suddenly drew a golden handgun. Damn it! Gaki cursed under his breath, his knees slightly bending. Juin tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword. Just as the two were about to strike, a figure suddenly materialized between them like a specter, one hand pressing down on Gaki's shoulder and the other on Jiuen's sword, forcefully pushing them back. Gaki and Jiuen were momentarily taken aback, but before they could react, their pupils constricted as blood vessels began to seep from their eyes. You insolent vermin! Silda's saint cackled wickedly, in the man's despairing gaze. Amidst the little girl's heart-wrenching cries, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gun fired. The world fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The members of CP were dumbfounded. Sild's saint stood frozen. Both the man and the little girl were taken aback. A faint, resonant hum emanated from before the man, as if something was being suppressed to its utmost limit. He knelt there in a daze, his breath seemingly stilled. A bullet spun rapidly, quivering in front of his forehead, producing a buzzing sound. It hovered there, as if ensnared by some mysterious force in the void. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Damn it! Who could it be? Sild's saint erupted in a furious roar, veins bulging on his forehead. A figure of profound and terrifying presence slowly emerged from the ranks of the Navy, with short black hair and chiseled features. His face bore the stark, cold lines of a cliff's edge. He was exceptionally tall, nearly reaching 3 meters in height. A voluminous white cloak billowed behind him, seemingly animated by an unseen wind. He stepped forward, his expression vacant, and raised his hand to pluck the bullet from the air. Turning around, his towering figure loomed over Sild's saint, casting an overwhelming shadow that instilled a profound sense of dread in the latter. The black-haired Navy officer looked down upon the celestial dragon before him, and only when the latter involuntarily took a step back, unable to contain his inner terror, did he smile and introduce himself. Admiral of the North Sea, highest commander of the Navy in the North Sea, Colonel Darren of the Navy Headquarters, at your service, Lord Sild Saint. Chapter 29. I hold you in high esteem, the Northern Sea Admiral, the esteemed commander of the Northern Navy, Colonel Darren, had encountered the illustrious Sir Sildus Saint. The naval officer's languid, relaxed, and magnetically resonant voice reverberated through the silent streets. A man, his face smeared with blood, stood transfixed, gazing at the imposing figure before him, utterly motionless. Guion and Khaki shared the same astonished expression, unable to suppress their mutual glances. Darren intercepted that bullet. He thwarted the celestial dragon's gunfire. Yet, for reasons unknown, both Guion and Khaki sighed in relief within the confines of their hearts. The Northern Sea. Admiral of the Northern Sea? Sir Sildus Saint momentarily froze, his back glistening with sweat under the weight of the naval officer's formidable presence. He spoke with a voice tinged with menace. You dare to obstruct me? After a brief pause, he suddenly erupted in a frenzied roar. You dare to thwart the celestial dragons? Darren burst into laughter, his eyes narrowing slightly, a sly smirk curving his lips, reminiscent of a cunning fox. No, Sir Sildus Saint, I had no intention of impeding you. I merely believe. Darren abruptly pivoted, executing a swift and ruthless kick. The polished black military boot collided forcefully with the man's abdomen. The astonishing power unleashed rendered the latter incapable of uttering even a whimper, as he soared through the air like a severed kite, tracing a crimson arc before crashing down several meters away, his fate uncertain. Gasp! The onlookers collectively inhaled sharply at the sight. Guion and Khaki's eyes filled with bloodshot fury, an indescribable rage surging within them, unable to contain their emotions any longer. One gripped the hilt of his blade, while the other tensed, poised to strike. However, in the next moment, the figure of the weasel stood before them, his demeanor cold as he whispered, Do you wish for the lives of everyone on this island to be lost due to your folly? The weasel's frigid expression and the gravity of his words were akin to a bucket of icy water dousing their heads, instilling a bone-chilling dread within them. Their bloodshot pupils quivered, their breaths became labored, yet their taut muscles reluctantly relaxed. Yes, they understood. Should they dare to act here, provoking the ire of the celestial dragons, the ensuing chaos would surely unleash their fury upon the entirety of Baisha Island. In such a scenario, the life of a mere civilian would pale in comparison to the devastation that would befall all due to their impulsiveness and recklessness. They clenched their teeth tightly, almost shattering them in the process. Sir Sildus Saint gazed in astonishment at the actions of the naval colonel, momentarily perplexed by the latter's intentions. At that moment, Darren withdrew his foot, a cheerful smile gracing his face as he remarked, There is no need to sully the hands of Sir Sildus Saint with such wretches. Is there? Sildus Saint suddenly wore a smug smile on his face. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly, you are the faithful watchdog of the celestial dragons, displaying such understanding. Darren replied with a forced smile. Serving the illustrious celestial dragons and the esteemed world government is indeed our duty as the Navy. Not far away, Guion and Khaki glared with fury, their eyes ablaze and chests heaving. Darren stepped forward, leaned closer to Sildus Saint, and lowered his voice. Lord Sildus Saint, given your esteemed status, it is unnecessary to concern yourself with these lowly individuals. It is a sheer waste of time. Your rare visit to the North Sea deserves a token of our appreciation. Please do not decline. This is a humble gesture from the people of the North Sea in welcome of the great and sacred Lord Sildus Saint, as well as a personal token of my regard. As he spoke, he clapped his hands, and within mere seconds, Mayor Hunter appeared, leading several militiamen, each carrying heavy, oversized boxes, their faces adorned with forced smiles. "Greetings, Lord Silda's saint." Mayor Hunter bowed, his face brimming with sycophantic smiles. Silda's saint did not spare him a glance, merely squinting at Darren before stepping forward to pry open one of the boxes. A brilliant, kaleidoscopic glow burst forth from the opening, revealing an abundance of gold and silver treasures. A satisfied smile finally graced Silda's saint's face. He closed the box and gazed appreciatively at Darren, laughing heartily. "Your name is Darren, is it? Excellent. I hold you in high regard. With your talents, being merely a North Sea admiral is a tremendous underutilization. As a member of the world-renowned celestial dragons, though endowed with extraordinary power, he still found himself in need of wealth. The funds provided by the world government for each noble were indeed unfathomable to ordinary folk, yet for the decadent and extravagant celestial dragons, no amount seemed sufficient." Darren smiled and shook his head. "It is all in service of the Navy and justice. No matter the position, one can always contribute their strengths. There is no distinction. Although the North Sea may lack the excitement of the Grand Line, I have grown up in these waters, harboring deep feelings for this region. Lord Silda's saint, an official of the world government has already arrived at the port 2 minutes ago. For your safety, I advise you to set sail back to the Holy Land as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Silda's saint nodded. Indeed, the air in this North Sea is tainted with filth and vulgarity. It is truly nauseating. He cast a disdainful glance at the blue-roofed, white-walled buildings around him, complaining, "And this architectural style is nothing but a clumsy imitation." Mayor Hunter, sweating profusely, forced a smile. "You are absolutely right, Lord Silda's saint. I shall immediately issue orders for improvements." He paid no heed to the cold sweat trickling down his forehead and turned to the militia with urgency, exclaiming, "Hurry! Move all of Lord Silda's gifts to the port." Darren then gestured invitingly. "This way, Lord Silda's." Silda smiled, taking a step forward, but suddenly recalled something and halted. Almost forgot the expressions of Gun and the khaki group changed dramatically. He cast a greedy glance at the pale-faced little girl, Leah, before turning back to Darren with a smile, imbued with an intriguing mockery. "Capture my wife and bring her with me to the Holy Land. Once we arrive, we shall wed." As the words left his lips, the smile on Darren's face gradually faded. Chapter 30. Survival. "Come here. Seize her." Silda's saint laughed triumphantly, issuing orders to his 2 CP guards. "No, please." The little girl, her eyes swollen from crying, trembled in terror as she watched the 2 suited men approach her step by step, desperately attempting to retreat. The CP members, however, advanced with impassive expressions, seizing her hands and shoulders with brutal force, ignoring her gasping sobs, leaving a trail of blood on her arms. The other kneeling civilians turned away in anguish, unable to bear the sight of such cruelty. The naval officers, including Gon, stood there with ashen faces, their inner fury almost igniting their very beings. Yet their limbs felt as if weighed down by cement, rendering them immobile. Darren inhaled deeply. "Lord Silda's saint." "What is it, Governor Darren? Do you have any objections to my decision?" Silda's saint interrupted mockingly, fixing a smirk upon him. Darren's eyes gradually narrowed, yet a smile more fervent than before suddenly illuminated his face. "Of course not. It is her fortune to be chosen by you, Lord Silda's saint, and a glory for the people of the North Sea. I merely fear that your subordinates might inadvertently harm your wife, and thus I wish to lend you a helping hand." With that, Darren vanished from sight like a wraith. In the next moment, he stood before the little girl. Without any visible action, the 2 CP members felt an invisible force push them aside. With a casual wave of his hand, a long knife from one CP member's waist flew out, twisting midair into a liquid metal form, most of it swiftly solidifying into shackles that bound the girl's hands and feet. The remaining metal coalesced into a gag, silencing her cries abruptly, leaving only her tear-filled, terrified eyes exposed. Darren stepped forward, crouching slightly to meet her gaze filled with hatred. "To serve the esteemed Lord Silda's saint is your honor." He grasped the girl's hand and led her, with her expression of despair and shock, to the feet of Silda's saint. "Lord Silda's saint, with this, Your journey will be at least a bit quieter. Sildur's Saint glanced at Darren, bursting into laughter once more. Ha ha, how amusing. You, this naval officer, are truly entertaining. His gaze towards Darren brimmed with appreciation and amusement. You are quite remarkable, Darren. I shall speak favorably of you to those old men in the government. Amidst the resentful and hateful gazes of countless civilians, Darren bowed slightly, smiling. Thank you, my lord. Ha ha, Sildur's Saint laughed again, then let us set sail back. As his words fell, a member of the CP approached with swift agility, resembling a loyal hound, obediently crouching on all fours. Sild's Saint directly mounted his back, imperiously directing him towards the harbor. Another CP member followed, dragging along a dazed little girl, as if she had lost her wits from fear. No, please don't at that moment. A hoarse voice suddenly pierced the air, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. The little girl's father trembled as he struggled to rise from the blood-stained ground. Despair etched across his face as he reached out towards the retreating celestial dragon, as if attempting to grasp something elusive. Yet, ultimately, he could seize nothing. With a sorrowful expression, Guillaume approached, intending to offer him support. I'm sorry, she whispered, unable to meet the man's heart-wrenching gaze. She watched as the entourage, escorting the celestial dragon, boarded their opulent ship, which soon unfurled its sails and vanished into the horizon. A sudden, rigid smile twisted upon the man's bloodied visage, a smile that concealed profound sorrow, desperation, and absurdity, rendering it unbearable to behold. Liao may yet have a decent life, Guillaume uttered a comforting phrase, one she herself scarcely believed. You must live well suddenly. The man hurled himself against the wall of the building. Bang! Blood splattered across Guillaume's face. She felt her vision blur, as if engulfed by the glaring crimson, distorting everything before her into a hellish panorama. Faintly, she perceived the man's blood flowing down the pristine white walls of the city hall, freshly painted in anticipation of the celestial dragon. Red and white intertwined in her world, creating a grotesque tapestry of color. The dull thud of his impact echoed repeatedly in her mind, a relentless drone. Panic screams, calls for a doctor, shouts of anger. Footsteps shattered the eerie silence of the street. Quick, save him. He is still alive. He can be saved. Guillaume sat there, dazed and kneeling, her body devoid of strength. In her hand, she clutched a vividly blooming rose, its thorns piercing her palm and drawing blood. Yet, she was oblivious to the pain. Live while she suddenly recognized how absurd her words of comfort had been. The little girl's mother had already succumbed to illness. The man's sole beloved was she. And now, she was forcibly taken by the celestial dragon. This man, whose hands were stained with earth, was now left utterly alone. What reason or courage did he have to continue living? In a daze, memories of her words to the little girl resurfaced in her mind. Don't worry. Sister is in the Navy. I will protect you, of course. That is the Navy's duty. Guillaume trembled violently. She lifted her gaze, her eyes blankly scanning the overcast sky, which appeared dark and oppressive, as if the light were shrouded by an unseen force. Thunder rumbled ominously. A thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the ominous clouds, as snowflakes descended gently like feathers. It was snowing, in the height of summer. She murmured in bewilderment. In the year 1492 of the sea-round calendar, the island of Batia in the North Sea, known for its tropical climate, experienced its first snowfall in decades. The snowflakes, devoid of chill, landed softly upon Gun. She turned her head in a daze, gazing at the silent silhouette of the North Sea Admiral not far away, her mind seemingly frozen, stripped of all capacity for thought. In that moment of reverie, she suddenly comprehended. She finally grasped the words of the great general of the warring states. This vast ocean is too immense. The radiance of the just seagull flag cannot illuminate every shadowy, filthy, and eerie corner. Chapter 31. The Reason Batia Island. Hospital. Despite sustaining a blow to the head, remarkably, the impact was not severe, and with a period of recuperation, he would recover. I understand. Thank you, Doctor, the squirrel said, his expression inscrutable. The doctor cast a complex glance at him, then exited the ward with a somber demeanor. In the desolate hospital room, the squirrel gazed at the unconscious man lying on the bed, pressed his lips together, and let out a long, suppressed sigh. How infuriating! How lamentable! Damn it! Not far away, Jiaji's eyes were bloodshot as he roared, pummeling the wall with relentless fists. Dust fell from the crumbling surface. On the pale wall, a series of gaping holes stained with blood emerged. She called me uncle. She actually called me uncle. Jiaji howled like a beast. Blood seeped from his knuckles, yet he remained entirely oblivious. Shirzwan sat immobile beside the hospital bed, her eyes closed, fingers intertwined at her brow. Suddenly, she stood up. Her exquisitely crafted eyes were laced with bloodshot veins as she turned her gaze sharply towards the man smoking by the window. Darren, how can you still have the presence of mind to smoke? An inexplicable fury surged in her throat, rendering her voice hoarse. Did you not claim to be the sovereign of the Northern Sea? Did you not consider yourself formidable? Watching Darren finish one cigarette and immediately light another, Shirzwan's anger intensified, her eyes glistening with tears. Speak. She bit her crimson lip so fiercely that it drew a visible scarlet line. Darren exhaled a long plume of smoke, seemingly indifferent as he flicked the ash. The ashtray on the windowsill was already piled high with remnants. The hospital room was enveloped in a dreadful silence, akin to a grave that buried the hearts of men. The squirrel observed as Shirzwan suddenly erupted in fury towards Darren, opening his mouth, yet ultimately saying nothing, his expression laden with complexity. What else could be done? The voice of the naval colonel abruptly shattered the silence. Shirzwan froze. She noticed a mocking curve slowly appear at the corners of the colonel's mouth. Darren turned slowly, a cold smile on his face. As he spoke, he glanced at the clock on the wall. The color drained from Shirzwan's face. She was rendered speechless. Indeed, what could be done? Let alone a mere admiral of the Northern Sea or a colonel from the headquarters. Even a general from the Warring States period could not alter the outcome of the tale. They were celestial dragons, the world aristocrats who possessed every privilege. Should they dare to act, not only would the naval personnel present be at risk, but the entire civilian population of Batya Island would likely lose their lives due to their foolishness and impulsiveness. Am I still alive? At that moment, a weak voice suddenly emerged. Shirzwan and the others were momentarily stunned, quickly turning their gazes. They beheld the man laboriously raising his heavy eyelids, gradually awakening. Lia, he murmured in a daze, his gaze unexpectedly catching sight of Darren, who stood smoking by the window. A sudden jolt coursed through him. Admiral, Lord Darren. He gritted his teeth, struggling to rise from the sickbed, only to collapse feebly onto the floor. Please, rest well. Shigeyama hurriedly approached to assist him, but the latter waved him off. The man's eyes were bloodshot, and a desperate gaze beseeched Darren's profile. Lord Darren, it was you who saved me. As the words slipped from his lips, both Shigeyama and Kaki froze in astonishment. Recalling the doctor's earlier words, the impact was not severe. Could it be? They noticed the man's filthy clothing, the belt buckle unmistakably metallic, and realization dawned upon them. If he survived, then he should live well. Darren took a drag from his cigarette, regarding the man with calm composure. Under my command, no civilian shall meet an untimely death. No, Lord Darren. The man knelt on the ground, his expression filled with sorrow as he gazed up at the naval officer. I beg of you, save my daughter. She was so young when her mother passed away from illness. She is a well-behaved child, understanding, never cries or makes a fuss, and even helps me sell flowers on the street. Selling flowers? The man suddenly appeared, struck by lightning. Slap! He brought his hand down heavily upon his own face, bursting into tears. It's all my fault. If only I had been a little more capable. If I hadn't let her run to the street to sell flowers, none of this would have happened. The man wept uncontrollably, forcefully banging his forehead on the floor. I implore you, Lord Darren, save Lia. She is my everything. If you save her, I will do anything. I can be your servant. I can kill for you. My garden and my money, you can take whatever you wish. I beg you. His eyes wild, he frantically rummaged through his dirt-stained garments, pulling out crumpled, muddy bills and a handful of coins. Perhaps due to his weakened state, his hands trembled incessantly, causing the coins to slip from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The coins spun across the floor, their surfaces marred by dirt and blood, eventually toppling over. Their smooth surfaces reflected the light and shadows of the world, along with the stern visage of the naval officer. "No, you misunderstand my meaning," Darren said coolly. He cast another glance at the wall clock, extinguished his cigarette, and removed the white cloak hanging from the coat rack. Draping it over his shoulders, the grand and ruthless justice unfurled upon his broad back, rolling forth like surging waves, steeped in endless iron and blood. The man stared vacantly at the naval officer before him, confusion etched across his pale face. Observing this, Darren sighed softly, fixing his gaze intently upon a man's eyes. "Allow me to reiterate, under my jurisdiction, no civilian shall meet an untimely demise." He cast a glance at the bills clutched in the man's hand and the coins scattered across the floor. "As for the money," Darren chuckled softly, "I have long since collected it." With that statement, Darren stepped forward, making his way toward the door of the ward. Where are you going?" Shigeyama could not help but inquire, a sense of unease inexplicably swelling within her heart. Kakegawa also fixed his gaze intently on Darren's retreating figure, blood dripping steadily from his clenched fist. "Time is nearly upon us." Darren did not turn back, merely stating in a flat tone. "Time?" Both Shigeyama and Kakegawa were taken aback, suddenly recalling a detail. Since their entrance into the ward, Darren had intermittently glanced at the clock on the wall, as if awaiting something. Before they could fully grasp the situation, Darren had already exited the ward. Walking down the cold, elongated corridor of the hospital, the sound of military boots echoed sharply. Darren's expression gradually transformed into one of icy resolve, defiant. "Darren!" A voice suddenly rang from behind. He halted, turning to face the swiftly approaching Weasel. The latter hesitated briefly, before stating that prior to the incident, Major Shigeyama had interacted with the young girl. Having purchased flowers from her, Major Shigeyama did not act with malice. "I'm aware," Darren interrupted his words, gazing at Weasel with a smile. "It seems you hold a favorable impression of Shigeyama." Weasel offered a bitter smile, a flicker of sentiment crossing his eyes. In this vast ocean, individuals like her, who steadfastly uphold justice, are exceedingly rare. Darren remained silent. This was indeed the truth. Thus, it was also the reason he bore no animosity toward Shigeyama. Her anger was not directed at him. She was acutely aware that, under the scrutiny of many, no one could alter the outcome. Her fury was more directed at herself, her impotence, her powerlessness in the face of justice, her indignation at the world's unfairness. "Is there anything else?" Darren inquired once more. Weasel fell silent for a moment. "Are you certain you wish to proceed? No Navy has ever undertaken such an act. What you are doing, there is no need for you to." He faltered. Suddenly, Darren laughed. "Do you know, Weasel? You're absolutely correct. I possess an abundance of reasons for abstaining, and I could easily enumerate dozens without much effort. This world is rife with an array of tragedies, particularly those instigated by the celestial dragons, which are innumerable. As merely a humble admiral of the North Sea, I find myself utterly powerless to intervene. My actions could potentially ignite perilous consequences, and should I be discovered, no one would be able to shield me from retribution. As a member of the Navy, I should inherently understand that we serve the world government. Though my heart may seethe with indignation, one must learn to accept this reality. It is unnecessary to jeopardize everything for a mere unfamiliar girl. One misstep, and all that I have painstakingly established in the North Sea could be rendered null and void. Indeed, the reasons for my inaction are countless." Darren chuckled softly. "Yet I could conjure but two reasons compelling me to act. However, these two justifications are sufficient to overturn all the aforementioned reasons for inaction." He articulated each word with an air of defiance and cold severity, akin to icy nails driven deep into the atmosphere. "First, the North Sea is my domain, and I shall not permit such occurrences within its bounds, even if it involves a celestial dragon. Second, the repugnant demeanor of that individual incites within me an overwhelming urge to eliminate him." Darren's laughter took on a nearly cruel quality, a manifestation of an uncontrollable impulse. Chapter 32, The Sole Hope. In the corridor of the hospital, two individuals gazed at each other from a distance. Outside, snowflakes danced gracefully through the air. However, The squirrel felt a chill within the room that surpassed the cold outside, an icy grip that seeped into his very bones. Darren's smile grew increasingly vibrant, defiant, and even maniacal. You assert that such occurrences have never transpired. Indeed, they have not. Yet, never happened does not imply impossibility, nor does it suggest that it is inherently wrong. His tone suddenly took on a profound significance. The meanings represented by 1 and 0 can vastly differ. Upon hearing this, the squirrel seemed struck by a bolt of lightning, his hands trembling slightly. An unprecedented fear gripped him, constricting his breath and rendering him nearly breathless. But in the next moment, he clenched his fists resolutely, raised his gaze with determination, and declared through gritted teeth, "I will accompany you." Darren chuckled with satisfaction, as if he had finally received the answer he sought. Yet, he promptly declined, stating, "There is no need. It is far more convenient for me to operate alone. Moreover, even if something were to befall me, I have every confidence in your handling of the Northern Navy. Remain here and keep an eye on those two. I shall return shortly." With that, Darren turned and strode away without hesitation. It was only when his figure vanished at the end of the corridor, like a statue frozen in time, that the squirrel finally exhaled. To his surprise, he noticed a layer of cold sweat had formed on his back without his awareness. After a moment of silence, he suddenly saluted solemnly in the direction of the corridor's end, despite its emptiness. In a moment of reflection, the squirrel instinctively glanced out the window. The heavy snowfall obscured the world, shrouding it in a somber gloom. The distant clouds loomed dark, accompanied by flashes of lightning, as if a monumental storm was brewing. "A change is upon us," the squirrel murmured, turning away, his eyes quickly regaining their steadfast determination. "You truly are remarkable, Colonel Darren," he whispered, his voice trembling, yet a genuine smile blossomed at the corners of his lips. "As your aide, I feel deeply honored." He clenched his fists tightly. Darren was right. His presence would not be of assistance. With his own abilities, he could do little to aid Darren. But perhaps, remaining behind, he could make a difference. A minute later, having left the hospital, Darren found himself alone in the northern part of Bayshore Island. The landscape was a series of undulating mountains. Their once lush forests transformed into a world of pristine white due to the heavy snowfall. Ensuring that no one had detected his presence, Darren withdrew a crumpled piece of white paper from his pocket. The paper was torn, revealing that it was only half intact. It was his life card. As he laid the life card flat in his palm, he could distinctly observe it, as if an invisible force were guiding it, causing the card to slowly move in a specific direction. Confirming the precise course, Darren tucked the life card away. Though the course of action at this moment is undeniably perilous, Darren is far from being reckless. His ascent from the lowest ranks of soldier to his current position of power is attributed not solely to brute strength, caution, vision, methods, and analytical prowess. He considers himself to be on par with the best in these regards. From the very outset of the mission handover, he had ascertained that the CP members tasked with escorting Sir Saint were all from the CP-1 echelon. This group of intelligence operatives was inferior even to the CP-9 stationed at Judicial Island. This also implied that the guards escorting Sir Saint were devoid of the mastery of hockey. That was sufficient. As thoughts flitted through his mind, a faint arc of electricity suddenly danced between Darren's fingers. An invisible force field instantaneously emanated from his body. The metallic gauntlet on his right hand swiftly melted, flowing like liquid metal, and rapidly transformed into a thin metallic sheet, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and less than half a meter in width. Its front tapered into a triangular shape, exuding an aesthetic of streamlined elegance. Floating steadily in the air, it resembled a silver hoverboard. With a single step onto the board, Darren bent his knees slightly and leaned forward. In the next moment, propelled by the tumultuous and fervent magnetic forces, the metal board shot forth with astonishing velocity, breaking the sound barrier in the blink of an eye, and resonating with a series of thunderous sonic booms in the void. It soon vanished into the dark clouds, crackling with lightning, disappearing into the distant sky. Meanwhile, in the distant waters off Bayshore Island, a luxurious vessel adorned with the flag of the world government glided gracefully across the surface of the sea. "Damn this weather!" exclaimed Sir Saint, a celestial dragon, as he sneezed and tightened his lavish garments, unable to contain his frustration. Under the gray sky, heavy snowflakes fell like feathers, blanketing the deck and mast of the government ship, which was coated in white paint with a layer of silvery frost. The biting cold sea breeze blew directly at him, causing the glass dome he used to shield himself from the air to fog over with white mist. Certes Saint, according to the established course, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the government ship will reach the Holy Land in 2 days. A CP member, clad in a black suit, approached respectfully, kneeling on one knee and presenting a soft mink coat with both hands. 12 members from the world government's CP1 department will be at your service during this return voyage. Certes Saint accepted the seemingly expensive mink coat and draped it over his shoulders, expressing his dissatisfaction. Why only CP1? Where are the members of CP0? Celestial dragons each have their own personal guards, yet Certes Saint's escort had been nearly obliterated during their encounter with the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Within the intelligence agencies under the world government, CP0 stands as the highest tier of the Cypher POL organization, possessing the authority to deploy personnel from CP1 to CP9. Typically, when faced with such threats and dangers, at least one member of CP0 should be dispatched to ensure their security, rather than relying on CP1, which primarily handles intelligence. The leader of CP1, trembling with trepidation, reported, "Esteemed Lord Certes Saint, the distinguished members of CP0 are currently engaged in a pursuit of the notorious pirate Bondi Waldo, and many of our combat forces have been summoned for this task. Upon our return, the CP department has conducted a thorough safety analysis, and there shall be no cause for concern. Please rest assured." Hearing this, Certes Saint could only nod impatiently. While the celestial dragons hold the authority to summon CP0, such power is limited to significant events and crises. Under normal circumstances, the true command over CP0 resides with the 5 elders of the world government. "My lord, the weather is quite cold. Please return to the cabin to rest," the leader of CP1 said respectfully. Certes Saint waved his hand dismissively. "No. First take me to see my wife." The CP1 member nodded and turned to lead him into another secluded cabin. The cabin was dimly lit, permeated with dampness and a foul odor, faintly tinged with the scent of blood. In the center stood a cage meant for slaves. A young girl, shackled at her hands and feet, her mouth bound with a gag, trembled in the corner. Upon seeing the celestial dragon enter, her teary eyes filled with defiance, glared back at him. What a splendid gaze! Certes Saint's heart raced with excitement. This was the feeling he craved. When others recognized his status, they submitted, trembling in fear like mere lapdogs. There was little entertainment in that. It was this spirit of defiance that made conquest worthwhile. He envisioned the gradual breakdown of her spirit beneath his torment, the light in her eyes dimming little by little. The process was, without a doubt, the most captivating and enjoyable experience in the world. Just a little longer, my beloved wife. Once we return to Mary Geos, we shall live a life of bliss together. He could not help but throw his head back and laugh, the weight of the dreary weather lifting as he exited the cabin. Though his blood surged with excitement, he knew that a noble celestial dragon could not indulge in amusement within such a filthy, lowly cabin. Moreover, her body was soiled and caked with dirt. She must first be cleansed upon their return to the Holy Land. Otherwise, he would risk tainting himself with her lowly scent. The cabin door closed once more. In the enveloping darkness, the flickering light cast by the ship's sway created ephemeral shadows. The girl sat motionless, her knees and arms marked with fresh abrasions, likely from being dragged into the cage. Her frail form curled tightly into the corner, hidden in the shadows. What went unnoticed was her small hand, clenched into a fist, tightly gripping a piece of paper concealed within her palm. It was that handsome naval brother who, while binding himself, placed something into her hand. She was unaware of what it was. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she never released her grip. It seemed to offer her safety and shelter as well as the sole glimmer of hope in this dark world. Chapter 33. His gaze was disconcerting. Remember to deliver the food on time. I cannot bear to see my beloved wife go hungry. After exiting the cargo hold filled with cages, Certes Saint imperiously commanded the CP1 members, Yes, Lord Silds. The CP1 members replied with respectful nods. Ah, and there's one more thing. Silds paused, turning back once more. The highest commander of the Navy in the North Sea? Yes, the one named Darren. The CP1 members were momentarily taken aback. Recalling the gift previously sent by the North Sea Admiral, they bowed and inquired, "Does my lord wish to promote him?" Darren, the highest-ranking officer in the North Sea Navy, held the title of colonel from the Navy headquarters. According to reliable intelligence, he had been included in the Navy headquarters key training program and had qualified for the Marineford officer training camp. This individual possessed considerable capability, with both astute judgment and a keen vision. Under his governance, the order and economy of the North Sea had seen marked improvements, indeed making him worthy of promotion. Promotion? Silds Saint suddenly chuckled, as if he had heard an absurd jest. He sneered, "No, what I mean is, let us find an opportunity to expel him from a navy and then eliminate him." The CP1 leader was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend the thought process of the celestial dragon. Had that individual somehow offended his lord? Although celestial dragons wield immense power, able to easily decide a person's fate, Darren was no ordinary man. Those who earned a place in a Marineford officer training camp were typically key figures nurtured by the Navy headquarters. Even with the authority of the world government, it was not a trivial matter to recklessly intervene with a key officer of the Navy headquarters, especially one who commanded the entire North Sea Navy. At the very least, a plausible reason was required. Offended? Not at all. Silds Saint let out a sinister laugh. The CP1 members, filled with trepidation, knelt on one knee. The specific reason is, Silds cast a sidelong glance at him and suddenly placed his foot on the man's head, kicking him until he was bloodied. "I made a decision. Do I need a reason?" "No, I do not." Witnessing the fury of the celestial dragon, the CP1 leader trembled, his face pale, too fearful to wipe the blood from his face. Silds Saint scoffed, "If one must insist on a reason." He narrowed his eyes, his gaze fierce. His gaze was disconcerting. "I loathe the way he looks at me. Is that sufficient?" Having uttered these words, he strode into his private cabin. Unlike the hold where slaves were confined, Silds Saint's independent cabin was spacious, brightly lit, and lavishly decorated. A soft carpet adorned the dry floor, and oil lamps cast a warm glow. Silds glanced at the so-called gift sent by the North Sea Admiral, a series of large chests, brimming with treasures of gold and silver, illuminated the ship's hold with a dazzling array of colors, casting a resplendent glow throughout the cabin. A satisfied smile crept across the face of the celestial dragon. He cast aside his mink coat carelessly onto the floor, navigating through the mountains of wealth. He approached a concealed door at the far end of the hold and unlocked it. The door creaked open slowly. "Come forth, my precious," murmured Silds Saint, his desires surging within, his narrow eyes shimmering with a violent and fervent red light. Soon, a woman emerged from the shadows behind the door. She possessed striking beauty, yet her wrists and ankles were shackled with heavy chains. Her expression was numbed and vacant, her eyes devoid of light, while her lips, painted a vivid crimson, continuously dripped with saliva. A twisted madness spread across Silds Saint's face as he began to laugh maniacally. He pressed a button on the gramophone, and soon, the soft strains of saxophone music began to waft through the air. On the deck of the government ship, the CP1 members glanced at their leader, noticing the bloodstains on his face. "Are you all right, Captain?" one inquired. "It is an honor to be chastised by the celestial dragon," the CP1 leader replied with pride. Wiping the blood from his face, he produced a pack of cigarettes, offering one to each subordinate before lighting one for himself. The CP1 members leaned against the railings, exhaling thick plumes of smoke, their expressions content. They relished this sensation. The fragrant smoke of fine tobacco mingled with the damp scent of falling snow, filling their lungs with a sense of calm and comfort. Standing on this opulent, revered vessel and gazing out over the endless expanse of the sea, it felt as though the entire world lay before them. At every island, the foolish, lowly commoners would kneel before their masters, gazing upon them with fear and trepidation, a feeling that imbued them with a fleeting illusion of nobility. This was a life reserved for those exceptional individuals, like themselves, who serve the divine. At that moment, The alluring and extravagant saxophone music gradually filled the cabin, faintly interspersed with the maniacal laughter of the celestial dragon, the crack of the whip, and the woman's anguished screams. Upon hearing the familiar melody, a glimmer of envy flickered in the eyes of the CP1 members. Sild's Saint had begun anew. They wondered whether, after this encounter, he would generously bestow his plaything upon them. A knowing smile, recognizable to all men, crept across their faces as they reminisced about something tantalizing. You lot. The CP1 leader shook his head in bemusement at his subordinates. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. A chill crept up his spine as he realized his subordinates were staring in horror behind him. He turned slowly, his eyes widening with growing disbelief. Before the opulent official vessel, a man poised upon a metallic hoverboard floated in midair, his ample white cloak billowing gracefully in the caress of the sea breeze. Amidst the swirling snowflakes, he raised a finger, exuding an aura of lethal intent, while simultaneously wearing a smile, beckoning them to silence. Hush! Chapter 34 Farewell. The music played by the saxophonist gradually crescendoed. The expansive range of the notes resembled the tumultuous waves of a furious sea, rising and falling in a fervent surge. Inside the cabin, the celestial dragon danced with reckless abandon, the iron whip in his hand striking mercilessly. His expression was one of madness and exhilaration, a grotesque smile contorting his face. His footsteps matched the rhythm of the music, the sound of the whip intertwining with the melodious and passionate saxophone, resonating in harmony. Crack, crack, crack. The sharp sound of the whip against tender flesh echoed. As the woman gritted her teeth in agony, her body marred by a multitude of bloody welts. Fiery pain radiated from her wounds, yet she dared not utter a cry. Instead, she clenched her jaw tightly, her beautiful face laboriously maintaining a facade of flirtatiousness. No, that is not right. Sild's Saint suddenly roared in fury, his gem-adorned hands wielding the whip with increasing ferocity. You should gaze at me with defiance. You should loathe me. You should despise me. Think carefully. I have slain your father. I have killed your mother. Recall those moments vividly. Crack! The whip sliced through the air, leaving a gory wound upon the woman's chest. She let out a muffled groan, her body drenched in blood, lying on the ground as she gasped for breath, her gaze increasingly submissive and meek. She understood well that displaying hatred would only serve to further incite the celestial dragon's twisted desires. Instead, unyielding compliance and submission often led to a fleeting loss of his interest. Damn it! Damn it! Sild's Saint strode forward, his corpulent hand striking the woman's face with a resounding slap. The force sent her body flying 2 meters, her face visibly swelling. A trickle of blood escaping from the corner of her mouth, her long black hair strewn about in disarray. How utterly boring! The celestial dragon panted, his irritation mounting. He drew the golden pistol from his waist, clicking off the safety with a snap, pressing it against the bloodied forehead of the woman. Initially, he had entertained the thought of sparing her life if she could please him. Now, it seemed unnecessary. Indeed, those of noble lineage need not harbor any compassion for these lowly, filthy ants. After all, he had already found his next exquisite toy, had he not? With that thought, Sild's Saint cruelly grinned once more. I'm truly sorry, my beloved wife. He gazed down at his 17th wife, his finger gently resting on the trigger of the gun. Farewell. However, at that moment, Sild's Saint noticed the woman's pupils suddenly constrict. Her previously vacant expression began to gain color, her eyes fixated intently on something behind her. Sild's Saint furrowed his brow. He caught a whiff of a strange odor. This scent was all too familiar. The stench of blood, an overwhelmingly intense aroma of blood. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of creaking sounds erupted behind him. Sild's Saint turned, his gaze drawn to the cabin door, which was gradually being pushed open. Crimson blood flowed through the crack at the floor, seeping in from outside. As the cabin door swung fully open, a tempest laden with swirling snow rushed in. There stood a towering figure, drenched in blood, snowflakes clinging to his short black hair, and a voluminous white cloak billowing behind him, reeking of carnage. Sild's Saint's eyes widened in shock, and he could not help but exclaim, "It's you." He fixed his gaze on Darren, who stood at the threshold, while his peripheral vision caught sight of the gruesome scene on the deck outside. Bodies clad in black suits hung limply in midair. The 12 CP members tasked with escort duties had utterly succumbed to death, their bodies impaled by rusted steel, sprawled in disarray like tattered garments in the storm. Blood dripped steadily from their corpses, staining the entire deck a deep crimson. Sild Saint's pupils constricted to pinpoints. This fiend, he has slain my subordinates? In an instant, an unfathomable chill surged from the soles of the celestial dragoness feet, racing up his spine to his scalp, causing a prickling sensation. Admiral of the North Sea, Colonel Darren of the Navy headquarters, had encountered Sild Saint before. Standing at the entrance, Darren narrowed his eyes, slightly bowing with a smile. Bang! The golden pistol spat fire. The bullet struck Darren's forehead with unerring precision, producing a resounding clang as it ricocheted away, sparks flying. It seems your marksmanship is quite commendable, Darren remarked with a grin as he stepped forward. You, Sild Saint, witnessing the ineffectiveness of a shot, was shaken to his core, instinctively retreating 2 steps. Darren, what do you intend to do? What do I intend to do? Now, that is indeed a splendid question. Darren chuckled, pausing theatrically for a moment before winking at Sild Saint. What do you think, Sild Saint? Taken aback, Sild Saint's fury ignited. Whatever your intentions may be, you have offended me, and you must die. He frantically squeezed the trigger as the Navy colonel approached. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets incessantly struck Darren's body, yet all rebounded, leaving multiple dents in the cabin's floor and walls. After firing several shots, Sild Saint gazed in disbelief at the man now before him. You! Darren delivered a resounding slap to his face, shattering the glass mask he wore, sending countless shards piercing into the celestial dragon's skin, blood streaming forth. Under the terrifying might of Darren, the countenance of Sild Saint contorted grotesquely, his form spiraling through the air, propelled several meters back until he collided forcefully with the ship's cabin. With a resounding crash, the wooden planks of the cabin splintered. Sild Saint emitted a lamentable wail, his bloodshot eyes filled with malice as they fixated on Darren, pointing accusingly. You wretched. Suddenly, 2 steel rods erupted from the depths of the cabin, entwining like roots around the hands of the celestial dragon, piercing through his corpulent palms and impaling Sild Saint firmly against the wall of the cabin. Aya! He shrieked, akin to the cries of a slaughtered pig. Chapter 35. The norms of the North Sea, the piercing screams of the celestial dragons echoed throughout the entirety of the world government ship. Within the cabin, a woman, her body marred by countless lacerations and drenched in her own blood, lay sprawled in a pool of crimson, her gaze fixated vacantly upon the godlike figure who continued to wail. Her mind was a blank slate. This naval officer, had he truly inflicted harm upon a celestial dragon? No, he sought to extinguish the life of one of them. Had he lost his sanity? Or was he simply courting death? Any affront to the celestial dragons, regardless of the perpetrator, would invoke the wrath of the world government, prompting even the admirals of the Navy to take action. This was a forbidden zone upon these seas, an insurmountable boundary. You are excessively loud, Darren remarked with a furrowed brow, his impatience evident as he waved his hand dismissively. With this motion, 2 steel rods surged forth from the cabin floor, slicing through the air like blades, impaling Sild Saint's feet and pinning him against the wall. Blood gushed from his hands and feet, pooling on the ground within mere moments, forming a horrifying crimson puddle. You are doomed. Darren! The unbearable agony prompted Sild Saint to scream once more, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. He, a celestial dragon born atop the pinnacle of society, a divine being in this world, a descendant of the Creator, had been coddled since infancy. He had never experienced such devastating harm. Even the slightest stumble had eluded him. I had thought that a being of such exalted stature would possess blood of gold. It seems, however, that you are no different from ordinary mortals. Thus, it appears that celestial dragons are not divine after all, Darren remarked with a smile. Sild Saint's eyes were bloodshot, fixed intently upon him. That accursed smile again, hypocritical, mocking, as if he regarded even this god with disdain. It was precisely this grin that fueled Sild's Saint's disdain for Darren. Most infuriating of all was that, from Darren's gaze, he perceived no familiar trace of fear, the kind that a lowly commoner ought to exhibit in the presence of the world's elite, igniting an inferno of rage within his heart. Do you not fear the retaliation of the world government? Do you believe you can escape unscathed? Sild's Saint gasped, his breaths labored, emitting a low growl akin to that of a beast. Retaliation? Darren chuckled. Who would know that I am responsible? He gestured towards the accumulated treasures within the cabin. At least to all on Baisha Island, I, the disgrace of the North Sea Navy, am merely bestowing a generous sum upon the esteemed Sild's Saint in a bid for favor. Who would suspect that a naval officer would dare to raise a hand against a celestial dragon? Upon hearing Darren's words, Sild's Saint's pupils constricted. He fought against the dizziness brought on by his significant blood loss, gritting his teeth as he queried, Darren, I fail to comprehend why you would act against me. Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, is it that little girl? From Darren's silence, Sild's Saint gleaned a definitive answer. Is it merely because of a commoner? His face was etched with disbelief. Merely a lowly commoner. Why must he go to such lengths? Darren quietly regarded the grotesque expression of the celestial dragon before him, the blood on the floor having spread beneath his military boots. This was not simply a commoner. He suddenly declared, that is a commoner under my jurisdiction. Sild's Saint bellowed. Why do you care so much about the life and death of a commoner? Besides, don't think I don't know what you are. Do you fancy yourself a good person? Who in the North Sea does not know that you have amassed wealth by supporting the mafia and exploiting the lowly commoners? Ultimately, you are no more noble than I am. Darren suddenly erupted into laughter. He beckoned with his finger. The steel that ensnared Sild's Saint's right arm tightened violently, constricting. Crack! A bloodied, severed arm soared into the air. Ah! Sild's Saint writhed in agony, the luxurious silk of his robe gradually darkening with yellow urine. You are correct. I am not a good person, which is precisely why I have come, Darren replied coolly. If I were a good person, I suppose I would not dare to show my face here. Of course, I did not wish to come, nor do I desire to engage with you repugnant celestial dragons. I merely wish to live my life in tranquility and manage the North Sea fleet. But I accepted the money from that father and daughter. You accepted money. Sild's Saint gasped frantically, his breath ragged from the pain, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How much did you take from her? I am a celestial dragon. I have plenty of money. Just spare me, and I shall give you whatever you desire. No, not just money. I can provide you with anything you wish. Women, not just of the human race, but from other species as well. Power? I can have you promoted to Rear Admiral immediately. Whatever you want, I can provide. Darren sighed abruptly. What is it that you think you can offer me? The celestial dragon, gasping weakly, momentarily brightened, nodding eagerly. Indeed, just speak, and I shall oblige. Anything at all. Ah, the quintessential style of a celestial dragon. There is indeed something I desire. Darren observed Sild's Saint, tilting his head, a sinister grin gradually forming on his lips. I wish to kill you. Sild's Saint froze momentarily, but the next second, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Kill me. You would die too? Darren, did you not foresee this? The world government's official ship is equipped with covert surveillance devices. At this very moment, the world government is witnessing everything that transpires here. You are doomed. Ha 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 ha. His deranged gaze fixed on Darren, desperately seeking terror and fear in the latter's eyes. Yet he failed. There was only a smile. The face of the naval colonel retained that infuriating smile. A wave of intense unease surged through Sild's Saint's mind, causing his heart to race. Compared to other celestial dragons, Sild's Saint, you are the more astute one. Darren spoke with intrigued nonchalance. I can offer you a chance. As he said this, he made no visible move. The iron shackles binding Sild's Saint were suddenly released. The celestial dragon slumped to the ground like a heap of mud, gasping for breath. Darren produced a military phone bug and casually tossed it toward him. Give it a try, if you can establish a signal. Under the gaze of the colonel's sardonic smile, Sild's Saint felt a tremor in his heart. Gritting his teeth, he defiantly attempted to dial the phone bug. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The military phone bug remained dormant, unresponsive. The color drained from Sild Saint's face, leaving it ghostly pale. The communication signal had been blocked. It was impossible. He mumbled, his eyes glazed over, as if his soul had been wrenched from his body, leaving him in a daze. The phone bug's communication signal, entirely obstructed. How could this be? With the signal blocked, it meant that whatever transpired on this official vessel would remain unknown to the world. Sild Saint trembled, a profound despair washing over him. Darren observed him quietly, ephemeral arcs of electricity flickering between his fingers. He was not a fool to act recklessly out of momentary passion. The moment Sild Saint disregarded his dignity and insisted on taking the young girl away, he had resolved to eliminate this grotesque swine. Thus, during the capture of the girl, he had slipped his life card into Sild Saint's hand. Consequently, the latter's route would be revealed. Furthermore, by transferring the security task, he successfully acquired intelligence on the CP members involved in this escort mission. At this point, only one final question remained regarding Sild Saint's demise: surveillance. Typically, the world government's official vessels would be equipped with monitoring phone bugs to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. However, this posed no concern for Darren's capabilities. With the level of development of his magnet fruit, he could create a magnetic field with a radius of approximately 100 meters centered around himself. Within this magnetic field, the phone bug signal would be completely obstructed. This range was sufficient to envelop the entire official vessel. This was the inspiration he had drawn from Doflamingo's birdcage. And this was the foundation of Darren's audacity to take action against the celestial dragons. No. Why? If you're aware that I'm stalling for time, why not simply kill me directly? Sild Saint suddenly lifted his head to glare at Darren, screaming frantically in rage. He could not comprehend. Clearly, this man possessed the power to easily slay him and understood his intentions. Why did he not simply act and eliminate him? Darren squinted, a smirk of mockery playing on his lips. To simply and decisively kill you would be too lenient. As he spoke, the despair etched on the faces of that father and daughter duo back on Beisha Island flickered momentarily in his mind. At the very least, before your demise, I wish to make you savor the taste of despair. With that, Darren slowly drew forth his pistol. In the dim, hopeless gaze of the celestial dragon, the muzzle of the gun gently pressed against his forehead. No. A glimmer of unprecedented terror spread across Sild Saint's eyes, panic seizing him as he screamed, "I'm a celestial dragon if you kill me." Bang! The gun fired. Without hesitation, Darren pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through his forehead, emerging from the back of his head, leaving a gaping hole. A copious mixture of red and white splattered against the cabin wall, forming a grotesque pattern. Sild Saint's body convulsed slightly, the light in his pupils fading rapidly. Damn, I took the money. Only for a lowly commoner. He slowly crumpled to the ground. His expression froze there, a blend of confusion, bewilderment, shock, and fear. A tapestry of emotions intertwined, creating an absurd yet magnificent ukiyo-e. He was dead. Darren stood before the lifeless body of the celestial dragon, looking down upon him with an air of calmness, stating, "Having accepted payment, one must fulfill their duty. This is the rule of the North Sea." Chapter 36, Dauntlessness. You have slain him. The woman, entirely naked and bearing numerous wounds, gazed in horror at the celestial figure lying in a pool of blood. Watching the crimson liquid seep outward, her voice trembled, her complexion pallid. She could hardly comprehend the surreal scene before her, as if caught in a dream. "You have killed the celestial being," she murmured repeatedly, reaching out to touch the warm blood coursing across the ground. A smile gradually formed at the corners of her mouth. "You have slain him." The smile morphed into a wild grin. "Ha ha ha ha! You have killed him. He is finally dead. Ha 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 ha!" The woman laughed heartily, yet her eyes began to glisten with blood-red tears. "He is finally dead." Sobbing, she eventually broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Darren observed this woman, oscillating between laughter and tears, her expression a blend of madness and torment, and he felt his gaze involuntarily lower. "You are free," he uttered. "Free?" A bittersweet expression emerged on her face as she gently turned her body, revealing her bare back to Darren. A glaring blood-red mark resembling a dragon's claw marred her skin. What does freedom mean to me in this world? She lifted her head and smiled faintly at Darren. Her smile tinged with a sense of acceptance, even liberation. Thank you, Admiral. With great difficulty, she rose and knelt upon the ground, sincerely bowing her head to Darren. I have no purpose left in this life. All those I cherished have perished at his hands. Please pursue your rightful path. Darren gazed deeply into her eyes, where he discerned an indomitable will to meet death. He was unaware of the torment she had endured or how long she had suffered at the hands of Sild's saint. Yet, he adhered to a guiding principle. One should not hastily judge another's life without having lived through their suffering. I understand. Then, may you journey well. With those words, Darren resolutely turned and walked toward the ship's exit. The woman knelt on the ground, watching the figure of the naval officer recede into the distance, her hand rising to wipe the tears from her face. Her gaze was no longer vacant, no longer numb. A brilliant, warm smile gradually illuminated her blood-stained visage, akin to a flower resiliently blooming on a precipice. Thank you, truly thank you, Admiral. If I survive, it would indeed be a burden for you. She smiled faintly, slowly retrieving the golden pistol from the ground. Bang! Bang! Clenching her teeth, she fired 2 shots into the corpse of the celestial being. Father, mother, I'm coming to join you. She smiled radiantly, the gun aimed at her temple. She reserved the last bullet for herself. Bang! The sound of a gunshot and the thud of a heavy body hitting the ground echoed behind her. Yet Darren's steps showed no sign of hesitation. He was no saint. It is impossible to compel a soul who has resigned to death to muster the courage to continue living. In the past, she had no choice. Yet now, she at least possesses the freedom to choose death. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Darren strode purposefully towards the cabin where the slaves were confined aboard the naval vessel. The locked door was flung open effortlessly. Unimpeded, Darren stepped into the interior, where the putrid, damp odor assailed his senses, and the dim yellow oil lamps flickered in the murky air. Crouched in the corner of the cell, Leah heard the commotion. A flicker of fear crossed her delicate face, swiftly replaced by a look of astonished joy upon recognizing Darren. He waved his hand, and the iron bars of the cage crumpled, distorted, and disassembled, the shackles binding the little girl falling away. Brother Navy! The gag that had silenced her fell away, and the girl, teary-eyed, called out, stumbling towards Darren and wrapping her arms tightly around his leg. Darren affectionately ruffled her hair, smiling as he said, "Come, I shall take you home." Leah, her eyes glistening, nodded earnestly. Thus, hand in hand, they exited the cabin. However, as Leah emerged onto the deck and beheld the corpses strung together by iron, her face turned pale. Instinctively, she glanced back into the cabin, where the terrifying, grotesque, celestial dragon lay amidst a pool of blood. Involuntarily, she released Darren's hand and stumbled back in fright. Suddenly, gritting her teeth, she charged toward the nearby mast with fierce determination. Darren swiftly grasped her clothing, lifting her as one would a kitten. "What are you doing?" he inquired with a frown. The little girl, her voice quavering with emotion, replied, "I can't survive, can I? If I do, I will only bring trouble to you." Brother Navy. Darren paused, letting out a sigh. He recalled the earlier actions of the girl's father, feeling a sense of helplessness wash over him. Truly, they were strikingly similar. Father and daughter. He lifted the girl into his arms, stating earnestly, "Since you have survived, then live well. Your father is waiting for you to return home. I have accepted your payment. I must ensure your safety." The little girl, momentarily taken aback, shyly murmured, "But the money I gave was very little." Darren chuckled. "It is sufficient." A metallic hoverboard floated towards him, and he stepped onto it, gradually ascending into the air. Suspended high above, he cradled the grimy little girl, surveying the bloody tableau of the world government's vessel below. He slowly raised his hand, fingers splayed, and with a distant grasp, he unleashed a tremendous force. Thunderous roars echoed, and with a cacophony of cracking sounds, the entire naval vessel began to compress, collapse, and twist under the influence of a peculiar magnetic field. With a resounding boom, the gunpowder and munitions stored within the ship were ignited, a towering inferno erupting skyward, engulfing the entire ship in a conflagration. The searing, Vast shock waves struck with ferocity, compelling the young girl to instinctively bury her head against the chest of the naval commander. As if it were the safest haven in the world, the official vessel gradually succumbed to the depths. The flag of the world government, a symbol of utmost authority, reduced to ashes amidst the flames. Thick black smoke billowed skyward as ominous clouds gathered above, heralding the long-anticipated tempest. Within the hazy, flickering, and distorted glow of the fire, Darren seemed to discern a multitude of faces flickering in and out of view, akin to a dream. He beheld the vacant gaze of the shrine maiden on the street, clutching a rose tightly, witnessed the relentless punches of Kaji against the wall, a release of pent-up frustration, saw a man kneeling before him, pleading with a heap of coins, observed a woman smiling as she raised a golden pistol to her own head, and glimpsed the grotesque, mocking visage of the celestial dragons. A myriad of faces, a tapestry of scenes, perpetually emerged and faded within the blazing inferno. Darren exhaled deeply. In the profound depths of his soul, the suffocating, oppressive sensation finally dissipated completely. As clarity dawned, an indescribable emotion and power surged within his chest, demanding release. Suddenly, a blinding bolt of lightning rent the pitch-black sky, illuminating the entire world. A tempest that devoured all followed in its wake. The winds roared and the clouds surged. The naval commander hovered high in the air, his presence continually escalating, his grand cloak billowing behind him like a tempestuous dragon. An overwhelming, formidable, and austere aura erupted from his being, seemingly resonating with the storm raging across the heavens. The world shifted in hue. Meanwhile, within Darren's perception, a new element slowly emerged. Conqueror S. Haki, Level 20, The Spirit of a King. Awaken at last. Chapter 37. The World Destroyer at the same moment, upon the blood-red cliffs. The magnificent and towering red earthen continent seemed to merge with the heavens. The sacred land of Mary Geos, adorned with blue-topped white edifices, stood with immaculate streets. Lush vegetation, artificial hills, fountains, and man-made gardens enveloped grand and ancient structures nestled upon the fragrant hills, resembling a realm of fantasy. This was the divine abode of Mary Geos, a sanctuary for the noble, sacred, and great deities. Suddenly, a horrifying gasp shattered the tranquility of this divine realm. How is this possible? Within a resplendent building of the divine realm, an official responsible for managing the daily affairs of the world's aristocracy turned pale, collapsing onto the ground in terror, his body quaking uncontrollably. His voice swiftly captured the attention of other officials. As they rushed into the main hall, their breath caught in their throats at the sight of a life card gradually igniting, turning to ashes, leaving them momentarily breathless and blank-minded. It was the life card of Lord Silda's Saint. According to the latest intelligence, he was not in the North Sea, having just embarked on a returning official vessel. Was he? How could this be? The officials exchanged fearful glances, their throats dry as if set ablaze. Instinctively swallowing hard, the celestial dragon, Silda's Saint, is dead. Quickly, inform the 5 elders. The lead official jolted, forcing his trembling body to rise, gritting his teeth as he yelled. Thus, the news spread swiftly. Instantly, Mary Geos became a cacophony of panic. CP agents in suits flitted through the streets like phantoms, while the Holy Land's guards galloped down the tidy avenues, causing the residents to tremble in fear. The officials, eyes filled with dread, gazed towards the stairway to heaven, their hearts tumultuous with upheaval. The sacred and noble celestial dragon had perished. This marked the first divine fall upon these seas since the God Valley incident 8 years prior. In the North Sea, a certain maritime region, the sky darkened, roiling black clouds resembling a collapsing fortress wall churned ominously. Torrential rain enveloped the world, as warships pitched violently upon the surging waves, as if tossed by an invisible giant. Thunderous roars erupted. Dense cannon fire spewed forth from the battleships, flames bursting sequentially, the black barrels glowing red from the intense heat. The thunder of cannonballs and explosions ignited fierce flashes of light upon the distant sea, colossal columns of water soaring skyward. Bondi Valdo, you cannot escape. On the battleship, a figure with black-rimmed glasses and braided black beard, Wayno, stood at the prow, glaring at the pirate ship at the center of the bombardment, bellowing in fury. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, rebounding off the deck, enveloping the warship in a shroud of mist. On the deck, numerous naval personnel braved the torrential rain, swiftly loading ammunition into the heavy artillery. With each cannonball that thundered forth, the warship trembled in response. Sengoku, you are far from capturing me. At the bow of the pirate ship stood a towering figure, arms crossed, grinning maliciously, clad in a vivid crimson captain's coat and adorned with a horned helmet. His gray-green beard quivered with his laughter, emanating an aura of profound strength. He was Bondi Waldo, the World Destroyer, captain of the Ward Pirates, with a bounty of 200 million berries. A legendary pirate, on par with the likes of Whitebeard and Roger. Shells exploded around the pirate vessel, sending torrents of seawater splashing into the air amidst billowing smoke. Yet, Bondi Waldo remained unfazed, his fierce gaze fixated on the warship, a cruel smile suddenly curling at the corners of his mouth. When it comes to firepower, I have never lost to anyone. His figure vanished like a specter. Within the dense curtain of rain, a shadow darted through, moving with such speed that it momentarily created a vacuum in the downpour. In the next heartbeat, Bondi Waldo had appeared on the opposite side of the deck, hands gripping a cannon. Adjust the course, lads. Let's show those lapdogs of the world government the might of the Ward Pirates. He bellowed. Roar. The crew of the Ward Pirates was filled with fervor, raising their arms in a rallying cry. Amidst the surging waves, one pirate clutched the helm tightly. Attention, hard to starboard. In an instant, the ship creaked and groaned, tilting noticeably amidst the tempest and bombardment. The deck became increasingly precarious, and the pirates clung tightly to the slick railing to avoid being thrown into the sea. The rain cascaded onto the deck in torrents. Bondi Waldo's hands gripped the cannon like iron claws as the ship's tilt aligned the fixed barrel toward the massive warship. Is it really necessary to pursue me for a day and night just for sinking a celestial dragon's official vessel? He scoffed disdainfully, laughing maniacally against the downpour. Come on, Sengoku, let me show you. The power to obliterate the world. He yanked the cannon's firing mechanism. Boom! A pitch-black cannonball erupted from the barrel, slicing through the torrential rain. Momo, 50-fold cannon. With a chilling command from Bondi Waldo, an invisible force seemed to emanate outward. A white shock wave surged from the speeding cannonball. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The cannonball, soaring through the air, suddenly began to swell, its size multiplying exponentially in the blink of an eye. The black projectile, now exceeding 20 meters in diameter, surged forward with unprecedented velocity, reaching the apex of its trajectory before plummeting furiously toward the warship where Sengoku stood. The velocity with which it descends, the ferocity of its plunge, and its colossal size create waves of fiery crimson as it brushes against the air, resembling a meteor that has pierced the heavens and fallen from the clouds. This is the power of Bondi Waldo, the Momo fruit, which augments both the speed and size of objects. With the multiplication of speed and size, the power of the enhanced projectile surges exponentially. It can be stated without reservation that once this shell detonates upon impact, its explosive force would effortlessly obliterate an entire town. The scarlet glow above expands relentlessly, casting a massive shadow over everyone aboard the battleship. The gale-force shockwave descends from the heights, causing the entire ship to lurch, with the deck emitting a cracking sound. Damn it! Sengoku roared, his eyes burning crimson. Should this shell strike the vessel, it is likely that the Navy on board, including himself, would be engulfed by the wrath of the ocean. His military boots thudded heavily against the bow, and Sengoku's figure soared upward like a cannonball. Instantly, a magnificent, resplendent golden light illuminated the skies. The Navy was awestruck as they witnessed their Grand Admiral transform into a colossal golden Buddha, launching a palm strike toward the massive projectile plummeting from the heavens. Buddha's impact. Boom! The vast golden shockwave collided with the shell. For a fleeting second, The world fell silent before a cataclysmic explosion erupted in the sky. A fireball with a diameter exceeding 100 meters ascended, while countless fragments of shell rained down upon the battleship like a torrential firestorm. As Sengoku regained his human form mid-air, his expression shifted, and he bellowed, "Borisolino, I understand." A languid voice emerged amidst the downpour, followed by a flash of golden light soaring skyward. The Eichaku jewel. The barrage of light pulses fell like a deluge, relentlessly washing over the descending fragments of the shell, illuminating the darkened sky with fierce flames. Amidst the billowing smoke, Sengoku landed steadily. As the winds dispersed the haze, his gaze fixated on the pirate ship that was fleeing toward the distant storm. Gritting his teeth, he was about to issue a command to pursue when a hoarse voice suddenly resonated from behind him. "Cease the pursuit. Something has occurred." Sengoku furrowed his brow. A member of CP-0, adorned with a peculiar patterned mask, swiftly emerged from the cabin. This operation against Bondi Waldo was a joint initiative spearheaded by the CP and the Navy, with intelligence primarily sourced from the CP. Retreat? Bondi Waldo has been cornered. Ahead lies the notorious chaotic waters of the North Sea. In such tempestuous conditions, he cannot escape. Sengoku countered. However, the CP-0 agent shook his head, stating, "Bondi Waldo is no longer relevant." He produced a military snail and handed it to Sengoku. An aged, sinister voice slowly emanated from the military snail. "Sengoku, retreat immediately." In a moment of bewilderment, Sengoku instinctively remarked, "Lord Five Elders, our operation is on the brink of success. The notorious pirate Bondi Wald has entered the ambush zone as per our plan. If only you could grant me a little more time." However, he was abruptly interrupted by a commanding voice from the other side. "We command you to retreat immediately." Frustration welled within Sengoku as he queried, "May I ask why?" "My lord, the government and the Navy have invested immense resources and effort into this operation. Sir D's died in the North Sea." The voice of the Five Elders from the transponder snail left Sengoku momentarily stunned. A celestial dragon. Dead? How? Could this be possible? Sengoku, as the sole admiral of the Marine headquarters, your priority is to thoroughly investigate the cause of Sir D's death. Do you understand? All other matters are inconsequential. The unmistakable authority of the Five Elders resonated. On the deck, drenched by the relentless rain, Sengoku inhaled deeply, feeling as if the fervor within him had been extinguished by the cold downpour. "I understand," he gritted out. Observing this, CP-0 retracted the transponder snail and retreated into the ship's cabin. At that moment, countless golden photons began to coalesce around Sengoku, swiftly reshaping into a humanoid form. Towering and distinct, clad in a striking yellow and white striped suit, adorned with exaggerated frog-eye sunglasses and sporting a scruffy beard, stood the young admiral of the new generation. "Borisolino, shall I pursue them further, Admiral Sengoku?" Borisolino inquired, his tone unhurried as he regarded Sengoku, his ashen visage. Sengoku cast a resentful glance at the ward pirates, gradually vanishing amidst the distant storm, and suddenly struck the railing with a powerful fist, shattering it to pieces. "No need. Let us return," he spat through clenched teeth, his expression a picture of utmost displeasure. Borisolino, serving as his aide, possessed formidable strength, far exceeding that of an average rear admiral. Yet, when compared to a pirate of Bondi Wald's caliber, who stood shoulder to shoulder with the likes of Whitebeard and Roger, there remained a significant disparity. Allowing him to pursue alone could result in catastrophic losses for the Marine headquarters should he falter and fall into Wald's clutches. A future admiral, endowed with monstrous talent, must not encounter any unforeseen mishaps. What Sengoku never anticipated was that despite the extensive resources and effort expended, they were so close to capturing Bondi Wald, only to face such a disheartening outcome, a failure at the cusp of success. He felt a deep-seated unwillingness to accept this. Nevertheless, Sengoku understood that he could not defy the orders of the world government. A celestial dragon had perished in the same waters, with the Marine headquarters now only having him as the sole admiral, both out of duty and reason. He must set aside all other affairs to investigate thoroughly. Yet, Who in the North Sea would dare to lay a hand upon a celestial dragon? Standing in the torrential rain, the water striking his slightly pale face, Sengoku's expression fluctuated between gloom and contemplation, lost in thought. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. Chapter 38. Admiral Steelbone and the 5 elders on that fateful night. Admiral Steelbone Kong was roused from his slumber by his aides. Suppressing the irritability brought on by his deprivation of sleep, he embarked on his vessel, hastening towards the holy land of Mariewa. After changing to a government ship along the inland rivers of the Red Earth continent, he transferred to a carriage and, after 3 arduous hours of travel, finally arrived at the inner city of Mariewa, Panga City. At nearly 80 years of age, Admiral Steelbone Kong exhibited no signs of frailty or weariness. His spirit was vibrant, and his gaze profound. Sporting a Mohican hairstyle, his gray-white hair stood erect like steel needles, and his countenance bore a stern and resolute expression. With a robust physique, his chest was muscular, seemingly carved from stone, and the contrast of his bronze skin exuded a rugged, violent beauty. He emanated an imposing majesty akin to towering mountains, and his admiral's cloak, adorned with golden wheat ears, billowed dramatically in the wind. Weary yet determined, Admiral Kong gazed at the staircase that appeared to ascend to the heavens. Surrounded by countless lurking shadows, with his chest held high and his back straight, embodying the essence of his title, he stepped forward onto the pristine, sacred steps leading to the divine. Soon, he traversed this celestial path, passing through a charming garden alive with the melodies of birds and fragrant blooms, until he reached a quaint villa nestled among the flowers. The exterior of the villa was entirely white, adorned with lush ivy at its corners, and the passage of time had left its mark upon the walls. The sharply pointed dome resembled a massive sword. Admiral Steelbone Kong arrived at the villa, where 2 attendants clad in black suits and white gloves stood at the entrance. They bowed slightly in respect. Kong acknowledged them with a nod, inhaled deeply, and pushed open the door. Inside, the villa was adorned in a simple yet elegant decor, featuring a meeting hall. On an intricately carved tea table rested a pot of freshly brewed tea. 5 elderly men, either standing or seated, emanated an aura of authority that was both overwhelming and imperious. These 5 elders were none other than the highest authorities of the world government, the 5 elders. Admiral Steelbone Kong, I present my respects to the esteemed 5 elders, he proclaimed, advancing with steady steps, neither obsequious nor arrogant. He cast a glance at the elder seated furthest to the left, clad in a tailored black suit, bald with a distinct mustache, and bearing a prominent scar across his face. Congratulations, Lord Damocles, on your overwhelming election to the highest position of power, he continued. The newly appointed elder, Damocles, waved his hand dismissively, his voice hoarse as he replied, There is no need for such formalities, Kong. You are well aware of the true reason for your summons. Steelbone Kong replied solemnly, Indeed, I am aware. However, before we proceed, I have a question for you, esteemed gentlemen. He paused, his demeanor suddenly becoming grave. Why did you bypass me, the Admiral, and directly issue a retreat order to Vice Admiral Sengoku? The operation to apprehend Bondi Waldo has been in the works for an extended period, and success is within reach. Missing this opportunity could lead to dire consequences in the future. Are you questioning the government's decision? Damocles retorted, displeasure etched across his face. According to regulations, any offense against the celestial dragons must be met with retribution from the marine admirals. Sild Saint perished in the North Sea, and we have yet to hold your navy accountable for its negligence. Or do you believe the lives of the world's aristocracy are less significant than the mere task of an arrest? Once uttered, the statement drew cold. Indifferent gazes from the other 5 elders towards Steelbone Kong, the pressure swelling like a tide. Faced with the supreme authority of the world government, Steelbone Kong felt a chill run down his spine, yet he remained resolute. The safety of the world's aristocracy is undeniably important, but the task of apprehending Bondi Waldo is equally urgent. This individual is exceedingly ambitious and possesses the strength to bring about worldwide destruction. Let us not forget, esteemed lords, That sealed Saint's initial misfortune stemmed from an attack by Bondiwaldo. As long as he remains at large, this sea shall know no peace. Furthermore, regarding the investigation into Sild Saint's demise, I can assign other personnel from the headquarters. You can assign whom? The golden-haired elder interjected coldly, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his mouth. The 3 admirals of the Marine headquarters. Zeph has already stepped back from active duty, and Garp has repeatedly declined promotion. Are you suggesting you could send Garp to investigate the death of a celestial dragon? Or do you intend to personally venture to the North Sea as the fleet admiral? Listening to the elder's relentless inquiries, Steelbone Kong opened his mouth, ultimately rendered speechless. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Although he appeared to wield great power as fleet admiral, the number of individuals he could command was minimal. As for Zeph, given the tragic events of yesteryear, he had long since retired from frontline duties. Had it not been for Steelbone Kong's sincere pleas, Zeph would have already departed from the Navy altogether. Though he retained the title of admiral, Zeph had essentially distanced himself from the responsibilities of command, wholly absorbed in training at the officer academy. Even as fleet admiral, Steelbone Kong found it difficult to impose his will upon Zeph. As for Garp, that rascal, to send him to investigate the death of a celestial dragon? What a joke. Upon learning of this news, he would likely indulge in donuts, celebrating with raucous laughter, declaring it a fitting end. Thus, it became clear that Sengoku was indeed the only viable option. With this thought, Steelbone Kong couldn't help but grit his teeth and clench his fists. The threat posed by the world destroyer Bondiwaldo was assessed at an extraordinarily high level by the Marine headquarters, even surpassing that of Roger and Whitebeard. After all, while Roger and Whitebeard were stronger in both power and influence, they typically refrained from attacking civilians and towns. Although the former tends to act on impulse under normal circumstances, they would not proactively attack civilians. In fact, they have previously collaborated with the Navy during the Battle of God Valley. The latter harbors modest ambitions, wandering throughout the New World, inviting new members to establish a so-called family. However, Bondiwaldo, this madman, is entirely different. His motto is to eradicate all that stands in his way, employing brutal methods, and he does not hesitate to assault towns, civilians, and even naval bases to achieve his goals. He possesses an immense ambition to subvert the world government, and with the terrifying destructive power of the Momo fruit, poses a greater threat to world peace than Whitebeard and Roger combined. It is maddeningly close. They could have apprehended this fiend. Damocles Saint observed the fluctuating expression of Steelbone Kong and spoke slowly. Kong, the CP's influence has infiltrated the Ward pirates. Bondiwaldo has nowhere left to flee. Steelbone Kong was momentarily stunned. CP has actually infiltrated Bondiwaldo's subordinates? The bald elder, clad in training attire and polishing his katana, remarked indifferently, "This matter ends here. We do not wish to waste further words on it. The death of a celestial dragon concerns the reputation of the world government, and we must uncover the truth. Your Navy must fully cooperate and provide us with an account. Furthermore, keep this information under wraps. This incident must remain confidential." I understand. Steelbone Kong realized that at this juncture, continuing to argue was futile. Not all celestial dragons are sniveling, arrogant, foolish, and incompetent wretches. From birth, they possess unimaginable power. Such privileged status and background serve as a breeding ground for the mentally deranged, the scoundrels, the personality disordered, and the egotists. Yet, among the celestial dragons, there exists a small faction of elites endowed with talent, wisdom, and martial prowess. They receive the finest education from the most distinguished teachers across various fields, and, after rigorous selection, gradually occupy core positions within the world government upon reaching adulthood. Were all celestial dragons to be depraved lunatics, the world government would have collapsed long ago. It could not possibly sustain an 800-year reign. The 5 elders, representing the highest authority of the world government, are indeed the cream of the celestial dragon elite. Their origins naturally compel those in high positions to uphold the dominion and status of the celestial dragons. This is an inevitability. The celestial dragons are supreme. They're the deities of these seas. This is their bottom line, an ironclad rule, one that cannot be broken, leaving no room for bargaining. Yet, Steel Bone Kong sensed something in the elder's final words to seal the information. Chapter 39. A fitting in North Sea. The area where the world government's official vessel sank. The vast expanse of the sea lay under a dull, gray sky, still graced by the descent of soft, feathery snowflakes. Indeed, Commander, based on a maritime route provided by the government's CP department, I have arrived at the scene of the incident. On board the warship, Sengoku held a military communicator, his expression grim as he delivered his report. Adjusting his black-framed glasses, he cast a swift glance across the surface of the water. There were scant obvious traces at the site. Understood. After ending the communication, Sengoku could not help but exhale a long, heavy sigh. The diving unit had already been dispatched. The higher-ups were taking this incident very seriously. A figure clad in a silk robe and donning a mask adorned with peculiar patterns appeared beside Sengoku, reminiscent of a specter. Their raspy voice emerging from beneath the mask. Sengoku nodded, though internally he felt a twinge of skepticism. The tumultuous sea roiled with waves, littered only with a few remnants of shipwrecks. Occasionally, charred and decayed limbs were visible, making it impossible to ascertain specific identities. The Holy Land Mary Geos had already established the actual time of the incident based on the moment when Silda's Saint's life card burned to ashes. By the time Sengoku and his team arrived, 3 full hours had elapsed since the incident. 3 hours. The raging sea was more than capable of obliterating any potential evidence or traces that might have been left behind. At this juncture, even dispatching a diving unit would be of little use. The considerable fuss made over the death of a celestial dragon, and the fact that they had even allowed Bondi Waldo to escape, left Sengoku feeling somewhat disgruntled. Yet, regardless of how absurd it seemed, this was indeed an order from the world government. No matter how discontented or incredulous he felt, Sengoku would dutifully strive to fulfill his responsibilities. The government had issued a gag order. After all, should this incident come to light, it would undermine the government's authority and tarnish its image. However, the involvement of the celestial dragons rendered this situation exceptionally sensitive and troublesome, truly a cause for concern. Sengoku instinctively glanced toward the deck not far away, his lips twitching involuntarily. Here he was, the chief admiral, overwhelmed with tasks, while his aide, Borisolino, that rascal, was lounging on a beach chair sipping watermelon juice, exuding an air of detachment from the unfolding events. Borisolino! Sengoku clenched his teeth and bellowed. We are on a mission. Upon hearing Sengoku's voice, Borisolino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, grinning widely. Here I come, here I come. He leisurely set down his watermelon juice, stood from the beach chair, and approached. What have you discovered? Sengoku asked curtly. Let me take a look. Borisolino rubbed his stubbled chin, adjusted his sunglasses, and observed the scene with a focused demeanor. 2 seconds later, he suddenly parted his lips slightly, as if he had stumbled upon something intriguing, and dramatically exclaimed, How frightening! The celestial dragons have met their demise so thoroughly. Not a shred of flesh remains. The atmosphere immediately turned frigid. The deck fell into an unusual silence. Caw, caw, caw. A few crows flew past overhead. Sengoku. CP-0. A multitude of Navy personnel. Borisolino. Sengoku. Feeling the murderous intent emanating from CP-0 beside him, Sengoku's eyelids twitched involuntarily, struggling to suppress the urge to subdue the yellow-skinned monkey beneath his feet. Gritting his teeth, he growled, Borisolino, you little rascal. Get away from me. Borisolino raised his hands again, feigning innocence. All right, he replied, a look of regret crossing his face as he sauntered away, mumbling, It was you who asked me to come help, after all. He then reclined on a beach chair, leisurely sipping watermelon juice. What a predicament. Hearing Borisolino's mutterings, Sengoku's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his face contorting in frustration, his fists clenching and unclenching in a futile cycle. He felt an overwhelming desire to slap himself twice. Had he known, he would have chosen Sakazuki as his vice admiral. Both graduates of the military academy, hailed as prodigies. At least Sakazuki, with his brooding demeanor, was not as exasperating. How could he have been so blind as to select this rascal? Borisolino? Sengoku lamented. covering his forehead with his hand. However, there was no point in regret. Sakazuki's disposition was excessively obstinate, adopting an extremely extreme approach and measures against pirates, often defying orders. This was something Sengoku could not tolerate. While Borsellino frequently drove him to the brink of rage, at least he was compliant with orders. Sengoku exhaled a deep sigh. Gazing at the cold and indifferent visage of CP0, he managed an awkward smile, intending to say something. BRR. BRR. The sudden ringing of a military snail phone interrupted Sengoku's thoughts. Furrowing his brow, he cast an apologetic glance at CP0 and answered the call. Hello, this is Sengoku. A loud, boisterous laugh boomed through the snail phone. Ha ha ha, Sengoku. How is everything on your end? You've taken care of Bondi Waldo. Haven to you? I've wrapped things up on my side. You wouldn't believe it. I completely caved in that guy's head with my iron fist. What a thrilling battle. Ha 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 ha. The snail phone animatedly mimicked a face with its nostrils pinched, laughing heartily. In the midst of the tumultuous Warring States period, Sengoku remarked, the leader of the 8 Treasure Navy, the renowned Iron Hedzue, has been bested by you, leaving me to presume that he harbors a deep-seated resentment towards you. Carp. He shook his head, lamenting the failure of his mission due to an unforeseen circumstance that allowed Bondi Waldo to escape. An unforeseen circumstance? What transpired? Carp scratched his head, then squinted with a mischievous glint in his eye. It can't be that you were unable to subdue Bondi Waldo, leading to your failure. And you simply concocted an excuse, right? Sengoku, irked, retorted, enough. I am currently preoccupied. One of the celestial dragons has met with a tragic fate in the North Sea, and I am under orders from the world government to conduct an investigation. The moment those words left his lips, Sengoku inwardly cursed his misstep. As anticipated, Carp erupted into hearty laughter over the transponder snail. A celestial dragon is dead? Good riddance. I wonder who had the audacity to eliminate such filth. I would genuinely like to express my gratitude to them. Ha ha ha. A splendid demise. With each of Carp's boisterous guffaws, Sengoku's expression darkened. The oppressive aura emanating from the nearby CP0 grew increasingly palpable, almost suffocating the air around them. Come now, Sengoku, it's merely a celestial dragon. One less is no loss. There are plenty more where that came from. Just conduct a cursory investigation and be done with it. Such scum deserve their fate. Ha. As Carp continued to revel in his mirth, Sengoku cautiously glanced at the stoic CP0 operative beside him, finally unable to suppress his irritation. Carp, you mustn't speak so lightly. That individual is a person of noble standing within the world. Cut the act, Sengoku. Don't think I'm oblivious to your true feelings regarding. Sengoku jolted, seizing the transponder snail and bellowing, Carp, the representative of CP0 from the world government, is right beside me. An abrupt silence enveloped the deck. After a brief moment, Carp's voice echoed nervously. What I just said is null and void. Retract. His expression conveyed denial. Then, the communication abruptly ceased. Sengoku stood in stunned silence for several seconds, blinking in disbelief. He cleared his throat, pocketed the transponder snail, and turned to the unyielding CP0 operative. His demeanor shifted to one of utmost gravity as he intoned solemnly. Very well, we shall commence our investigation. Facing the vacant and cold gaze beneath the CP0 mask, Sengoku raised his fist, filled with righteous indignation, and declared with unwavering resolve, at all costs, we will investigate. We must uncover the truth. Chapter 40. The speculation of Admiral Kazuru. The waves rolled with an unpredictable rhythm. On the deck of the warship, Admiral Sengoku wore a grave expression, his hands clasped behind him, pacing restlessly. Snowflakes drifted from the sky, settling upon his hair and military uniform, yet he paid them no heed. The sound of crashing waves resonated as heads emerged from the water, revealing the underwater unit. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku, the official vessel has been nearly obliterated, and the majority of the debris has been scattered by the sea, leaving no significant remnants. However, it is certain that the hull of the vessel was destroyed in a remarkably brief span of time, igniting the munitions and gunpowder within the hold, which subsequently triggered a raging fire and explosions. a member of the underwater unit, drenched and swift in his movements, boarded the warship and saluted Sengoku as he delivered the report. Was it truly as he feared? A slight heaviness settled in Sengoku's heart. Although the traces left upon the surface of the sea had led him to suspect such an outcome, one cannot help but cling to a glimmer of hope. Furrowing his brow, Sengoku glanced at the silent CP-0 member nearby. One of the surveillance Den Mushi aboard the official vessel. If memory serves me correctly, the world government ships are equipped with surveillance Den Mushi to ensure the safety of the celestial dragons. CP-0 pondered for a moment, but remained silent, turning instead towards the ship's cabin. Sengoku's heart sank at the sight, and he quickly followed suit. Once they entered the cabin, closed the door, and confirmed their solitude, the CP-0 member slowly retrieved a surveillance Den Mushi from within his cloak and placed it upon the table. Indeed, the official vessel was outfitted with surveillance Den Mushi. Under normal circumstances, anyone boarding the official ship would be captured in the recordings at the earliest opportunity. In a low voice, CP-0 stated, "This segment of footage pertains to the privacy of the world government and the aristocracy. Whatever you witness within must remain undisclosed." Sengoku regarded him with a knowing glance. "I am well aware." Only then did CP-0 retract his gloved hand. As the projection of the Den Mushi activated, the dimly lit cabin soon illuminated with a hazy white light. Multiple surveillance angles materialized before Sengoku's eyes. The first image to greet him depicted a harbor resembling a white crescent moon, eerily quiet due to the clearance operations. The once bustling port now appeared desolate. The sky loomed gray, snow cascading down, enveloping the scene in a melancholic atmosphere. From one of the surveillance feeds, Sengoku observed several CP-1 members, clad in black suits, laboriously transporting heavy crates into the main ship's hold. Immediately following was the celestial dragon, Sild's Saint, adorned with a glass helmet, strutting confidently aboard the official ship, escorted by several CP-1 members. The sails of the vessel billowed in the wind, cracking sharply as it set sail from the harbor. Through various angles of surveillance footage, Sengoku beheld a small girl, her eyes red from weeping, shackled and being roughly dragged into a secluded cabin by CP members, curling up helplessly in a dark corner. He observed the CP-1 members on deck, relaxed and smoking, exchanging light-hearted banter. Within the main cabin, he saw a mountain of gold and silver treasures. Accompanied by the sound of a saxophone, a celestial dragon lashed a woman with a whip, exuberantly dancing to the music. In those fleeting glimpses, Sengoku witnessed both the paradise and hell of humanity, extravagance and brutality, brilliance and despair, merely a wall apart. The stark contrasts unfolded before him. Unbeknownst to him, his fist had clenched tightly at some point. Suddenly, the surveillance image froze, then transformed into a flurry of static. Sengoku was momentarily stunned. What about the subsequent footage? He finally regained his composure, inhaling deeply to suppress his discomfort, and asked in a stiff tone. A hoarse, chilling voice emanated from beneath the CP-0 mask. "This is the entirety of the surveillance footage." The signal from the monitoring snail aboard the official ship was severed in an instant, and the imagery vanished completely. Sengoku's heart skipped a beat, and he blurted out, "So?" Within less than a second, the entire official ship was sunk, and everyone aboard was killed. The moment those words left his lips, even he found it hard to believe. Given the widespread distribution of monitoring snails on the world government's official vessels, the possibility of anyone infiltrating was virtually non-existent. Yet, even if someone dared to strike against the celestial dragon, they would still face the obstruction of the CP members on board. Although CP-1 primarily focused on intelligence gathering and analysis within the CP hierarchy, they were ultimately elite operatives trained by the government. Not to mention, each individual possessed combat capabilities on par with naval officers. Under their watch, at the very least, the monitoring snails would have captured the assailant's appearance or silhouette. Yet, the surveillance footage had been abruptly cut off. The only plausible explanation, from Sengoku's perspective, was that, without anyone realizing it, the assailant had obliterated the entire official ship from a distance beyond a recording range of the monitoring snails. CP-0 remained silent, but silence spoke volumes. Sengoku's expression darkened, heavy with gravity. To possess such power, he crossed his arms, furrowing his brow, lost in contemplation. In an instant, the entire ship was annihilated. Whether through long-range assault or in other means, those capable of such destruction are not abundant in these waters, yet they are certainly not scarce either. At least by naval standards, even a vice admiral from headquarters would find it challenging to achieve such a feat in a fleeting moment. A multitude of resounding names and fearsome visages flashed through Sengoku's mind. According to our CP Department's analysis of the remnants of the official vessel, the assailant did not employ swordsmanship. At this juncture, a member of CP-0 interjected, "Have we ruled out the possibility of a great swordsman being involved?" Sengoku paused momentarily, then shook his head. This alone did not clarify the situation. A long-range slash could indeed accomplish such destruction. Yet individuals of this caliber typically possess a variety of offensive capabilities. Whitebeard and the Golden Lion serve as prime examples of this. As if recalling something vital, he retrieved a military transponder snail and dialed headquarters. Within 3 seconds, the connection was established. With a serious demeanor, Sengoku addressed the transponder. "Hello, Tsuru. This is Sengoku. Yes, I am investigating the attack on the Celestial Dragons. Please check on the movements of Whitebeard, Roger, and the Golden Lion over the past 3 days." "What? You say none of them have appeared in the North Sea in the last 3 days?" Sengoku fell silent for a brief moment. "Understood. Thank you, Tsuru." He pocketed the transponder and began to pace the dimly lit cabin, muttering to himself, could it be those individuals? Then, analyzing the situation at the scene, the likelihood of an attack on the Celestial Dragons, the most probable assailant, should be. Sengoku's grave expression suddenly shifted to one of peculiar contemplation. Bondi Waldo? A long-range attack capable of instantaneously obliterating a large official vessel. Ruthless and unrestrained in his assault on the world government and the Celestial Dragons, his precise location aligning with the North Sea. If it weren't for the timing coinciding with my pursuit of Bondi Waldo, I could have firmly concluded that the world destroyer himself was the attacker. As my train of thought faltered again, Sengoku rubbed his temples. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed unexpectedly. Startled, he utilized his observation haki to discern that it was Admiral Kizuru at the door. After a brief hesitation, he closed the visual transponder and called out, "Come in." Kizuru entered with an air of nonchalance. "Admiral Sengoku, I may have deduced who attacked the Celestial Dragon's vessel." He leisurely stepped into the cabin. CP-0 raised an eyebrow. Sengoku's interest was piqued. "What do you propose?" Kizuru, with a grin, puffed out his chest and stated earnestly, "Sea Kings." He stood tall, exuding confidence. Sengoku responded with a stunned silence, while CP-0 remained equally speechless. The next moment, Sengoku's voice erupted in a furious outburst, shaking the entire warship. "Leave at once, you scoundrel." Chapter 41, A Performance on the Other Side. North Sea, Kiev Island. Kiev Island is a neutral territory nestled in the North Sea. The island is modest in size, home to a town with a population of merely a few thousand, and is devoid of any national influence. It is precisely due to this lack of governance that Kiev Island has gradually attracted a myriad of illicit forces. Thieves abound, the mafia reigns supreme, and pirate ships dock recklessly at the dilapidated harbor, while the occasional sound of gunfire echoes through the streets. Darren and the Weasel stood at the docks, smoking, their black hooded coats nearly concealing their identities. The bustling crowd ebbed and flowed at the harbor, filled with shouts, haggling, and the clamor of goods being dragged across the ground. The air around the docks was permeated with a foul stench. Rancid fish, decaying fruits, expired spices, excrement, and even dismembered corpses floated along the shoreline, creating an olfactory assault that was nothing short of hellish. "Is everything in order?" Darren squinted at a merchant ship gradually departing the harbor, exhaling smoke as he inquired. "Yes, I remained incognito. It was transferred to the caravan via a mafia faction under our control. No one will be able to trace it back to us." The Weasel spoke in a grave tone, his heart racing beneath his seemingly calm facade. "No need to be so tense." Darren noticed the Weasel's unease and turned to pat his shoulder with a smile. "Aside from her, there will be no survivors on that ship. Even if an investigation were to arise, they would find no leads. To to the world. That young flower seller has sunk to the depths of the sea alongside the official vessel. The weasel took a deep drag from his cigarette, unable to suppress a roll of his eyes. You make it sound so easy. Just the thought of the audacious act carried out by Darren still made the weasel's palms sweat with anxiety. That was a celestial dragon, a being of unparalleled power and status. However, on the other hand, upon learning of Darren's successful divine assassination, a sense of indescribable exhilaration coursed through him. The image of the innocent, pure smile on the young girl's face lingered in his mind as they parted. Perhaps for a smile like that, such risks were indeed worth taking. Darren, you are right. That celestial dragon truly deserves his fate. But what of her father? How shall we handle him? The weasel exhaled a long plume of smoke, asking solemnly. Darren pondered for a moment. It won't be long before they send someone to investigate Beisha Island. So we cannot disclose the truth to her father just yet. We need him to play along in this charade. The weasel's pupils contracted slightly. An investigation? Did you not say they would find no clues? Darren chuckled coldly. They will uncover nothing. I utilized the powers of the maki-maki fruit to directly jam the signals of the monitoring snail. Even if the government conducts a subsequent investigation of the surveillance footage, they would merely find that the connection was abruptly severed. Thus, the conclusion they would derive is that the entire official vessel was destroyed in an instant. Consequently, their investigative focus would naturally shift towards those possessing formidable terroristic capabilities. As merely a colonel from the headquarters, I would undoubtedly remain beyond suspicion. Nevertheless, the investigative team must still present a semblance of diligence to appease the government. The weasel suddenly comprehended this, yet furrowed his brow. Do you believe the government will persist in their inquiry? Darren shook his head. That is improbable. They lack the necessary patience. Furthermore, the celestial dragon incident remains classified. Aside from the investigative team and senior officials, no one else is aware. Since no one knows, the government faces little political pressure. This incident differs significantly from the events surrounding the Sabeti archipelago in the original narrative. In that storyline, Monkey D. Luffy openly assaulted a celestial dragon, and the entire island's populace became cognizant of the affront. The world government, compelled by political repercussions, was obligated to take severe measures. An admiral was dispatched, and Kizaru's attempt to subdue the Straw Hat Pirates ultimately ended in failure, resulting only in the capture of 500 unfortunate pirates as a form of appeasement. However, this time is distinct. No one is aware that a celestial dragon has perished. The clues and evidence have been entirely sealed off by me. The ultimate conclusion of the investigation will likely be a hasty wrap-up. Listening to Darren's analysis, the weasel could not help but exclaim, I truly cannot fathom how your mind works. Born in the North Sea, yet possessing such profound understanding and analysis of the upper echelons. However, should the investigation proceed, it is quite possible that Kaji and Gion may deduce something. Are you not concerned they might expose the truth? He turned to Darren, his tone laced with apprehension. Regardless, for the North Sea Navy, Kaji and Gion remain outsiders. Moreover, their initial impression of Darren has not been particularly favorable. Darren chuckled lightly. Even if they were to surmise something, they would neither dare to speak nor disclose it. He gazed at the grimy, dark harbor before him, appearing at ease, as though he were meant to be there. They are virtuous, better than I, and even superior to most in this world. Their purity and clarity are their greatest strengths, yet also their most significant weaknesses. I have accomplished what they yearned to do, but lacked the courage to attempt, and thus they will naturally remain silent. However, once they make a choice, the colonel's gaze suddenly took on a profound significance. They would then be tethered to our ship. The weasel felt a jolt within, inhaling deeply before unable to suppress a rueful smile. Have you truly manipulated them all? You are quite the devil. Darren dismissed the concern with a smile. Weasel, do you know? Life, the true essence of existence, is not merely a struggle between good and evil, but rather a delicate balance between great malevolence and lesser evils. This world has long been turned on its head, with pure justice lacking the fertile ground to thrive. The vast majority of the Navy either endures in silence as mere watchdogs for the government or stands helplessly by, witnessing the perpetration of crimes without the power to effect change, ultimately succumbing to impotent fury. Regrettably, I have no desire to be a dog nor a mere bystander. He turned to his longtime aide, comrade, and partner, his gaze filled with fierce defiance. One day all of this shall change, but until that day arrives, I must embrace the role of a devil. He expelled a plume of smoke like a dragon, adding with profound significance, for we have long been living in hell. The weasel listened intently, rendered speechless by his words. After speaking, he adopted a more relaxed demeanor, extinguishing his cigarette and stretching widely. Let us return to greet our illustrious general of the warring states, he said with a smile. Batya Island, a battered and colossal warship, slowly approached the shore. The bow of the ship was shaped like a great Buddha, its deck manned by solemn-faced naval soldiers, clearly the most elite unit of the Navy. The civilians and merchants at the port stood in stunned silence, gazing at this behemoth laden with oversized cannons, exuding an air of formidable warfare, instinctively retreating in awe. It resembled a floating fortress of war. Sengoku led a contingent of Navy personnel down from the deck, while a masked CP-0 member concealed himself among the crowd. This island, Sengoku observed the blue-roofed, white-walled architecture of Batya Island, involuntarily furrowing his brow. A close aide approached him, whispering a few words into his ear. So that's it. Sengoku sighed inwardly. Although he felt some aversion to the conduct of the municipal government of Batya Island, he could only shake his head in resignation. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the far end of the street. Sengoku looked up, and a gentle smile quickly blossomed on his face. He saw Gion and Kaji leading 100 Navy personnel hastening towards him. General Sengoku. The two approached him, saluting with solemnity. As their words fell, the surrounding crowd gasped in astonishment. This unassuming uncle, wearing black-rimmed glasses and a peculiar seagull hat, was none other than the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. The pinnacle of the world government's military might? Ah, splendid. You have journeyed to the North Sea and grown considerably. Sengoku regarded Gion and Kaji before him, admiration gradually filling his gaze. In his observation, their auras had notably strengthened since they departed from Marineford. It was evident that that rascal Darren had put considerable effort into you. At the mention of his name, dissatisfaction and anger flickered across Kaji and Gion's faces. However, speaking of which, why are only the two of you here? Where are Darren and the squirrel? Asked Zhanghua as he surveyed his surroundings. Hardly had the words escaped his lips when a voice, laced with a light chuckle, floated over from the opposite side of the street. It is indeed an honor for Beihai to host the esteemed general of the warring states. The crowd turned to see Darren and the squirrel, clad in military attire, approaching swiftly. Yet, at the moment Darren made his appearance, Zhanghua distinctly sensed through his observation hockey that the gaze of the citizens of Batya Island upon Darren was filled with anger, resentment, and fear, a manifestation of their silent fury. Zhanghua subtly furrowed his brow. Chapter 42, Consensus Batya Island. Municipal Government Office, Conference Room. The remaining individuals had graciously vacated the conference room, leaving only Darren, the flying squirrel, Shiwan, Sengoku, and Porisolino seated. This was an internal meeting of the North Sea Navy. Darren lit a cigar and cast a glance at Porisolino, who was donning frog-eyed sunglasses, before turning to Sengoku with a smile, inquiring, I wonder how the Admiral's campaign against Bondi Waldo is faring? Observing the constrained expression on the face of the naval admiral, Darren felt a tinge of amusement. With two of the three admirals of the Navy headquarters currently absent, Zifa wholly engrossed in teaching and Karp refusing promotions, most trivial matters and burdens had fallen squarely on Sengoku's shoulders. A pure victim of circumstance. Sengoku shook his head and replied, some unforeseen events occurred, and the mission was interrupted. He lifted his teacup and took a delicate sip, his profound gaze sweeping over the faces of those present, his expression gradually turning serious and stern. The reason for my presence here this time is precisely due to this matter. Sensing the gravity in Sengoku's tone, Shuan and the others straightened in their seats, their expressions becoming solemn. After a brief pause, Sengoku continued, A day ago, a shocking incident transpired in the North Sea that has reverberated throughout the world government. The celestial dragon, Sild's saint, who had recently returned from Baisha Island to the holy land of Meriewa, was attacked during his voyage and was killed on the spot. The moment those words fell, Darren's expression drastically shifted and he abruptly stood. What? How is this possible? The flying squirrel's face mirrored the shock. Disbelief etched across his features. Shiwan and Kaji also trembled slightly. They instinctively glanced towards Darren, but upon witnessing the astonished expression on his face, they were momentarily taken aback. Sengoku, overwhelmed by the situation, failed to notice their subtle reactions, instead massaging his temples in frustration. Only poor Salino seemed to sense something amiss, his previously benign smile morphing into one imbued with profound significance. The incident involving the celestial dragon remains classified, yet I have received orders from the government to conduct a thorough investigation. Sengoku sighed, however. Based on the surveillance footage from the official vessel, we have yet to uncover any leads. What can be inferred is that the assailants possessed extraordinary strength. The world government's protective personnel did not have time to react before the official vessel was directly sunk. This is the pertinent intelligence. As he spoke, Sengoku produced a document and handed it to Darren. Darren took it, swiftly scanning through it, unable to suppress his murmured disbelief, to obliterate an official vessel in an instant. Such capability, even in the Grand Line, would be a rarity, let alone in a remote area like the North Sea. He passed the document sequentially to the flying squirrel and the others. The flying squirrel also perused it quickly. Although he had anticipated such a turn of events, he was nonetheless astounded. The intelligence detailed in this document, along with the investigative direction pursued by Admiral Sengoku, astonishingly aligns perfectly with Darren's analysis. Admiral Sengoku, have you ascertained the identity of the suspect? At that moment, Darren spoke in a grave tone, acknowledging that since this incident occurred in the North Sea, he must also bear a portion of the responsibility. He declared that both he and the North Sea Navy were unconditionally willing to cooperate with the investigation. Admiral Sengoku appeared pleased with Darren's demeanor, nodding in agreement. Indeed, entrusting the North Sea Navy to you was a sagacious decision. However, he continued, I have already examined potential suspects with the requisite capabilities, yet have yielded no results thus far. My visit to Batia Island is also to further the investigation. Considering the circumstances, after all, Sild Saint embarked from Batia Island on his return to Meriewa. Now it makes sense. Darren nodded in realization, fully comprehending the situation. You were responsible for the protection of Sild Saint while he was on Batia Island. Sengoku gently tapped the conference table with his finger. Before Sild Saint set sail, did you observe him encountering any unfamiliar individuals or any peculiar occurrences on the island? Upon hearing this, Sengoku noticed a change in the expressions of Gion and Kaji, who appeared hesitant to speak. To be candid, Admiral Sengoku, Darren began slowly, his expression notably complex. Before Lord Sild Saint's departure, an unfortunate event indeed transpired. Oh, Sengoku raised his eyebrows, intrigued. What was it? Gion and Kaji turned abruptly, their faces reflecting shock as they gazed at Darren. The naval officer sighed. It was a rather unfortunate incident. After weighing his words carefully, he recounted the tale of the flower-selling father and daughter on Batia Island. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a massive fist struck the conference table, shattering it into splinters. Damn it! Sengoku sprang to his feet, his fists clenched tightly, visibly trembling with rage. It was unclear whom his curse was directed at. In his mind, a frail little girl being roughly dragged into the ship's hold flashed briefly, curled up in a corner of darkness, shivering in fear. Gion and the others, witnessing Sengoku's furious demeanor, dared not utter a word. After a prolonged silence, Sengoku forced himself to suppress his anger. Let us conclude this meeting. I'm feeling somewhat fatigued. After a moment of silence, he rasped out this statement and silently turned to leave. Gion and the others hurriedly followed suit. In the vast conference room, only Darren and Paulicelino remained, both wearing faint, enigmatic smiles. Breaking the silence, Darren suddenly laughed, producing a gold-patterned cigar and tossing it to Paulicelino. Paulicelino caught it, inhaling its scent with a grin, It has been years since we last met. You still relish life's pleasures, Darren. Darren ignited a cigar for himself and shrugged, stating, life in the Navy is arduous enough. There is no need to compromise oneself, is there? Poliusolino regarded him intently for a moment before breaking into a grin. It's evident that you've been thriving in the North Sea. He paused, his tone laden with significance. Darren, this is merely the beginning, is it not? Darren responded with a calm smile. Who knows? I'm not particularly fond of trouble. Ah, that trait I've certainly learned from you. Poliusolino scratched his head, a hint of frustration on his face. Indeed, trouble is never a welcome visitor. Yet, it always seems to knock at the door. Darren replied, as long as it doesn't involve me. Poliusolino stretched lazily, rising from his seat and heading toward the door. Thank you for the cigar. He waved a hand over his shoulder. Just as he was about to step out of the conference room, he hesitated, turning back to Darren with a smile. By the way, I have a feeling that the truth behind the recent incident involving the celestial dragons isn't as convoluted as it seems. Oh, what is your opinion? Admiral Poliusolino? Darren flicked the ash from his cigar. The glint of Poliusolino's sunglasses shimmered with an enigmatic light. I suspect it was merely an encounter with a sea king species. After all, such a massive vessel is quite conspicuous. It was an accident. Don't you agree, Darren? Silence enveloped the room, a profound stillness. Poliusolino scrutinized the smoking Navy colonel, as if trying to decipher something from his expression. Yet, Darren merely replied, Admiral Poliusolino, your insight is commendable. I share your belief. The two men locked gazes for a moment, then burst into laughter like two cunning foxes. Chapter 43. Excluding all impossibilities the following day, in the conference room of the government office on Bartia Island. The final investigative meeting regarding the assault on the celestial dragons commenced after a day filled with intelligence gathering and inquiry. Attendees took their seats, and an air of profound silence enveloped the room, punctuated only by the sound of Sengoku rifling through documents. The others remained quiet, patiently awaiting the proceedings. Moments later, Sengoku closed the file, lifted his gaze, and scanned the room. Please share your thoughts, he urged, massaging his temples. The attendees exchanged glances, and it was Poliusolino who spoke first, a smile gracing his face. I maintain my original stance. Based on surveillance footage, this incident is most likely an unfortunate accident. While the probability of an attack by Sea Kings is low, it is not entirely implausible. Sengoku rolled his eyes at this remark, disregarding Poliusolino's commentary, and turned his attention to Admiral Darren of the North Sea Navy. Darren, what is your perspective? Darren pondered his words before responding gravely. Admiral Sengoku. I concur with Major Poliusolino's viewpoint. There's a saying in my homeland, when you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. In fact, there are no formidable individuals in the North Sea capable of obliterating a world government vessel in an instant, and we have ruled out other potential suspects. Thus, the only plausible explanation remains an attack by Sea Kings. Sengoku furrowed his brow. At that moment, Darren suddenly glanced at Majors Guion and Kaki, pondering if they possessed differing opinions. Guion and Kaki's hearts raced at Darren's gaze, and they felt an unexpected wave of anxiety wash over them. Do you two have alternative thoughts? Sengoku inquired, now focusing on them. Kaki began, but the image of a little girl's father, kneeling and weeping in despair, flooded his mind. I support Major Darren's view, Guion interjected coldly, her hands clenched tightly, her knuckles pale. Kaki turned to Guion in shock, momentarily taken aback. Observing their unusual reactions, Sengoku felt a sense of bewilderment, yet he soon grasped the underlying reasons, silently lamenting the situation. Watching helplessly as the innocent were subjugated by the celestial dragons, unable to prevent such atrocities, must weigh heavily on their sense of justice. Sengoku shook his head. So, is the ultimate truth truly as Poliusolino suggested? With that thought, he turned his gaze toward Poliusolino, who appeared lost in thought, and his expression shifted to one of perplexity. Something felt amiss, yet he could not articulate it. Could it really be Sea Kings? In a temporary office, the inquiry continued. So, is this your investigative conclusion? Sengoku? The assault by the Sea King species? Clad in a white silk robe, CP0 sat opposite Sengoku, his tone chilling, his hollow gaze piercing through the eerie mask. Are you certain this is not a jest? The higher-ups will not accept such a conclusion. Sengoku felt uneasy under CP0's scrutinizing gaze and cleared his throat. Indeed, as if to underscore his credibility, he paused before adding, "In my homeland, there exists a saying. Once you have eliminated all that is impossible, whatever remains, no matter how implausible, must be the truth." CP0 coldly responded, "Sengoku, do you truly believe the higher-ups will accept this conclusion?" Sengoku fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, CP0 suddenly inquired, "What of that little girl's father? I believe he should be interrogated. After all, he possesses a motive." Upon hearing this, an inexplicable anger surged within Sengoku, and he gritted his teeth. "I do not believe that man is culpable. He is merely a civilian." He had secretly observed the girl's father. The man appeared gaunt, his eyes devoid of life, resembling a soulless husk, a typical visage for a middle-aged man who has lost his beloved daughter. What is there to question? As for motive? Of course, he has a motive. Syldes Saint forcibly took his daughter away. Had the former not been a celestial dragon, heavily protected, that man would have surely torn Syldes Saint to shreds given the slightest chance. Yet CP0 remained unmoved, coldly stating, "This incident involves the world's aristocracy. We cannot afford to be too cautious. Sengoku, do not forget this is a government order. As an admiral of the Navy, you are obliged to obey unconditionally." "I am executing the government's orders." Sengoku interrupted CP0 bluntly. He leaned on the desk, slowly rising from his chair, his body inclined forward, emanating a formidable and intimidating presence as he loomed over CP0, his voice rough and hoarse. "According to your assertion, everyone on Batia Island has a motive. Shall we then arrest the entire populace of the island and subject them to severe interrogation?" "If necessary," CP0 replied coldly. Sengoku gazed at CP0 before suddenly laughing, a laugh tinged with absurdity. "I am afraid I cannot comply. The attack by the Sea King species. This is the conclusion I have reached. As for the man who lost his daughter, he is but a pitiable soul. Report this to the Gorosei." CP0 regarded the resolute and unyielding Sengoku in silence for a moment. "Very well. The Holy Land of Mariehua, headquarters of the world government, a quaint building. The bubbling tea continually emitted steaming vapors. The highest authority of the world government, the Gorosei, stood or sat with grim expressions, the atmosphere stifling to an extreme. Esteemed members, this is the response provided by Sengoku." The military telephone bug transmitted the hoarse voice of CP0. "We are aware. You may continue to await further news," stated the golden-haired elder with an expressionless demeanor. "Indeed, my lord," came the reply, and the communication via the telephone bug was abruptly severed. "This is utterly absurd." Damocles Saint suddenly chuckled coldly. "However, this is not entirely implausible," the golden-haired elder remarked unexpectedly. "I am well aware of the potentiality. Yet the Sildens family would not accept such an outcome." Damocles Saint shook his head. The other elders fell into silence upon hearing this. As representatives of the celestial dragons, they were indifferent to the demise of a slothful member of their kind. What truly concerned them was quelling the ire of the dragon families within the Holy Land. Although Silders Saint was a mere ineffectual individual, his family wielded significant influence in Mariehua. To ascertain the truth, in essence, was merely to provide them with an explanation. "Perhaps we ought to broaden the scope of our investigation," Damocles Saint suddenly proposed. At this pronouncement, the other elders furrowed their brows in unison. A chilling glint flickered in Damocles Saint's aged eyes. "Throughout my life, having endured countless wars, I have gleaned one lesson. There exists no such thing as an accident in this world." The remaining elders raised their eyebrows. "What do you imply?" Damocles Saint replied with a cold smile. Although Ueno's investigative results are preposterous, he did utter a rather astute observation. "When you eliminate all that is impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. Given the exclusion of pirates and civilians, the only remaining suspect must be one." The other four were momentarily taken aback. Could it be? Indeed, I suspect. Though it is merely a possibility. Damocles Saint narrowed his eyes, slowly articulating a word that caused the other 5 elders to pale slightly. The Navy? Chapter 44. Firstly, eliminate his suspicions. The Navy? As the words of Damocles echoed in the air, the other 4 elders were momentarily taken aback, their expressions morphing into a blend of confusion and disbelief as they gazed upon him. Damocles, what are you implying? This is inconceivable. They are the celestial dragons. They could not fathom the idea of the Navy daring to act against the celestial dragons, not due to a lack of capability, but rather an absence of courage. The Navy, as the most formidable enforcement agency under the world government, derives all its military funding from the government support. Although the Navy has maintained a relatively independent structure and command since its inception, the government wields considerable influence over it. The constraints of power and the supremacy of the celestial dragons, coupled with the sheer weight of military funding, suffice to keep the Navy firmly under the government's control. If there exists anyone on these seas bold enough to challenge the celestial dragons, the Navy is undoubtedly the least questionable entity. Damocles, are you certain your suspicions are substantiated? If they are, the nature of many matters will shift. This is an exceedingly sensitive topic. At that moment, the bald elder, who had been meticulously polishing the long blade in his hands, suddenly spoke in a hoarse voice. Clad in samurai attire, he sat cross-legged, the blade adorned with swirling patterns of purple and black flames resting menacingly across his knees, glimmering with a chilling radiance under the light of the small villa. As he spoke, he lifted his gaze, his gaunt arms, veins protruding, delicately caressing the demonic blade, while his murky, sinister eyes, concealed behind rimless glasses, fixated intently on Damocles, his childhood companion, with whom he had shared elite education. My esteemed colleagues, I am fully aware of your concerns, Damocles replied calmly. His diminutive form exuded an aura of overwhelming power, rising like a mountain from the plains. On the surface, it indeed seemed improbable that the Navy would strike against the celestial dragons. Yet this is not an absolute certainty. He chuckled softly, for after all, there are indeed many foolish individuals within the Navy who cling to their absurd notions of justice. Moreover, and most crucially, our compatriots, at times can commit acts that provoke the wrath of heaven and the ire of humanity. This forms the basis of my suspicion. The moment these words were uttered, the other elders exchanged glances. Damocles, what do you mean by this? Do not forget that the power and position you currently hold are a result of our shared lineage. Mind your tone. Damocles regarded them with a calm demeanor, slowly responding, I do not intend to belittle anyone. I merely speak the truth. I hail from the weakest faction among the 19 families of the celestial dragons. Having clawed my way to this position, I understand our compatriots better than anyone else. Do you not share this sentiment? Upon hearing these words, the others fell silent. They were acutely aware of the inherent flaws of the so-called celestial dragons. Individuals who, from the moment of their birth, are endowed with immense wealth, unparalleled power, and status, find themselves positioned at the pinnacle of the world without the necessity of striving. Concepts such as diligence, morality, and perseverance naturally escape their consideration in life as pursuits. What they ardently seek is an endless array of indulgences, as their boundaries are repeatedly transgressed, ultimately culminating in a state of pathology, distortion, and absurdity. Occasionally, the reprehensible actions of these aristocrats provoke disdain among the 5 elders, who are unable to openly express their discontent due to familial ties and the political pressures of the Holy Land, opting instead to turn a blind eye. Damocles, while investigating the Navy poses no issue, such inquiries must be approached with caution. At this juncture, Solomon, clad in samurai attire, gently rested his hand upon the hilt of his cursed blade and rasped, and there must be limits. Observing his close friend's initial declaration, Damocles smiled, fully comprehending the implications behind Solomon's words. They encompass 2 primary meanings. First, that an investigation could proceed, albeit with careful discretion, and second, that there must be moderation. Otherwise, they would invite backlash. He then spoke deliberately. This is only natural, for the matter of Sengoku's withdrawal has already left that fellow Sora quite dissatisfied. Should the Navy become aware of our investigations, it might provoke a considerable backlash. Of course, the investigation may ultimately yield no results, as we are merely contemplating a potentiality. I shall not dwell on this matter excessively. The other three elders exchanged glances, pondering then. Who should be the candidate? The CP department may be unsuitable, as it would draw too much attention. Once the CP is involved, the Navy will become vigilant. It would be best to identify someone from within their ranks. But who will be most suitable? Their discussion unfolded, with eyes gradually turning toward Damocles. His name among the elite celestial dragons of the Holy Land was synonymous with sagacity. It was precisely for this reason that they ultimately acquiesced to Damocles' proposal to investigate the Navy. As the gaze of the assembly fell upon him, the newly appointed highest authority of the world government, Damocles lifted his chin with pride, a smirk gracing his lips. In terms of candidates, several criteria must be met. He articulated his thoughts with clarity. First, the individual must possess considerable intelligence, caution, and the requisite skill and ability to execute the covert investigation flawlessly. The others nodded in agreement. Second, this individual must harbor a strong desire for power, ideally one emerging from humble beginnings, as such a person would be easier to manipulate. The other elders heartily concurred, applauding with laughter. Third, this individual must lack the nauseating scent of righteousness. Damocles spoke eloquently, his aged eyes gleaming with the light of sagacity. Most crucially, the ideal scenario is that the populace holds a dismal view of him, his reputation tarnished, bowing obsequiously to the world's aristocracy, thus effectively eliminating any suspicion against him. In summary, he appeared to possess profound insight, swiftly seizing a naval officer's dossier and perusing it with great haste. At one moment, he slammed his hand heavily upon a particular page of the file. He was the finest candidate. The other five elders gazed in astonishment, initially taken aback. Then their faces blossomed with satisfied smiles. Indeed, Damocles is truly remarkable. I concur with this choice. Seconded. Agreed. The page in the dossier prominently featured a naval officer with short black hair, strikingly handsome, yet arrogant. Name, Rogers Darren. Position, Admiral of the North Sea, Colonel at Naval Headquarters. Evaluation, excessively ambitious, avaricious, lecherous, oppressing the populace, possessing a notorious reputation, nicknamed the disgrace of the Navy. Listening to the affirmations and endorsements of his colleagues, Damocles couldn't help but smile with pride. He gazed at the photograph of the black-haired naval officer, feeling an inexplicable connection, a sense of familiarity. As he had previously mentioned, his family was among the weakest of the celestial dragons. From a young age, he resolved to be distinct. Thus, he diligently pursued the finest education, endured the harshest trials, and had obscured his identity to partake in numerous bloody and merciless wars, sustaining countless injuries. He was well-versed in the art of strategy, his mind agile, and through formidable strength and unparalleled intellect among the celestial dragons, he ascended step by step, winning one ruthless power struggle after another. Now, he had finally attained a position among the five elders. He must prove himself, prove that he is superior, wiser, stronger, and more authoritative than the other five elders. Only then could he secure his place among the five elders without the backing of the Elder Council, ultimately aspiring to become the foremost among them. The recent attack on the celestial dragons, a harrowing calamity for others, presented a golden opportunity for him. Gazing at the smiling photograph of the black-haired naval officer, Damocles felt as though destiny was smiling back at him. Chapter 45, Additional Funds Bay High, Baysha Island. A private residence. Please, this way. Colonel Darren is awaiting you in the reception room. The squirrel regarded the approaching CP-0 member, gesturing politely for them to enter. The residence was vast, sprawling over 2,000 square meters, complete with rock formations, gardens, fountains, and even training grounds. The squirrel led the CP-0 member through the lush garden, the palms of his leather-gloved hands unwittingly damp with cold sweat. The fact that CP-0 had personally sought out Colonel Darren, specifying his name, stirred a sense of unease within him. Had the government caught wind of something? The squirrel forced himself to remain calm, instinctively quickening his pace until he stood outside the reception room door. Colonel Darren. The squirrel saluted. Inside the reception room, Colonel Darren was lounging, his legs crossed, a cigar in hand, and a broad smile on his face as he rose to greet his visitor, striding over with warmth. A noble guest arrives. My humble self has failed to provide a proper welcome. The ornate patterns of the mask obscured the CP0 member's expression as a cold voice emerged from beneath it. Colonel Darren, I come on behalf of one of the highest authorities of the world government, Lord Damocles. Oh, Darren raised an eyebrow, gesturing for the CP0 member to take a seat while he moved to the bar to pour 2 glasses of whiskey, adding several ice cubes to the crystal tumblers. He had heard of this individual, a newly appointed Elder Star who had risen from a relatively weak celestial dragon family, yet through sheer strength and cunning, had claimed a significant portion of votes at the Celestial Dragon Conference, ascending to a position of immense power within the world government. It was undeniably a tale of remarkable perseverance and triumph. However, the name carried an ominous connotation. The sword of Damocles was said to symbolize overwhelming power, fraught with peril and easily lost, essentially a dread of impending doom. May I inquire what Lord Damocles wishes to convey? Darren offered a glass of whiskey to CP0, settling into his seat and taking a casual sip, seemingly indifferent. CP0 did not partake in the drink, merely placing the glass down and casting an impassive glance at the squirrel. The squirrel saluted once more before exiting the reception room and closing the door behind him. Only then did CP0 produce a highly classified military transponder snail from within his cloak, placing it on the polished table and dialing a signal. Ring. The transponder snail emitted a series of ringing sounds. Observing this, Darren narrowed his eyes. Was the matter so sensitive that it necessitated direct communication with the Elder Stars? Had he not been utterly certain that he had left no trace or evidence, he might have begun to suspect that the government was planning against him. Soon, the transponder snail established a connection. With a swift motion, an image was projected from the snail. Within an elegant yet imposing villa, 5 aged figures stood or sat, their scrutinizing gazes fixed upon the naval colonel. Upon witnessing this scene, Darren immediately set down his wine glass with trepidation, rose from his seat, and slightly bowed, stating, Colonel of the Navy Headquarters, North Sea Admiral Rogers Darren, at your service, esteemed elders. The elders, observing Darren's demeanor, exchanged cold smiles. Enough of this charade. We are all aware of your true nature, the notorious scoundrel of the Navy. Darren offered a faint smile. Your Excellencies, you flatter me. The elders responded, Darren, may I inquire as to the purpose of your personal summons? He continued, the General Sengoku is also on Batia Island, and your subordinates could easily consult him. No need for that, Damocles interrupted, gesturing dismissively. This matter is not suitable for Sengoku's knowledge. He turned his serious gaze towards the Navy colonel, stating, regarding the incident involving the celestial dragons in the North Sea, we hold a different perspective. Darren furrowed his brow, cautiously probing. What do you mean, Excellency? Damocles smirked. We command you to commence a covert investigation into the naval deployments at the time of the incident, as well as the movements of all naval vessels capable of flight or near-flight capabilities. As the highest officer of the North Sea Navy, obtaining this intelligence should not pose a challenge for you. Upon hearing this, Darren's eyes widened in shock. What exactly do you suspect, Excellencies? Damocles replied coolly, you are well aware of our suspicions. If you wish to retain your position as North Sea Admiral, you will comply with our orders. Darren's expression darkened. Are you asking me to investigate my colleagues? I'm a member of the Navy. You want me to spy on my comrades? Are you asking me to betray my partners and betray their trust in me? The elders frowned in unison. So you mean to defy the government's orders? Darren took a deep breath and stated gravely, no, what I mean is, he clenched his fists and declared, the rank of colonel is far too low. The elders were momentarily taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment, as if they had heard something utterly absurd. This young man, is he demanding power from him? A mere Navy colonel dares to audaciously request authority from the highest power of the world government. The elders? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Damocles burst into laughter, his gaze filled with appreciation for Darren. Excellent. I knew I did not misjudge you. The Navy serves as the facade of the world government, a mere lapdog for the celestial dragons. For them, the more ambitious and insatiable the dog, the easier it is to control. The Elder's greatest concern lies with those who remain steadfast in their personal beliefs, impervious to manipulation. Keep up the good work, young Darren, with your talents. The rank of colonel indeed seems a diminutive title. After St. Damocles uttered his profound remark, he cast a meaningful glance at Darren before abruptly terminating the call. The image dissipated. CP0 promptly stowed the din-din mushy and rose to his feet. Care for a drink? Darren inquired with a smile, acknowledging that they would soon be colleagues serving the esteemed. CP0 hesitated for a moment, raised his glass, took a sip, and then silently vanished, his figure fading like a specter. Once CP0's presence had completely evaporated, the smile on Darren's face gradually waned. A sudden arc of violet-blue electricity flickered between his fingers, the invisible waves of the magnetic field expanding instantaneously. There's no trace of that CP0's life magnetic field, confirming CP0's departure. Darren gently tapped the surface of the table. Outside, the squirrel swiftly entered. What transpired? Darren ignited a cigar, his expression calm as he stated, "The world government has begun to suspect that the celestial dragon's attack may have been orchestrated by the Navy. Just now, the 5 elders personally sought me out to discuss their suspicions, led by the newly appointed elder, St. Damocles." The squirrel's pupils constricted. St. Damocles, renowned for his wisdom, holds the highest authority within the world government. During the recent coronation ceremony of the 5 elders, the officiant publicly proclaimed the meaning of the name granted by his father. It symbolizes the sword of supreme judgment suspended at the pinnacle of the world, compelling all to submit, representing the ultimate divine authority over power and profit. Could it be that they have truly uncovered something? Darren chuckled and shook his head, interrupting. There's no need for alarm. They're merely harboring doubts. They have instructed me to commence a covert investigation into everyone within Navy. This is troublesome. Damn it. The squirrel instinctively cursed, only realizing the inappropriateness of his words upon utterance. Wait. He stared incredulously at the grinning Darren. You mean, they have tasked you with the investigation? A plume of smoke, akin to that of a dragon, escaped Darren's lips as he beamed. Indeed, they have tasked me with the investigation. He placed emphasis on the word me. Truly a sagacious decision, he mused. After all, a notorious, disreputable, sycophantic scoundrel of a Navy could never possibly be behind an assault on the celestial dragons, could he? At Darren's words, the squirrel's face flushed crimson. His expression contorted in incredulity. What is this? Directly eliminating the correct answer? Chapter 46, Wisdom, yet in abundance. So what do you intend to do? Are you truly planning to investigate the Navy? The squirrel's brows knitted together in a furrow, instinctively lighting a cigar. His gaze tinged with concern as he looked at the naval colonel before him. Although this command was issued directly by the highest authority of the world government, the target of the investigation was, after all, their own, the Navy. Regardless of the circumstances, the squirrel felt an innate resistance to this so-called order. Why not investigate? Darren, with an air of nonchalance, lifted his glass to his lips, taking a delicate sip while offering a sardonic smile. That order was given directly by the esteemed and venerable Gorsai. It must be executed with utmost finesse. However, since the responsibility of investigating the recent celestial dragon attack has fallen to me, we can seize the initiative. The squirrel cast a glance at him, finding it somewhat amusing. It must be acknowledged that the man hailed as the most cunning of the past century, Lord Damocles, indeed possessed an extraordinary intellect to discern the subtle hints surrounding this attack, yet not in excess, allowing the perpetrator to capture the perpetrator. The squirrel's lips twitched slightly. Nevertheless, this matter cannot be delayed any further. The investigation must reach a swift conclusion. Darren inhaled deeply from a cigar, a glimmer of light flickering in his profound eyes. After all, as long as this case remains unresolved, CP0 and the investigative team shall not depart from the North Sea, and I am not fond of the sensation of being scrutinized. The squirrel nodded in agreement. Due to the arrival of the investigation team, many of their recent activities had come to a halt. After all, With Sengoku, the fleet admiral, in charge, it was prudent not to act too recklessly. The following day, at the Beisha Island City Government Office, in the conference room. What? The Celestial Dragon attack incident is to be entrusted entirely to Darren for investigation. Sengoku gazed in disbelief at the government order document presented by CP0, unable to restrain his exclamation. Gion and Kaji, as if they had heard something utterly ludicrous, turned to stare at Darren in astonishment. The masked CP0, draped in a flowing white silk robe, read the government order in an indifferent tone. In light of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's pressing military duties and the imminent pursuit of the notorious pirate Bondi Wardo, the investigation concerning the Celestial Dragon attack incident is hereby fully delegated to the Supreme Commander of the North Sea Navy, Admiral Rogers Darren, effective immediately. Upon concluding the reading of the document, CP0 cast a cold glance at Darren. The task is urgent. Colonel Darren, please commence the investigation promptly. Darren smiled and nodded reassuringly. Rest assured. CP0 nodded in acknowledgement, about to take their leave, when Sengoku suddenly voiced his discontent. Have I not already submitted my investigation results? This incident was entirely an accident. The one who attacked Zelda's saint was a sea king. His voice gradually diminished, becoming hesitant, as CP0 stared at him with a look of utter disbelief. Upon encountering the presence of Sengoku, the CP0 member silently retreated, their figure gradually dissolving into nothingness, vanishing from sight. In the conference room, a multitude of Navy personnel remained seated, enveloped in an atmosphere of profound silence. Gakuki and Gion discreetly exchanged glances. Why has the authority to investigate fallen into Darren's hands? Gakuki exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. How would I know? This is a direct order from the government. Gion replied, her brows furrowed in concern. Gakuki raised an eyebrow. Could it be that the assassination of Celestial Dragon Sildas was indeed not his doing? I have an unsettling feeling that matters are not as straightforward as they appear, Gion mused, narrowing her gaze. Gakuki responded, Hey, what peculiar expressions are you two making? Sengoku interjected, his tone laced with irritation. Gion and Gakuki promptly straightened their posture. Perhaps Major Gion and Major Gakuki have unearthed new insights regarding the attack. Upon hearing this, both officers shivered involuntarily and lifted their heads, only to find Admiral Beihai, puffing on a cigar, regarding them with a bemused expression, causing them to feel an inexplicable sense of unease. No, nothing at all, Gakuki stammered, managing a sheepish smile. Having dealt with these two troublesome individuals, Darren smiled as he shifted his gaze back. Darren, what is your perspective on this matter? Why has the government entrusted the investigation to you? Sengoku inquired, his expression grave. After a moment of contemplation, Darren responded, Admiral Sengoku, I believe the government's decision is quite reasonable. Oh, Sengoku furrowed his brows. Darren continued, the investigation into the Celestial Dragon incident has lingered for far too long. As the Admiral of the Navy headquarters, your duties are extensive, making it impractical for you to continue leading the investigation and wasting precious time. Sengoku pinched his temples and sighed. In that case, they should accept my investigation results. Allowing for an earlier conclusion, he suddenly cast a suspicious glance at Darren. Or do you possess some new information or clues? Darren raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. Of course not. Personally, I still align with the views of Rear Admiral Poliucelino. He smiled and nodded at Poliucelino. The incident involving the Celestial Dragon is, at its core, an unfortunate accident. Sengoku narrowed his eyes, a flicker of perplexity crossing his gaze as he muttered to himself. If there are no new leads, the government has no reason to transfer the investigative authority from me. How fortunate. This alleviates considerable trouble. Poliucelino, who had been grooming his nails, suddenly chimed in with a cheerful murmur. The speaker appeared indifferent, yet the listener took heed. Sengoku's eyes brightened at the remark. Indeed, this is a fortuitous turn of events. He had no intention of wading through such murky waters. After all, it was a thankless endeavor, with Darren handling the investigation entirely. The Admiral of the Navy can resume focusing on his own affairs, whether returning to the headquarters of Marin Vondo or continuing the pursuit of Bondi Waldo. It is undoubtedly more productive than idly busying oneself around a deceased celestial dragon. With this thought, Sengoku couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He lifted his head, cleared his throat, and with a serious demeanor, addressed Darren. Well, since the government places such considerable trust in you, Darren, you must perform admirably and not disappoint their expectations. Darren humbly smiled in response. I will require General Sengoku's guidance. Sengoku's smile deepened as he stood and patted Darren's shoulder. Then I entrust this matter to you. That evening, after concluding his daily training at the training ground, Darren, drenched in sweat, made his way towards his private residence on Batir Island. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Darren's military uniform hung in tatters, clinging to him like rags. The contours of his well-defined muscles glistened with sweat, marred by numerous shallow craters and smudges of soot, remnants of direct impacts from bullets and artillery. You haven't changed a bit. A leisurely voice suddenly resonated from behind him. Darren paused, a subtle smile forming at the corners of his mouth as he turned to face the source. A tall figure stood in the slanting rays of the setting sun, arms crossed, leaning against the wall, a broad cloak illuminated in a crimson hue. Gazing at Darren's blood-stained and scarred physique, the eyes behind the sunglasses sparkled with a mischievous glint. Living every day like a beast, aren't you tired? Darren casually tossed a cigar towards him, lighting one for himself as well, and replied with a grin, Not everyone possesses your monstrous talent, Admiral Borsalino. Chapter 47. Promoted again? Upon hearing this, Borsalino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. How could that be? You're a man recognized by Sakazuki. There was something unsettling about his words. Darren brushed off the dust from his hands. Borsalino cast a deep glance at him, suddenly breaking into a smile. So the government has begun to harbor suspicions? Truly, you are as astute as a monkey to discern something so swiftly. A fleeting thought crossed Darren's mind. As a transmigrator, Darren possessed a certain understanding of the original plot. Yet Borsalino remained an enigma to him, even during their time working together in the North Sea, where Darren had served as his subordinate. He could never decipher Borsalino's stance. Ambiguous justice. Could that be considered justice? It was certain that this individual concealed his true intentions profoundly and would never invite trouble. Countless thoughts raced through Darren's mind, yet his expression remained one of unwavering composure. I am merely following orders. Borsalino exaggeratedly widened his mouth and scratched his head. How peculiar. His gaze, laden with meaning, met Darren's. However, this can be understood, as your suspicion is indeed the least. That meddlesome fool. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Darren's mouth. He was certain that Borsalino might have already deduced something, further probing him. It must be said, Borsalino's smile was exceedingly infuriating. Of course, Darren replied with a faint smile. Since you are testing me, I shall not make it easy for you. However, upon further reflection regarding the celestial dragon incident, other thoughts began to surface. Oh, Borsalino feigned surprise, inquiring, what is it? He gazed at Darren, his expression teasing. I assumed your thoughts aligned with mine, believing the celestial dragons were assaulted by marine creatures. Who can say? Human thoughts are prone to change, Darren shrugged. Borsalino tilted his head. So what are your current thoughts? Darren cheerfully raised one finger. Firstly, the assailants in the celestial dragon incident possessed immense destructive power, capable of annihilating official vessels in an instant. Borsalino nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Darren ignored the layers of meaning in his gaze, raising his second finger. Secondly, considering the timing of the crime, the assailants must have been present in the North Sea at the time of the incident. Borsalino remained silent, still wearing that infuriating smile as he watched Darren. Darren lifted a third finger. Thirdly, I have dispatched individuals to investigate the registered warships and vessels in the North Sea, finding no peculiar anomalies. Thus, it is highly probable that the assailants possess the ability to fly at high speeds. In conclusion, Major General Borsalino, as I pondered the three criteria, a particular individual came to mind. Oh, who might that be? Borsalino asked with a dismissive smile, only to find the gaze of the naval colonel fixed intently upon him. His smile faltered instantly. Ha 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 ha, I was merely jesting. Darren suddenly erupted in laughter. For reasons unknown, witnessing the yellow-skinned monkey's discomfiture filled him with an inexplicable sense of delight. I am undoubtedly aligned with you, Major General Borisellino. With those words, Darren turned and sauntered into his private residence, casually waving his hand in farewell. Get some rest, Major General Borisellino. Tomorrow, you shall embark on another voyage with Admiral Sengoku, and I shall come to bid you farewell. Under the setting sun, Borisellino remained motionless, his exaggerated sunglasses reflecting Darren's departing figure. The cooling breeze ruffled the folds of his ample cloak. How increasingly intriguing, Darren, he murmured to himself, a playful smile gradually curving his lips. The following day, at the port of Batia Island, Darren led the Northern Sea Navy in sealing off the harbor, orchestrating a grand and lively farewell ceremony for the departing admiral of the Navy headquarters. Flowers lined the streets, while the naval ranks formed a parade and fired cannons. The cannon fire and fireworks ascended into the sky, bursting in a riot of colors, igniting pride and excitement among the accompanying naval personnel aboard the battleship Sengoku. You little rascal, indulging in such frivolities, Sengoku chided Darren, yet his aged visage beamed with delight. Darren, with graceful poise, slightly bowed and replied, "This is entirely independent of my subordinates. It is the Northern Sea Navy's spontaneous expression of admiration for Admiral Sengoku." "You scoundrel." Sengoku waved his hand in jest, finding Darren increasingly endearing. Capable and diligent, with a sincere attitude, he alleviated burdens, displaying both cleverness and consideration, not to mention his commendable appearance, truly a sight to behold. And then there was his own aide. Before he had even boarded the ship, his subordinate was already lounging in a deck chair, basking in the sun and sipping watermelon juice. Who was the real admiral here? The thought of having to endure Borisellino's lecherous face daily after their departure soured Sengoku's mood, and he sighed heavily, wearied. Day by day, he would be subjected to that insufferable presence, with every sight prompting a comment of how dreadful it was. It was infuriating. How had he been so blind as to select this fellow as his aide? Blah, 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 blah. At that moment, the telephone bug nestled in Sengoku's arms suddenly emitted a call. He paused, retrieving the phone bug and establishing a connection. Sengoku, a hoarse voice emerged from within. Upon hearing that voice, Sengoku's heart sank, and he solemnly remarked, "Saint Damocles," regarding the incident involving the celestial dragons. He instinctively assumed that the elders had come to urge him on the investigation, preparing to defend himself. No, that matter has already been resolved. The voice of Saint Damocles emanating from the transponder snail was notably cheerful, a rare smile accompanying his words. Admiral Darren of the North Sea has submitted the case closure report, and we are all quite satisfied with his findings. Sengoku, you have performed admirably. That young man pointed out during the investigation that without your guidance, he could never have uncovered the truth behind this incident. Sengoku was left bewildered, his mind racing. The investigation results have been released? When? How could this be? It has barely been a day. Yet, Darren had remained on Batia Island the entire time. Unable to restrain his gaze, Sengoku turned towards Darren, who humbly bowed slightly, a smile gracing his lips without uttering a word. "Sengoku, did you hear that?" Before Sengoku could respond, Saint Damocles' voice turned displeased. Yes, I heard." Sengoku suddenly snapped back to reality and answered. "Indeed, this time. The government is very pleased with your performance," Saint Damocles continued, his tone filled with appreciation. "You truly live up to the name of a wise strategist." Sengoku felt a mix of confusion and pride at the elder's praise, managing a proud smile as he replied, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. Well then, we shall leave it at that. By the way, that young Darren is quite impressive." Saint Damocles paused before adding, "Given his talents, the rank of colonel seems somewhat beneath him." Sengoku immediately grasped the implication and responded in a serious tone. "Colonel Darren has passed the officer training camp's review and will proceed to the naval headquarters at Marineford for further training after concluding his duties. His consistent exemplary performance is well acknowledged by our high command. We will not squander any potential talent." "That is good to hear." With those words, the communication through the transponder snail came to an end. Sengoku stared blankly at the now-sleeping military transponder snail in his hand, taking a few seconds to process what had just transpired. He turned to glare at Darren, gritting his teeth. "You little rascal. When did you uncover the truth?" Darren smiled. Indeed, it was thanks to Admiral Sengoku's guidance. Sengoku rolled his eyes in exasperation, realizing that unknowingly he had accrued a favor from this young man. "Who is the perpetrator?" Darren replied matter-of-factly, "World Destroyer Bondi Waldo." Sengoku's expression transformed into one of disbelief, his mouth agape, nearly biting his own tongue. Bondi Waldo? He clearly had no alibi. At the time of the incident, he was entangled in my pursuit. Sengoku's words abruptly ceased as he seemed to grasp something profound. Staring blankly at Darren, the latter casually lit a cigarette, his smile imbued with profound significance, and remarked, "Who cares about the truth?" This statement reverberated through Sengoku's mind like a thunderclap. Indeed, who truly cares about the truth? The attack had no witnesses, and the Navy had been tightly controlling the information. In essence, apart from the high-ranking officials and a select few, the majority of people at sea remained oblivious to the demise of a celestial dragon. The government's insistence on a swift investigation was merely a facade, a need for a plausible conclusion to placate the celestial dragon families in Mariewa. They were not in search of the truth, at least not an absurd reality involving an attack by sea kings. Darren's investigation, however, provided a perfect resolution to this predicament. Officially, it was reported that the noble celestial dragon, Sild Saint, had fallen victim to the infamous pirate Bondi Wardo, thus alleviating the pressure from the Saint family's lineage. For the Sild's family, being slain by a pirate was far more palatable than an unfathomable encounter with sea kings. In truth, the reality of the incident was indeed uncovered. It was merely an accident. This outcome satisfied both the substantive and superficial needs. The Navy could report back to the world government, and the world government could offer an explanation to the celestial dragon families. It was a resolution that would please all parties involved. Well, except for Bondi Wardo himself. Wait. If that man were to learn he had killed a celestial dragon, he would likely find satisfaction in that. Truly, it was an ending that gratified everyone. What remained was to bring the audacious murderer of a celestial dragon to justice. This was precisely the task at hand. The more Sengoku contemplated, the brighter his eyes shone. Darren was indeed a genius. "Ha ha! Well done, my boy." He suddenly burst into hearty laughter, patting Darren's shoulder with a look of contentment. "Entrusting this investigation to you, I have not erred in my judgment." Guion and Kaji watched with incredulity, their expressions darkening. "When did this decision become yours? Wasn't the assignment to Darren a command from the world government?" Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. It seemed that the colonel at headquarters had indeed been underappreciated. Sengoku regarded Darren with a satisfied smile, saying, "When I return to headquarters, I shall propose an application." He winked at Darren. "Congratulations, Brigadier General Rogers Darren." At this proclamation, Guion and Kaji were left speechless, their minds buzzing with disbelief. Especially Kaji, whose eyes seemed to pop out of their sockets. Brigadier General? Just like that, he had been promoted. This man had killed a world noble celestial dragon. And yet he was rewarded with a promotion? Chapter 48. The mourning and condolences of the Northern Sea Admiral at that moment. Both Guion and Kaki were struck by the absurdity of the world before them, as if they had fallen into a surreal dream. Their lips parted slightly, yet no words escaped them. This, no matter how one looked at it, felt fundamentally wrong. They had clearly killed a celestial dragon. And even if they had been careful enough to avoid capture, it was inconceivable that such an act would lead to a promotion. Although they were merely speculating, they lacked substantial evidence to prove that Darren was indeed the murderer of Sild Saint. Darren was a master at the intricate games of power and politics. He astutely grasped the political demands of the world government and effortlessly resolved the dilemma that had left even the most seasoned generals in turmoil. Reflecting on it, with Darren's cunning and guile, making them silently vanish from the Northern Sea would be as easy as pie. As this thought surged forth, a hint of trepidation crept into their gazes directed at Darren. "Then I shall express my gratitude in advance for the support of the warlord," Darren remarked. his perceptive eyes discerning the ever-shifting expressions of Guion and Khaki, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he saluted the warlord with a straight military gesture. Ah, splendid. Quite spirited, the warlord chuckled with satisfaction. I shall take my leave now. He cast a glance at the bewildered Khaki and Guion, pausing to add a reminder. Please take care of these two little rascals. Darren responded with an agreeable smile. No problem, warlord. With that, the warlord turned and boarded the warship. Amidst the thunderous salutes and farewells from the Northern Sea Navy, the flagship of Admiral Sengoku, the Senzoku, unfurled its sails. The brisk sea breeze billowed the sails, making the characters for justice appear both imposing and vigorous. Set sail. A young sailor shouted from the lookout tower. The helm was raised, the anchor lifted, and the colossal warship, resembling a fortress upon the sea, glided away from the harbor, greeting the refreshing sea breeze. Sengoku cast one last salute towards the Northern Sea Navy led by Darren, brimming with vigor. He then turned around and noticed a figure sprawled on the deck, basking in the sun, causing the corners of his mouth to twitch slightly. Sengoku quickly noticed a multitude of wooden crates stacked at the rear of the ship. Borsellino, what is this? He called out. Borsellino, hearing the call, sluggishly rose from his lounge chair, stretching as he approached. Oh, this, he rubbed his stubbled chin with a smile, is a farewell gift from Colonel Darren. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, an unsettling premonition swelling within him, and his expression grew stern. That rascal Darren. Surely he hasn't sent me money, has he? This could be troublesome. He hurried forward and opened all the various wooden crates. The instant he glimpsed the contents within, Sengoku was momentarily stunned. Cigars, rice crackers, tea leaves, donuts, spirits, fruits. A splendid array of goods filled one side of the ship's hold. Sengoku gazed at the mound of merchandise, and his initially stern expression gradually softened. The gifts were modest in value, all from mid-range brands, affordable for an ordinary family. The cigars were the preferred brand of the air marshal. The rice crackers were of his own liking. Jasmine tea was the favorite of Little Crane. Cap could not go a day without his donuts. The spirits were the cherished sherry of Zephyr. And the fruits were the most vital supplies to prevent scurvy during long sea voyages, aside from fresh water and provisions. As Sengoku stood before the pile of small gifts, he remained silent for a long while, then suddenly shook his head with a smile. What a thoughtful gesture from that mischievous scamp, Darren. He mused with a hint of nostalgia. Yet in the next moment, his expression shifted abruptly as he shouted in fury. Borsellino, you scoundrel, what are you doing? Borsellino, who had reached for a banana, froze, his hand suspended in midair. I just wanted some fruit, Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku glared at Borsellino's innocent face, his anger boiling over. These are gifts from Darren for me. Borsellino looked momentarily taken aback, then resignedly raised his hands in surrender. All right then. He turned away, mumbling under his breath, you're getting more stingy by the day. Sengoku's lips twitched uncontrollably. Red Earth Continent. Holy Land, Mariehua. World Government, Small Villa. Ladies and gentlemen, here are the confidential investigation results submitted by Rear Admiral Darren of the North Sea. A CP0 agent, clad in a pale silk robe, knelt respectfully, presenting a document. The five elders exchanged glances. That boy is remarkably swift. One remarked, his talents are indeed commendable. Damocles, your insight remains as astute as ever. As Damocles savored the approval of his colleagues, a proud smile graced his lips. Darren, that naval lad, had indeed lived up to his expectations. In just one day, he had devised a solution that satisfied everyone. However, Damocles, why has the Childers family in the Holy Land suddenly fallen silent? Solomon, polishing his ominous purple-black katana, inquired. The other five elders turned their gaze toward Damocles. Although Darren's proposed solution was remarkably clever, providing them with a rationale to withstand the pressure from the Elder Council in the Holy Land, the Childers family was not to be underestimated. They were notorious among the celestial dragon families for their brutality, rudeness, stubbornness, distortions, and extreme greed. Damocles chuckled. 3 hours ago, a merchant ship from the North Sea entered the inner sea of the Red Earth continent and, after rigorous scrutiny, gained access to the land of the gods. Over 1 billion belly in gold and silver treasures, along with countless rare products from the North Sea, were unloaded from that merchant vessel and subsequently transported to the estate of the Sild Saint family. The caravan's overseer presented a letter to Sild Saint's father, which conveyed the essence of Admiral Darren's profound condolences and deep sorrow for the loss suffered by the Sild Saint family, extending a token of sympathy to the illustrious celestial dragons. At this juncture, Damocles' Saint's smile took on a sardonic quality. It is said that merely 10 minutes after receiving this token of condolence, the CP department was issued a directive for a world noble's escort mission. Sild Saint's father, Sild Saint, is currently en route to the joyous streets of the New World. The Four Elders. Chapter 49. The Celestial Dragon's Whole Value. So it is. The remaining 5 elders exchanged glances, ultimately sharing a silent, bitter smile. For the Celestial Dragons, the concept of bloodline is significant, yet not of paramount importance. Those in power have never been known for their compassion or pity. Only interests endure through time. After all, sons are but a commodity that can be produced anew at any moment. What a perceptive young lad. This certainly saves us considerable discussion. 10 billion berries is no trifling sum, indeed. The 5 elders offered their assessments, one after another. Saint Damocles smiled, stating, "That young lad, Darren, is quite astute. Perhaps following this incident, we can maintain a long-term connection with him." Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders' eyes brightened slightly. This was indeed a commendable idea. It was evident to all that Darren, the Northern Sea Admiral, would inevitably ascend to the highest echelons of naval decision-making. With his talents and gifts, becoming an admiral of the Navy was merely a matter of time. When that day comes, having an admiral directly subordinate to the world government would significantly enhance their control over the Navy, allowing for increased oversight of other naval commanders. Observing the changing expressions of his colleagues, Damocles harbored a cold smirk within. He had already ascended to the pinnacle of power within the world government, where mere command or glance could bring nations to ruin. Yet, he was not satisfied. His name, after all, is Damocles, the fabled sword representing divine authority. His ultimate ambition is to claim the seat of the foremost among the 5 elders. However, unlike his peers, the influence and power of Damocles' family in the Holy Land are rather limited. The support and foundation from the Holy Land pale in comparison to that of several of his colleagues. If he wishes to ascend to a position of superiority, he must seek external alliances. The Navy, as the largest and most formidable enforcement agency under the world government, represents his opportunity. By fostering Darren and propelling him swiftly into positions of real power within the Navy, he could gradually consolidate control over its might. In due time, his authority within the world government would naturally increase. Yet, before that, let us first review this investigation's findings. Damocles smiled as he shifted the topic, slowly opening the document in his hands. Northern Sea, Branch 321, Office of the Base Commander. After bidding farewell to Sengoku, Darren returned directly from Bayshore Island, accompanied by Weasel and others. "So, is it confirmed that there are no issues on the Holy Land side?" Weasel inquired, unable to contain his curiosity as he observed Darren calmly seated while smoking a cigar. Darren exhaled a plume of smoke that curled like a dragon and, with a squint and a smile, replied, "I sent a most heartfelt message of condolence to the Sild's family. They could not refuse." He deliberately emphasized the word heartfelt. "What message of condolence?" Weasel asked, bewildered. 10 billion berries. What? The flying squirrel gasped, scarcely able to believe his ears. 1 billion berries. This was no trifling sum. It equated to the annual tax revenue of numerous small kingdoms in the entire North Sea region. The taxes amassed by Darren through the cultivation of countless mafia families and underworld forces barely exceeded 2 billion berries in a year. Yet now, for the sake of extending a gesture of goodwill, the North Sea Navy was prepared to work for half a year without compensation. Not to mention that in their original plans, the establishment of the North Sea Navy fleet demanded an insatiable pit of resources and funding. Have you gone mad? The flying squirrel looked helplessly at the nonchalant Darren. As Darren's aide, he served the dual role of steward and advisor. Witnessing Darren squander wealth so liberally, the flying squirrel felt as though his heart was bleeding. It is all worthwhile, Darren remarked, casually flicking ash from a cigar. Money can always be earned again. But opportunities to present gifts to the celestial dragons are rare indeed. If it were not for my connection to St. Damocles, the merchant ship I dispatched would not even qualify to enter the inner sea of the Red Earth continent. 1 billion berries is indeed a staggering astronomical figure. Consider that it is merely the year 1492 in the sea circle calendar. The age of pirates has yet to commence. And inflation is nowhere near as terrifying as in later years. The purchasing power of berries remains formidable. Even the legendary pirate known as the World Destroyer, Bondiwaldo, has a bounty of only 200 million berries. 1 billion berries is equivalent to 5 such figures. Nonetheless, Darren deemed the expenditure entirely justified. In this world, strength is always paramount. Following closely in rank is power, not wealth. Upon hearing Darren's response, the flying squirrel pondered carefully, recognizing the truth in his words. Though he still lamented, "It is still too expensive." Expensive? Darren glanced at him, suddenly laughing. At the very least, I find it rather amusing. The flying squirrel, puzzled, inquired, "Are you implying that?" Darren took a puff of his cigar, reflecting, the celestial dragons wield the utmost power in this world, capable of treating anyone, as mere livestock to be plundered and traded. For them, money is the standard by which all is measured. Yet this time, it illustrates something. He paused, a mocking smile gracing his lips. It turns out that even the lives of the celestial dragons have a price. The flying squirrel fell silent, bitterly smiling at this unique line of reasoning, one only conceived by Darren, a being inherently filled with rebellion and madness. After a moment, the flying squirrel recalled something and slowly asked, "What about the internal investigation within the Navy?" "The report has been submitted," Darren replied with a smile. "I will unconditionally provide everything the government requires. The navigation status of each warship at the time of the incident, the locations of all naval officers. Yes, naturally including our North Sea Navy." The flying squirrel furrowed his brow and inquired, "What about you?" "Me?" Darren replied with an enigmatic smile. "As the Admiral of the Northern Sea, I was, of course, stationed at Baisha Island during the incident, steadfastly fulfilling my duties. In this regard, every member of the Northern Fleet, along with the inspectors from the naval headquarters, including Major Kaji and Major Guillaume, can vouch for my whereabouts. Indeed, a flawless alibi." Having spoken, Darren extinguished his cigar and donned his naval cloak. "Let us proceed. Since the gentlemen from headquarters have departed, it is time for us to engage in our work." The flying squirrel, taken aback, asked where to. Without a moment's hesitation, Darren pushed the door open, the frigid sea breeze causing his cloak to billow like a tempestuous dragon. The funds lost from one celestial dragon must be recouped from another. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel was momentarily stunned, but then an epiphany struck him. A name flickered through his mind: Don Quixote da Flamingo. Chapter 50. You have overstepped your bounds, North Sea. Rubeck Island. The sky loomed dark and mournful. Bang, bang, bang. The cannon fire echoed relentlessly through the town as hundreds, if not thousands, of shadows clashed violently in the streets. Civilians screamed in terror, fleeing in panic, their cries piercing the air. Buildings ignited under the onslaught of artillery, collapsing with thunderous roars. The searing flames transformed into massive crimson wings, licking the belly of the sky. Cursed Don Quixote family. Rubeck Island belongs to the Phil's family. You have encroached upon our territory. A man, donning a newsboy cap and clad in a black coat and suit, slashed the throat of an approaching pirate, roaring in fury. His face was splattered with the pirate's blood, his white shirt stained a deep crimson, his eyes bloodshot and fixated on a young blonde boy not far away. Approximately 11 or 12 years of age, standing about 4 feet tall, with a shock of golden short hair, wearing sunglasses, a white shirt, and cropped trousers. Despite his youthful appearance, he bore a maniacal and cruel smile that even the leader of this gang feared. Don Quixote da Flamingo. This boy, seemingly emerging from nowhere, was ruthless and cold-blooded. With formidable strength, he led his Don Quixote family into chaos upon their arrival in the North Sea, brazenly eliminating several renowned mafia families on nearby islands. Seizing their territories and recruiting followers, his influence expanding at an alarming rate. Upon hearing Phil's words, Doflamingo erupted in laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd of jokes, clutching his belly in mirth, swaying back and forth. Beside him, several members of the Don Quixote family could not contain their laughter either. Toripole, sticky and holding a cane, stood like an iron tower, while the muscular Pico loomed nearby. Diamante, adorned in colorful paint like an indigenous tribesman, and Virgo, his expression blank, with a piece of steak still clinging to his face. Overstepped your bounds? Doflamingo cackled wickedly, exuding an air of invulnerability, exaggerating his expression. No, I have not overstepped. Phils, witnessing the wails and the fall of his family members around him, felt an increasing sense of urgency. The Don Quixote family's power, bolstered by recent recruitment, far surpassed that of the Phils family, both in individual strength and armament. If this continued, within 10 minutes, they would be annihilated by the Don Quixote family. He gripped his bloodied blade tightly, gritting his teeth. The divisions of gang territories are clear, and stability must be maintained. One must not overstep. This is the rule of the North Sea. Doflamingo sneered. No, you still do not grasp my meaning. The so-called rules are constraints imposed by the strong upon the weak, a cage that imprisons the incapable, the mediocre, the worthless, and the refuse. I did not overstep my bounds. He extended his tongue to lick the cracked corners of his mouth, opening his arms wide as he tilted his head back and let out a cruel, mocking laugh. For the entirety of the North Sea is mine to command. The rules of this world bear no significance for me. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. As his laughter echoed, hundreds of members of the Don Quixote family joined in with sinister grins, brandishing long guns, cannons, battle axes, and swords, surging into the ranks of the Phils family like a pack of ravenous beasts. In an instant, the clash of blades rang out and blood splattered. A vivid and profound crimson hue began to unfurl upon the once bustling and lively streets, now marred by chaos. You seek death, Phils shouted in fury, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. With a powerful stomp, the ground cracked beneath him, and in an astonishing display of speed, he crossed a distance of several meters, arriving before the audacious golden-haired youth in the blink of an eye. Gripping his bloodied long knife with both hands, he swung it down heavily towards Doflamingo's face, the force of his blow so potent that it displaced the air, creating a white shockwave in its wake. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Phil's gaze. He could almost foresee that this oblivious golden-haired boy would have his skull cleaved in two by his strike. Yet, in the very moment the long knife was about to descend, Phil's pupils suddenly constricted. He saw the cold smirk on Doflamingo's face, as well as that of his subordinates, all wearing expressions of mockery akin to a cat playing with its prey. Clang! A brilliant spark erupted before him, and Phil's bloodshot eyes trembled in disbelief. His knife had halted a mere 3 centimeters from Doflamingo's forehead, unable to descend any further. It was as if an invisible force was resolutely blocking his blade. The point of contact emitted a sharp, grating sound, reminiscent of swords clashing. How could this be possible? Phil's throat constricted, his voice dry and hoarse. As he gazed at the golden-haired boy's enigmatic expression, his heart raced uncontrollably, as if gripped tightly by an unseen hand. He. How utterly disheartening. Doflamingo cackled, his fingers curling like the claws of a bird. Phil's pupils narrowed to pinpricks. The sound of a blade slicing through the air erupted suddenly. In that instant, it felt as if an invisible sword had sliced through his chest, erupting in a spray of blood. Splat! Scalding blood gushed forth from a gaping wound that exposed bone, splattering onto Doflamingo's face, rendering his youthful and arrogant visage terrifyingly demonic. Phil's complexion gradually turned ashen as he slowly collapsed to the ground. The blood pouring from him spread beneath, forming a harrowing pool of crimson. You have crossed the line, Darren. The Navy will not spare you. The dim sunlight was obscured by a face twisted with brutality. Before Phil's lay nothing but shadows. Cold, dark, bloody, and distorted shadows. The Navy? Doflamingo looked down imperiously upon the leader of the Rubeck Island Mafia family, a mocking smile gracing his lips. "I must say, I am quite looking forward to this." With that, Doflamingo slowly raised his foot. The pointed shoe came crashing down heavily upon Phil's head. Bang! A dull thud resonated as Phil's skull burst open like a watermelon, red and white mingling together, resembling a mass of pulp. Chapter 51. The dread of Doflamingo amidst a grotesque inlaying of blood and brain matter. A savage hue emerged. The pointed shoes sank into the crimson mire, as a blood-smeared blonde youth wore a ghastly expression of twisted delight and satisfaction, erupting into maniacal laughter. At this moment, the members of the Phil's Mafia gazed upon the ruthless boy, an unprecedented wave of terror swelling within them, their faces paling to a ghostly hue, their actions instinctively halting. This little fiend a demon, he is a true devil. In the backdrop of smoldering ruins, collapsing edifices, swirling black smoke, and contorted flames, the golden-haired boy stood beside a headless corpse, resembling a demon emerging from blood and fire. Toripole and the family executives gazed at Doflamingo's retreating figure, their eyes igniting with fervent admiration and pride. This was their sovereign, to whom they willingly bowed in fealty. How resplendent, like a new star ascending the heavens. Radiant and captivating, the majesty and brilliance he exuded, coupled with his inherently noble and sacred lineage, profoundly captivated each of them. A chilling smile curled upon Doflamingo's lips as he stepped over the corpse of Phil's, continuing his advance. His fingers danced as if weaving an unseen connection. With each movement, a sense of razor-sharp instruments sliced through the air, etching smooth incisions upon the streets, the walls of buildings, and the very earth itself. Simultaneously, ahead of him, the motions of a dozen Phil's Mafia members came to a sudden halt. A vivid crimson line, glaringly bright, began to expand from their throats. They hardly registered the unfolding scene before them when the world abruptly tilted and inverted. Then they beheld their own bodies. They saw their own shoes. Confusion flickered in their vacant, gradually dispersing eyes. Ultimately, life ebbed away, their heads severed from their bodies. With a hiss, fountains of blood erupted from the necks of the motionless headless corpses, showering the ground. Doflamingo's laughter grew increasingly frenzied in the eyes of the terrified Phil's family. He continued his forward march, spreading a trail of carnage, suffering, and wails. "Thus let us eliminate them all," Doflamingo commanded with a smile. As his words fell, the pirates of the Don Quixote family ignited with a crimson, frenzied light. Like famished beasts driven to madness, they launched their assault without hesitation, and in mere moments, dozens of Phil's family members lay dead upon the ground. Consequently, a one-sided slaughter commenced. On the once bustling streets, blood flowed like a stream, saturating the air with a pungent metallic scent. Doflamingo stood in the heart of the street, beholding the infernal scene before him, unable to resist drawing in a deep breath. This is the life I desire. A chaotic world where all evils are birthed and only the victors can ascend to the ultimate stage. What a fascinating world. What a marvelous world. Ha 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 ha. He recklessly spread his arms, his diminutive stature of less than 5 feet, radiating an aura of ruthless dominance and rebellious defiance. Everywhere there was the stench of smoke, sweat, gunpowder, blood, corpses, and the scent of fear. This was his most favored aroma, the scent of chaos. Amidst the flames of that ravaged town, he perceived the gazes of the members of the Phil's family directed toward him. Their eyes were filled with terror, submission, trembling, and an inability to meet his gaze. Indeed, it was such looks that he relished. The wretched ants of this world ought to regard me with such expressions. Father, do you see? This is the gaze that the lowly should cast upon us. This is the life that we, the inherently noble celestial dragons, are entitled to. In a moment of reverie, Doflamingo seemed to recall those times. He could still remember the stench of blood, sweat, and gunpowder, the deafening screams, the venomous curses, and the contorted faces swaying amidst the flames. Those who ought to have knelt in submission wielded torches and arrows, and they, as the illustrious celestial dragons, the esteemed Don Quixote family, were bound to the city walls like swine, nearly burned alive. "Father, you were wrong. You were wrong. I am the one who is right." Doflamingo clenched his fists, his sunglasses glinting with a cold and vicious light. Suddenly, a blinding flash of lightning tore through the dim sky, illuminating the hellish world. The long-anticipated storm had finally arrived, and torrential rain began to pour from the brooding heavens. Thunder rumbled. The deluge washed over everything on the ground, cleansing the blood, striking the corpses, and extinguishing the flames. The roar of thunder grew deafening, drowning out the cries of battle and lamentation on the streets. The slaughter gradually began to subside, entering its final stages. With the death of their leader and in the face of Doflamingo's overwhelming power, the members of the Phil's family had long lost the courage to continue fighting. They pleaded incessantly, even kneeling in the dirt, begging for mercy. Yet, what awaited them was only the merciless blade of the Don Quixote family. Soon, half an hour passed. The sudden downpour abruptly ceased. On the streets, washed clean by the rain, the ruins of buildings exhaled white mist. Crimson blood seeped into the crevices of the stones, and corpses lay sprawled in disarray. At some point, he found himself alone, standing on the street. Raindrops dripped from his hair, clothes, and pant legs onto the ground. Around him, members of the Don Quixote family, including Toribol, knelt on one knee, their expressions respectful, their weapons still dripping blood, quietly awaiting their king's command. "Go forth, take control of this island." At this moment, Doflamingo's smile had dissipated, his expression turning cold as he stated, "Refrain from resorting to violence against the common folk. We must ensure that this island comprehends that the arrival of the Don Quixote family will usher in a more stable existence for them." His hands trembled slightly as he struggled to suppress the urge within him to obliterate everything in his path. Yet, he understood the necessity of self-control. Rubeck Island, nay, the North Sea, was merely a beginning. Before venturing into a broader world, he recognized the imperative to accumulate resources as much as possible. Roaming aimlessly across the globe, pillaging town after town, such actions were the domain of inferior pirates. Territory, influence, resources. One step at a time, he would absorb everything, commanding a vast reservoir of power and resources, until one day the entire world would kneel before him, Doflamingo. But until that moment arrived, he must exercise restraint. Upon hearing these words, the members of the Don Quixote family gazed at him with increasing reverence, bowing their heads in genuine submission. Only those who can master their desires and impulses are worthy of their lives in allegiance, such as their young master. Suddenly, a series of incongruous applause rang out, startling the Don Quixote family members, who turned with caution towards the source of the sound. There, atop the ruins of a building, stood a tall and imposing figure, clapping with interest while observing their young master. "You possess remarkable spirit and vision," the black-haired youth remarked with a smile. "You are quite impressive, Doflamingo." Chapter 52, I wish to discuss the scene where Doflamingo squints beneath his sunglasses, scrutinizing the unexpected visitor. The young man with raven hair stands atop the smoldering ruins of a building, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. Tall and imposing, he possesses an extraordinary presence. His short black hair and voluminous white cloak billow gently in the smoke-laden breeze. Although he hails from the lowest echelons of society, this youth exudes a formidable and captivating aura, reminiscent of the aristocratic essence found in the celestial dragons. His visage bears the gravitas of a seasoned warrior, one who might unleash raucous laughter in the face of his own suffering. Strong yet graceful, wild yet noble, brutish yet astute, he is a man whose gaze is perpetually fixed upon the distant horizon. A curious smile graces his lips, one that Doflamingo knows all too well. He has donned a similar expression countless times in pursuit of his own targets, a smile akin to that of a hunter toying with its prey, much like a cat with a mouse. In that fleeting moment, Doflamingo felt an overwhelming surge of destructive desire emanating from the depths of his soul, a fervent urge to eliminate this man, to obliterate him entirely. How dare he regard Doflamingo with such audacity? That very gaze mirrored the one he had encountered when ascending the celestial staircase, carrying his father's severed head. Facing the disdainful stares of the 5 wretched elders of the world government. Doflamingo, the Navy? Torpole quickly grasped the situation upon recognizing the military uniform adorning Darren. In an instant, Darren felt a murderous intent wash over him like a tidal wave from all directions. Swish, swish, swish. The members of the Don Quixote family, positioned strategically around him, simultaneously raised their long rifles, their eyes fixed menacingly upon the black-haired naval officer. Hundreds of ominous gun barrels converged upon Darren. They were the Don Quixote pirates, and they had never considered the Navy a worthy adversary. Hey, is it customary to draw weapons at the slightest disagreement? At that moment, the Navy colonel raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, a smile dancing on his lips. This gesture, is he yielding? Torpole and the others exchanged bewildered and absurd expressions as they witnessed Darren's action. Yet, the subsequent bizarre occurrence sent a chilling sensation surging from their feet to their minds. I do not appreciate being threatened with firearms, the Navy colonel remarked with a smile. The members of the Don Quixote family were momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, an invisible force radiated from the naval officer before them. They felt their rifles wrenched from their grasp by an irresistible power, slipping from their control. Before their eyes, the steel rifles hovered in midair, turning to point directly at their own foreheads. What manner of power is this? The faces of the Don Quixote family members paled, their firearms seemingly animated by an unseen force. They had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. In the moment when the gun was pointed at their foreheads, they instinctively raised their hands. Click! The rifle suspended in midair had its safety automatically disengaged. The trigger was pulled back bit by bit. Such a terrifying scene, at such a close range, that they could even smell the gunpowder from their own weapons. Time seemed to freeze at that instant. The street fell into an eerie silence, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard, interrupted only by the faint clicks of hundreds of triggers being gradually pressed. An overwhelming wave of fear of death surged through their minds, rendering each of them pale as a ghost. Someone emitted the sound of swallowed saliva, a sign of their trepidation. At least, with everyone raising their hands in surrender, it was likely that Borsalino would find this spectacle quite amusing. Darren, observing the once menacing pirates now rendered colorless and compliant under the threat of his gun, couldn't he help but jest. He turned to the golden-haired boy. Hey, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, I wish to have a word with you. Initially, Darren simply intended to confront this pathological golden-haired youth, perhaps to vent his frustrations. If he felt discontent, he would simply beat him up. If he felt good, well, then he would grant him a swift end. With his abilities, he could easily annihilate the Don Quixote family without a soul being the wiser. Not even the world government could uncover the truth. As for Doflamingo's so-called celestial dragon bloodline, Darren cared not at all. After all, the incident involving Sildur's saint had already demonstrated that even the lives of celestial dragons held a price. However, Doflamingo's earlier words had altered his perspective. It was true that Doflamingo was a twisted, destructive madman, but he was more astute, cunning, and ambitious than the average lunatic. Unlike those pirates who only knew how to destroy and plunder, he could restrain his desires for the sake of his ambitions. Such a person, even if adversarial, deserved a measure of respect from Darren. Most importantly, Doflamingo's former identity as a celestial dragon, coupled with his methods and abilities, could prove to be of great value if managed properly. If he could be brought under control, many of Darren's future endeavors would become considerably more convenient. Even the world government would think twice before meddling with him, and the headquarters would be even less inclined to interfere. A conversation? Doflamingo seemed to hear an absurd joke. Laughing sinisterly, there is little to discuss between pirates and the Navy. Not necessarily. I am not your ordinary Navy officer. Darren shrugged nonchalantly, intrigued. But I have no desire to converse with you. Doflamingo's smile suddenly morphed into a grotesque, twisted grimace, the lenses of his sunglasses glinting ominously as he abruptly raised his hand and swung it toward Darren with force. He let out a ferocious laugh. I simply wish to kill you. Whoosh! The air suddenly split with a sharp, explosive sound. In the void, it seemed as though an invisible sword swept through, cleaving everything in its path. Suddenly, A slender incision appeared on the walls of the two buildings ahead, and, subsequently, the upper halves of the structures collapsed thunderously along the smooth cut. A crisp sound echoed. Doflamingo's pupils constricted. Before him, the Navy officer with dark hair bore a gash in his uniform. Nearly transparent, the sharp threads had embedded themselves into his chest, emitting sparks from the friction of metal. Yet they could not penetrate. Impossible. Torbol and the other officers gasped in astonishment, unable to believe their own eyes. Although the young master was still quite young, his extraordinary talent had allowed him to master the abilities of the string fruit to an impressive degree. Those razor-sharp threads could kill without a trace. Not only could they slice through mere flesh, but they could effortlessly cut through buildings and rocks. At full strength, the young master had once split a pirate ship in two upon the ocean. Yet now, the young master's string fruit powers could not sever the body of this Navy officer. What manner of monster is this? The string fruit? Alas, you have yet to master hockey. Darren glanced down at the sharp thread lodged between the muscles and suddenly smiled. With his current physique, barring the strikes of a sword master, no attack devoid of hockey could inflict any harm upon him. Doflamingo, at the tender age of 12 or 13, still growing, had already surpassed the majority of prodigies across these seas. In the frozen gaze of the Don Quixote family, Darren extended his finger, hooking the thread lodged in Doflamingo's chest, and seemingly nonchalantly tugged at it. Doflamingo's expression shifted. The thread connecting to his finger transmitted an overwhelming force that he could not hope to resist. His body was yanked from its position, hurtling towards Darren at great speed. Since he dared to draw his gun, he must be prepared to face death. Darren smiled as he observed Doflamingo being drawn towards him. With a snap of his fingers, a barrage of gunfire erupted in rapid succession on the street. The rifles suspended in midair all discharged simultaneously. Blooms of blood erupted on the foreheads of the Don Quixote family members. Their heads jerked back, collapsing like a line of dominoes. At that moment, Doflamingo had been dragged to within 3 meters of Darren. Reflected in his sunglasses was the cold smile of the Navy officer. Closer and closer. Chapter 53. The Celestial Dragon's Wrath Master. Doflamingo. Damn it. Upon witnessing their master being forcefully dragged away by that monstrous marine, Torbol and the others were struck with sheer terror, their hearts racing and their scalps prickling. They seized their weapons in unison, their eyes wide with desperation as they charged towards Darren, intent on rescuing Doflamingo. They scarcely spared a thought for the hundreds of Don Quixote family members who had fallen to gunfire. Time seemed to slow in that moment. With a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, the Marine colonel emanated an aura of formidable strength as he held onto the captured Doflamingo. His broad cloak of justice billowed dramatically without a breeze, and the air crackled with a resonant hum as he tightened his fist. The distance between them was swiftly bridged, and in the blink of an eye, they were almost face to face. Darren unleashed a punch, striking with the force of a meteor. Roar! The sheer power and explosive force of the blow sent violent gusts of wind swirling through the air, causing Doflamingo's youthful visage to ripple. Crack! The pressure from the oncoming wind shattered Doflamingo's sunglasses, leaving behind a web of fine cracks. What terrifying strength! This Marine is an absolute beast of a man. Is this truly the caliber of individual one would find in the North Sea? With such overwhelming prowess, should the Marine headquarters not have dispatched him to the Grand Line or the New World? Doflamingo's gaze faltered, and even as Darren's relentless punch surged forth, his mind was clouded with disorienting illusions. That gloved fist appeared to expand endlessly, casting a looming shadow over him like an impending avalanche. A chilling dread surged from the soles of Doflamingo's feet, racing up his spine. An unprecedented sense of impending doom enveloped his consciousness. You seek death. Doflamingo shivered, gritting his teeth as he roared in fury. If that punch were to strike him directly, he would surely perish. As the overwhelming force barreled towards him, such thoughts raced through his mind. I must block it. I must defend against it. In that fleeting moment of resolve, he severed the threads connecting him to his powers, his veins bulging as his hands curled like claws, thrusting forward with fervor. Whoosh! Hundreds of white threads erupted forth. weaving together to form a massive spider web, a wall of pristine white standing resolutely between Darren and Doflamingo. The web's ends embedded deeply into the surrounding buildings and the earth, creating an impenetrable fortress of defense. Spider web wall, defense. As Darren's fist descended, he maintained his cold smile, showing no signs of altering his course in the face of the formidable wall conjured by Doflamingo's devil fruit power. The fierce wind stirred his dark hair, and beneath its tousled strands, his gaze radiated an unwavering confidence that could shatter all. With the force of a mountain's collapse, his fist surged with unparalleled speed and strength, carving a spiral of white energy through the air as it hurtled toward the web-like barrier before him. The instant his fist met the gossamer wall, the web, possessing a resilience akin to metal, was abruptly stretched and contorted, taking on an exaggerated form as it propelled forward toward Doflamingo without losing an ounce of momentum. Doflamingo's heart trembled violently, his eyes, concealed behind dark glasses, suddenly filled with a sinister glint. Damn it, how can I possibly lose here? A mighty aura erupted from his being, akin to a tempest, radiating outward in a frenzied wave. The world around him shifted dramatically, transforming into shades of black and white, as a wave of dread emanating from the depths of his soul engulfed much of the small town. The four members of Tory Bowl, advancing toward Darren, appeared to be struck by an invisible force, their steps faltering uncontrollably. They gazed in shock at Doflamingo, their hearts swelling with emotion. It was the power of their young master, the majesty of a king. Truly, Doflamingo was worthy of his name. As they felt the relentless onslaught of energy that threatened to destabilize their very souls, they stood nearly unsteadied. The Conqueror's Haki, a regal aura possessed by only one in millions. It was precisely because they had witnessed Doflamingo's royal presence that they willingly pledged their allegiance to this mere boy of 12 or 13, bowing before him in reverence. In the face of life and death, Doflamingo had unconsciously unleashed his Conqueror's Haki. But before they could fully comprehend the situation, an even deeper, more formidable, and commanding presence surged forth simultaneously. Boom! Tory Bowl and his companions were left aghast, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Conqueror's Haki, an aura identical to that of their young master. No, this presence was even more terrifying than that of their master. It felt as if they were confronting an iron-willed emperor or a hellish Azura, instilling within them a profound sense of submission and dread. The source of this overwhelming aura was impossible. Diamante's face turned pale, his painted visage drained of color. It was the Navy. That Navy, a mere colonel from the North Sea, possessed the aura of a king. Boom! Alongside their collective exclamations, the two waves of Conqueror's Haki collided violently in midair. Like a vast storm, they erupted from Darren and Doflamingo, clashing with ferocity, compressing and expanding and compressing. Crackling sounds echoed as black and crimson lightning erupted in a chaotic display, flickering in and out of existence. The storm surged with countless bricks, soil, and dust, rising skyward and stirring the winds and clouds. The clash of Conqueror's Haki reverberated. Tory Pole murmured with a pale visage. Unbeknownst to them, their bodies had completely succumbed to exhaustion, their minds spinning in dizziness as they knelt on one knee, struggling to raise their arms against the raging wind. You possess the same royal potential as I do. Doflamingo's facial muscles contorted as he roared, unable to accept the scene before him. Darren scoffed, stating, although Conqueror's Haki is rare in the chaotic and perilous seas of the New World, those who wield it are as plentiful as fish crossing a river. As his words fell, the muscles in the colonel's arm swelled violently, tearing through his military uniform. With a second surge of power, the sleeves of his uniform exploded into a flurry of fragments, and his fist descended once more. He relentlessly advanced toward Doflamingo. The Conqueror's Haki seemed to suppress the latter. Damn it, how could your Conqueror's Haki possibly overshadow me? Doflamingo's pupils trembled violently, his frenzied roar echoing as the skin of his hands, controlling the threads, ruptured, releasing clouds of blood mist. I am Don Quixote Doflamingo. The strength of the threads generated by the string fruit is immensely high. Even a swordsman cannot sever them, and no matter how powerful this Navy man is, he cannot breach them. I can withstand it. I will definitely withstand it. I am a noble celestial dragon. I am a servant of the celestial dragons. A cold voice thundered, unapologetically interrupting his words. With a single stomp, Darren shattered the ground beneath him, creating a 30-meter radius of devastation, with countless cracks forming a spiderweb pattern, followed by a series of explosions that sent waves of mud flying. As the earth roared, he harnessed the recoil to unleash his full power. A terrifying might, akin to that of the giant race, surged from his feet, coursing up his spine. The colonel's body tightened like a bowstring drawn to its limit, and an overwhelming force erupted from his fist. Crack! Tear! In the midst of Tory Pole and the other's fearful and shocked gazes, and Doflamingo's frozen expression of disbelief, the white web wall seemed to be struck by a meteor, its center caving in, while the densely woven threads spread outward, uprooting vast expanses of land, entire building walls, and the structures of small houses. Wrenched from their very foundations, the force of Darren's punch had directly toppled numerous buildings and large tracts of land. This exaggerated scene sent a chill down Doflamingo's spine, an indescribable fear surging within, colliding against his throat. He did not breach his thread defense. He had uprooted the very anchors of threads. Bang! Before he could comprehend the situation, Darren's relentless fist struck directly at Doflamingo's abdomen. Despite the presence of numerous edifices and the burdensome weight of the land, an exaggerated force erupted behind him, unleashing a ripple of white shock waves. Doflamingo's eyes momentarily glazed over, bloodshot and bulging from their sockets, as his mind succumbed to a void. His body arched mid-air, and with a gasp, he expelled a mouthful of blood. In the next instant, Doflamingo was propelled backward like a cannonball, soaring at tremendous speed. He collided with the kneeling Tor pole, shattered the towering street lamp, and demolished one house after another, obliterating every obstacle in his path. After hurtling through the air for dozens of meters, his figure finally vanished into a building, which groaned under the strain and trembled violently, before collapsing with a thunderous crash. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of Rubeck Island, a warship lay anchored along the coastline. Nearly 100 soldiers of the North Sea Navy stood at the ready, their demeanor tense as they awaited orders from their superiors. In the distance, countless civilians fled in panic from the town, escorted by squads of sailors. Report to Major Squirrel. The evacuation of civilians on the island is nearly complete. The perimeter has been secured. A naval soldier saluted and reported to Squirrel, who stood atop a building, peering through a telescope at the horizon. Without turning, Squirrel waved his hand, signaling his understanding, his gaze unwavering from the lens. At that moment, a deep rumble echoed from the distant town. Squirrel glimpsed plumes of thick smoke rising like a roaring dragon. Slowly, he lowered the telescope, pressing his forehead in resignation and anguish. This chaos was beyond comprehension. The corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. It was akin to a father chastising his son. Chapter 54. One person. One down. A thunderous rumble echoed as the lookout gazed upon the distant ruins of the town, where building after building succumbed to collapse, raising billowing clouds of dust that danced like serpents in the air. The muscles at the corner of Weasel's eyes twitched, even as his second-in-command. Weasel remained uncertain of the true extent of Darren's formidable power. However, from the relentless and inhumane training Darren underwent daily, Weasel could surmise that, in the waters of the North Sea, aside from a few notorious pirates who had arrived here for various reasons, no one stood a chance against Darren. The ability bestowed by the magnet fruit granted him a level of wide-ranging offensive and control capabilities rivaling that of natural-type users. As for close combat, who, other than the still-serving Sakazuki in the North Sea, could dare engage in a brawl with that madman Darren? Weasel had never witnessed such ruthless determination in anyone. In the face of adversaries, once Darren set his sights on a target, he pursued it with unwavering resolve, never looking back until he achieved his goal. He was even harsher on himself than he was on his foes. And what of Don Quixote Doflamingo, that arrogant, obsessive, and pathological wretch. He could only hope for mercy. His fate rested firmly in Darren's hands. The civilians had been evacuated, and the town was sealed off, rendering any news from here utterly impossible to transmit. A former celestial dragon? If he were to perish, so be it. After all, he would not be the first celestial dragon to meet his end in the North Sea. In that fleeting moment when this thought crossed his mind, Weasel suddenly became acutely aware of something jolting awake. He had developed such irreverent thoughts towards that exalted celestial dragon. Unbeknownst to him, a cold sweat began to bead on his back. Weasel took a deep breath, forcing a bitter smile, and murmured softly, "Darren, you were indeed correct. The significance represented by 0 and 1 is undeniably different." Rubeck Island, in the heart of the town, a thunderous crash resonated as one building after another was breached and collapsed, sending plumes of dust soaring into the sky. The earth groaned under the unbearable weight, transmitting a pulse that sent shivers down the spine. A flicker, the sound of a lighter, ignited the air. Darren stood upon the desolate, crumbling land, marred by cracks, as he retrieved a cigar and lit it. His military uniform lay tattered from battle, and he bit down on the cigar, casually unfastening the button of his naval cloak, tearing off the black tie, and gripping the shredded fabric of his uniform. He yanked with force. With a rip, the military attire was torn away, revealing the upper body of the colonel, brimming with raw power and wildness. His muscles were sharply defined, each breath rhythmically rising and falling. His skin bore a multitude of scars crisscrossing like a map, and combined with his defiant and profound gaze, he resembled a feral beast. "Ah, this feels much better," Darren grinned widely. At that moment, a voice filled with rage and lethargy broke through the air. I say, how dare you?" Torpole, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, swung his cane, unleashing a revolting stream of viscous liquid that ensnared the remnants of a 4-meter-high house, violently hurling it toward Darren. The sticky meteor, the debris soared high, emitting a dull, creaking hum as it plummeted at breakneck speed. The howling wind rushed towards Darren, igniting his cigar with a fierce glow. He squinted, raising his hand in a delicate gesture to the left. From within the oncoming wreckage, rebar suddenly erupted, piercing through the structure. With a violent rip, the debris was torn asunder, twisted metal splitting it in two as it whizzed past Darren, carving deep grooves into the earth. Darren then raised his hand again. Without the need for command, thick steel bars surged from the ground, slicing, segmenting, and elongating as if animated by a life of their own. Dozens of glistening metal spikes hovered around him. Under Torpal's astonished gaze, he waved cheerfully. Whoosh! The spikes shot forth in unison, instantly surpassing the speed of sound, hurtling with astonishing velocity toward Torpal's position. Boom! The earth erupted in a cloud of dust, as copious amounts of viscous liquid splattered under the assault of the metal spikes. Darren stepped forward, but suddenly swayed. The ground before him began to ripple like a flag in the wind, undulating like wild grass in a boundless field. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze locking onto a figure nearby. The impersonator of Diamo, crouched with blood-red hands on the ground, was pressing down firmly. The army flag, the power of the flapping fruit. It could transform the earth within a certain radius around the user into a light, billowing fabric-like state, rendering the ground akin to a large sheet fluttering in the breeze. This would cause opponents to lose their balance and topple, thereby incapacitating their ability to retaliate. At that moment, as Darren struggled to maintain his footing, a figure leapt high behind him. A youth donned in sunglasses, his expression blank, bore a stubbled face smeared with remnants of a stake, gripping a verdant bamboo staff tightly. Virgo, Ghost Bamboo. Virgo's eyes hardened, the bamboo staff descending with tremendous force toward the back of Darren's head. Crack! The bamboo, as strong as steel, shattered upon impact, sending shards flying. Virgo's pupils dilated, heart racing. Is this creature even human? Before he could register the thought, he blinked, and the dark-haired naval figure vanished like a specter. Buzzing, the sound of air bursting exploded beside him. Virgo struggled to turn his head. A pitch-black, gleaming military boot loomed in his sunglasses' reflection, rapidly enlarging. Boom! Virgo's form was flung like a cannonball, crashing into a nearby building, which subsequently collapsed, causing the ground to tremble. Amidst the billowing clouds of smoke, the visage of the naval commander, cigar clenched between his teeth, emerged from the haze. A long spear, forged from twisted metal, suddenly pierced through the air with astonishing swiftness, plunging directly into Diamante's abdomen before propelling his body skyward and impaling him deeply against a wall. Blood gushed from Diamante's mouth as he gazed at the commander, an unprecedented terror reflected in his eyes amidst the searing pain. Boom! At that moment, a nearby building erupted violently, and the shifting rocks instantly expanded into a colossal stone giant, towering 20 meters high. It swung its enormous fist, a staggering 3 meters in diameter, crashing down upon Darren from a great height. This was a perfect opportunity. You're doomed. A sharp, piercing voice rang out. It was Pika. Chapter 55. Can we talk now? It is difficult to fathom that the clumsy giant, Pika, possesses such an amusingly shrill voice. A colossal shadow loomed behind the naval commander, enveloping him completely. However, Darren displayed no signs of confusion or disarray in the face of this stealthy assault. Rather, he seemed to have anticipated it, firmly planting one foot on the ground. As stones erupted beneath his feet, the corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smirk while the naval commander pivoted sharply, delivering a powerful punch with a swift motion. Against the strength of Pika, one must respond with even greater force. To crush him, only through such a brutal and wild combat style could he truly experience the visceral thrill of each impact. In the next moment, two fists of vastly different sizes collided in the air with the ferocity of a meteor striking the earth. Boom! It resonated like an ancient bell being struck, sending ripples of air cascading outward. Yet this stalemate lasted but half a second under the gradually horrified, contorted, and fearful expression of the rock giant, the enormous fist, arm, shoulder, and even the giant's entire form began to crackle ominously. Countless fissures spread from the point of impact of Darren's fist, swiftly enveloping the 20-meter-tall rock giant surface. A formidable force, akin to the breath of a dragon, poured forth from the naval commander's fist. With a thunderous roar, the rock giant's body disintegrated, transforming into a rain of debris scattered across the sky. Amidst the falling rubble, Pika, clad in golden armor, hovered in midair, his expression one of sheer disbelief. Darren's figure had suddenly vanished from sight, only to reappear above Pika in the blink of an eye. His black military boot lifted high, enveloped in a white gust, descending toward Pika's head, like a battle axe. Bang! Pika plunged into the earth like a meteorite, a tremendous tremor and rumble erupting in the center of the town. The ground within a 100-meter radius collapsed by half a meter, sending a colossal column of dust spiraling skyward. Superstrike whip. At that moment, a hoarse shout echoed from afar. A silk thread, extending 100 meters, suddenly descended from the heavens, resembling a strike from above, directly embedding Darren into the ground. The sharp thread sliced into the earth, causing violent vibrations to resonate outward, carving a deep gash through the center of the street, which began to cave in. The buildings on either side of the street tilted and crashed down with a resounding boom, raising immense clouds of dust. 100 meters away, a blood-soaked Doflamingo struggled to emerge from the rubble, panting heavily as he gazed intently at the dust-filled epicenter, gritting his teeth as blood seeped uncontrollably from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he had completely shed the arrogance and haughtiness he had displayed upon first arriving on Rubeck Island. His sunglasses were riddled with cracks, on the verge of shattering, while his golden hair was matted with dirt and blood, appearing a sticky mess. A significant depression formed at the ribcage, and the complexion was as pale as that of a corpse. Had he succeeded? Under the shades of his sunglasses, Doflamingo's eyes fixated intently on the distant, dust-laden horizon, entirely disregarding the scattered, severely injured officers sprawled on the ground. The overkill whip was the most formidable technique at his disposal, capable of effortlessly cleaving a pirate ship in two. Even that monstrous entity could not possibly. In a fleeting moment this thought emerged. Doflamingo appeared to glimpse a horrifying vision, his bloodshot pupils narrowing into thin needles. As the thick smoke was gradually dispersed by a fierce wind, a towering figure, somewhat obscured, began to materialize. Doflamingo heard a long exhalation. The slowly released cigar smoke coalesced into a flag before that terrifying silhouette. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. The first to emerge from the haze was a black military boot, followed by a long, straight leg, a muscular physique defined by sharp angles, and a strikingly handsome face marked by an air of arrogance and coldness. The cigar clutched between his teeth continued to smolder, intermittently glowing with a red ember. A glaring bloodstain marred his chest, ceaselessly oozing crimson. A sharp thread was embedded deep within the flesh, yet could not sever the bone. Intriguing. I have been wounded, Darren mused, glancing down at the noticeably thicker thread, wiping away some blood with his hand and licking it from his fingertips. At that moment, Doflamingo felt every pore on his body stand on end, an involuntary tremor coursing through him. This man was smiling. He was deriving pleasure from the chaos of battle, from the thrill of injury. Thus, the game had grown tiresome. Darren casually extracted the thread embedded in his flesh, cracked his neck, and raised his gaze towards the golden-haired boy, a sinister smile gracing his lips. He slightly bent his knees. With force. Boom! The earth and ruins behind him collapsed in massive segments, creating enormous concave craters. Darren's form shot forth like a cannonball, at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. So swift, too swift, Doflamingo's pupils jolted. He barely registered a blur before a fist struck heavily against his abdomen. Bang! Doflamingo doubled over, blood spewing forth, his eyes threatening to burst. Bang! Another punch, connected from below, crashing into his chin. Crack! He heard the sound of his jaw fracturing. His body was propelled into the air by the force of the blow. In the next instant, Darren's form surged upward from the ground, swiftly arriving before Doflamingo, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Doflamingo was sent flying sideways. Before he could touch the ground, a knee struck heavily against his back. Meanwhile, at the distant edge of the island, a weasel peered through a telescope, witnessing a scene that sent chills down his spine. The golden-haired imp, whose veins coursed with the noble blood of the celestial dragons, was mercilessly battered in mid-air, akin to a ball, by Darren's relentless torment, struck, kicked, and elbowed. Blood gushed forth incessantly, creating a scene of utter desolation. Surrounding the ruined streets, the severely injured family officials under Doflamingo were left pale and aghast. Their eyes widened in shock at the exaggerated spectacle before them. After a full minute, with a powerful kick, Doflamingo, whose body was mangled and riddled with at least 20 fractures, crashed heavily to the ground. Darren landed with unwavering poise, flicking the ash from his cigar before clenching it between his teeth and striding towards the convulsing Doflamingo, who resembled a bloodied specter. As he approached, he found Doflamingo struggling to pry open his swollen eyelids. Darren extended his large hand, seizing Doflamingo's head and lifting him into the air, forcing their gazes to align. The setting sun pierced through the rain-soaked clouds, casting a thin veil of crimson across the world. Amidst the smoke-wreathed, mottled ruins stood a 3-meter-tall naval colonel, hoisting the blood-soaked, golden-haired imp, whose height barely reached his waist. Blood dripped steadily from the latter's body, splattering onto the ground. Darren gazed intently at the semi-conscious Doflamingo and suddenly broke into a grin. So, may we converse now? He paused as if recalling something and added, how rude of me to neglect an introduction. The name I bear is Rogers Darren, the highest commander of the North Sea Navy, known to many as the King of the North Sea. However, I hold a greater fondness for my other moniker. The Disgrace of the Navy. Chapter 56. The great contest, the act of burning, causes the world to emit an array of distinct aromas. A pristine sheet of paper and a damp tree are worlds apart. The scent of expensive wild boar meat bears a resemblance to that of human flesh. Yet the 10-year-old Don Quixote Doflamingo had long been deprived of the taste of meat. Flames surged before him, illuminating the inky night sky with a fierce crimson glow. Shouts, curses, insults, and cries of hatred reverberated around him. The explosive crackle of the burning walls jolted him from his pain, as tumultuous sounds swirled past. His eyes were shrouded, and his body bound to the city wall, reminiscent of a condemned sinner awaiting execution. It was the celestial dragon family. Spare them. Let them endure torment instead. An innumerable crowd gathered beneath the city tower, vociferously hurling their ire at the Don Quixote family suspended from the wall. They bombarded the figures on the wall with stones, rotten vegetable scraps, putrid eggs, and refuse. Doflamingo felt a viscous substance splatter upon his face, trickling down. He heard his father's anguished cries. How ironic, dear father. You renounced your esteemed identity as a celestial dragon, believing that such an act was an embodiment of compassion and mercy, striving to live harmoniously among the common folk. But do you see it now? Oh no, your eyes are also veiled and cannot perceive. Yet you can hear, can't you? Their greedy breaths, their grotesque laughter, their bubbling desires, father. This is the very populace you yearn to draw near. Have they shown you gratitude? No. What they witness is a deity descending from the pedestal. This epitomizes humanity's folly, the inherent flaws of mankind. Who can resist the temptation of trampling upon a great god? They merely wish to step upon the deity that has fallen into the abyss and spit upon it. Are you weeping? Hey. At this juncture, what good is crying? Doflamingo suddenly felt an urge to laugh. The flames crept closer, a rolling wave of heat caressing the walls. He inhaled the scent of roasting flesh. His feet were nearly cooked. The torrent of insults persisted, as countless pieces of decaying refuse were hurled from all directions. 2 streams of blood tears trickled from Doflamingo's eyes. Amidst the deluge of vitriol, he could no longer contain his maniacal laughter. He clenched his fists tightly. Remember this. You wretches, I shall not perish. A grin spread across his face, revealing bloodied teeth from the beatings he had endured. That was his remaining pride. The crowd's expression shifted upon witnessing this scene. Though the torment of the celestial dragons allowed them to vent their pent-up resentment and fury, the underlying fear remained palpable. No matter how you torture me, I will survive. Doflamingo tilted his head back, casting a disdainful gaze upon the immobile crowd below. They might witness his demise upon these city walls, but they shall never behold me in a posture of supplication. I'm a celestial dragon, the greatest existence in this world. Doflamingo's heart roared with fury, and as his lips curled into a defiant smile, he declared, I shall eliminate every last one of you. Not a single soul shall remain. Suddenly, the scene shifted. In a dilapidated room, dirt and despair clung to the corners, littered with refuse and debris. Flies buzzed around, while the warm sunlight outside failed to penetrate the damp, cold space. Gripping his hand tightly, it slowly fell weakly to the ground. Doflamingo stared blankly at his motionless mother on the sickbed, his pupils seemingly devoid of focus. Nearby, Rosinante's sobs broke the silence. I am sorry, Doflamingo, whispered his father. Seated by the bedside, his eyes rimmed in red, his face gaunt. Is there any use in saying sorry? Doflamingo suddenly laughed, a mad, deranged laughter that brought tears to his eyes. It is all your fault, he cackled. All your fault. In his frenzy, he drew a pistol, aiming it squarely at his father. If it weren't for you, Mother would not have succumbed to illness. If it weren't for you, our family would still live happily in this world. If it weren't for you, I would still reign as a proud celestial dragon. Don Quixote, homing, gazed at his son, who raised the gun, terror etched on his face. Yet he soon smiled with a gentle acceptance. Bang! The gun fired. The celestial dragon collapsed slowly to the ground, a pool of blood forming around him. I am sorry, Doflamingo, he murmured, as his vision blurred, gradually stained red. He saw his own son, weeping and laughing simultaneously. The scene flickered once more. Under the weight of silent pressure, a golden-haired child ascended the pure, sacred steps of heaven. Clutching a bloodied head, blood continued to drip from it, yet his expression remained frozen, adorned with a gentle smile. Soon, he encountered 5 aged figures standing upon the clouds, gazing down upon the world like deities. This should have been my life, Doflamingo whispered to himself. Thus, he raised his father's severed head, coldly addressing the 5 highest authorities of the world government. I wish to reclaim my status as a celestial dragon. Yet what awaited him were 5 pairs of scornful, mocking, derisive, and indifferent gazes. The Don Quixote family are traitors. You are no longer worthy to dwell in the Holy Land. Return from whence you came. You are no longer a celestial dragon, and clean the steps of heaven. Ultimately, Doflamingo did cleanse the steps of heaven. Then, he boarded a merchant ship. Arriving in the North Sea like a stray dog, a group of ruffians approached him, kneeling before him in reverence. Listen closely, Doflamingo, you are sovereign. The existence of disobedience shall not be tolerated. One day, you shall ascend to be the ruler of this vast sea. Indeed, I am a sovereign. Ultimately, I shall reign over these waters. I am Doflamingo. I will claim dominion over the seas, the world government, the 5 elders, and the celestial dragons. I shall obliterate this world and annihilate all that you govern. I shall smack. A resounding slap jolted Doflamingo awake, his eyes bursting open from slumber. A searing pain coursed through his face. No, it was not confined to his visage. Every inch of his body throbbed with agony. He wore a bewildered expression. I apologize for intruding upon your dreams, but you were rather loud. A deep voice resonated. Doflamingo beheld a navy-haired marine, casually reclining with one leg crossed over the other, a lit cigar dangling from his mouth, shrugging apologetically in his direction. Chapter 57. Don Quixote's training plan. Doflamingo's pupils constricted, his heart racing. This is that Navy officer, that admiral from the North Sea, Rogers Darren. Images flooded his mind of this savage beast, mercilessly crushing and annihilating every member of the Don Quixote pirates, sending a chill down his spine. Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions, Darren said, reclining comfortably on the sofa, legs crossed, exhaling plumes of smoke. He noticed a deeply concealed fear in Doflamingo's gaze and could not suppress a smile. Indeed, rebellious brats only learn their lesson after a good beating. Damn it, no intentions. Doflamingo felt as though his heart had been pierced by a dagger upon hearing those words. His bloodshot eyes fixated on Darren as he gritted his teeth, demanding, "What do you want from me?" He glanced around the dimly lit hall, where oil lamps cast eerie shadows upon the gray-white walls, amplifying the sinister atmosphere. The hall's door stood ajar, revealing a dilapidated courtyard outside. The archway leading to the courtyard displayed crumbling plaster, exposing damp bricks beneath. On either side of the hall, dark doors lined the walls, leading to impenetrable darkness. Torrible, Diamante, Virgo, and Pica lay slumped in the corners, their wounds hastily bandaged, eyes closed, still unconscious. Seeing that his subordinates were not in mortal danger, Doflamingo exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, raising his defiant chin as he coldly stated, "Why not just kill me? I am a pirate, and you are Navy. You self-proclaimed just Navy. Do you not consider it the highest honor to exterminate pirates? Kill you? No, no, no." Darren feigned exasperation. "I told you, I wish to converse. I mean you no harm. However, you initiated an attack without provocation, leaving me no choice but to defend myself." Doflamingo nearly spat blood in fury. "Are you mocking me?" Veins bulged on his forehead as he roared in a twisted expression. If not for the excruciating pain coursing through his body, rendering him close to fainting, he would have fought this bastard Navy officer once more. Believe it or not, Darren shrugged. As for your notion of Navy as justice, pirates are evil. That perspective is outdated. He regarded the pale-faced youth before him with a sardonic smile. I am a disgrace of the Navy, justice, evil, or neutrality. Such ideals are utterly worthless to me. Throughout history, this world has adhered to a fundamental principle. Justice will prevail? Of course. Darren leaned forward, his fierce and icy visage drawing closer to Doflamingo. Because the victor is the true embodiment of justice. The declaration resonated profoundly. Doflamingo's countenance paled as he gazed into the fervent and ambitious eyes of the Navy before him, instinctively recoiling slightly. Yet, he soon became aware of his own reaction, gritted his teeth, and straightened his chest, resolutely meeting Darren's gaze. So what if you are a disgrace of the Navy? You are still a member of it, and that changes nothing. If you wish to kill, then do so. The weak lack even the right to choose death. He unwaveringly stared at Darren, a cruel smile inexplicably forming at the corners of his mouth. Darren smiled in satisfaction. Indeed, a promising talent. He regarded the golden-haired youth before him, who appeared to be merely 12 or 13, yet within his eyes lay a desire and ambition to annihilate everything. He could not help but compare Doflamingo to the protagonist of this world, the Straw Hat Boy. At the age of 12, what was our destined child, Monkey D. Luffy, doing? Surely, he was engaged in games of make-believe with his two close friends. And what of Doflamingo? He had already gathered a formidable, loyal, and reliable crew, carving out his own dominion amidst the chaotic seas of the North Blue. With extraordinary talent, the formidable powers of the string fruit, an innate regal demeanor, and his celestial dragon status. If properly managed and subtly guided, Doflamingo would undoubtedly become a highly valuable asset in Darren's hand. At this moment, Doflamingo resembled a meteoric star, radiant and resplendent. All Darren needed to do was give a gentle nudge from behind, and he would surely ignite the world. Darren's vision for his future development was remarkably clear. He could not easily cast aside his identity as a Navy officer. A mighty fleet in the North Blue, obedient to his commands, was being established, not to mention the vast resources for cultivation he would acquire upon joining the officer training camp. Power, status, strength, and subordinates, these were things that piracy could not provide him. The incident with the celestial dragon, Charlos Saint, while ultimately resolved through his shrewd political maneuvering, served as a stark reminder for Darren. This time, he had escaped by the skin of his teeth. But what next time? Or the time after that? Darren did not believe he could remain untouched by the celestial dragons indefinitely. A rift with the world government was inevitable. Furthermore, he could not place all his investments solely in the Navy. Zephyr from the original storyline served as the perfect cautionary tale. He devoted his life to the ideals of justice, sacrificing everything, only to have his most promising and exceptional students turn against him in the end. Thus, Darren must cultivate a trump card outside the Navy, one that would instill fear even in the world government and the Navy headquarters. And now, the answer was right before him. Most importantly, Doflamingo was only 12 years old. His body had yet to fully mature, and his understanding and perspective of the world were still in their formative stages. Had it been the king of Dressrosa in later years, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Darren would have undoubtedly contemplated murder without hesitation. However, the current Don Quixote Doflamingo is different. He is still in his youth. This signifies that, with the right stimuli and discipline, he could be molded to obediently follow commands. With this thought, a chilling smile gradually emerged on Darren's face, one that sent shivers down Doflamingo's spine. It was a smile laden with intrigue. Doflamingo was all too familiar with that expression. As if a young boy had discovered a captivating new toy, he could not help but shudder. Chapter 58. The strong never complain in the dilapidated hall. The flickering wall sconces cast a wavering glow in the eyes of the young Doflamingo. The naval officer, lounging on the sofa with one leg crossed over the other, was half illuminated by the light and half shrouded in shadow, his smile enigmatic. "I bring you good news," Darren said with a smile. "Today, you shall not perish, nor will your subordinates. In fact, you may find yourself thriving more than anyone else. All I require is a simple conversation." Doflamingo was taken aback. "Is this man serious? What do you wish to discuss?" His gaze flickered beneath his sunglasses, his voice hoarse. "Living is certainly preferable to dying." Satisfied with Doflamingo's willingness to engage, Darren's smile widened. "Pray tell, what are your ambitions? You possess the aura of a conqueror, and as a noble celestial dragon, what brings you to such a forsaken part of the North Sea? What do you seek? Speak to me. I wish to hear the truth." The naval colonel's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on the bandaged, golden-haired youth. To tame a fierce wolf, one must awaken its thirst for blood. "Come now, Doflamingo." Upon hearing Darren's inquiry, Doflamingo fell silent. A flurry of images raced through his mind. Flames, screams, curses, hospital beds, corpses, gunshots, severed heads, the stairway to heaven. "Listen closely, Doflamingo. You are a king." Countless memories flickered like a revolving lantern, converging into a single phrase brimming with resentment and fury. He suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Darren. Gritting his teeth, his gaze stubborn and fierce, he declared, "I will destroy this world. With a resounding slap, Darren sent him flying several meters. Doflamingo's body crashed against the mottled wall, creating a large dent as chunks of age plaster fell away. His face visibly swelled, disbelief etched across it as he stared at the suddenly aggressive naval officer. "What are you doing?" Doflamingo shouted angrily. Darren looked down at him with a scornful, mocking gaze. "I am disappointed. I had expected you to articulate a grand ambition. Yet you present such a mundane desire. To destroy this world? This world has done you no wrong. You know nothing." Doflamingo interrupted the naval colonel, his eyes burning with rage. He struggled to rise, the wounds on his body reopening with fresh blood seeping forth. At the age of 10, I had already witnessed the heavens and hells of this world. He stood trembling on unsteady legs, breathless. The flames that spread to the city walls resurfaced in his mind, the distorted faces flickering in the blaze. They were cursing. "It's hot, too hot. I was meant to live in paradise, to stand atop the clouds and gaze down upon this world. Yet, due to the foolish decisions made by my father, my life plummeted from paradise to hell in an instant. It was as if the anguish had awakened a nightmare buried deep within my memory, causing Doflamingo to roar in a fit of rage. These mere commoners, these wretched peasants, dare to treat the illustrious celestial dragons as if they were mere swine cast upon the city walls. They burn us. They shoot us with arrows. They pelt us with stones. They devise every conceivable method to torment us. They wish for my demise, yet here I stand, alive." He suddenly erupted into a mad laughter. "I have survived." He lifted his gaze, seeking any sign of shock or disbelief on the face of the Navy officer. But he was taken aback. He had failed. He could discern nothing. The officer's face remained adorned with disdain and contempt. "Is that all?" he inquired. "What do you mean, is that all?" Doflamingo stood frozen in place. Such a twisted, tragic, torturous life was so trivial in the eyes of this Navy officer? No. An inexplicable surge of furious rage surged up his throat, and Doflamingo, trembling with fury, shouted, "Is that not enough? Because of my father's folly, my entire family has been reduced to destitution. I have lost everything. I have even scavenged through garbage bins in search of food. You do not comprehend my past. No one has endured a life as convoluted as mine." "Have I said enough?" Darren coldly interrupted him. He advanced step by step toward Doflamingo, his towering figure casting a colossal shadow that completely enveloped the latter, who stood at a mere 1 meter and 50 centimeters tall. "Do you believe your life is tragic, twisted, that no one can compare to your plight?" The Navy colonel mocked with a sneer. "Is it not so?" Doflamingo retorted through gritted teeth. Pressured by the imposing presence of the officer, he instinctively took a step back. "I have witnessed many tragic lives, and I have seen my fair share of convoluted tales. Believe me, Doflamingo," the cold smile on the Navy colonel's lips widened, "there are countless individuals whose lives are more tragic and twisted than yours. In the North Sea, gunfire erupts daily, and the harbors and coasts are perpetually laden with rotting corpses. I have seen brothers sell each other for gold. I have witnessed individuals offering their wives for power. I have encountered those who sever their own legs for survival. I have heard countless stories. I am weary of them all. But do you know, even those unfortunate souls, living lives worse than that of swine, do not whine and complain like you. Like a petulant child. How old are you? 5? Or perhaps 3? Why not return home to your parents for sustenance?" Darren looked down at the increasingly pale Doflamingo, his disdain unmistakable in his gaze. Once the wolf stirs the bloodlust within, the first to suffer the repercussions will undoubtedly be its master. At that moment, it is imperative to trample it mercilessly, to shred its pride, and to crush its wild spirit. Doflamingo clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. "My mother passed away. How fortunate she must have been, for she no longer has to endure your incessant lamentations." Darren scoffed. "In the end, you are merely a spoiled braggart, a child, if I am not mistaken. The most frequent sound she heard while she lived was your incessant whining, correct? Or perhaps it was your complaints that drove her to her grave?" Doflamingo stood agape, feeling the heat of humiliation wash over him as if he had been struck across the face. "You seek death," he roared like a beast, attempting to gesture with his fingers. Suddenly, bang! A fist collided with his abdomen. Doflamingo doubled over, his back slamming against the wall. Bloodshot eyes spilling forth crimson fluid as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. True warriors never complain. Even the common folk surpass you in that regard. Darren seized Doflamingo by the collar, yanking him close with a cold smirk. I have yet to encounter a true warrior who spends their days lamenting their misfortunes. With your paltry character, do you truly believe you can annihilate this world? Doflamingo clenched his bloodied teeth, struggling fiercely. Darren narrowed his eyes further, sensing the moment was ripe. Chapter 59. The Devil's Whispers. What a pitiful creature to complain, to blame your father. What have you done? Darren's voice dripped with merciless sarcasm and mockery. As he gazed upon the bloodied and gradually contorted visage of the golden-haired imp before him, a barely perceptible smile deepened in his half-closed eyes. Go on. Reveal it. The depths of your rage and loathing. Doflamingo clenched his fists tightly, his teeth grinding audibly. What have I done? What have I done? Suddenly, he ground his teeth, and with eyes ablaze, screamed, I killed my foolish father. In the instant the words escaped his lips, it was as if he had found a release for his pent-up emotions, a sinister smile gradually spreading across his face. He cackled madly. Can you fathom it? The sensation was utterly exquisite. Had it not been for him, I would not have endured such torment and misfortune. I did not complain. I took action. I am a born king. His eyes, filled with an intense desire for victory, fixated on the Navy before him. You should see the despair in his eyes. You should witness the brilliance of his expression when I drew my gun and pointed it at him. Ah, the delight. Doflamingo laughed maniacally, blood-like tears streaming from his eyes as he screamed with fervor. I swear to reclaim all that is mine. I have suffered enough in this hellish existence. I am a deity born to reign in the heavens. Why must I endure this earthly hell? Even before his demise, he uttered apologies. But what use are apologies? They cannot alter the course of events. Yet his death can. And so I pulled the trigger. I severed his head, that blood-soaked head. I bore it back to Mary Geos, to ensure he witnessed with his own eyes my return as a celestial dragon, to reclaim the life that rightfully belongs to me. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause suddenly erupted, piercing the oppressive silence of the dim hall. Doflamingo stared in astonishment at the dark-haired naval officer before him, realizing how tragically poignant and tumultuous his tale truly was. Darren clapped. A mocking smile etched across his face. How profoundly I sympathize. A foolish father, a gentle mother, a rebellious and obstinate son. Let me guess. The story's perfect conclusion is that the son slays his father, proving his worth, ultimately reclaiming the life he desires? Doflamingo felt as though struck by lightning. Darren chuckled. Soon, you shall crumble. Embrace the despair. He crouched down, ruffling the golden-haired imp's hair with a teasing smile. So, have you attained all that you wished for, Doflamingo? You have slain your beloved father, even callously severing his head. Surely, the world government must be pleased with your actions, no? Don Quixote Doflamingo stood there dazed, his lips moving but no words escaping. Darren, with a smile steeped in meaning, slowly approached the blond youth, holding your father's severed head. As if it were a trophy of victory, one can only imagine the exhilaration and fervor you must have felt at that moment. Perhaps in your mind, the world government would line your path with a profusion of flowers, serenading you with rousing melodies, constructing a grand stage for your return. Before the eyes of the world, the invincible natural-born king, Don Quixote Doflamingo, would once again ascend to the throne of the celestial dragons. He made an exaggerated gesture, his voice gradually lowering, imbued with an indescribable magnetism. Deep down, you yearn to ascend the celestial staircase, step by step, under the gaze of countless onlookers. Deep down, you long to be adorned in splendid robes, personally bestowed by the Gorosei amidst accolades and praises. Deep down, you desire to reclaim your status as a celestial dragon, and once more lead a life of luxury. The voice of the naval captain struck like cold nails and sharp daggers, piercing deeply into the heart of the blond youth. Only then could you prove your father wrong. Only then could you find justification for patricide. Only then could the guilt and remorse that plagued your soul become slightly more bearable. With each word uttered, Doflamingo's complexion paled further. Yet, None of this transpired. You wagered everything, killed your father, and bore the weight of guilt and remorse, only to be met with cold disdain, contempt, and mockery. There was no glorious return ceremony, no applause or flowers, no life of the exalted. Ambitious as you were, you arrived at Mariejois with your trophy, only to be cast out like a wild dog. I have even heard that on that day, you humbly knelt on the celestial staircase, wiping away the remnants of blood. Enough! Doflamingo suddenly erupted in a fit of rage, his bloodshot eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Do not speak any further. Veins bulged ominously on his forehead. His gaze was filled with unspeakable resentment and fury, akin to a raging inferno, eager to incinerate the entire world. Thus, I shall annihilate this world. Ah, the moment is ripe. Easier than anticipated, he has crumbled. But then again, he is merely 12 years old. Since the wild wolf has become utterly famished, let us provide it with a target to hunt. Darren's eyes shimmered with a glint, and he smiled. No, 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 you are misguided. Reflect carefully. Is it the fault of this world that you had descended to such a state? He leaned closer to Doflamingo's ear, coaxing him with a persuasive tone. You are, by nature, a king. The essence of royalty is not merely confined to venting your wrath upon the lowly and the meek. To trample upon the weak is devoid of any true significance. Doflamingo, ponder this deeply. Who has brought you to this wretched state? Is it your father? Perhaps, but he has long since departed from this world. Were it those commoners who tormented you? Yet, they too have met their demise. Contemplate carefully. Who has reduced you to the state of a stray dog, kneeling on the ground to wipe away blood, pathetically arriving in this desolate place of the North Sea? Reflect on this. If revenge were yours to wield, upon whom would it bring you the greatest satisfaction? Dare to imagine, if given the opportunity, which individuals would you compel to kneel before you in supplication? The magnetic voice of the naval officer echoed like a devil's whisper from the depths of hell, exuding a captivating allure. Doflamingo was struck dumb, his crimson eyes quivering with intensity, his expression shifting tumultuously. Darren delivered a final, decisive blow. Now, think deeply. Who do you most desire to become? Doflamingo trembled violently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then, under Darren's approving gaze and smile, he erupted like a famished wolf, his eyes ablaze with rage and insanity. Roaring through clenched teeth, the world government. The Five Elders. Chapter 60. My teaching of children hatred is an extraordinary emotion, intertwined with anger at injustice and harboring an impulse for destruction towards its target. This sentiment neither wanes nor dissipates with the passage of time, nor the shift of place or circumstance. The most terrifying aspect is that once the seed of hatred is sown, it becomes immutable, impervious to change. This seed will continually grow within the human heart, taking root and sprouting into a towering tree that governs a person's life from beginning to end. It propels individuals forward with reckless abandon, willing to pay any price to achieve its objectives. And now, the seed has been planted. What malevolent flower shall it bloom into within the heart of this celestial dragon youth? Darren eagerly anticipates the outcome. Excellent. You have finally discerned the truth of the matter. Darren stepped back, his gaze intensely fixed upon the figure of Don Quixote Doflamingo, his tone brimming with admiration. Now, let us discuss how to facilitate your ambitions. Doflamingo paused, momentarily taken aback, before quickly regaining his composure. You wish to assist me? Certainly. Who in the North Blue does not know that I, Rogers Darren, am a benevolent naval officer? Darren replied with a smile, producing a cigar to light. Doflamingo observed the naval colonel as he reclined on the sandy sofa once more, and suddenly rasped, "Hand one over to me." Darren regarded him with surprise, but did not refuse, tossing a cigar towards him. Doflamingo caught it, expertly severing the tip with his string fruit powers, then bit down and ignited it, taking a deep drag. The dexterity of his actions made Darren's lips twitch slightly. He has quite the veteran smoker. Yet, no matter how one looked at it, a 12 or 13-year-old lad puffing on a cigar presented a rather discordant image. Why do you wish to help me? After several puffs, Doflamingo gradually calmed, his sunglasses casting a cold gaze upon Darren as he queried. You are a naval officer. The primary purpose of the Navy is to uphold the rule of the world government. Indeed, you exhibit considerable potential, having so swiftly emerged from your earlier collapse of emotions. Darren chuckled and shrugged, stating, I have mentioned before, I am no ordinary naval officer. If I must provide a reason, it is simply that I cannot abide the pretentiousness of the world government and the celestial dragons. The Navy may serve as the face of the world government, or perhaps its watchdog, but I refuse to be a mere hound. Those celestial dragons consider themselves divine, born of greatness. Alas, I refuse to be a puppet for the so-called great. Doflamingo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Darren for a prolonged moment, before suddenly bursting into a mocking laugh. I see now. You wish to manipulate me, to use me as a weapon against the world government. Do you think I would so easily place my trust in you? Darren grinned. Trust is not the foundation of cooperation. Rather, it is mutual benefit. We share a common enemy, do we not? Doflamingo suddenly let out a derisive laugh. Ha ha, a common enemy. Darren, your assertion is utterly ludicrous. If the world government, or rather, the celestial dragons, are indeed your foes, it would be prudent for you to act against them. Yet what I observe is a coward, a weakling who hides in the shadows, inciting others to harbor hatred. You wish for me to collaborate with you. No, what you truly desire is my submissive compliance. But you possess nothing that could possibly persuade me. At this juncture, Doflamingo disdainfully exhaled a plume of smoke. My demands are not excessive. If you dare to slay a celestial dragon, not one like me, stripped of rights, but a genuine celestial dragon. He smirked with unwavering confidence. I might even acknowledge your prowess, perhaps even recognize you as my godfather in the manner of your North Sea customs. Oh, Darren arched an eyebrow, his expression taking on a peculiar twist. Are you certain you wish to gamble on this? Observing the glint of interest in Darren's eyes, Doflamingo was suddenly struck by an ominous premonition, yet he gritted his teeth and resolutely declared, indeed, he would never dare to act against the celestial dragon. Doflamingo was no fool. He had gathered intelligence on this North Sea admiral, greedy and licentious, deceitful and sycophantic, yearning for power. Such a person would lack the courage to confront the noble celestial dragons. With this thought, Doflamingo puffed out his chest with newfound confidence, revealing a cunning smile. Moreover, even if he did muster the audacity to strike at a celestial dragon, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the world government, rendering this so-called agreement null and void. You said it yourself. Darren shook his head in resignation. To be your father is indeed a profession rife with peril. However, coincidentally, he shifted his tone, a playful smile gracing his lips. I rather enjoy danger. As he spoke, he retrieved a small object the size of a fingernail from his pocket and casually tossed it before Doflamingo. The moment Doflamingo beheld the object, his pupils constricted to pinpoints, and every pore on his body stood on end. A piercing chill surged from his feet, racing up his spine to his scalp, causing his hair to bristle. That object. It was a chip, the proof of identity of a celestial dragon. Doflamingo swore he could not be mistaken. Each celestial dragon family possessed such a chip, which must be surrendered when one renounces their power. However, relinquishing the chip would result in the loss of protection from the world government and navy. When his father decided to abandon their celestial dragon privileges and leave Mariewa, the Holy Land demanded the return of their celestial dragon-proof chip, and he returned to the Holy Land with his father's head solely to reclaim what was rightfully his. The chip is irrefutable and irreplaceable. Its mere existence serves as a testament to the noble identity of the celestial dragons. It is a possession that each celestial dragon meticulously safeguards, holding paramount importance. Yet now, in Darren's possession, astonishingly, he possesses a verification chip of a celestial dragon. How could this be possible? Just as a tempest of turmoil surged within Doflamingo, the low voice of a naval colonel drifted through the dimly lit hall. Days ago, celestial dragon Silda's Saint met an unfortunate demise in the North Sea. According to the investigative team's findings, Silda's Saint's official vessel was obliterated in an instant, leaving no viable clues. Not even the ship's surveillance denizens captured a trace of evidence. The investigation team concluded that the esteemed celestial dragon Silda's Saint fell victim to an attack by sea king-like creatures It was a tragic accident. Darren blinked and smiled. Well, at least that is the report submitted to the government. This verification ship, of course, was discreetly taken from Silda's saint's lifeless body. Doflamingo was momentarily stunned, an avalanche of information flooding his mind. A chill trickled down his forehead, and fear gradually spread within his pupils. This lunatic, this madman, actually dared to lay hands on a celestial dragon, and escaped unscathed. So, he truly did have the audacity to kill one of his own. Doflamingo's mind went blank, buzzing with confusion. Darren sat up with a grin, his upper body leaning forward with an aggressive demeanor. As that audacious smile drew closer, Doflamingo instinctively recoiled, his throat constricting involuntarily. Do you understand now, Doflamingo? I can provide you with everything you desire. Power, status, territory, military protection, enterprises, influence. But you must acknowledge one undeniable fact. The North Sea is my domain, and the rules here are set by me. As long as I do not permit it, no one can wreak havoc in this place, not even the celestial dragons. Darren unabashedly exhaled a plume of smoke towards Doflamingo's face, and then, in the astonished gaze of the young celestial dragon, the raven-haired naval officer reached out to tousle his golden hair. The flickering flames of the wall sconces cast, dancing, enigmatic shadows upon his face. Darren smiled. Welcome to the North Sea, my godson. Chapter 61. The underworld of the North Sea is our stepping out of the dimly lit hall. Darren reignited a cigar and stretched languidly. The dilapidated courtyard was overrun with dead ivy surrounding a crumbled fountain. The night was bleak, and the moonlight cast a cold, ethereal glow. In the shadows of the wall stood a figure, motionless and silent, as if merging with the surrounding architecture. For a full hour, he remained utterly still, his posture unwavering and his expression stoic, leading Darren to believe he might not even be breathing, resembling a statue guarding this place. A unique warmth flowed through Darren's heart as he spoke with a smile. The North Sea is a perilous expanse. He vividly recalled the chaos that engulfed this region upon his arrival. The mafia ran rampant, engaging in gunfights across towns and streets, while trembling civilians huddled in corners. And the kingdom's elite reveled in extravagant banquets. Trust among individuals was non-existent, replaced by schemes, deceit, and betrayal. Those who feigned camaraderie would, in an instant, turn to strike with treachery. As Darren struggled to ascend the treacherous path of power, he had long lost count of how many lives his hands had stained with blood. His adversaries vastly outnumbered his allies. Even now, despite his considerable influence over the North Sea, he navigated each day with utmost caution. In such a treacherous environment, having a reliable and trustworthy deputy by his side was indeed a stroke of fortune. The figure stepped from the shadows, a sardonic smile playing at the corners of his mouth. You are quite ruthless. He is merely a 12-year-old boy. He had undoubtedly overheard Darren's remarks about Doflamingo within the hall. Darren spread his hands, declaring, even the youngest of wolves can easily tear open a man's throat. Let us not forget, he is the one who killed his father at the age of 10 and awakened the Conqueror's hockey. The figure fell silent, casting a worried glance at the ominous hall before inquiring, are you not afraid he might stab you in the back? He wouldn't dare. He has no evidence, and no one would believe him, Darren replied with a chuckle. Besides, I am now his godfather. The figure rolled his eyes. A father-s demise and a son-s laughter. This has occurred with Doflamingo before. Yet he understood Darren's temperament. This ambitious highest official of the North Sea possessed a bloodline imbued with madness. He relished the thrill of precariously balancing on the edge of a cliff, finding exhilaration in the heart-stopping danger. It was as if only in those suffocating moments, when his heart nearly ceased to beat, could he truly feel alive. By the way, has this matter been kept under wraps? Darren suddenly inquired, as if recalling something important. The dormouse nodded cautiously. The alert line had already been raised, and the civilians had been completely evacuated. Even the North Sea Navy accompanying us was unaware of the specific details. They merely understood that this was a mission to eradicate pirates. Darren chuckled. That's well and good. Let us see how long we can keep this under wraps. It was indeed time for us to return. If my memory serves me right, we have an appointment with Vin Smoke, judge tomorrow. The dormouse replied solemnly, indeed. The first batch of high-tech weapon prototypes from Germa has been manufactured, and your presence is required for an initial inspection and testing. The exact location of the meeting awaits a response from Vinsmoke Judge. Darren nodded and took a step forward, his grand cloak of justice billowing dramatically behind him. Excellent. With this, our North Sea fleet plan officially commences. Beneath the night sky, his eyes sparkled more brilliantly than the stars. In a dimly lit hall, the dust-covered glass windows of the dome cast a chilling, piercing moonlight, draping over Don Quixote da Flamingo like a silvery veil. The wall lamps continued to flicker stubbornly, entwined with light and shadow. The golden-haired youth reclined on a soft sofa, a spent cigar pinched between his fingers. His head tilted back as he stared vacantly at the lofty dome. Da Flamingo, young master. Time flowed indistinctly before the four members of the Torbol gradually regained consciousness from their stupor. They first glanced around in terror, and upon realizing that the Navy was nowhere in sight, they exhaled a long sigh of relief. Da Flamingo, I say, how do we return? Torbol, leaning on his cane, struggled to rise. He panted slightly, the weight of his injuries rendering his complexion ghastly pale. I am uncertain. When I awoke, I was already here. If I am not mistaken. Da Flamingo continued to gaze intently at the moon above, suddenly breaking into a grin. It must have been Rogers Darren who brought us back. At these words, the four of Torbol collectively gasped, a cold sweat trickling down their spines. This place was located on Minion Island, and this long-abandoned villa served as a clandestine stronghold for their Don Quixote family, known only to them. Yet now, that Supreme Commander of the North Sea Navy had returned the unconscious lot of them. What could this imply? All their prior maneuvers in the North Sea had undoubtedly been scrutinized by that formidable, monstrous navy. In a haze, they felt the sanctity of this secret base had been compromised. It was as if within those dark corridors and eerie rooms, an invisible horror lurked, silently observing them. What shall we do now, young master? Diamante inquired anxiously. Since setting sail, they had experienced nothing but smooth sailing, never encountering such a profound setback or blow. They had long grown accustomed to others kneeling before them, begging for mercy, and to issuing commands. Yet now, the naval figure known as Rogers Darren stands before them like an insurmountable, towering fortress, obstructing their path to conquer the North Sea. With but a single hand, he effortlessly dispatches their multitude of over 1,000 subordinates. In the presence of Darren, none among them can withstand even a single blow. That man is formidable, akin to a fearsome Azura, instilling terror and despair. What shall we do? Don Quixote da Flamingo murmured, his gaze finally sharpening once more. He turned his head to meet the anxious and fearful eyes of Torbol and the others, remaining silent for a considerable time. I have lost all my family. You're all I have left, Da Flamingo thought fleetingly. In that moment of reflection, an indescribable bitterness surged within him. He suddenly comprehended why that fellow Darren spared the lives of Torbol and the others. So that Esset, you truly are ruthless. Therefore, Darren, in your eyes, everything I have done appears as childish as a game of make-believe, does it not? Fear not. Da Flamingo sighed inwardly, yet a smile graced his face. The underworld of the North Sea now belongs to us. Amidst the gradually astonished expressions of Torbol and the others, the golden-haired youth rose from the sofa, bursting into raucous laughter. Ha 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 ha. From this day forth, Rogers Darren shall be the godfather of Don Quixote da Flamingo. Ah. The laughter, gradually transforming into a grotesque and frenzied cacophony, echoed throughout the eerie courtyard. Chapter 62. The meeting the following day in the waters near a solitary island in the North Sea. The sky was crystalline and the ocean an azure expanse. White seagulls soared freely across the cloudless heavens, gliding towards the distant horizon. A warship glided gracefully through the waves, leaving behind a long trail of white foam. How much longer until we arrive? Darren stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed, a lit cigar clenched between his teeth, while his immaculate white cloak billowed in the wind. It was estimated they were only a few minutes away from their designated meeting point. The weasel at his side held a permanent compass, navigating the course. Germa 66 was ever elusive, its army in nomadic state of war without fixed territory. Darren nodded slightly, turning to glimpse the distant figures on the deck. Two young souls drenched in sweat, and a smile crept across his face. Noticing his gaze, the weasel chuckled wryly. Majors Shiwan and Jackie seemed to have been stirred into a frenzy. They've been tirelessly devoted to their training day and night. It's a blessing. At least it brings some peace to our ears. Darren replied nonchalantly. The incident involving the celestial dragons has profoundly affected these two prodigies from headquarters. The impotence of the Navy in the face of power, the despair of complicity, and the burdens of guilt. All of these could easily shatter a sailor-esque conviction. In the original narrative of the O'Hara incident, Kazan was the prime example of this reality. From the burning justice to the languid justice, Kazan experienced firsthand the stark impotence of the Navy's ideals. Perhaps you might consider speaking with him? The weasel's expression wavered, torn between hesitation and curiosity. He had witnessed Darren's remarkable ability to sway minds and instill thoughts. With his profound understanding of human nature, he could always pinpoint the essence of a matter with striking clarity. Let the old man of the warring states handle the preaching. I have no interest in babysitting, Darren remarked lightly, withdrawing his gaze from Shiwan and Jackie. If they cannot overcome this hurdle, perhaps they are simply unfit for the Navy. The weasel fell silent for a moment, finally exhaling a resigned sigh. This fellow perceived too deeply. Yet, it was precisely this perceptiveness that occasionally rendered him seemingly cold and unfeeling. Here we are. Just as the weasel's thoughts drifted, Darren's deep, resonant voice suddenly broke through the reverie. The weasel snapped back to attention, lifting his gaze. In the distance, colossal shadows began to emerge from the misty sea. Warships, towed by gigantic snails, cleaved through the water, carving out long white streaks behind them, exuding an aura of lethal majesty. The battle flag of Germa 66 fluttered atop the ships, while on the lead warship, a cross-eagle banner representing the Vinsmoke family proudly stood at the pinnacle. A dense fleet, responding swiftly to the commands from the flagship, began to converge. The metallic treads and gears interlocked, emitting a deep, resonant roar. In less than 3 minutes, dozens of warships had assembled into a colossal nation, Germa 66. Truly, Germa 66, the warlike realm that instills fear across the globe. The weasel's eyes sparkled with excitement, unable to contain an admiring exclamation. Darren nodded in agreement. Although Germa 66 appeared feeble before him, it was solely due to his devil fruit abilities, which completely countered their technological prowess. This did not imply that Germa 66 was weak. In fact, Germa 60 SIXS military strength ranks among the foremost in the world. Advanced weaponry, battle suits, fearless replicants, a nation united in its territory, and the capability to wage war across the red soil continent. Should he manage to acquire all these military technologies and integrate them into his North Sea fleet, he would command a formidable military force capable of traversing the red soil continent, effortlessly entering the Grand Line and even the New World. Yet, what he sought from Vinsmoke, Judge, extended far beyond this. Prepare the strings, he commanded, his eyes glimmering with a profound intensity. With that, the weasel raised his hand in a military salute, and the naval personnel swiftly took their positions. The helm turned, and the warship glided smoothly into the harbor of the Germa kingdom. At this moment, both Jiuyin and Chi-Ji paused their training, adjusted their military uniforms, and stepped to the forefront of the troops. They gazed at Darren's broad and towering silhouette, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. Since the great general had departed from Batia Island, their emotions were inexplicably tumultuous, almost evoking a sense of shame that compelled them to avoid Darren daily. At that moment, bang, 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 a series of muffled cannon blasts unexpectedly erupted, shattering Chi-Ji and Jiuyen's scattered thoughts. Cannon fire. Chi-Ji, alarmed, assumed a defensive stance, stepping forward to shield Jiuyen behind him. Fear not, Jiuyen. I shall protect you, he declared with righteous bravado, just as he attempted to dramatically toss his hair, only to find the surrounding navy gazing at him with bemused expressions. Chi-Ji froze momentarily. Rows of vibrant fireworks ascended, bursting into a myriad of shimmering colors against the clear sky, scattering countless silver flowers throughout the air. The dazzling radiance cast a kaleidoscope of hues upon his face, rendering him a veritable jester. This, a salute? A cannon salute? Chiji stared in disbelief at the brilliant display of fireworks, his lips moving wordlessly. There is no need to be anxious, Major Chiji, Darren reassured with a smile, patting Chiji on the shoulder before being the first to descend from the warship. On the soil of the Germa kingdom, a continuous barrage of ceremonial cannons erupted, painting the world with hues of festivity and peace. Haha! Welcome, Admiral Darren, to the Germa kingdom. It is indeed an honor for us at Germa 66. Amidst a formidable formation of a ruthless army, the illustrious Vince Mock-Gage, adorned in resplendent robes and boasting flowing golden locks, strode forth with an exuberant smile, extending his hand towards the naval colonel. I hope I am not imposing. The grandeur of Germa 66 never fails to stir my heart, he remarked. Darren approached with a grin, their hands clasping firmly in midair. From the sidelines, Guillaume and Khaki exchanged furtive glances, their eyes twitching at the sight of the two men, radiating warmth and camaraderie, and inwardly cursing the two cunning scoundrels. Had they not personally endured the war that nearly led to the obliteration of Germa, they might have mistaken these two for long-lost brothers. Chapter 63. Such experiments yield no power kingdom of Germa. Training ground. The area was thoroughly cleared of unrelated personnel, and the Germa 66's replicated soldiers formed an impenetrable wall, resembling cold statues, standing guard around the training ground. At the center stood Darren and the high-ranking officials of the Northern Sea Navy, observing as Germa soldiers carried heavy sealed crates into the training area. According to our collaborative agreement, this constitutes the first batch of military technological weaponry you requested. Vinsmoke, Judge remarked indifferently, glancing at Darren. Although merely prototypes, their overall performance has stabilized. Once you approve, they can be mass-produced at any time. However, I must caution you that the cost of high-tech weaponry is not insignificant. Darren lit a cigar and smiled, waving his hand dismissively. Money is not an issue. Let's unpack them. Vinsmoke, Judge, then gestured to the replicated soldiers, who stepped forward, tearing open the seals and unveiling the crates. Darren and his companions began to scrutinize the contents. Various technological weapons lay nestled within the wooden boxes cushioned by dry straw. Vinsmoke, Judge, casually picked up a sleek, cannon-like weapon. Unlike typical heavy artillery, this weapon featured a slender, elongated barrel connected to a metal cylinder at the end. This is a flamethrower, capable of emitting flames at approximately 300 degrees, with an effective range of 30 meters and a sustained spray duration of 15 minutes, requiring reloading once the fuel is depleted. He glanced at Darren, inquiring if a demonstration of its power was necessary. Darren gestured invitingly. Vinsmoke, Judge, then commanded sharply, "Step forward." Soon, a replicated soldier wearing sunglasses strode out from the ranks, standing resolutely in the center of the training ground, hands clasped behind his back like an immovable rock. Witnessing this, Jiun and Kaki's pupils constricted slightly. This fellow, does he intend to test the weapon's efficacy on his own subordinate? As if to confirm their suspicions, Vinsmoke, Judge, raised the flamethrower, aiming it at the replicated soldier from a distance of 15 meters. In the next moment, his expression remained impassive as he pulled the trigger without a flicker of hesitation. Roar! A searing dragon of flame erupted forth, engulfing the replicated soldier in an instant. Under the horrified gaze of Kaki and Jiun, the soldier became a living inferno. There were no cries of anguish, no struggles. Even his body did not tremble in the slightest. Within 5 seconds, the fiery figure slowly collapsed. The flames danced relentlessly, and the charred body emitted wisps of smoke as the embers gradually extinguished. The training ground was suffused with the acrid scent of burnt feathers. Kaki's complexion paled, while Jiun felt waves of nausea. They had not been strangers to the horrors of war. But Vinsmoke Judge's cruel method of using his subordinates as instruments of weapon testing was unlike anything they had ever witnessed. The smoke swirled ominously. Vinsmoke Judge set down the flamethrower and turned to face the naval colonel with a proud expression. "What do you think?" Darren furrowed his brow. 300 degrees? The temperature of flames is contingent upon the type of fuel and the density of the oxidizer, air. typically ranging from several hundred to several thousand degrees. However, this is based on data from the real world. In a world where the technological tree is wildly skewed, such as in the realm of pirates, the absence of high-concentration fuel leads to a normal flame temperature generally ranging from 200 to 900 degrees, bound by the world's parameters. This is also the upper limit for the flame fruit. The temperature of magma, on the other hand, ranges from 900 to 1,400 degrees, rendering the magma fruit superior to the flame fruit, with an average attack frequency, a standard attack range, and the necessity for fuel replenishment. As for the power, Darren shook his head and remarked to Vinsmoke Judge, "You cannot truly test the potency of this device in such a manner. Researching and crafting weaponry is your forte. But killing is an entirely different matter. For a typical human body, there is little distinction between a bullet, a dagger, or a blunt object when it comes to taking a life." At this point, Darren chuckled softly, and, quite unfortunately, I have considerable expertise in the art of killing. Vinsmoke Judge paused, momentarily taken aback, before expressing his discontent. "What do you mean by that?" Darren stepped forward, removed the black tie from his military uniform's collar, took off the pristine justice cloak, and stripped the upper half of his uniform, revealing a body marred with scars. Guion and Kaji exchanged shocked glances, astonished by his actions. This fellow surely cannot be thinking of. The weasel covered its face in anguish. Vinsmoke Judge stared blankly at the naval colonel, who exuded a wild and violent aura, momentarily at a loss for words. Darren cracked his neck, producing a sound reminiscent of popping beans, and then grinned menacingly. "Come, use me for your experiment." As the words left his lips, a fierce wind swept through the training ground, tousling the Navy officer's dark hair and intensifying the madness in his gaze. "Are you serious?" Vinsmoke Judge asked, his eyelid twitching. Kaji suddenly came to his senses and anxiously interjected, Hey, Darren, this is no joke. That flame is 300 degrees. If you burn to death, the position of North Sea Admiral will fall to me. Ah, no, I misspoke." He quickly covered his mouth. Darren then realized, well, Major Kaji has a point. In that case, I shall not take the risk. This glorious task will be entrusted to the genius from headquarters, Major Kaji. With that, he reached out his large hand towards Kaji's nape. No. You should do it." Kaji retreated with unprecedented speed, sweating profusely. After enough jesting, Darren turned back to Vinsmoke Judge, his demeanor serious. "I am indeed serious." And he was. Darren has honed his physique to such a degree that he can withstand bullets and medium-sized artillery shells. He is capable of enduring the searing heat generated by explosive blasts. Thus, the 300-degree flames from the flamethrower should pose little threat. Most importantly, endowed with a perceptive talent, he can directly confront attacks to accurately gauge the destructive power of weaponry. After all, the fleet he aspires to create is not intended for trivial skirmishes in the North Sea. In his vision, the military strength under his command must at least match the combat prowess of the New World pirates. Consequently, it is only natural that the weaponry equipped on this fleet must achieve a certain level of potency. Witnessing Darren's determination, Vinsmoke Judge no longer hesitated and decisively pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, a long tongue of fire erupted from the flamethrower, enveloping Darren's upper body. A scorching wave of heat surged forth, instantly stirring a fiery tempest in the training ground. Everyone present gazed at the man bathed in crimson flames, standing resolute, their expressions a mix of astonishment and disbelief. Chapter 64. My child, forgive me. The flames roared upward, transforming Darren's upper body into a blazing fireball from a distance. The swirling flames distorted the surrounding air, sending shivers of apprehension through the hearts of Shigeyama and the others. For a full minute, Vinsmoke Gaji slowly lowered the flamethrower, unaware that beads of cold sweat had begun to form on his forehead. The smoke billowed, obscuring vision. Gulping nervously, Jackie leaned closer to the nearby ferret and whispered, Hey, that guy won't be burned to death, will he? The ferret rolled its eyes in irritation. Just then, a faint voice emerged from the center of the thick smoke. The power is quite impressive. A gust of wind dispersed the black smoke, and the crowd widened their eyes in astonishment as Darren stood amidst the remnants of the flames. Examining his condition, his body was coated in a layer of black ash, with faint signs of charred burns visible. However, his expression revealed that the injuries were not severe, at least, not severe for him. The flamethrower has been tested, Darren remarked, brushing off the ash from his skin and flashing a grin at Vinsmoke Gaji. Next, he then turned his attention to Jackie and the others, urging, "Don't just stand there. Come and take your turn. Let us not waste time." Thus commenced one of the most breathtaking and terrifying experiments in the history of weapon manufacturing. Flamethrowers, high-voltage electric guns, portable rocket launchers, high-speed cutting discs, and rapid-fire machine guns. Each technological marvel produced by Germa 66 was unleashed upon the body of the naval colonel in a cacophony of destruction. The training ground echoed with the dull roar of explosions, the sharp sounds of cutting, and the occasional sly laughter of Jackie. From the initial shock to a state of acceptance, all, including Vinsmoke Gaji, eventually fell into a numbness as the ordeal continued. After a grueling half hour, Jackie and the others, breathless, set down the last weapon and slumped to the ground, their eyes filled with disbelief as they gazed at Darren. Monster Vinsmoke Gaji murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow, his face paling. Darren, satisfied, sat atop a crate of weapons, a lit cigar clamped between his teeth. A nearby military doctor was diligently tending to his wounds. "Very well. Let us proceed with the production of the weapons we just confirmed, with a 50 deposit and the balance payable upon delivery." Darren smiled at Vinsmoke Gaji. "Of course," Gaji replied hoarsely, now fully aware of the terrifying beast that stood before him, the Supreme Commander of the North Sea Navy. As the accompanying military medic finished a simple bandaging, Darren slowly rose to his feet, donning the military uniform handed to him by the stoat and draping the pure white cloak of justice around his shoulders. He strolled to the side of Vinsmoke Judge, lowering his voice to convey, additionally, regarding the issue of the warship's modification. Vinsmoke Judge's expression revealed a hint of difficulty. "Your demands are exceedingly high. If we were to replace the warship's keel with metal, its weight would surely increase by more than double. Consequently, the ship's draft would likely—" Darren dismissively waved his hand. "No, you need not concern yourself with the draft issue." His deep, obsidian eyes glimmered with a peculiar and fierce ambition. "What I require is that the primary structure of the warship must be composed of lightweight metals." Vinsmoke Judge furrowed his brow, pondering if that is the case. Incorporating a small amount of the alloy used for crafting battle suits into the steel should not pose a problem. However, the expenses, he cast a glance at Darren, would undoubtedly amount to an astronomical figure. "That is precisely what I needed to hear." Darren chuckled. "Money, when held, is merely a stack of worthless paper. It is only when it is spent, effectively enhancing one's own power, that it holds true value." The warship set sail, gradually departing from the port of the Germa kingdom. Vinsmoke Judge stood upon the shore, a broad smile adorning his face as he waved farewell to the receding vessel. As the ship vanished beyond the horizon of the sea, the smile on his face gradually morphed into a cold, sinister expression. "My lord, the deposit for the North Sea Navy has been securely placed in the vault." A middle-aged man, clad as a butler, approached respectfully and spoke in hushed tones. Vinsmoke Judge nodded grimly. He remained silent, merely gesturing for the butler to depart, and strode alone towards the main fortress of the Germa kingdom. Passing through the heavily guarded main gates of the fortress, Vinsmoke Judge entered a corridor fiercely protected by soldiers. At the end of the passage stood a massive metal door. He approached, aligning his gaze with the electronic panel affixed to the door, and pressed his hand against the lock. "Iris verification complete, bloodline verification complete. Welcome back, my lord," a cold, emotionless electronic voice announced. The door swung open, and Vinsmoke Judge advanced inside. Beyond the metal door lay a laboratory the size of several football fields, lined with rows of enormous test tubes, slowly rotating in harmony with the machine's hum. Towering 3 meters high, the test tubes were filled with a verdant liquid, within which floated numerous human forms, replicas of Germa's soldiers. Vinsmoke Judge stood before a silver control panel, his expression devoid of emotion as he fixed his gaze upon the incessantly rotating green test tubes. Suddenly, he struck the control panel with a powerful fist. "Bang! Damn it!" He roared through clenched teeth, his eyes brimming with a web of blood vessels, his expression a mask of rage and distortion. A humiliation, Truly a disgrace. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving, his eyes blazing with fury. How could I, the illustrious king of the Germa kingdom, the supreme commander of the army of evil, have been reduced to a despicable and humble arms dealer? He, Rogers Darren, truly believes that the Germa kingdom is at his service for armament supplies? He even contemplated the notion of battle suits. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vinsmoke, Judge bellowed incessantly, his fist striking the metallic control panel, leaving a series of distinct imprints. His bloodshot eyes fixated on the rows of burgeoning clone soldiers, his face contorted with resentment, his heart seething with rage. The recent event, masked as a weapon trial, was nothing less than a warning from that scoundrel Darren. He intended to display his overwhelming strength through sheer force. Vinsmoke, Judge panted heavily, his malicious gaze sweeping through the experiment. The clone soldiers, their numbers were utterly insignificant to that fiend. The battle suits, which Germa took pride in, and the array of high-tech weaponry, were perfectly countered by that devil-esque fruitability. The ferocity displayed by Rogers Darren during the weapon trials was nothing short of monstrous. A monster? What means exists to combat a monster? A wave of despair washed over Vinsmoke, Judge's eyes. Was there truly no way to oppose that man? At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom. Sir, Lady Sola S. Water has broken. She is about to give birth. Please come at once. Vinsmoke, Judge, was taken aback. Sola, that was his wife. His wife was pregnant and on the brink of labor. As the king of Germa, he was about to welcome his very first offspring. A rare softness flickered across Vinsmoke, Judge's harsh visage. My lineage, he whispered softly. My bloodline. Suddenly, he felt as though struck by lightning. In the next instant, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. So that's it. I've found a way to deal with you, Darren. Vinsmoke, Judge laughed maniacally, as if he had grasped a final straw. The lineage factor, transformation. I should have thought of this long ago. Only a monster can confront a monster. He stumbled frantically to the other side of the laboratory, seizing a pink test tube. The transparent vial filled with a rosy liquid reflected his increasingly deranged face. My child, forgive me. This is for the glory of Germa, he rasped. Chapter 65. Vinsmoke Reju. The nearly insane murmurs of Vinsmoke, Judge, echoed slowly within the frigid laboratory. Only a monster could contend with another monster. His bloodshot eyes fixated intently on the test tube filled with a pink liquid, while his mind incessantly replayed the image of a Navy officer, impervious to harm amidst a hail of gunfire. Enhanced skin? No, mere flesh and blood could never achieve such resilience. The impenetrable defense, formidable regenerative capabilities, and the strength of a beast. Yes, it must be the exoskeleton that could accomplish this. As he whispered fervently, his gaze flickered with a strange and frenzied glint. He activated the snail phone. Master, have you arrived? Lady Sora is calling your name. The delivery is about to begin. The voice of the anxious butler resonated through the device. Gritting his teeth, Vinsmoke, Judge's expression shifted tumultuously until, with a final resolve, he thundered, tell the doctor to wait a moment longer. I require some time. With that, he abruptly severed the communication. Carefully placing the pink liquid test tube on the experimental platform, Vinsmoke, Judge violently swept all the instruments and clutter from the workstation to the floor. Amidst the cacophony, he retrieved pen and paper, swiftly calculating. The genetic factor ratio. Merely an exoskeleton is insufficient. Toxicity must also be incorporated. Cold sweat trickled down his cheeks and jaw, yet he paid it no heed. Within a minute, the blank sheet was densely filled with intricate equations and potion mixing ratios. Let us begin. With a hoarse whisper, he pressed the button on the control panel. The various instruments on the laboratory table whirred to life, incessantly injecting a multitude of precisely measured potions and substances into the pink test tube. Soon, the liquid within the tube began to bubble vigorously, emitting a plethora of gas. Success. Observing the green indicator light on the control panel, Vinsmoke, Judge clenched his fist, snatched the test tube from the workstation, and strode purposefully toward the palace. Navigating through the labyrinthine corridors and the ornate palace gardens, Vinsmoke, Judge was met with the anguished cries the moment he stepped into the royal chamber. That was the voice of his wife. Sora, he murmured anxiously, quickening his pace as he entered a lavishly decorated bedroom adorned with painted murals. Expanses of white sheets were now stained crimson, and doctors and nurses in white coats busily scurried about. A beautiful woman, exuding a gentle grace, lay upon the soft bed, trembling violently from the intense agony of childbirth, drenched in sweat. "Master, you have finally arrived." The bespectacled doctor paused in his frantic efforts, bowing respectfully to Vinsmoke Judge. He waved his hand dismissively, hastening to the bedside and grasping his wife's hand tightly. "Sora, I am here." Queen Sora of the Germa kingdom struggled to lift her eyelids, a gentle smile gracing her face as she softly murmured, "Judge." "Judge." Vinsmoke Judge, witnessing the anguish etched upon his wife's features, felt a tightening in his heart. Drawing a deep breath, he exclaimed, "Sora, I have discovered a method to restore Germa to its former glory and dominate the North Sea." He raised a test tube filled with a flowing pink liquid. "The genetic factor. With this technology, our child will possess monstrous physical abilities from the moment of birth. Our offspring will become the mightiest warrior in the history of Germa 66. The name of the Vinsmoke family will resonate throughout these waters as they flourish." He spoke with fervor, eagerly anticipating his wife's joy. Yet, what met him instead was a gaze of shock and terror. "You wish to raise our child as a weapon?" Queen Sora exclaimed incredulously, her complexion paling. As the Queen of Germa, she was acutely aware of the profound drawbacks associated with the technology that Vinsmoke Judge wielded. Similar to the replicated soldiers of Germa 66, those who underwent this genetic modification would lose all human emotions and be unable to defy the commands of their master, Vinsmoke Judge. Stunned by her words, Vinsmoke Judge faltered. "No, Sora." The fear reflected in her eyes struck him with an unfamiliar intensity, and he ultimately softened his stance, saying, "I will preserve our child's emotions. But our child will still be a weapon in your hands, won't they?" Vinsmoke Judge opened his mouth to retort, but found himself at a loss for words. He fell silent, the face of the North Sea Admiral haunting his thoughts. "This is for the glory of Germa." His voice suddenly turned cold, imbued with an alien indifference. Slowly, Vinsmoke Judge rose, turning his back on his beloved wife, who lay weeping in despair upon the bed. Clenching his fists, he rasped, "Only in this way can Germa reclaim its dominance over the North Sea." "I am sorry, Sora," he whispered softly, and then, amidst his wife's sobs, he handed the pink test tube to the doctor, his eyes brimming with sorrow as he gritted his teeth. "Administer this serum to my wife, and then commence the delivery." With those words, he strode out of the bedroom without a backward glance. Half an hour later, Vinsmoke Judge paced anxiously outside the royal palace, waiting in silence until he finally heard the sweet sound of a baby's cry. "Congratulations, sir. The lady has successfully given birth to a girl." A bloody doctor, clad in a white coat and mask, emerged carrying an infant, bowing respectfully to Vinsmoke Judge. He was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at the child in the doctor's arms, instinctively reaching out to receive the baby, cradling her in his embrace. Cascading pink locks enveloped her right eye, while her left brow formed a counterclockwise spiral. Her violet irises sparkled with an unmistakable cleverness. Yet, the doctor expressed his quandary, stating that the young lady's skin was remarkably resilient, rendering the syringe incapable of penetration, thus making vaccination implausible. Upon hearing this, Vinsmoke Judge was momentarily taken aback, only to be subsequently engulfed by an indescribable ecstasy. Ha! He could not contain his jubilant laughter, reveling in a frenzy. The experiment had triumphed. It had truly succeeded. She was born with a physique akin to that of a superhuman. No, vaccination was unnecessary. My daughter is a natural anomaly. Ha! On this day, in the Germa kingdom of North Blue, the Vinsmoke family welcomed their first royal offspring, the King of Germa. The commander of the army of evil, Vinsmoke Judge, bestowed upon her the name Vinsmoke Raju. Chapter 66, Special Training at Bay High, Branch 321. Under the scorching sun, the training ground was engulfed in swirling yellow dust. Three formidable figures charged fiercely towards a dark-haired naval officer standing at the center of the field. Their speed and strength reached their zenith, and their coordination was nearly flawless. The three figures, draped in pristine white cloaks symbolizing their rank as majors, flared and danced wildly with their onslaught. The man they were besieging exuded a wild and defiant aura, his bare torso revealing muscles chiseled like marble, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he effortlessly parried their tempestuous attacks. It was none other than Guion, Khaki, and Weasel, who were relentlessly assaulting Darren. Yet, despite their numerical advantage, beads of cold sweat trickled down the foreheads of Guion and his companions, clearly under immense pressure. Though they initiated the attack, it felt as if Darren was the one single-handedly overpowering them. "You're so weak. Khaki, have you not eaten? Your punches are like mere tickles," Darren mocked, his laughter echoing tauntingly, igniting Khaki's fury. "You bastard, Darren. What are you saying?" The sharp sound of slicing air erupted from behind, an overwhelming sense of threat closing in. With a sidestep, Darren evaded the blades descending from Weasel and Guion, his face adorned with a playful smirk as he jested. "Isn't that right? So soft. Can you even handle it, little pup?" As he spoke, the naval colonel deliberately cast a glance at Khaki's groin, a look so laden with meaning it could incite the ire of any hot-blooded man. "You're courting death. I'll take you on." Khaki's roar reverberated across the training ground, explosive with rage. In an instant, Khaki's skin shimmered with steam, nostrils flaring as he charged at Darren like a raging bull. The ground trembled beneath him, erupting into a crater over 5 meters wide due to his explosive force. Khaki's speed surged to its apex, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. Bang! A muffled thud resonated. Khaki stared, bewildered, at Darren, whose face he had just struck, head tilted back as blood splattered forth. For a moment, he was at a loss. Had he actually hit him? But in the next instant, his pupils narrowed in shock. Darren, with his head held high, bore a sinister grin as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Instead of the expected fury and pain, there was only the delight of encountering an amusing plaything. Excellent force, a voice, both obsessive and exhilarated, echoed in Khaki's mind like a devil's whisper. His eyelids twitched, a sense of foreboding swelling within him. Surely not. Darren flashed a grin. Bang! He brutally slammed his forehead against Khaki's. Blood splattered, and Khaki felt the world spin around him. Before he could recover, a large hand, clad in black leather gloves, loomed larger in his blurred vision. "Don't hit my face," Khaki cried out in despair. Darren, however, remained impervious to the unfolding chaos, seizing his opponent's face with one hand and lifting him effortlessly before slamming him down with tremendous force. The ground trembled with a resounding crash, fracturing within a 30-meter radius into a web of cracks as the earth lamented under the burden. Dust billowed forth, and Jiaji's upper body was entirely engulfed beneath the surface, his hairy legs clad in wooden clogs flailing helplessly in the air. At that moment, the sharp sound of a military blade being unsheathed pierced the air. A gleaming sword cleaved through the swirling dust, revealing the resolute visage of the stoic Weasel, adorned with a military cap. His broad cloak billowed behind him as his piercing gaze fixed upon Darren, gripping the sword firmly before launching a fierce downward strike. An impeccable opportunity. With a swift motion, the sword, emanating a radiant gleam, descended with lethal intent, carving a deep gash across Darren's chest, spilling a copious amount of blood. Remarkably, despite the grievous wound, Darren regarded Weasel with an expression of admiration. Weasel managed a wry smile, bracing himself as he met Darren's forceful knee strike head-on. Thud! Like a cannonball, his form was propelled backward, crashing into 3 humanoid stone targets before he landed awkwardly, blood spilling from his mouth. Having landed a successful blow, Darren felt an icy chill rapidly approaching from above. The sharp aura even sent a shiver down his spine, a testament to the formidable talent of a future general. Indeed, impressive, he mused, smiling as he extended a hand. Clang! The golden blade met Darren's palm, slicing through the black glove, yet was firmly ensnared by Darren's grip. The fierce wind scattered the dust, revealing Jin leaping high into the air, knife in hand, striking a poised stance as her cloak billowed wildly in the turbulent air. Almost vertical to the ground, she gazed at the mocking smile of the naval colonel before her and let out a primal roar. The renowned blade, Kimbira, suddenly radiated with an unprecedented brilliance, valiantly resisting Darren's inhuman strength as it sought to strike downward with relentless force. The blade was perilously close to piercing the colonel's chest. Yet, despite all her might, Ji-Yun was unable to deliver that final blow. In the end, even a mere centimeter of downward pressure became an insurmountable challenge, akin to a distant dream. Darren, no longer holding back, exerted a powerful grip akin to iron pincers, the clash between his fingers and the blade producing a resounding metallic ring. With a fierce tug, at the moment Ji-Yun lost her balance and was momentarily stunned. His fist collided with her abdomen with tremendous impact. Boom! A wave of white energy erupted against her back. Ji-Yun's complexion turned ashen, her strength dissipating as she collapsed to her knees, clutching her abdomen, blood seeping from her lips. The incessant dripping. Vivid crimson blood cascaded from the wounds on Darren's body, swiftly absorbed by the dust of the training ground, leaving behind dark brown stains. A smile graced Darren's face as he gazed at the three individuals sprawled on the ground, panting heavily: Sean, Jayak, and WSH. Well, let today's training conclude here, he declared, winking at their expressions twisted in agony. We shall continue tomorrow. With that, he turned and strode confidently towards the office of the base commander. WSH rubbed his temples in distress. Shi-Yuan lay flat on the ground, gasping for breath, yet still gripping his long knife tightly. Jayak could not suppress a cry of despair, indignantly exclaiming, "How infuriating!" It had been a fortnight and a half since their expedition to the Germa kingdom for weapon testing. Ever since that day, this scoundrel Darren had insisted on subjecting them to rigorous training under the pretext of enhancing their skills. However, Jayak couldn't shake the feeling that the rascal was merely relishing in tormenting them. Chapter 67. Life is simple in the evening within the office of the base commander. Darren stood before the expansive floor-to-ceiling glass window, his upper body bare, a lit cigar clenched between his teeth. From this elevated vantage point, he surveyed the entire state of Branch 321. Warships patrolled the island in a meticulously designated route, the silhouettes of naval drills flickering in the training grounds, occasionally accompanied by shouts and the sounds of striking commands. Dressed in military uniforms, naval soldiers conducted routine maintenance on the artillery and the docked vessels. The slanting rays of the setting sun streamed through the glass, casting a long shadow upon the imposing figure of the colonel. Wisps of smoke encircled his face, deepening the intensity of his gaze. The progress of his abilities had indeed slowed considerably. At one moment, he exhaled a plume of smoke, expressing a sense of resignation. He glanced down at the wounds on his palm and chest. They had scabbed over completely, and a good night's rest would likely see them healed by morning. His superhuman physique endowed him with formidable defensive capabilities, significantly enhancing his recuperative powers as well. Conventional training had become nearly ineffective in furthering his stats. In simpler terms, his body had fully acclimated to the intensity of external pressures and stimuli. Thus, upon returning from the Germa kingdom, he resolved to engage with Weasel, Ji-Yun, and Kaki in specialized training. This not only served to expedite the realization of their talents and enhance their strengths, but also to impose new pressures and stimuli upon himself. Although their combined efforts were far from sufficient to challenge Darren, sparring with them would inevitably allow for some loosening of his physical limits, resulting in growth. Regardless, the trio's innate abilities ranked among the finest across the vast seas. With these thoughts, Darren gradually immersed himself in contemplation, utilizing his perceptive talents to gain a clear insight into his physical condition, thus deducing his data panel. Stamina, 61. 753 strength, 57. 192 speed, 59. 241 fruit, 72. 111 aside from the powers of the devil fruit. Over the past month, his stamina, strength, and speed had seen increments ranging from 0.5 to 0.8. It had nearly plateaued. Most of this progress was attributed to the intensive training with Kaki and the others in recent weeks. As for the development of the devil fruit, the progress was even more sluggish. Suddenly, a gentle knock at the door interrupted Darren's reverie. "Come in," he softly replied. The office door swung open to reveal Weasel, striding in confidently, clad in a crisp military uniform and cap. Darren poured a glass of chilled whiskey and handed it to Weasel, smiling as he inquired, "How do you feel?" Weasel accepted the glass, grimacing slightly as he replied, "Not great. Not everyone is as mad as you, relishing the thrill of combat and the pain it brings. In the past several days of rigorous training, he has scarcely enjoyed a single restful night. Each day, upon concluding the intense sessions, his body feels as though it might disintegrate. Even when lying in bed, his muscles ache unbearably. Darren shrugged with a smile, remarking that pain is a benevolent reminder of one's vitality. In the throes of combat, experiencing an opponent's attacks through one's own flesh enhances his perception of their strength, speed, physique, and even will, thus enabling him to identify vulnerabilities. The squirrel glared at him dismissively, raising his glass and draining it in one swift motion. Darren is often one to eschew evasion, despite his capacity for speed and explosive agility that could allow him to dodge attacks. His combat style, characterized by its brutal ferocity, starkly contrasts with his shrewd, cunning, and flexible political maneuvers. Always, he opts for confrontation over evasion, a tendency cultivated over many years, perhaps influenced by his former superior, Sikorsky. He relishes the notion of exchanging wounds, battling against opponents with reckless abandon in the direst of circumstances. Such individuals are the most formidable adversaries, akin to a frenzied, ravenous wolf that, despite having its innards crushed or limbs broken, will continue to snarl, biting off a piece of flesh from its opponent before drawing its last breath. Upon hearing the squirrel's complaint, Darren chuckled dismissively, refilling his glass. A penchant for dodging in combat is a detrimental habit. It breeds cowardice, timidity, and indecision. Once one becomes accustomed to evasion, there is a subconscious reliance on it, rendering one predictable to the enemy. Maintaining an escape route may provide a retreat, but it simultaneously diminishes one's chances of victory. A reliance on evasion stunts personal growth and strength, spirit, and a resolute determination to prevail amidst life and death crises are the true keys to enhancing one's combat prowess. After a moment's reflection, Darren felt compelled to add, on this vast sea, there's only one Borsellino. The image of that monstrous figure, with its peculiar demeanor, surfaced in his mind, causing even the typically serious squirrel to twitch at the corners of his mouth. With a sigh, he lamented, "But how many lives do you possess to gamble when you recklessly wager everything without a retreat?" Darren lifted his glass and took a gentle sip. Who knows? His profound gaze drifted toward the distant sea, with the cigar smoke swirling around his flawlessly sculpted, austere profile. His steady, resonant voice echoed within the vast office. "Yet one lives only once. I wish to live with abandon. I believe life is quite simple. One either moves forward or retreats. Retreating is, of course, not a problem. Even during the first occurrence, one might hypocritically reassure oneself. It's nothing, just endure it, it will pass. Just for this moment. I will hide for now and reclaim my stance later." Yet, in reality, the initial instance paves the way for a subsequent one. With each retreat, each evasion, and each compromise, can you truly remain the person you once were? The reasons to withdraw are numerous, while the reasons to advance are singular. Yet that one reason suffices. A smile gradually graced the corners of Darren's mouth. "I would rather perish than concede." He clenched his fists. "I must triumph." The weasel fell into a profound silence. Listening to these weighty words, he understood that Darren's sentiments extended beyond mere combat. The essence of this declaration was a reflection of the countless choices Darren had made in the past. A step back leads to further retreats. In battle, it is thus. Confronting the formidable military power of Germa 66, it is the same. In the face of the supreme authority of the celestial dragons, it remains unchanged. The phrase to endure and swallow one's anger has never graced the lexicon of Roger Darren's life. Chapter 68. A fair game after a prolonged silence. The dormouse exhaled deeply, releasing a sigh of discontent. He turned his gaze once more towards Darren, who stood before the expansive window. In a fleeting moment, he perceived the so-called naval scoundrel, his battered form embodying a resilient spirit, a defiant soul ever advancing forward. Indeed, it was precisely because he was such a man that he would be, indeed, could only be, the one whom the dormouse wished to follow for a lifetime. Recently, the two fellows had made remarkable progress. Darren abruptly shifted the topic, directing his attention to the distant training grounds. Under the sunset, The arena was a whirlwind of yellow sand. Aside from the 321st Naval Unit engaged in their daily drills, two figures stood out remarkably. One was positioned on the left side of the grounds, wielding a long sword, his cape billowing behind him, breathing steadily as he swung his blade. The golden sword danced wildly, emitting brilliant flashes of light. With his keen sight, Darren could discern that amidst the chaotic display of the golden blade, countless sparks erupted from the edge, a testament to bullets colliding. It was none other than Guillaume, who, through his rigorous swordsmanship, was flawlessly slicing through bullets that were fired from dozens of meters away. On the opposite side of the training ground, a red-faced khaki grimaced as he struggled to drag a small, abandoned warship forward, his muscles taut and bulging, veins protruding as if they might burst. He muttered under his breath, "I am not a weakling. I am certainly not a weakling." Following Darren's gaze, the dormouse couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "They have been haunted by your training. They're constantly murmuring about wanting to grow stronger." Indeed, they had significantly improved, albeit temporarily unaware of this fact. As he spoke, he glanced at Darren, mentally adding, "After all, it is you they spar with." Darren smiled and remarked, "As for Guillaume, that's to be expected. She has always been the model student in the eyes of the war-hardened veterans." What surprised me was Khaki, who appears unreliable, yet possesses such remarkable tenacity. The dormouse wholeheartedly agreed. Major Khaki possesses extraordinary capabilities. Following every special training session, he persists in self-imposed drills, exceeding the prescribed training limits. Despite being thoroughly greeted by you during the special training, nursing a multitude of injuries, he consistently appears the next day, brimming with vitality. After being trampled dozens, if not hundreds, of times, he never succumbs to discouragement. Regardless of the circumstances, he embodies the courage to rise again and again. One must admit, he is truly admirable. Yes, though his focus tends to be rather peculiar, he added. Peculiar? Darren raised an eyebrow, intrigued, and turned towards the dormouse. With a resigned smile, the dormouse said, "Recently, there have been numerous complaints within the unit regarding Major Khaki's frequent presence in the female soldiers' quarters." Darren responded, "Truly, you never fail to impress, Khaki. There is indeed another matter that the dormouse has refrained from disclosing. That is, Jaji frequently attends various aristocratic gatherings under the guise of caring for the populace, only to return in a state of disarray, yet he continues to take pleasure in it." Darren shook his head and inquired, "How has that little rascal Doffland been faring lately?" The dormouse's expression turned somber as he replied, "Progress has been swift. In merely half a month's time, he has seized control of 30 of the Mafia's territory and underground operations in the North Sea. The scale of the Don Quixote family has also surged past previous limits, now nearing a membership of 2,000. Doflamingo, indeed, possesses remarkable capabilities, ruthlessly suppressing dissenters with a brutal hand, instilling fear, while showing mercy to those who bow in submission, continuously consolidating his followers, simultaneously restraining his subordinates to minimize harm to civilians. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe he is merely a 12-year-old boy. Moreover, his methods invariably remind me of another individual." As he uttered the last sentence, his tone was laden with complexity. "Who?" Darren suddenly chuckled. "So, it appears I have indeed made the right choice in selecting him as my protégé." He shook his head and added, "But your statement must surely have a however following it?" Taken aback by his words, the dormouse quickly offered a wry smile. "It seems nothing escaped your notice." Darren lifted his glass and took a sip of whiskey. "Do share. After all, we are in the North Sea, a realm where the underworld is notoriously resilient." The dormouse spoke slowly. "Indeed, while the expansion of the Don Quixote family is remarkably rapid, the swiftness and brilliance of Doflamingo's rise have alerted the other mafia factions entrenched in the North Sea. Under this shared pressure, they have torn up their agreement with our navy, recruiting mercenaries and engaging in fierce territorial disputes and bloodshed, attempting to amplify their power to counter the ascendance of the Don Quixote family." Darren narrowed his eyes. I had hoped they would exhibit a bit more tenacity. Observing this subtle expression, the dormouse's heart tightened, for he sensed that misfortune was imminent. "What do you imply?" The naval colonel scoffed. If they could set aside their prejudices and unite against the Don Quixote family, I would refrain from intervening in this struggle for power in the underworld. After all, they have shown me ample respect. The rules of the game are fair. The Don Quixote family has violated the norms of the North Sea, and I will eliminate all of his thousands of subordinates as a form of retribution. To become the sovereign of the North Sea's underworld, he must start from scratch. I shall offer him no assistance. He must prove his worth. The Don Quixote family versus the entire underworld of the North Sea is my design. Should he fail to conquer the North Sea, it shall merely demonstrate his limitations. Yet I did not anticipate that. The underground forces of the North Sea would prove so inept. They dared to breach the agreement, to undermine my rules, to strike against the innocent, seizing territory amidst the chaos. Darren's eyes narrowed further. I am quite displeased. The weasel took a deep breath. When shall we depart? He did not inquire too deeply into the details or reasons, for they held little significance. In the North Sea, no one can disregard the edicts of Rogers Darren. As for the notion of a fair game, there has never existed a truly equitable game in this world. The dealer, too, may descend into the fray, but this merely signifies that the game may conclude in an instant. Ultimately, in the North Sea, the so-called underworld is but a matter of Darren's command. Let us depart at once, and present my beloved protege with a modest gift. Darren tore his military uniform from the hanger and donned it with swift precision. After all, my time in the North Sea is fleeting. The weasel paused. Have you reached a bottleneck? He was somewhat aware of Darren's extraordinary talent and understood that the latter was endeavoring to push his physical limits through various infernal training regimens. Darren nodded in affirmation. Indeed, I require stronger opponents. Remaining in the North Sea has lost its significance. The Grand Line is the most splendid stage of this ocean. The Naval Headquarters Officer Training Camp. There, he would compete alongside elite naval forces from around the globe, inherit the legacy of an admiral, master the superhuman techniques of the Navy's 6 styles, and wield the most formidable powers upon these waters. Conqueror's hockey. As he spoke, Darren had already fastened his black tie. He donned a voluminous, pristine white naval cloak. With an expression of indifference, he declared, before my departure, unify the underworld of the North Sea. Completely. Chapter 69 Greetings North Sea, Philby Island. In the dead of night, blood and flames painted the sky crimson. Bang, 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 boom. The thunderous roar of artillery erupted violently in the streets, as hundreds of naval officers launched a fierce assault on a stronghold of a notorious mafia family. Thick plumes of smoke billowed forth, as the heavy barriers of the stronghold were shattered by relentless cannon fire, sending debris flying in all directions. Damn the Navy! Where on earth did they acquire such weaponry? A mafia officer clad in a black suit crawled out from beneath the crumbling wall, his face smeared with blood, his eyes ablaze with fury, as one of the most formidable mafia factions on Philby Island. The Snook family wielded control over more than half of the underground enterprises within a radius of several hundred nautical miles, engaging in illicit activities such as brewing, smuggling, gambling, and vice. They commanded their territory with an iron fist, reaping vast fortunes while commanding a legion of hundreds, equipped with firearms and explosives, instilling fear even in the hearts of smaller pirate crews who dared not provoke the Snook family lightly. Yet, in an instant, chaos ensued. The vibrant, splendid, and hedonistic lifestyle they had known was utterly shattered amidst the cacophony of explosions, a mirage extinguished. A deafening blast jolted York Snook from his tumultuous slumber, countless attacks whizzing past his ears, rendering him unable to discern the nature of the sounds. The family's stronghold, the armory, the courtyard, the conference room, the chamber of commerce, the earth, the buildings, the very air itself, all trembled in unison. Under the relentless bombardment, the officers of the Snook family were caught off guard, buried beneath the ferocious onslaught of firepower. York Snook felt a persistent ringing in his ears, gradually succumbing to numbness. He stared blankly at the well-trained North Sea Navy, armed with an array of weaponry, methodically closing in on their stronghold, obliterating everything in their path. His heart gripped by sheer terror. Flames from incendiary devices spewed forth, while electric shotguns crackled with blue arcs. Portable machine guns lined the ranks. and York even glimpsed a row of sailors hoisting rocket launchers on their shoulders. Unprecedented advanced weaponry. Boom! A compact missile suddenly detonated overhead, obliterating the church-like dome of the building, leaving devastation in its wake. In the midst of the thunderous noise, a cascade of stones shattered and collapsed. A massive shadow loomed over York's snook, engulfing him from above. Despair washed over his gaze, before being buried by the torrent of rubble. He caught sight of a lewd-looking sailor, clad in wooden clogs, nonchalantly stepping through the crowd, and then he effortlessly lifted an entire residential building. Boom! The structure was hurled high into the air, crashing down to the ground, completely ravaging the Snook family stronghold, leaving it in ruins. Amidst the billowing black smoke, York stood in a daze, staring at his hands. When did I become so powerful? At first, he merely sought to experiment, never anticipating that he could indeed hurl an entire residential building into the air with his bare hands. Major Kaji is extraordinarily powerful. The technological weaponry of Germa pales in comparison to Major Kaji's might. Truly remarkable. Undoubtedly, he is a paragon of excellence. Surrounding him, the North Sea Navy gazed in astonishment, their faces lit with exhilaration as they erupted into fervent cheers. Enveloped by the jubilant voices of his fellow sailors, Kaji felt a surge of emotion and couldn't help but place his hands on his hips, laughing heartily. Of course, I'm a genius. He cast a disdainful glance at a sailor wielding a rapid-fire machine gun, scoffing guns. Such a primitive and crude method of combat. Meanwhile, on another island in the North Sea, a similar scene unfolded. In a clandestine stronghold of a mafia family, the naval forces swiftly commenced their operation. The Navy? Damn the Navy! You leave us no path for survival. An irate mafia leader with a distinctive mustache cursed vehemently. As he spoke, he brandished a massive shield crafted from tempered steel, charging into the oncoming ranks of sailors with the ferocity of a wild bull, his immense strength sending them sprawling. Ha ha ha! Have you witnessed my might? The mafia leader bellowed with laughter. Yet, in the next moment, his mirth was abruptly silenced. Clang! He heard the sharp sound of a sword unsheathing. Following the sound, he beheld a tall figure emerging from the blazing inferno, a woman, with a beauty mark gracing her lips and her long black hair elegantly styled into a bun. She wore a pink skirt that accentuated her alluring figure. As she walked, her pristine naval cloak billowed behind her, dancing amidst the flames. In one hand, she wielded a long blade, its shimmering golden surface reflecting the flickering firelight. This was a formidable woman. Under ordinary circumstances, the mafia leader would have devised every scheme to seduce her, to conquer her. However, in that moment, he harbored no such thoughts. A slender cut began to extend from his metal shield, traversing from his most fortified face to his arm, and then to his throat. The line of blood gradually emerged. Such swiftness! He gasped. The shield and the man were cleaved in two, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Shizuka stood before him, her expression icy as she sheathed her sword. In the name of justice, I impose the ultimate sentence. As her words fell, the naval forces surged in behind her. The cacophony of battle cries and anguished wails echoed from all directions, while Shizuka remained rooted in place, lost in profound contemplation. I have grown so much stronger, she murmured softly. In that moment, she grasped a multitude of realizations. The intensive training of the past weeks had elevated her strength by at least 30%. It was merely because her adversary was that monstrous figure, perpetually dominating her, rendering her own progress seemingly elusive, that she failed to recognize the enhancement of her abilities. However, her contemplation lasted only a few seconds before Jin resolutely clenched her fists, gritting her teeth. Not sufficient. Far from enough. Meanwhile, in a lavish private mansion with an exorbitant price tag, the residence of the notorious Rockefeller family, a prominent mafia clan from the North Sea archipelago. The head of the Rockefeller family, Germa, suddenly awoke from his slumber, abruptly drawing the handgun concealed beneath his pillow, firing several shots into a shadowy corner of the room without a second thought. Bang, bang, bang. The resounding echoes of gunfire clashed against the metallic sound of bullets striking blades, sparks flying, and illuminating a stern face adorned with a military cap. Germance's pupils dilated. "It's you." His mistress recoiled in terror, clutching the covers tighter around herself. The figure of a weasel emerged from the darkness, wielding a bloodied saber. "You have violated the rules," the weasel stated expressionlessly. "Thus, the highest commander of the North Sea, Admiral Darren, sends his regards." As the words fell, a chilling glint flashed through the darkness. Splat! Blood sprayed, staining the opulent canopy. In the next moment, the piercing screams of the woman echoed throughout the mansion. Chapter 70. The greatest darkness of the North Sea. The North Sea boasts the largest and most prosperous commercial port, Tars Port. As Don Quixote and numerous members of his family entered the harbor of Tars Port under the leadership of Doflamingo, they were greeted by a vivid tableau. Various vessels clamored for space in the port, their sails, marked with diverse insignias, billowed like waves. Sailors shouted loudly on the decks, while nobles and wealthy merchants, with pipes clenched between their teeth, directed their workers ashore, their calls drowning out the sound of the crashing waves. In the distance, the streets were lined with an assortment of shops, bustling with crowds weaving in and out, showcasing a plethora of goods from the North Sea and beyond. Gazing down the street, the city appeared to swell with distance, interwoven waterways resembling white ribbons meandering through an expanse of buildings and residences. The atmosphere was vibrant yet chaotic, a blend of wealth and squalor permeating the air with an intoxicating mix of opulence and decay. I must say, it truly deserves its title as the largest trading port in the North Sea, exclaimed Toripole, his astonishment evident as a stream of mucus hung from his nostrils. The profits here must be substantial. Diamante, his face adorned with vibrant colors, licked his lips. Virgo remained silent, a fragment of bread smeared across his cheek. Bica, with a shrill laugh, declared soon, "This will belong to our Don Quixote family." Their faces radiated an intense ambition and arrogance, a sentiment well justified. Within a mere fortnight, the Don Quixote family had emerged from obscurity, swiftly engulfing over 30% of the North Sea's mafia territories and underground enterprises, rising to become one of the foremost powers in the region with an unstoppable momentum. Such speed, such presence, such audacity had never been witnessed in the annals of North Sea history, yet the Don Quixote family had achieved it. Before them lay this bustling trade port, the very objective of their expedition. The Rodriguez family. Doflamingo stood at the bow of the ship, surveying the cacophony of life in the lively town, a cold smile gradually spreading across his lips. He still bore the visage of one seasoned beyond his years, adorned in sunglasses, a shirt, cropped trousers, and pointed shoes. However, compared to before, he now donned a flamboyant pink feather coat that fluttered in the briny sea breeze, reminiscent of a young and haughty flamingo. Doflamingo, I propose that if we eliminate the Rodriguez family and absorb all their enterprises, we could possess half of the underground world of the North Sea. Am I correct? Toripole, leaning on his cane, approached Doflamingo with a sly grin. Doflamingo nodded, a sinister smile forming. Indeed, the Rodriguez family holds dominion over Tars Port, their influence deeply entrenched on this island. With the commercial advantages of Tars Port, they control at least 30% of the North Sea's illicit trade. Once they are dealt with, the remaining nuisances, the Snook family, Vincent, and Rockefeller, will pose no significant challenge. Upon hearing the self-assured words of their young master, the four family executives of Toripole erupted into adoring laughter. Young master. In truth, we need not bow to that naval force, Diamante suddenly interjected ominously, his face etched with dissatisfaction and indignation. Once we seize the entirety of the underground realm of the North Sea with such power, the North Sea Navy would not dare to challenge us. Furthermore, he speaks eloquently of the North Sea's underworld belonging to him, but at the end of the day, all territory has been earned through our own efforts. What assistance has he, Admiral Darren, ever provided us? Upon utterance of these words, a profound silence enveloped the others. The smile that graced Doflamingo's lips gradually faded. He turned his gaze toward the four Toripole executives. Do you all share this sentiment? The four bowed their heads, unable to meet his icy stare. We merely believe that you are a born king. A king must never bow to anyone, they murmured. Doflamingo remained silent, scrutinizing them for several seconds before turning away and, after a brief pause, calmly stated, "I shall pretend I have never heard such words. I do not wish to hear them again. Do you understand?" The Tory poll executives bowed deeply, responding with utmost respect, yes. Yet, in the midst of their exchange, they shared a fleeting glance. Doflamingo's tone was composed, but they knew their young master too well. Often, the calmest demeanor masked a storm of suppressed fury within. Would a defiant, natural-born ruler ever bow to another? The name Don Quixote forbade such an act. "Let us depart." Doflamingo inhaled deeply, a familiar cold, mocking smile returning to his lips. "He. Let us seize all that rightfully belongs to us." His hands rose high, and countless invisible threads shot forth from his fingertips, swiftly vanishing into the void, directed towards the distant town. The fierce wind billowed his pink feather coat, and Doflamingo cackled maniacally. "The rules of this world are fundamentally based on the survival of the fittest." Heh. As his words echoed, a resounding bang erupted. A member of the Don Quixote family drew a pistol and fired a shot into the sky. The Don Quixote family is at work. All unrelated individuals, step aside. Surrounding civilians, merchants, and sailors were startled by the sudden gunfire. Pale-faced, they gazed at the slowly rising skull flag, hastily abandoning their tasks to flee in terror. The members of the Don Quixote family leaped from the ship with menacing grins, charging towards the stronghold of the Rodriguez family as battle commenced. At the same time, within a lavish mansion, in a locked conference room, flames danced in the fireplace, casting flickering shadows that faced each other across the expansive conference table. The middle-aged man, clad in a black peaked lapel suit, regarded the naval colonel seated opposite him with an expression of grave concern. His voice, hoarse and strained, conveyed his trepidation. "I understand your anger, Admiral Darren. Yet, as the dealer who has personally entered the fray, do you not find this somewhat inequitable?" Darren narrowed his eyes, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Indeed, it is decidedly unfair. However, such is the nature of the world." Veins bulged on a man's forehead as he clenched his teeth. "For years, I have adhered to your rules, and now I'm merely—" "But you have still broken the rules," Darren interjected brusquely. Instantly, the man's complexion drained of color. His eyes, now bloodshot, bore into the naval officer as his large, calloused fists clenched and unclenched in a fit of agitation. "Why must it be me?" he gasped. "No, it is not only you. All who transgress the rules shall face retribution." The man, taken aback by this revelation, suddenly erupted into laughter, a deranged mirth escaping him as tears streamed down his face. "Ha! So that is it. This is splendid. After years of mutual strife and unyielding rivalry, at least we all meet the same fate in the end. Ha! Rogers Darren, many refer to you as the scourge of the Navy, yet I know you to be a viper, utterly cunning and chillingly ruthless. I even question whether you possess a shred of compassion or restraint. Do what you will. From the moment I embarked on this path, I knew this day would inevitably arrive. Others may call me a titan of the black underbelly of the North Sea." He chuckled bitterly, trembling with the intensity of his laughter, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Darren. "How laughable! In the North Sea, the darkest of all is the one cloaked in the guise of justice, namely you." Chapter 71. Why should I submit? In the North Sea, the darkest presence is you, cloaked in the guise of justice. The echoes of a man's maniacal laughter reverberated through the dome of the conference hall. We, the so-called titans of the underground world, the purported overlords of darkness, are merely tools wielded by you, Rogers Darren, to exert control over the North Sea. His facial muscles contorted in a grotesque manner as he shouted vehemently. "You, who brandish the banner of justice, are more sinister and malevolent than any of us." Darren gazed calmly at the gasping man, his expression unruffled by the latter's words. He exhaled a plume of smoke, reminiscent of a dragon, and replied with a quiet resolve. "This world has always been thus. This is the realm of the Pirate King. Anime often depicts a beautiful world brimming with freedom, dreams, passion, camaraderie, youth, and kindness, where the protagonist's adventures evoke a longing for happiness. But what is the reality? Beneath the surface of this so-called spirited world lies a profound cruelty and chilling coldness. Slaves endure a fate worse than death. Commoners are displaced. Pirates pillage without remorse. And the mafia runs rampant. The noble celestial dragons reside high above, wielding divine-like power to execute civilians at will. Pirates glorify freedom and dreams, while rising bounties are celebrated. The government is corrupt and avaricious, and aristocratic politicians indulge in debauchery. The world government has ruled for 8 centuries, holding unimaginable trump cards. As for the Navy, the peacekeepers are, in the eyes of many, mere hounds of the government. The so-called justice is pale and impotent. Stepping away from the protagonist's perspective, this world is inherently dark, bloody, and utterly rotten. Darren had long recognized the essence of this world. He could not change it for now. Hence, he must be darker and more ruthless than anyone else. Upon hearing the unvarnished response from the Navy colonel, the man momentarily fell silent. After a prolonged pause, he gradually regained his composure and suddenly asked, "In light of our long-standing cooperation, may I pose a question?" Darren nodded. "Certainly." The man took a deep breath, fixing his gaze intently on Darren, and asked in a low voice, "After you deal with us old-timers, to whom do you intend to entrust the underground world of the North Sea?" Darren lifted his head, his eyes fixated on the chandelier above, and replied nonchalantly, "Don Quixote, Doflamingo." The man was taken aback, then burst into laughter. So that essay, he slowly straightened his posture, fastening his cufflinks one by one, adjusting his slightly disheveled suit, and slicking back his hair. "Let us get started," he said with a smile. "Why should I submit?" A razor-sharp thread whizzed through the air, and the 3 mafia members, armed with long knives, were instantaneously severed at the waist. Intestines and entrails, mingled with scalding blood, splattered across the ground, while the faces of the 3 unfortunate souls remained frozen in expressions of shock, their pupils rapidly dilating in a haze. Doflamingo beckoned with his fingers, droplets of crimson staining his sunglasses. He continued onward. The members of the Don Quixote family surged forth behind him, drawing their long blades, akin to wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, painting the streets in vivid red. "Why should I submit?" Doflamingo mused as he surveyed the grotesquely blood-soaked streets. Witnessing the members of the Rodriguez family fall one after another before him, the gaze behind his shades growing increasingly restless. Another 5 figures leaped from the rooftops to his left, wielding massive axes, aiming to cleave down upon him. The heavy rush of air preceded them. Yet Doflamingo merely flicked his finger. The mafia members found themselves ensnared, their bodies rendered immobile as if bound by unseen chains. "What is this?" My body one team moved. "My hand! What are you doing?" They cried in terror. Disbelief etched upon their faces as they watched their limbs act against their will, swinging towards their comrades' heads. With a chilling sound, the weapons of the 5 descended simultaneously, their foreheads cleaved open by their own allies' arms. Blood gushed forth once more, and they twitched before collapsing slowly to the ground. The blood thickened, saturating the air. I possessed the power to manipulate the fate of all. Doflamingo's expression remained impassive as he advanced, the full extent of his string fruit abilities unleashed, everything before him severed and shattered beneath the sharp threads. "I am a born ruler. I am a noble celestial dragon, a descendant of the Creator. Everyone must kneel before me. This is the treatment I deserve. The gaze of all who look upon me must be filled with dread. Yes, I am correct in this belief. Why should I submit?" With a heavy sweep of his hand, Doflamingo unleashed dozens of threads, twisting them into a razor-sharp whip that tore apart a military depot of the Rodriguez family with ease. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted, a dark mushroom cloud ascending into the sky, as the flames engulfed the Rodriguez family members, who perished in the inferno, their anguished wails echoing in the chaos. He claims the underworld of the North Sea belongs to him. But even without him, I could effortlessly unify the darkness of the North Sea. I am destined to be the king of shadows. Why should I submit? Figures continued to fall before him, the mocking laughter of Tory Bull and others resonating around him, the world transforming into a hellish landscape. Perhaps Tory Bull and his ilk were not mistaken. Doflamingo pressed on toward the grand state, leaving a trail of turmoil and agony in his wake. A cruel smile began to curve at the corners of his mouth. There is nothing more pleasurable than relishing the suffering of others. His entire being began to tremble uncontrollably. An irresistible aura erupted from his being, causing the flamingo's feathers to flutter chaotically. Dozens of gang members rolled their eyes and promptly fainted. Step by step, amidst the mournful wails and maniacal laughter, Don Quixote da Flamingo advanced, his conqueror's hockey becoming increasingly uncontainable and ferocious with each stride. A tempest raged, the skies swirling with ominous clouds. Why should I submit? The Rodriguez family is merely the first step. I shall not remain in this insignificant place of the North Sea forever. The Grand Line, the New World, that is the true stage where Don Quixote da Flamingo shall unleash his might, a realm belonging to heroes, tyrants, and sovereigns. The cries of slaughter and lamentation gradually diminished. Da Flamingo halted before an opulent mansion, the villa of Michael Rodriguez, patriarch of the North Sea's underworld. Unbeknownst to him, Tory Pole and others, reeking of blood, along with hundreds of members of the Don Quixote family, had gathered behind him, their gazes filled with admiration and fervor for Da Flamingo's imposing silhouette. He surveyed the grand entrance of the domed villa, a more sinister smile curling upon his lips. Indeed, no one can thwart my rise. No one. So, why should I submit? Da Flamingo pondered silently, drawing a deep breath. His gaze turned cold and merciless as he strode forward and pushed open the grand door. Creaking and groaning, the heavy bronze door slowly swung open, emitting a dull grinding sound. Suddenly, the smile upon Da Flamingo's lips froze. Chapter 72. Thank you. Godfather, the grand entrance of the classical-style mansion slowly creaked open. A piercingly cold wind surged forth from behind the heavy bronze doors, engulfing the figure of Da Flamingo and causing the pink feathered coat trailing behind him to flutter violently. It felt as though the world had come to a standstill at that moment. An invisible tension seemed to sever the air, abruptly descending into an eerie silence. The once formidable Tory Pole and his 3 companions, along with the hundreds of Don Quixote family members brandishing bloodied blades behind them, instantly held their breath, paralyzed with fear. Their eyes widened in shock as they beheld the scene within the mansion's grand hall, swallowing hard and perspiring cold beads of sweat from their foreheads. The once chaotic world transformed into a grave stillness. The sound of liquid dripping onto the floor echoed in the hushed environment, stirring the hearts of everyone to a fever pitch of anxiety. They beheld a striking tableau, a domed hall where flames danced within an ancient fireplace. Flickering light and shadow interwove to outline the contours of the chamber. At the center stood a weathered, oval conference table, flanked by walls adorned with intricately crafted stained glass windows that shimmered with a dim glow. Above, the circular dome was embellished with religious frescoes. Suspended against the dark wall above the fireplace was a figure. More precisely, it was a corpse, with slicked back hair and attired in a dapper suit reminiscent of the mafia. A blood-red rose pinned to his lapel, his head hung limply. A gleaming metallic spear had been plunged deep into his heart, skewering him to the wall. Blood seeped from the wound, trickling down his suit, trousers, and polished shoes, creating the very sound they had heard earlier. They recognized the identity of the lifeless body with a dawning horror. It was their ultimate target, the head of the Rodriguez family, a formidable crime lord who controlled a third of the illegal enterprises in the North Sea, Michael Rodriguez. And now he lay dead, suspended upon the wall, as if part of some arcane religious ritual. His drooping head and hollow eyes gazed unblinkingly at them all. The corners of his mouth slightly turned up as if mocking them with a sardonic smile. A sudden shiver coursed through Tory Pole and his companions, their skin prickling with dread. Instinctively, their rigid gazes shifted to a particular spot in the hall. In the dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the flickering flames, sat a man at the head of the conference table. The fire could dispel the darkness, but could not illuminate the man's face, which seemed perpetually shrouded in shadow. As long as he chose to remain concealed, the world would remain oblivious to his existence. Tory Pole and his cohorts could only make out the outline of his figure, clad in a tailored black suit, a crisp white shirt, a somber black tie, and foreboding black military boots. He sat there, legs crossed, fingers holding a cigar lightly tapping the conference table, his sharp and profound gaze casually surveying them in the darkness. A smile graced his lips. Though obscured from view, The thought surged within the hearts of Tory Pole and the others. Just in time, Darren slowly broke the silence. The play of light and shadow illuminated his face, revealing that he indeed was smiling. "Well done," he complimented, casting an appreciative glance at the youthful figure of the flamingo. Doflamingo remained silent, utterly silent. Tory Pole and the others could clearly see his fists clenched tightly, trembling with intensity. They could only glimpse Doflamingo's back. Yet they could surmise that their young master's expression was undoubtedly one of profoundest pleasure. At that moment, a sudden shrill sound of a phone bug pierced the air. Brew, 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 brew. Darren retrieved a military phone bug from his pocket and connected the signal. "It's me." A deep voice slowly emanated from the device. "Report to Base Commander Darren, as of 5 minutes ago. All of our operations have been concluded, including the complete eradication of 17 notorious criminal factions, including Snooker, Vincent, and the Rockefeller family, under the radiant light of justice." At this proclamation, everyone from the Don Quixote family gasped in shock. The underworld of the North Sea has been entirely suppressed by the Navy. An unprecedented terror surged into their minds, rendering their faces pale as ghosts. The North Sea Navy had executed a bloody purge of the underworld, and now the highest commander of the North Sea Navy stood before them. Coupled with the corpse of the Rodriguez family, a chill ran down their spines. Could it be that the Don Quixote family was also a target of the Navy's cleansing? I understand. You have done well, and I am quite satisfied. Darren replied into the phone bug. "Begin the return journey. I have a few matters to attend to and will be back shortly." "Yes, Commander." The military phone bug communication was severed. Stowing the device away, Darren took a puff of his cigar and slowly rose from his seat. With this casual motion, the 1,000 members of the Don Quixote family instinctively stepped back in unison. Only one remained unmoved. Doflamingo stood silently in place, his clenched fists trembling even more violently, seemingly restraining some ferocious impulse. Darren approached him step by step. Tory Pole and the others' expressions shifted subtly, and just as they contemplated action, a casual glance from the Navy colonel sent them into a state of icy paralysis, accompanied by the sound of military boots scraping against the ground. Darren finally stood before Doflamingo. He looked down from his elevated position at the golden-haired youth, who was gritting his teeth, his expression a tumultuous storm, and smiled. "This is my gift to you, Doflamingo." His tone was warm and affectionate, akin to the concern an elder might express towards a cherished younger relative. "From this moment forth, the underworld of Beihai is yours." He narrowed his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he extended his hand, patiently awaiting Doflamingo's response. "Do you like it?" 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Torpole and the others watched their young master's unmoving silhouette, hearts racing and beads of sweat forming. "Why must I submit? Why must I submit?" At a certain moment, Doflamingo's clenched fists suddenly ceased their tremor. He relaxed his grip. Torpole and the others seemed to hear an unvoiced sigh. Then, their eyes widened in astonishment. They beheld their imperious young master, a smile gradually appearing on his face as he took a step forward. He gently grasped the hand of the naval officer, slightly bowed, and respectfully kissed the back of his hand. "Thank you, my godfather." Chapter 73. The North Sea. Divided only by black and white, what is paramount in nurturing a wild wolf? Is it inciting its animosity towards the celestial dragons and the world government, nurturing its thirst for blood? Is it permitting it to unleash its ferocity through unrestrained slaughter? Or is it providing it with a crystal-clear objective to hone its hunting prowess? All of these aspects hold significance, yet they do not encompass the entirety of the truth. The most critical aspect of raising a wild wolf is to utterly dominate it, to ceaselessly torment it until the act of submission is indelibly etched into the depths of its mind, transforming into a habit, into instinct. It must forever remember who its true master is. This is the crux of the matter. Observing the celestial dragon youth before him, who bent down to kiss the back of his hand, Darren smiled with satisfaction. "Excellent. He truly is my protege." He affectionately ruffled the golden locks of Don Quixote Doflamingo, guiding him to stand beside him, hand in hand, as they stepped out of the blood-soaked dome hall. Outside the ancient villa, watching his once proud and rebellious young master being led away like a mere child by the dark-haired Navy officer, the members of the Don Quixote family were left in stunned silence. as if entranced by a dream. Doflamingo, is this your subordinate? Darren smiled, casually scanning the 1,000 mafia members present. Doflamingo, with his head bowed, replied, "Yes, Godfather." Darren nodded, a smile gracing his lips. "Very good, considered elite in the North Sea. However, there is one flaw." Doflamingo whispered, "Do you mean, Godfather?" A cold smirk curled upon Darren's lips. "You're my protégé, a born king. Remember this." His gaze sharpened. "Apart from me, anyone who encounters you must kneel." As his words resonated, an overwhelming aura akin to a vast chasm erupted from the body of the naval colonel, sweeping outward indiscriminately in all directions. The world seemed to descend into an eerie silence, colors rapidly fading until only black and white remained. A tempest raged, the winds swirling furiously. Leading the charge were Torbol, Diamante, Virgo, and Pica, alongside all members of the Don Quixote family, who found their pupils quivering violently under the impact of this oceanic force. They sensed the strength within them quietly ebbing away, their minds blanking, knees buckling as they collapsed to the ground in utter exhaustion. Clatter. Countless weapons slipped from their hands, falling like a relentless downpour onto the ground, producing a series of sharp, ringing sounds. Torbol and the others knelt on one knee. Gritting their teeth, their faces ashen, they stared in horror at the imposing Admiral of the North Sea, a singular thought surging through their minds in disbelief. The intensity of his soul-shaking presence felt akin to standing before an army or the roar of the sea. This man's might has evidently grown stronger since the last encounter. The heavens and the earth shift and swirl, as if to engulf the entire North Sea. In this moment, only two figures remain standing. Beside Darren, Doflamingo grits his teeth, his eyes suffused with a web of sinister veins. His expression fluctuating as if he is suppressing something profound. The inner power of his conqueror's hockey stirs restlessly, yet is evidently restrained. "Doflamingo, I await you in the Grand Line," Darren remarks, turning to squint at his protégé with a smile. His immaculate cloak billows behind him, roaring and dancing with unrestrained vigor, casting shadows that completely envelop the golden-haired youth. Doflamingo bows his head, his bloodshot gaze concealing a deeply suppressed ambition and a chilling glare. Responding obediently, "Yes, Godfather." In September of the year 1492 of the Sea Circle calendar, under the command of Admiral Darren of the North Sea Navy, the North Sea Naval Fleet executed a bloody suppression and cleansing of over 20 notorious mafia families within the North Sea. This operation decisively quelled decades, if not centuries, of rampant chaos wrought by underground forces. Within a week following this action, the Don Quixote family, led by Doflamingo, effortlessly absorbed the entire underground world of the North Sea, their power swelling rapidly, soon evolving into a formidable entity not to be underestimated. Their enterprises spanned arms smuggling, vice, gambling, espionage, and intelligence trafficking, extending even into other seas and the Grand Line. Henceforth, a phrase began to circulate in the North Sea. The world is vibrant, yet in the North Sea, only black and white prevail. Subsequently, the chaotic North Sea was universally acknowledged to have entered a phase of stability and peace. You truly are a madman, allowing such freedom. Are you not afraid that one day you will be unable to contain Doflamingo's ambition and find yourself stabbed in the back? In the office of the base commander of the North Sea 321 Naval Branch, the Weasel perused the intelligence documents in his hand, looking exasperatedly at his nonchalant superior, who was leisurely smoking a cigar. The documents detailed the recent upheaval caused by the Don Quixote family's annexation of various mafia enterprises, listing the scale of operations, personnel, and the nations and towns involved, all meticulously outlined. "He wouldn't dare," Darren replied absent-mindedly, his gaze drifting through the floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing out at the distant sea. The Weasel frowned. "Are you certain? That young rascal does not appear to be one to abide by the rules." Darren slowly returned to the present, turning to the Weasel with a smile. "Precisely because I know he will not abide, I feel at ease. The truly dangerous adversaries are often not the ambitious youth, but those who conceal their schemes within, appearing inconspicuous. Doflamingo is a remarkably talented individual. I require his assistance to stabilize the situation in the North Sea. The greater his power, the more advantageous it becomes for us. With his status as a celestial dragon serving as a shield, the Navy headquarters, nay, Even the world government would think twice before meddling in the affairs of the North Sea. The weasel mused, I certainly understand this reasoning, but having encountered that fellow, I discern an unsettling glint in his gaze directed at you. My concern lies in whether, after you depart from the North Sea, he might. Darren interrupted the weasel's thoughts with a seemingly unrelated inquiry. Are you familiar with the aura of a king? The legendary presence that emerges only once in 100 million souls. The Conqueror's Haki? Indeed, Darren smiled. Don Quixote da Flamingo is an awakened user of the Conqueror's Haki, which is precisely why I have chosen him. His eyes sparkled with a profound significance. The strength of power, the swiftness of speed, the magnitude of influence, and the elevation of status. All these are secondary. In these vast seas, what truly determines the outcome of conflicts is the aura. As long as my Conqueror's Haki surpasses his, he shall never dare to rebel against me. Chapter 74. The Shortcut to Awakening Conqueror's Haki. The weasel murmured to himself, but he quickly regained his composure, staring incredulously at his smoking superior, who was casually reclining with his legs crossed. Wait, you awakened Conqueror's Haki. Darren glanced at him and chuckled indeed. During the battle at Rubeck Island against Don Quixote da Flamingo, he had ordered the weasel to lead the Navy in a direct blockade of the island, evacuating civilians and establishing a security perimeter. While he was clashing with da Flamingo's Conqueror's Haki, the weasel had been preoccupied with issuing orders, thus remaining unaware of the occurrence. When did this happen? The weasel gasped, utterly bewildered. He had heard of the rarity of Conqueror's Haki. In the North Sea, even the previous admiral, the so-called monster Sakazuki, had failed to awaken it. Perhaps in the Grand Line or the New World, many formidable individuals had managed to awaken Conqueror's Haki, but those were predominantly notorious pirates, such as the legendary Whitebeard and the enigmatic Roger. However, within the Navy, those who could awaken Conqueror's Haki were exceedingly few. The Navy, as the violent enforcement agency of the world government, emphasized strict discipline and obedience, leaving little room for the emergence of free will, especially under the oppressive existence of the celestial dragons. Under such circumstances, for a naval officer to awaken the spirit of a conqueror was akin to reaching the heavens. To the weasel's knowledge, only the current fleet Admiral Sengoku, Admiral Fujitora, and the renowned hero, Vice Admiral Garp, had successfully awakened Conqueror's Haki within the Navy. Yet now, Darren was telling him that he had actually succeeded in awakening it. Did this imply that his talent surpassed even that of the so-called monsters, Sakazuki and Borsellino? If not for his understanding of Darren's character, the weasel would have thought he was being deceived. As for when, Darren exhaled a plume of smoke, a wry smile gracing his lips. I suppose it was when Sild Saint encountered an attack from Sea King creatures and tragically met his demise. Probably. Well, if you wish to awaken Conqueror's Haki as well, I do have a rather effective method. A sense of foreboding surged within the weasel. Yet he pressed on with a steely resolve. What is it? Darren tossed a coin into the air. The coin suddenly melted midair, twisting into a gleaming dagger, its sharp tip pointing menacingly towards the sky. Eliminate a celestial dragon, he stated nonchalantly. The weasel's mouth twitched involuntarily as beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Are you serious? Darren shrugged. Who knows? This is merely my conjecture, but I estimate there is a high probability it will be effective. This method may not yield conspicuous results for pirates, as they are inherently lawless individuals. However, for the Navy, it undoubtedly exerts an immensely profound influence on personal will. The so-called Conqueror's Haki, based on my personal experience and understanding, ultimately manifests as an external reflection of one's will and spirit, typically awakening in extreme circumstances. This extreme state does not refer to physiological peril. After all, as members of the Navy, we constantly face significant risks during missions. Rather, it pertains to the realm of the mind. From the moment we don our uniforms, we are trained and educated to obey orders and uphold the peace and justice of the world. Yet, deep down, everyone is acutely aware that this is merely a facade. While we may indeed be defending justice, we are all too conscious that our tasks and actions primarily serve to uphold the dominion of the world government. At the apex of this government sits the celestial dragons, who have exalted themselves as gods from their lofty perches. Darren's voice gradually lowered, his profound gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light as he smiled and remarked, "For a Navy officer, what could be more exhilarating than to slay the divine beings who issue commands from on high? How about experiencing the thrill of God-slaying? To witness the grotesque faces of the celestial dragons before you wailing in despair, to see them kneel before you and beg for mercy, stripping the esteemed descendants of the great Creator of all dignity and grace. Is that not a sensation that piques your curiosity?" Observing Darren's mischievous gaze, the squirrel felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively took a step back. "Ha ha!" Upon witnessing Squirrel's retreat, Darren erupted into laughter. Squirrel rolled his eyes in exasperation. "You devil, do not tempt me. You truly are a demon. No wonder that little brat, Doflamingo, is so utterly captivated by you. Sometimes, I begin to suspect that your devil fruit possesses some beguiling power over the heart." It is undeniable that Squirrel found himself momentarily intrigued by Darren's proposition. However, as soon as this thought emerged, a wave of cold swept over him, causing the hairs on his back to stand on end. The dagger suspended in midair transformed back into a coin, its engravings, numbers, and patterns identical to before, exhibiting exquisite craftsmanship. Darren caught the falling coin and gently placed it on his desk, smiling as he said, "Such abilities may indeed exist, but at the end of the day, the human heart is quite simple. Regardless of whether one is a high-ranking individual or a humble commoner, everyone possesses weaknesses and desires. Money, wealth, power, status, fame, beauty, gambling. Cigarettes, fine wines. There are myriad ways to take a life, with violence being the most straightforward method. Yet, to shatter a person's will, one must discover their vulnerabilities. Destructive desires are a weakness inherent in the vast majority of humankind. Do not be astonished. Our Navy is, of course, tasked with the duty of guardianship, yet we are also human, and humanity is rife with desires. When confronted with opulence and extraordinary beauty, one may instinctively feel a reverence and an urge to protect, yet within the depths of the soul, a twisted craving for destruction may also arise. What would it feel like to obliterate something so exquisite with my own hands? Such thoughts frequently cross our minds. Thus, the world is replete with tales of love that, when unattainable, devolves into cruel acts of annihilation. And what is the most sacred, most beautiful, most esteemed, and most magnificent entity in this world? Naturally, it is the world government and the celestial dragons. Perhaps one day, when the people of this world gaze upon that colossal entity which has dominated for 8 centuries, the once fearful expressions might undergo a transformation. How splendid that scene would be. Chapter 75. Encirclement. You truly are a madman. As Squirrel listened to Darren's astonishing words, he could not help but chuckle wryly. "Are you certain those words are meant for my ears?" Darren smiled lightly. "Why not? From the day you expressed your desire to accompany me, I recognized the potential within you. The protracted history of the world government and its brainwashing has stratified these seas into ranks, with the celestial dragons perched above, wielding absolute control. Yet, as time ebbs and flows, with the rise of heroes, this entrenched mindset is destined for profound upheaval." He leaned back slowly against his chair, raising his glass to take a delicate sip, exuding elegance. "Of course, this is merely my conjecture. To ascertain it further, we shall require more examples and data for substantiation." Squirrel, observing Darren's ambiguous smile, felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, his lips twitching as he retorted, "Are you intending to use me as a guinea pig?" Darren chuckled. "You were named Squirrel for a reason, weren't you?" Squirrel, Darren, amused by Squirrel's expression akin to having tasted something unpleasant, laughed heartily. After a while, he composed himself, his demeanor shifting to seriousness. "In truth, I am only half joking. I cannot entrust the North Sea to just anyone. Once I depart from Mariewa, this territory will be under your stewardship, Squirrel." His expression turned grave. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo seemed to have become more compliant after some persuasion, he remained an ambitious individual. The Germa card can still be played. You can incite discord between the two families, while our North Sea Navy serves merely as mediators. It is prudent to minimize direct involvement from the House, lest the players abandon the game altogether. However, strategy and cunning are but one aspect. What is paramount is strength. Squirrel nodded earnestly, declaring, "Rest assured, I have never been negligent in my training. Darren acknowledged with a nod. At that moment, an urgent call from a din-din mushy pierced the air. Brulu, brulu. Both Darren and Squirrel paused, their gazes fixed on the military telephone on the desk. This is Darren, he said, reaching out to connect the signal, his tone grave. Darren, it is I. The serious voice of Admiral Sengoku resonated from the din-din mushy, imbued with a sense of gravity. Admiral Sengoku, what has transpired? Darren inquired, furrowing his brow as he exchanged a glance with Squirrel, silently communicating their unease. From their gathered intelligence, they understood that Sengoku was currently collaborating with CP operatives to pursue and apprehend the world destroyer, Bondi Waldo. Problems have arisen in the operation against Bondi Waldo. Due to the increased bounty, he has heightened his vigilance, and the reinforcements from headquarters have completely sealed off the sole route into the Grand Line from the North Sea. Yet, Bondi Waldo and his subordinates are hiding within the North Sea. On the other side of the phone, Sengoku's brows resembled those darkened by ink, twisted into a knot. Darren, I am aware of your extensive operations in the North Sea over the years. You possess considerable influence and authority in these waters. This time, I require your connections in the North Sea to uncover the whereabouts of Bondi Waldo. Upon hearing Sengoku's words, Darren raised an eyebrow. Since he had shouldered the blame for Sild's Saint, the Navy had escalated the bounty on the world destroyer Bondi Waldo from 200 million berries to 400 million. It was unexpected that this individual had since adopted a more cautious and prudent demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, Darren replied slowly, Admiral Sengoku, enlisting the North Sea Fleet strength along with my connections is certainly not an issue. However, I'm curious whether you have engaged with Bondi Waldo recently. You are assessing the potential severity of his possible counterattack? Sengoku, a strategist of great renown, instantly grasped the intent behind Darren's inquiry. Indeed, Admiral Sengoku. Should Bondi Waldo be injured, he is likely to retaliate with extreme measures. Darren mused, I refer not only to our Navy but also to civilians. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. I have indeed clashed with him several times during this period. He has sustained injuries. Darren smiled with satisfaction. I understand, Admiral Sengoku. I will promptly arrange for personnel to search for and track Bondi Waldo's movements. I cannot afford to miss this opportunity for merit. The North Sea has been completely sealed off. With the maritime technology of this era, there is no way for Bondi Waldo to traverse the calm belts into the New World. This signifies that it is a game of capturing a turtle in a jar. The legendary pirate, a figure on par with the likes of Whitebeard and Roger, Darren was eager to witness firsthand how far he was from such greatness. Meanwhile, in the North Sea, on Rubeck Island at the port, a battle-scarred, dilapidated pirate ship slowly sailed into the harbor. At the bow stood a towering figure, exuding a formidable presence, arms crossed over his chest. He wore a horned helmet and sported a gray-green beard, his murky green eyes glinting with a sinister light. Bondi Waldo. Bloody bandages were wrapped around his chest. What a turn of misfortune, that damned yellow-skinned monkey. Bondi Waldo pressed a hand against the bloodied bandage on his chest. Although the wound struck by a laser had ceased bleeding, it still throbbed with pain. No one anticipated that the tall naval major would prove to be even more despicable than he appeared, launching a surprise attack while he was engaged in a fierce battle with Sengoku. Waldo, are you injured? At that moment, a frail, elderly figure struggled to approach, his arm in a sling, bearing a weary expression and skin lined with wrinkles. Bing Jack, the vice-captain of the Walled Pirates, serves as the cerebral force of the crew, akin to a brotherly figure for Walled. Rest easy, brother. I am fine, Bondi Waldo said, a somewhat naive smile spreading across his face as he stood before his sibling. Since childhood, they had relied on each other, harboring a singular ambition to traverse the world and embark upon a grand adventure. Bing Jack cast a worried glance at Bondi Waldo, opening his mouth as if to speak, yet ultimately refrained. So, brother, are you certain that the largest underground world intermediary in the North Sea resides on this very island? That fellow named Don Quixote Doflamingo. Bondi Waldo lifted his gaze, squinting as he surveyed the bustling island and its port, a shadow of foreboding crossing his features. Bing Jack nodded, his voice barely above a whisper. Indeed, the Don Quixote family has become the most formidable mafia force in the North Sea. According to the intelligence we've gathered, their influence is extensive, and their methods are audacious. Even the North Sea Navy must tread carefully around them. But Waldo, are you certain you wish to proceed this way? We still have the option to turn back. Bondi Waldo erupted into laughter. Brother, our dream of circumnavigating the globe remains unfulfilled. How could the grand adventure of the walled pirates conclude in this mere North Sea? With a fervent gesture, he raised his hand, his spirits soaring. Go forth. Seek out that scoundrel named Doflamingo. We shall seize from him the power to obliterate the Navy. Chapter 76. The King of the Underworld? Rubeck Island. The residence of the Don Quixote family. In the opulent hall of the residence, a cool breeze caressed the curtains on the windows, creating ripples and folds. The open glass windows creaked in the wind, and dust danced in the sunlight. On the spacious, soft leather sofa, Doflamingo, clad in a white shirt, reclined against the cushions. His head tilted back, a book obscuring his face. Suddenly, Doflamingo, who had been in a deep slumber, began to tremble violently, his eyes snapping open. Bending over as he gasped for air, a thin sheen of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Breathing heavily, his eyes, shadowed behind sunglasses, were filled with a menacing red. He abruptly seized a glass of red wine from the nearby coffee table and tilted it back, gulping it down. The crimson liquid flowed down his neck, staining his white shirt, yet he remained unfazed. Doflamingo's associates, Tory Pole and others, had entered at some point, observing him as he shakily lit a cigar. Their expressions tinged with concern. Mi fine. After taking a few deep puffs from the cigar, Doflamingo managed to regain his composure and waved his hand dismissively. The same dream. Burning city walls, the curses of the rabble, my father's weeping, and that searing pain. How has our business been lately? Compared to the arrogance and naivety he displayed when he first arrived at the North Sea, Doflamingo now bore a more sinister and mature demeanor, his brow furrowed with a newfound seriousness. He had grown taller by 10 centimeters, his features hardened, and his once short golden hair had been styled into a neat slick-back look, exuding the proud aura of a king of the dark world. Speaking of business, Tory Pole animatedly brandished his cane, a thick droplet of mucus hanging from his nostril, as he exclaimed, I say, after this period of cleansing, our Don Quixote family has seized the vast majority of the underground enterprises in the North Sea. We are now, undeniably, the kings of the underworld in the North Sea. Beside him, Diamante echoed with excitement. Everything has come too easily. No one has been able to halt our rise. At this rate, our enterprises and trade will expand to the Grand Line in less than a year. Pika cackled sharply. Those arrogant kings and nobles of the North Sea are like lapdogs, wagging their tails in submission to us. Doflamingo, you should see their faces, ha ha ha. You would surely revel in such a sight. Listening to his core associates, whom he regarded as family, smiling and brimming with confidence for the future. The shadows in Doflamingo's heart began to lift. He licked his parched lips and grinned menacingly. The North Sea is merely the first step in our conquest of these waters. Once we have amassed sufficient resources, we shall depart from this place. I have a feeling that a new era is about to dawn. As the conversation unfolded, Doflamingo clenched his fist, and beneath his ominous sunglasses, an eerie glimmer flickered. A palpable and formidable aura emanated deeply from his being, causing the pink feathered coat he wore to flutter as if stirred by an invisible wind. Witnessing the spectacle, Tory Pole and the others gazed at Doflamingo with unabashed admiration and fervor. Initially, they had harbored concerns that their young master might lose his regal spirit upon yielding to the naval forces. However, it now appeared that the great young master had not succumbed to despair. In fact, his presence seemed to have intensified beyond measure. Yet, dear master, could it be that the taxes imposed by the North Sea Navy are excessively burdensome? At this moment, Virgo, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke in a hushed tone. We have nurtured so many under our care in the North Sea and managed such a vast enterprise. Yet ultimately, over half of our profits must be surrendered to the North Sea Navy. Before he could finish his thought, Doflamingo cast a cold, piercing glance at him, interrupting. There are certain profits we cannot seize. Without the Navy's protection, our business could not possibly thrive so smoothly. The cigar smoke curled ominously around his visage. Let us be patient. That fellow Darren cannot remain in the North Sea indefinitely. A rebellious smirk slowly crept upon Doflamingo's lips. He believed he could control me entirely, yet everyone has their moments of oversight. Hearing their master's words, Toribol and the others exchanged knowing, cunning smiles. This was indeed their wise and revered master. He would never submit to another. But at that very moment, an unexpected calamity struck. Boom! The family-esque conference hall was suddenly assailed as though it had been struck by a meteorite, accompanied by a thunderous roar. The sturdy walls crumbled and collapsed. Dust and debris surged like a tempest, and the howling shockwave propelled Toribol and the others across the room, crashing heavily into the ruins, blood spilling from their lips. Where's that little brat, Doflamingo? Get out here and face me. A brazen, hoarse cackle echoed through the chaos, as Toribol and his companions stared in disbelief at the imposing figure, clad in a horned helmet, striding forth from the billowing smoke, their pupils quivering in terror. Who are you? How dare you intrude upon the territory of the Don Quixote family? Are you seeking death? Simultaneously, a chorus of furious shouts erupted as Toribol and the others leapt towards the figure, employing their respective offensive maneuvers. Yet, in the next instant, they could not even discern the figure's movements. It was as if they had been struck head-on by a speeding train, their bodies hurtling backward like cannonballs. Boom! Thick, solid walls crumbled under their impact, collapsing and raising a maelstrom of dust. Swish! At that moment, a piercing explosion shattered the air's tranquility. The razor-sharp thread erupted from Doflamingo's hand, effortlessly slicing through rock and earth, descending fiercely upon the imposing figure before him. It was indeed Doflamingo, making his move. Yet, an astonishing scene unfolded. There was a resounding clang, reminiscent of metal colliding, as the unparalleled thread made contact with the man's chest, igniting a brilliant cascade of sparks. Doflamingo's pupils constricted as he clearly perceived that the upper half of the man was enveloped in a layer of sleek, pitch-black, invisible armor, reflecting a chilling gleam. Armament hockey. He had no time to exclaim before his gaze lost track of the figure. Bang! A heavy thud resonated as a formidable fist collided with Doflamingo's abdomen, causing his body to bend and his eyes to bulge from their sockets. Mouth agape. A large hand seized his golden hair, yanking his head upwards. A rough, cold, and cruel visage came into view. You must be Doflamingo, Bondi Waldo, sneered down at the bloodied, golden-haired youth before him. I've heard that the entire arms smuggling operation in the North Sea is under your command. Chapter 77. Do you wish to annihilate this world? So what? Golden locks seemed on the verge of being torn from his scalp. Yet the intense pain ignited a ferocious spirit within Doflamingo, his bloodshot eyes radiating a ruthless savagery. His right hand curled into a claw-like grip, and with a swift upward motion, the razor-sharp strings sliced through the ground, darting towards Bondiwald's groin. To his surprise, Bondiwald merely smirked with a cold, derisive grin, refusing to evade. As he lowered his body, he raised his knee, and with his leg enveloped in a dark, empowered aura, he forcefully collided with the transparent string in midair. With a piercing sound, sparks erupted, and without a moment's hesitation, Bondiwald surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, his massive, polished black fist crashing into Doflamingo's throat. Doflamingo's throat was struck with a brutal force, causing him to expel a torrent of dark blood from his mouth, accompanied by two severed teeth spinning into the air. Damn you! I am Doflamingo, he roared, his voice hoarse and frenzied, as though scorched by flames. Yet, his eyes burned with a fierce intensity, snarling defiantly, exuding an inexplicable fury and arrogance. Veins bulged ominously on his curled fingers as he forcefully flung his hand. The five-pronged strings shot forth at close range, aimed to pierce Bondiwald's throat. Daredevil strings. That little brat's reflexes are quite impressive. Bondiwald's eyes narrowed, a fleeting glimmer of red flickering within his pupils. Almost instinctively, he tilted his head slightly, causing the piercing string to graze his cheek, leaving a shallow wound from his face to his neck. Doflamingo, momentarily taken aback by this turn of events, found that the imposing figure had vanished in the blink of an eye. You are quite intriguing, indeed worthy of being the king of the underworld in the North Sea. A coarse, wild laughter echoed in the air, the sound of explosive force drawing ever closer. Boom! Crackle! A fist, like a meteorite, struck Doflamingo's chest, erupting with a cacophony of bone-cracking sounds that sent chills down the spines of Toripol and the others. Wald let out a thunderous roar. Boom! Accompanied by a second explosive surge of empowered aura, an uncontrollable, despair-inducing force unleashed upon the golden-haired youth, causing torrents of indistinct crimson to burst forth from his body, staining his pristine white shirt a deep red. The ground beneath them, within a radius of 100 meters, abruptly fractured and disintegrated, accompanied by a deafening roar, as the very stronghold of the Don Quixote family crumbled under the shockwave of that single punch. Amidst the swirling dust, Doflamingo let out a muffled groan, his pupils trembling in distress, as his legs buckled, rendering him powerless, collapsing to the ground. He clasped his abdomen tightly with both hands, gasping for breath like a fish out of water. An unprecedented gloom clouded his vision. The overwhelming disparity. This fellow's strength was so formidable that it instilled a sense of despair. Well, the fun has gone on long enough. Bondi Waldo cast a casual glance around the ruins of the once grand hall, then picked up a rare, intact bottle of wine from the shattered remains of a nearby coffee table. He uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, taking 2 hearty swigs, wiping his lips rudely, and grinning widely. Kid, you must have heard of my name. I've come to discuss a business proposition. Business? Is this how you conduct business? Doflamingo gasped for breath for a while before regaining his composure, lifting his pale face. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and fixed his cold gaze on the imposing pirate before him. What else could it be? I am a pirate, not one of you pretentious little children playing house. Bondi Waldo laughed boisterously. Am I supposed to visit politely, exchange pleasantries, and shake hands? Kid, I want to waste time. Since your Don Quixote family controls the entire underworld arms smuggling business in the North Sea, I'll be direct. I need arms, vast quantities of arms, and an unprecedentedly large cannon, a cannon of such immense scale. Doflamingo's pupils constricted at the mention. Memories of the wild man before him flooded his mind. The world destroyer, Bondi Waldo, with a latest bounty of 400 million berries, the legendary pirate, and a user of the Momo fruit. His devil fruit ability could amplify the size and speed of objects by dozens or even hundreds of times. Even the most rudimentary flintlock in his hands could unleash terrifying power surpassing that of a naval warship's heavy artillery. With such a terrifying ability, he had obliterated towns and naval ships alike, mercilessly destroying everything that obstructed his path. And now, this man actually wished to forge an unprecedentedly large cannon. That scale of cannon, if enhanced by Bondi Waldo's Momo fruit ability, its might could effortlessly erase a small island in an instant. Do you plan to obliterate the naval headquarters? Or the Holy Land, Mariewa? Doflamingo felt a chill creeping up his spine as he gazed at Bondi Waldo's twisted and frenzied expression, unable to suppress his question. That is of no concern to you. Doflamingo, Bondi Waldo sneered coldly. You only need to assist me in creating it. I advise you not to inquire too deeply into other matters. Doflamingo raised an eyebrow, about to speak, when suddenly a loud bang echoed. Bondi Waldo lifted his boot with determination, forcefully bringing it down upon his head, driving his entire face into the ground. The earth shattered abruptly, giving rise to a web of intricate cracks. Doflamingo's eyes instantly filled with blood, his teeth clenched tightly. Do you understand, little Doflamingo? Bondi Waldo sneered coldly, continuously applying pressure on Doflamingo's skull, reducing the ground to rubble beneath him. Of course, I'm still aware of the rules of business. One must not incur losses in trade. Your life is merely the profit from this transaction. He scoffed. You have 3 days. At that moment, Doflamingo felt a sudden loosening of pressure on his head. He abruptly lifted it, only to find Bondi Waldo's figure had vanished, leaving behind the ruins of his family's residence and the blood seeping from his forehead, staining his vision crimson. Damn it! Doflamingo remained dazed for a while before unleashing a primal roar. His hands clawed desperately into the ground, his expression twisted with fury. Veins bulged grotesquely on his forehead, resembling writhing worms, creating an utterly fearsome visage. Doflamingo, Torpole, and the others, their bodies battered and weary, cautiously approached. They observed Doflamingo's volatile countenance, fearing to breathe too loudly. Ha 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 ha. At a certain moment, Doflamingo suddenly erupted into a frenzied laughter. He laughed maniacally, his body convulsing, tears streaming down his face. How amusing! How delightful! Truly fascinating! Doflamingo slowly retrieved a din mushy from his pocket, the reflection of menace glinting in his sunglasses. It was a military-grade din mushy. He had thought he would never dial this particular one in his lifetime, yet he was mistaken. Burubaru. Burubaru. The ringing of the din mushy echoed, jarringly loud in the deathly silence of the ruins. Sunlight streamed through the shattered dome, dust swirling around the golden-haired, celestial dragon youth. Burubaru. It is I. A deep voice emerged. Doflamingo knelt there, silent for a long while. Godfather. Bondi Waldo has sought me out, he murmured, lowering his head. Chapter 78. The baptism ceremony. The Godfather, Bondi Valdo, has sought me out. Darren listened, somewhat astonished. To the voice emanating from the military communicator, his expression gradually morphing into one of peculiar intrigue as he puffed on a cigar. Just moments ago, he had received orders from Sengoku to track down Bondi Valdo. And now, less than 2 minutes later, the man had approached his protege of his own accord. The weasel, seated across the desk, mirrored Darren's bewilderment as he listened to Doflamingo's words, his lips twitching in surprise. He nearly burned himself with the cigar before abruptly regaining his composure. Darren and the weasel exchanged a glance, a fleeting sensation of ease washing over them. What does he want? Darren exhaled a plume of smoke, his mind racing. He requires munitions, vast quantities of them. Doflamingo ground his teeth as he spoke. That lunatic has nearly leveled the garrison on Rubeck Island, threatening me with a 3-day ultimatum to forge a large artillery piece. A supersized artillery piece. At this revelation, Darren's eyes narrowed, a glint of sharpness flashing within the depths of his pupils. It appears that man has indeed been cornered by the old man, Sengoku. He furrowed his brow, muttering to himself before continuing, "Is he injured?" On the other end of the military communicator, Doflamingo, his hands bloodied and battered, struggled to rise, his voice raspy as he replied, "Indeed." After a moment of contemplation, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Godfather, how should I proceed? If Bondi Valdo acquires a supersized artillery piece with his devil fruit abilities, then let him have it." Darren interjected with an unexpected smile, interrupting his words. "Whatever he desires, munitions, weaponry, artillery, the more, the better. As long as he can consume it, we shall supply him in full." Doflamingo was taken aback by this response. Before he could inquire further, Darren continued, "Let us handle it this way, Doflamingo. I am pleased that you have taken the initiative to contact me regarding this matter." A chilling smile curled at the corners of his lips. "As for Bondi Valdo's desires for munitions, you shall provide them without hesitation. Regarding the losses at the Rubeck Island garrison, I will ensure he pays the price." Doflamingo. Remember, in this world, one often encounters unforeseen indignities, which must be endured. Do not allow hatred to cloud your vision. However, I can assure you, the Supreme Commander of the North Sea chuckled coldly as he rose, reaching for the Justice Cape hanging on the coat rack and draping it over his shoulders. Bondi Valdo cannot possibly leave the North Sea alive. As night deepened, the waves surged and the sky darkened, stars dimming in the vast expanse. Yet, upon the territory of Germa 66, military fortresses were ablaze with lights and revelry. Today marked the baptism of the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family, the royal lineage of the Germa kingdom in the North Sea. To commemorate the birth of the royal firstborn, King Vince Makgaji of the Germa kingdom hosted a resplendent banquet party, inviting representatives from numerous allied nations of the North Sea. How tedious! Must we truly attend this so-called baptismal day? The warship slowly approached the shore, and on the deck, Kaki stifled a yawn. This vast ocean is not merely about conflict. It is a tapestry of human relationships. Besides, the Germa kingdom has long been a steadfast ally of our North Sea Navy, remarked Darren with a smile. Hearing his words, both Guillaume and Kaki could not help but roll their eyes in unison. If one were unaware of the underlying truths, they might indeed be deceived by Darren's fanciful rhetoric. "Admiral Darren, the Lord is already awaiting your arrival in the banquet hall," announced a man clad in a formal black tailcoat as he approached, bowing respectfully to Darren, who descended from the deck. "Your Majesty King Gaji is most courteous," It is my honor to witness the baptismal ceremony of Princess Vince Mock. Darren replied with a graceful smile, his demeanor poised and dignified. Following the butler's lead, the group swiftly entered the opulent banquet hall of Germa. The hall was a sight to behold, adorned with resplendent crystal chandeliers that sparkled from above. Attendants in formal attire navigated through the throng, offering an array of exquisite food and drink to the esteemed guests. Khaki noted the presence of several prominent figures from the North Sea among the attendees. Merchants clad in lavish garments, nobles adorned with gold and silver, royal representatives from various nations, and influential ministers. If one listened closely, the hushed whispers of their conversations could be discerned, discussing government operations, trade profits and losses, shipping routes, land transactions, noble titles, social gossip, and the ever-shifting currents of power. These individuals were the luminaries of the North Sea, their myriad resources, connections, and dealings being negotiated in what appeared to be a casual gathering. Every word and gesture wielded the potential to influence the very pulse and fate of the North Sea. However, as Darren and his entourage entered the banquet hall, all conversations ceased abruptly, and the crowd's attention instinctively turned towards the dark-haired naval officer leading the way. The once vibrant atmosphere of the banquet hall fell into an eerie silence, a heavy quietude pressing upon Khaki's shoulders, compelling him to swallow hard. Unlike the other guests adorned in formal gowns and robes, Darren remained true to his usual attire, a sharply tailored black suit, his tie casually askew, and a voluminous white cloak draped over his shoulders. His deep-set eyes and high nose, paired with a neatly combed back hairstyle, radiated a wild yet elegant charisma that rendered him utterly captivating. Trailing behind him were 20 formidable and stern naval elites, entering the banquet hall with an air that suggested they were not there to partake in a baptismal ceremony, but rather to survey their territory like a prideful tiger. The man's gaze was imbued with respect and trepidation, while the woman's eyes betrayed an unmistakable hunger and fervor. Always showing off. "You're merely here to witness the ceremony," Jiaji muttered with a hint of envy. Yet, even he had to concede that at this moment, Darren truly radiated brilliance. Men aspired to be like him, while women yearned to embody his essence. Welcome Admiral Darren to Germa. Suddenly, a hearty laugh pierced the silence of the banquet hall. Clad in regal attire, Vince Smoke Judge stepped forth from the crowd, extending his hand toward Darren. "It is indeed a privilege for my daughter to have Admiral Darren attend the baptism ceremony." Darren smiled as he grasped his hand, replying, "How could I possibly miss such an important occasion?" Chapter 79. Is there any sea-floor stone? With the highest caliber of elegance befitting this grand banquet, two individuals exchanged smiles and firm handshakes. The gathered journalists promptly raised their cameras, capturing a flurry of photographs amidst the strobe of flashing lights. For the nobles, dignitaries, guests, and affluent merchants present, it was evident that the true protagonists of this baptismal ceremony were not among them. Germa, a name that needs no elaboration, represented a nation whose military prowess instilled dread across the seas, with an aggressive disposition and monumental ambitions to dominate the North Sea. It had become the haunting nightmare for numerous kingdoms, leaving royal families and influential figures in a restless state. In fact, had it not been for the intervention of the North Sea Navy, it is likely that Vince Smoke Judge would have plunged much of the North Sea into unending conflict. As for Admiral Rogers Darren, the esteemed guests at the ceremony regarded him with profound reverence. Everyone was acutely aware that this young man, barely in his 20s, was the true power broker of the North Sea. Commanding an undefeated fleet, his personal capabilities were shrouded in mystery, allowing him to exert unparalleled influence over these waters. "Admiral Darren, I have heard that the situation in the North Sea has undergone significant changes of late." Vince Smoke Judge casually inquired as he accepted a glass of wine from a server and offered it to Darren. Darren took the glass, savoring a delicate sip, and replied with a subtle smile, "Oh, I wonder which aspect King Judge is alluding to." Vince Smoke Judge furrowed his brow. As a scientist by trade, he was ill-versed in the intricacies of political maneuvering and held little interest in such games. His expertise lay in overwhelming adversaries with formidable scientific and military technology, crushing enemies with a seemingly insurmountable force. The political banter of Darren stirred an unwelcome irritation within him. Admiral Darren should understand my meaning quite, while Vinsmoke Judge inhaled deeply, striving to suppress his growing displeasure. Your military has turned the underground world of the North Sea upside down, and within mere weeks, a young man named Don Quixote Doflamingo has forcefully established his family's presence within this underworld. I find myself curious about the veracity of external rumors. Does Doflamingo maintain a collaborative relationship with you? It is worth noting that the rise of the Don Quixote family has already begun to impact the expansion of Germa 66. Darren gently swirled the crimson liquid in his wine glass, the blood-red wine creating ripples against the glass's surface. King Judge, you must be well aware of my stance regarding this so-called underworld, he remarked with a smile. As long as matters are conducted in accordance with established protocols in times of peace, I shall turn a blind eye. Though Doflamingo may be somewhat young, his capabilities are commendable, and I hold a certain admiration for him. As for Germa's expansion, he clinked his glass against Vinsmoke Judge's. If I am not mistaken, the North Sea Navy fleet currently stands as the most significant business partner of the Germa, does it not? In the original narrative, the rise of the Don Quixote family in the North Sea obstructed Germa 66's ambitions of domination. In a state of desperation, Vinsmoke Judge had no choice but to export war by employing mercenaries throughout the world in pursuit of expansion. Upon hearing the words of the naval commander, Vinsmoke Judge fell into a contemplative silence. After several moments, a smile gradually graced his face. Indeed, the stability and peace of the North Sea are of paramount importance. At that moment, the butler gently rang the bell, interrupting the convivial exchanges. Now let us welcome the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. The baptism ceremony is about to commence. Everyone paused their activities and turned their gaze. A woman, appearing gentle and somewhat pale, pushed a baby carriage, escorted by several Germa guards, as she slowly entered from the hall. She wore a flowing white royal gown, devoid of elaborate jewelry and adornments, with only a hint of makeup, exuding a delicate grace and slender figure. She was Princess Aura of the Vinsmoke royal family. This must be Sanji's mother. She does indeed seem to be a very gentle person. A thought flickered through Darren's mind. Admiral Darren, it is a pleasure to meet you for the first time, Princess Sora said as she approached him gracefully, pushing the baby carriage and offering a noble courtesy. Darren gently took her hand, bowed slightly, and with the courtesy of a knight, bestowed a kiss upon it, smiling as he said, I have heard much of Princess Sora's captivating demeanor, and today this encounter confirms it. He glanced at the cherubic infant nestled within the carriage and remarked, this must be the eldest daughter of the Vinsmoke family. Reiju, my sincerest congratulations to both of you. On behalf of myself, I have prepared a modest gift for little Reiju, and I kindly ask that you do not refuse it. As he spoke, he gestured to the weasel, who promptly approached to present a list to the butler behind Vinsmoke Judge. Although the specifics of the list remained obscured, its densely packed script suggested that the offering was indeed generous. I am deeply grateful for Admiral Darren's generosity, and may the friendship between Germa and the North Sea Navy endure, Princess Sora replied with a gentle smile, elegantly raising her glass. Darren clinked his glass with hers and drank it in one gulp. Soon, the baptism ceremony commenced. The delicate little Reiju was tenderly placed into a wooden tub filled with warm water by the butler, and amidst the witness of the guests, she underwent the sacred rite. The guests erupted into enthusiastic applause, and the banquet officially began. May you hold here? Darren inquired, gazing at the tiny Reiju nestled in Princess Sora's arms with a smile. Sora hesitated for a moment and replied softly, of course. She carefully lifted little Reiju and handed her to Darren. As he cradled the adorable infant with curly hair and pink locks, who was nibbling on her tiny fingers, he experienced a fleeting moment of enchantment. This is Sanji's biological sister, the future deadly poison, Vinsmoke Reiju. He gently pinched little Reiju's cheeks, already forming a judgment in his heart. Vinsmoke Judge had indeed altered his bloodline factors. She would become the pride of Germa 66. At that moment, Vinsmoke Judge approached and spoke in a deep voice. Darren glanced at him and suddenly smiled, I believe that to be true. He carefully placed little Reiju back in her soft crib, seemingly casually asking, King Judge, I wish to discuss a new business venture with you. Darren tenderly arranged little Reiju's hair and tucked her in with a blanket. Does Germa 66 possess sea stone? Chapter 80. I will lead the North Sea Fleet into battle. The passage of 3 days was swift. General Sengoku, everything is in readiness. In 3 hours, the target, Bondi Valdo, will land on an island in the northern waters of Rubeck Island, an area uninhabited. I propose we initiate our operations on this island. Within the confines of the warship, General Sengoku listened intently to the deep voice emanating from the military communication device, his brow gradually furrowing. Darren, can you ascertain the veracity of this intelligence? He inquired. For the past 3 days, that fellow Bondi Valdo has been elusive, and even the government has found no trace of the ward pirates. If this information is erroneous, our naval operation may be compromised, rendering all our efforts in this encirclement futile. As he spoke, Sengoku cast a disapproving glare at Borisolino, who was idly trimming his nails nearby. General Sengoku, please rest assured, there will be no lapses. The source of intelligence is reliable. To my knowledge, Bondi Valdo has procured a substantial quantity of smuggled arms through the underworld channels of the North Sea, with a specific transaction site being the target island. Came Darren's steady and resolute voice through the device. Upon hearing Darren's confident assertion, a smile gradually graced Sengoku's face. Excellent, I did not misjudge you after all. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, what recommendations do you have regarding the encirclement of Bondi Valdo? Darren hesitated momentarily before responding. General Sengoku, I'm merely a colonel from headquarters. It may not be fitting for me to propose military strategies for an operation against a pirate of Bondi Valdo's caliber. Sengoku chuckled with a hint of annoyance. Do not feign modesty. Speak your mind. Once the operation succeeds, the accolades will surely be yours. Furthermore, I have already submitted your promotion application. It will be approved following the requisite inquiries and reviews. A colonel in the headquarters is indeed qualified to partake in such military endeavors. Sengoku was no fool. Recognized as a strategic genius within the Navy, his political acumen and military tactics were among the finest across the seas. Due to the Celestial Dragon incident involving Sild's Saint, the ward pirates had become increasingly cautious and more challenging to track. Neither the Navy nor the intelligence network of the World Government SCP Department could locate Bondi Valdo. He had leveraged numerous connections, engaging with dignitaries from various kingdoms in the North Sea to uncover any trace of Valdo, yet all efforts have been in vain. However, under such circumstances, Darren, the North Sea Admiral, had, in less than 2 days, provided intelligence with precise timing and location. This fact alone spoke volumes. Contemplating this, an utterly absurd thought suddenly surged within Sengoku's mind. Could it be Darren? Were you the one orchestrating this arms deal? The expression of Admiral Sengoku suddenly turned severe as he questioned in a deep voice. The transponder snail fell silent for a moment before the bemused voice of Admiral Binkai drifted through. Indeed, your insight and cunning are truly remarkable, Admiral Sengoku. Nothing escapes your notice. Yes, I orchestrated this business. Bondi Walder has been frantically recruiting soldiers, acquiring arms, and constructing an astonishingly large cannon, aiming to annihilate the forces under your command. Bang! Sengoku slammed his fist heavily onto the desk before him, his countenance dark as if it might pour forth rain. Damn that Bondi Walder! Does he intend to obliterate Marineford? As a naval admiral who had clashed with Bondi Walder multiple times, Sengoku understood better than anyone the terrifying power of the Momo fruit. Should Walder succeed in acquiring such a formidable heavy artillery piece, not only would the naval forces he commanded be at risk, but given Walder's reckless, violent, and arrogant disposition, he might indeed dare to bombard Marineford into oblivion. However, having received this intelligence in advance afforded Sengoku ample time to prepare. With that thought, the anxious heart that had been suspended in the air began to settle. You didn't provide him with that heavy cannon, did you? Darren, I still trust you. You wouldn't make such a foolish decision. No, Admiral Sengoku. I crafted for him an unprecedentedly large cannon, Darren suddenly interjected. Sengoku, what did you say? He erupted from his chair, his thunderous roar nearly lifting the cabin's roof. The volume of his voice was so great that even Paulicelino beside him could not help but absent-mindedly poke at his ears. Are you out of your mind? Sengoku glared at Darren's calm visage, simulated by the transponder snail, smoke billowing from his nostrils. Admiral Sengoku, please do not rush to conclusions. There's a rationale behind my actions. Darren's voice carried an unyielding conviction. Bondi Walder may appear insane, yet he is remarkably difficult to contend with. While he harbors ambitions of world destruction, he is by no means a reckless fool. Without sufficient incentive, it would be exceedingly difficult to lure him out for a decisive strike. If he does not possess that heavy artillery, he is even less likely to rashly engage the Navy, especially given his current injuries. This time, we have trapped him in the North Sea. It is the best opportunity and must not be overlooked. Otherwise, should he escape to the Grand Line or even a new world, it will be exponentially more challenging to bring him to justice. Listening to Darren's well-reasoned analysis, Sengoku's brows remained tightly knit, and he raised a hand to massage his temples, saying, "But Darren, your approach is exceedingly reckless." "No, Admiral Sengoku, please have faith in me," came the Admiral of the North Sea's voice, imbued with an air of persuasive authority. "Since I dared to entrust that formidable artillery to Bondi Waldo, I naturally possess the confidence to contend with him. Regarding your earlier remarks about this mission, I have a rather immature notion." Darren paused for a moment, articulating each word with precision. "I wish to take command of this operation. I shall lead the North Sea Fleet in a battle." Chapter 81. Command in hand within the confines of the warship, an unexpected tranquility enveloped the atmosphere, even causing Borsalino to pause his nail grooming, raising his head with a curious expression, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. "Darren, this fellow, has he directly requested authority from the Admiral of the Navy? Young Darren, do you seek command over this mission?" Sengoku furrowed his brow, his countenance grave. "Indeed, Admiral Sengoku." The voice of the Navy colonel was resolute and unwavering, responding with conviction. "I possess ample confidence. The situation in the North Sea is intricate. I am well acquainted with the maritime routes surrounding our target island, the distribution of towns, and the deployment of forces. This transaction was orchestrated by my own initiative, providing me with substantial grounds to execute it. Most importantly, in the operation to encircle Bondi Waldo and the Ward pirates. The North Sea Fleet will serve as the backbone of our Navy, with me at the helm of Combat Command, thereby maximizing their operational capabilities." Darren understood that retreat was not an option at this juncture. Having spent many years in the North Sea, he recognized a fundamental truth. Power and status are often things one must earn through their own efforts. At the opportune moment, making the right request. Sometimes, the best way to earn the respect of a superior is to challenge their authority. Upon hearing Darren's words, a flicker of light flashed in the depths of Sengoku's profound gaze. "Darren, are you aware of Bondi Waldo's strength?" He suddenly posed another question. "Admiral Sengoku, I am well aware. Bondi Waldo, renowned alongside Roger and Whitebeard as a formidable pirate, is indeed not to be underestimated. However, warfare is determined by factors beyond mere combat prowess." Sengoku pondered for a moment before inquiring. "Do you understand that should your command lead to failure, you will face severe repercussions, potentially jeopardizing your political career within the Navy?" "Admiral Sengoku, I am fully cognizant of this. Should the mission fail, I am prepared to accept any penalties from the headquarters." At this declaration, the light in Sengoku's gaze intensified. He paused, turning his head to Borsalino beside him. "Major Borsalino, what is your opinion?" Borsalino stroked the stubble on his chin, adopting a contemplative demeanor, before finally responding leisurely. "Well, I believe it would be worthwhile to allow Colonel Darren a chance. After all, his performance since assuming the post of North Sea Commander has been nothing short of exemplary in both governance and military acumen." Borsalino's final remarks dispelled any lingering doubts within Sengoku's mind. Indeed, had it been any other naval officer facing such a pivotal task as the subjugation of Bondi Waldo, Sengoku would never have relinquished command. But Darren was different. From his past experiences and positions, It is evident that, although he is yet to undergo officer training, his military aptitude and strategic acumen certainly set him apart within the Navy. Most importantly, however, is Darren's audacity. Taking his fleet as the primary force for the assault, he proactively volunteered to undertake the mission against the infamous Bondi Waldo. Such boldness is not something everyone possesses. Therefore, the temporary command of this mission shall be entrusted to you. After a moment of thoughtful contemplation, Sengoku slowly provided his response. However, you must understand that the battlefield is ever-changing, should unforeseen circumstances arise. I shall reclaim command and lead the operations myself at any moment. No problem, General Sengoku. On the other end of the telephone, Darren stood at the bow of a warship, his broad cloak of justice billowing majestically in the fierce wind, a hint of a smile gracing his half-closed eyes. He gradually lowered the military communicator and gazed out over the port's waters. One by one, warships from Division 321 entered the military harbor at a steady pace, forming an arrowhead formation in accordance with his orders. On the land of the naval base, armed sailors executed their assigned tasks with grim determination, loading crates of military supplies onto the warships. Soldiers at various ranks silently fulfilled their duties, meticulously maintaining the ominous cannons aboard the vessels, diligently preparing for the expedition ahead. Has the old man Sengoku truly agreed? A voice of disbelief arose behind him. Turning around, Darren was met with the incredulous face of Kaji. To hand over command of such a significant operation against the notorious pirate Bondi Waldo, he really entrusted it to you? Darren chuckled, lighting a cigar and winking at Kaji. The headquarters truly understands the importance of respecting and cultivating talent. Damn it, why not me? Kaji muttered through gritted teeth. For some reason, witnessing Darren's rise felt more unbearable than killing him. After all, Bondi Waldo is a legendary pirate with a bounty of 400 million berries. Over the past few years, numerous high-ranking officials in the Navy, including former Admiral Zephyr, current Admiral Sengoku, and Vice Admiral Garp, have attempted to eliminate this individual multiple times. Now, having finally sealed off the entrance to the Grand Line and trapped Bondi Waldo in the North Sea, the opportunity to eliminate him once and for all is at hand. Yet, such a rare chance has fallen into the hands of that rascal, Darren. Darren, are you certain you want to command this operation? Bondi Waldo is unlike the pirates of the North Sea. At that moment, Shizuka said with a complex expression. Darren glanced at her and replied with a smile. Don't worry about me. I am a rogue, a scoundrel. What was that saying again? Oh, I remember. Villains tend to live long lives. Shizuka clenched her teeth and retorted coldly. I am not worried about you. I am apprehensive that your command might falter, resulting in the obliteration of the North Sea fleet, which has been painstakingly established under the devastating power wielded by Bondi Waldo. This could ultimately render all the efforts of the great generals of the Warring States era futile. Darren shrugged nonchalantly at these words, pondering that such occurrences are unpredictable. After all, this is Bondi Waldo. Anyone in command could potentially lead to failure in the mission. Of course, if you, Shigeyama, feel confident, I could relinquish command to you. What do you think? Shigeyama pressed her lips together, falling silent. The North Sea fleet would not heed her orders. Most importantly, when faced with the ward pirates led by Bondi Waldo, she truly had no confidence. The powers of the Momo fruit were formidable enough to instill despair in anyone. This was not an issue that could be resolved through military command, troop deployment, or strategic planning. Contemplating this, she couldn't help but cast a deep glance at Darren's profile. He was gazing out at the sea, a calm smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Could it be that this fellow truly possesses a means to confront Bondi Waldo? A surge of curiosity welled up within Shigeyama. Chapter 82. The fangs of a North Sea fleet. Darren was not inclined to pay heed to the inner calculations of Jiaqing and Shiguan. He stood at the bow of the warship, squinting as he surveyed the fleet of vessels readied for departure, the deck bustling with numerous North Sea Navy soldiers. Despite his words brimming with confidence, Darren understood better than anyone the formidable prowess of Bondi Waldo. He had to exercise utmost caution. A single misstep could cost him his life in this undertaking. Darren, all the warships assigned to the mission have been fully prepared, came the steady voice of Squirrel from behind. Wearing a military cap, His expression was marked by an unprecedented gravity. Darren nodded and smiled. Excellent. Thank you for your hard work. Squirrel gazed at Darren's broad back, hesitating momentarily before finally voicing his thoughts. Although time is of the essence, we have managed to catch up. The 10 medium-sized warships designated for this mission have all undergone the Germa 66 upgrades, utilizing a substantial amount of lightweight metallic materials in their keels. However, Darren, I cannot fathom why you would invest such a fortune in modifying these vessels. The funds required for such renovations could easily construct an entirely new warship of comparable size. The cost of building a warship is exceedingly staggering. While the North Sea Fleet's vessels are classified as medium-sized and pale in comparison to the larger ships utilized by the naval headquarters, let alone the formidable Demon Slayer-class vessels, each warship still exceeds 50 million belly in cost. Typically, under the same budget, the greater the number of warships, the more formidable the fleet's combat potential, thus achieving a significant firepower advantage. Darren chuckled. It is not the quantity of the warships that matters, but their quality. You will soon understand my reasoning. He paused, then inquired, what is the situation on the Dover front? Squirrel pondered briefly before responding. The intelligence from the Don Quixote family indicates that the time and location of the transaction remain unchanged. At least for now, the Ward pirates have not exhibited any significant movements, and the trade will proceed as planned. Darren clenched his fist and asked, what about the weaponry on the ships? Squirrel replied in a low voice, each warship is equipped with 10 heavy artillery pieces, and additionally, they are outfitted with small ballistic missiles provided by Germa. As for personnel equipment, aside from standard-issue military knives and rifles, the elite of the North Sea Fleet are also armed with stun guns, portable cannons, and flamethrowers, among other Germa technologies. Darren smiled with satisfaction. Very well, then let us set sail. Hey, Darren, do you think we can make it? The distance to the target island is... At that moment, Jiaqing rushed over, breathless, clutching a crumpled nautical chart, his anxiety palpable. Far exceeding 3 hours. Shirguan added solemnly. In response to their worried gazes, Darren raised his hand and gestured reassuringly, accompanying his movements. A series of tense and brief trumpet calls resonated from the lookout tower of the warship, swiftly rippling outward. This military gesture, the three, Wussmaus, Jackie, and Guillaume, simultaneously paused in surprise. They turned to gaze, only to behold the sails of the warships being rapidly furled by the naval soldiers. Are we ready? Hold on tight. Darren exhaled a thick plume of smoke, speaking softly. Before anyone could react, a brilliant blue arc of electricity leaped from the fingers of the naval colonel, and an invisible yet eerie force field suddenly expanded from his body. Boom! A series of muffled sounds emanated from the hull of the warship beneath their feet, causing Jackie and the others to tremble, nearly losing their balance as they felt a powerful centrifugal force enveloping the ship. Could it be? Jackie's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting incredulity. Wussmaus, too, seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his expression one of astonishment. We'll catch up, the naval colonel proclaimed, lifting his head with fervor as the almost frenzied force field surged from him, sending his flowing white cloak billowing in the wind. He turned back to the others with a smile. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, a sharp, unmatched brilliance and a fierce flame of ambition ignited in the depths of his eyes. I never claimed that the dominion of the North Sea Fleet was confined merely to the ocean. As his words fell, he clenched his fist tightly. Boom! Another grand rumble resonated from the warship's hull, and the deck beneath them began to tremble violently, while the sea suddenly churned into a colossal whirlpool. In the astonished gazes of Jackie, Guillaume, Wussmaus, and countless North Sea sailors, the surrounding environment began to descend at a steady pace. No, it was not the environment sinking. Rather, their warship was ascending. Boom! Majestic columns of water and crashing waves soared into the sky from the naval port. The North Sea Fleet, comprised of 10 warships, erupted from the roaring white waves, soaring skyward with astonishing speed, enveloped by a tumultuous magnetic field. A scream escaped Jackie on the main battleship's deck. As the warship accelerated, the fierce wind distorted his face, leaving him with an exaggerated expression of astonishment, his mind blank. They were flying. The North Sea fleet established by Darren was unlike any conventional naval force. Guillaume clutched the railing tightly, gazing at the heavy sea of clouds approaching, a flush of excitement gradually appearing on his otherwise pale face. A naval fleet capable of flight. The strategic implications of this were simply immeasurable. The unparalleled mobility, the elusive secrecy that renders one defenseless, the ability to completely break free from the constraints of the sea, and the audacity to launch aerial assaults. She could vividly envision the astonished expressions of the warlords of the warring states upon witnessing the emergence of the North Sea fleet. Beside her, the squirrel displayed a resigned smile, finally comprehending the true intent of Darren. This was the essence of his devil fruit ability. Through the power of the magnet fruit, warships, restructured with metallic keels, could levitate and even soar through the skies under the influence of magnetic fields, akin to cannonballs. Ladies and gentlemen, as the naval officers gazed in curious excitement at the rapidly receding clouds behind them, Darren slowly began to speak. His voice instantaneously captured everyone's attention. Their North Sea admiral stood at the bow like a formidable spear facing the wind. A defiant and dignified smile gradually emerged at the corners of his mouth. There was but one purpose for this expedition: to confront the legendary pirate, Bonnie Waldo. A hush fell over the sky. Then kill. The thunderous roar of the command reverberated like a cataclysmic force, echoing through the heavens. At the naval port, thousands of soldiers tasked with guarding the 321st Division gazed in awe and fervor at the fleet soaring into the sky, disappearing into the clouds, saluting in unison against the deluge of seawater cascading down upon them. Each one understood profoundly that regardless of the outcome of today's battle, the razor-sharp fangs of the North Sea fleet would instill terror in the hearts of the entire world. Chapter 83. Bondi's concerns. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, oppressively somber. The swirling snowflakes cloaked the world before him in a thick layer of sugary frost, rendering everything a pallid visage. 5 pirate ships, adorned with the skull and crossbones of piracy, prowled the waters near the island, their decks teeming with fierce-looking buccaneers. Captain Valdo, after this transaction, will our arsenal and armaments be replenished? Ha 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 ha. Indeed, how dare that little brat, Doflamingo, defy the captain's intentions? I have heard that the Don Quixote family controls the entire arms smuggling network of the North Sea. Surely, the weapons they provide this time will be of superior quality. Soon, no navy and no world government shall remain, obliterated beneath the might of our ward pirates. The members of the ward pirates gazed at Bondi Valdo, who stood at the bow with his arms crossed, their eyes brimming with an indescribable fervor and adoration for the broad and towering figure. This was their captain, the legendary pirate known as the World Destroyer, a man whose very name instilled fear in both the world government and the navy, alongside Whitebeard and Roger. Ha 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 ha. Is indeed a foregone conclusion. I am Bondi Valdo, and all that stands in my way shall be utterly annihilated. Bondi Valdo bellowed with laughter, addressing his brother, the ailing Banjack, who was perched upon his shoulder, the drip of amphor clinging to him. Banjack, with a face marked by illness, looked upon his boisterous brother with an imperceptible glimmer of concern in his eyes, yet managed to muster a smile, replying, "Yes, brother." Once more, Bondi Valdo erupted into hearty laughter, a light dusting of snow accumulating atop his metallic horn helmet. He surveyed the ambitious faces of his crew on the deck, his smile growing increasingly arrogant and defiant. Although he was uncertain of the reasons behind the Navy and world government's decision to raise his bounty from 200 million to 400 million berries, he could not deny that Sengoku's actions had inadvertently aided him immensely. In these waters, an increased bounty, while signifying heightened pursuit by the Navy, also served as a boon to his reputation. The higher the bounty, the more illustrious his name became, attracting more pirates eager to follow in his wake. In just over the past half-month, the number of pirates under his command in the North Sea had surged from several hundred to thousands. The fleet had expanded from 1 ship to 5, and this was merely in the North Sea. Once he returned to the Grand Line, even the New World, he anticipated an influx of countless pirates joining his ranks. The Ward pirates could soon ascend to become one of the preeminent pirate crews upon these seas. Bondi Valdo had long coveted the formidable fleet of the Flying Sky Pirates led by the Golden Lion Shiki. Indeed, it is a remarkable era. Bondi Waldo murmured with a cold smile. He gazed into the distance at a distant island, commanding his subordinates, "Prepare for landing." Amidst the swirling snowstorm, the island emerged with a white silhouette, resembling a ghostly town, barely visible beneath the overcast sky. This desolate isle was their designated trading location. "Yes, Captain Waldo," the pirates exclaimed, their faces alight with excitement, each one eager to engage. Ever since joining the Ward pirates, they had been plagued by a scarcity of arms, making this transaction a source of great anticipation. The sailors swiftly turned the ship's wheel, tugging at the ropes of the sails, adjusting their course. With the force of the wind, the 5 pirate ships gradually altered their trajectories, leaving trails across the sea as they sailed toward the deserted isle. Suddenly, as the 5 vessels were about to reach the shore, Benjack, perched on Bondi Waldo's shoulder, spoke up. His gray eyebrows knitted together in concern as he scrutinized the pocket-shaped coastline before them. The 5 ships were crammed tightly into the harbor, creating a sense of overwhelming congestion. A biting wind rushed at him, causing him to shiver uncontrollably. The chill triggered a fit of coughing, turning his face a deep shade of crimson. "Cough, cough. Waldo, for safety's sake, I believe we should not dock all the ships together. The terrain of this coastline is too narrow. If the Navy were to launch an attack now, we would have no chance of escape." "Oh." Bondi Waldo cast a glance at his older brother, feeling a twinge of skepticism towards Benjack's caution. Ever since his bounty had increased, his brother had taken on a perpetually anxious demeanor, acting with extreme caution. They would avoid docking unless absolutely necessary for supplies or recruiting crew members. The ships were thoroughly inspected to confiscate any communication devices, such as transponder snails. This approach even led Bondi Waldo to wonder if his brother had grown increasingly timid due to his deteriorating health. "This is merely the North Sea, not the Grand Line. Even if that bastard Sengoku were to pursue us, I would remain utterly unafraid." However, recalling his brother's care for him during their childhood and his increasingly serious ailments, Bondi Waldo refrained from disputing Benjack's suggestion, maintaining his smile. "Since it is your suggestion, brother," he pointed to one of the pirate ships, "you all do not dock. Instead, cruise along the island's coastline and await my signal." As he spoke, he produced a transponder snail from his pocket and tossed it to a pirate on that ship. Upon hearing their captain's orders, the pirates aboard the ship let out disappointed sounds, their expressions falling. Pirates, after all, were not bound by any sense of discipline. They did not venture out to sea for dreams or freedom. After all, this era had yet to witness the so-called great treasures, and the age of pirates had not yet dawned. They embraced the life of pirates, driven by the allure of plunder, wealth, fame, and power. Thus, even within the same crew, it is not uncommon for pirates to engage in fierce battles over their spoils, waging wars that could lead to their mutual destruction. Even Bondi Vardo himself would chuckle as he allows them to wreak havoc upon one another, for the weak are unworthy of his allegiance. With a fresh batch of armaments at hand, naturally, those who are present will share in the bounty, adhering to the principle of first come, first served. Should their ship remain anchored while the other 4 pirate vessels make landfall, it is inevitable that the latter will seize and divide all the armaments belonging to the Don Quixote family, leaving those who do not disembark with little to no equipment or weaponry. Even if they were to receive a share, it will be nothing more than the inferior remnants. Nonetheless, the authority of Bondi Vardo looms large, silencing any dissent as they can only mutter their misfortunes in secret. Chapter 84. The initial dream. The target island lies several nautical miles away. A warship drifts upon the tumultuous sea. A report has reached Admiral Sengoku. Bondi Waldo has landed on the target island and is en route to the designated location. A messenger stationed at the lookout tower lowered his telescope and turned to salute Sengoku, who stood on the deck with arms crossed. "Can you discern how many men he has brought?" Sengoku, utilizing the telescope to observe the distant island, furrowed his brow tightly, as if inked in shadow. The warship maintained a considerable distance from the target island. Even with the Navy headquarters' finest telescope, he could only vaguely make out a line of dark figures moving slowly through the snowstorm. Bondi Waldo is, after all, one of the most formidable figures upon these waters. To ensure safety and to avoid detection by his observation hockey, Sengoku deemed it necessary to maintain a prudent distance from his ship. Although the threat he posed to the Navy and the world government largely stemmed from his devil fruit abilities rather than his inherent combat prowess, the exact number of crew members remains uncertain. However, it is evident that most of the pirates are stationed aboard for pirate ships anchored nearby. 4? Sengoku exclaimed, his eyes narrowing behind his black-rimmed glasses. According to intelligence, the Ward pirates had recently expanded their ranks to encompass 5 ships. The messenger replied, indeed, Admiral Sengoku, but for reasons unknown, one of the vessels has not docked, and we have lost visual contact with it. Quite cautious indeed, remarked Borisolino, who was nonchalantly grooming his nails without lifting his gaze. Sengoku paid no heed to the flippant comment, his brow furrowing deeper as he muttered gravely, is this the work of Benjak? As the vice-captain of the Ward pirates and Bondi Waldo's elder brother, Benjak, despite his frail health and lack of combat capability, possessed a wisdom and caution rare among pirates. He served as the brain of the pirate crew, complementing Bondi Waldo's formidable strength and thus posing a significant threat. In past operations, it was Benjak's cunning that had allowed Bondi Waldo to escape, thwarting the Navy's efforts. Admiral Sengoku, it has been confirmed that the target has landed on the island. Well, shall we proceed? A close aide approached briskly, lowering his voice. Sengoku glanced at Borisolino, who remained leisurely seated, and after a moment's contemplation, replied solemnly, let us wait a while longer. He retrieved a military transponder snail from his pocket, his gaze fixed upon the slumbering creature, until we received the signal from Colonel Darren. On the deserted island, snowflakes descended from the leaden sky as Bondi Waldo trudged forward, accompanied by hundreds of pirates, their feet sinking into the frigid snow. Breath crystallized into white frost in the frigid air as Benjak instinctively tightened his sheepskin coat while perched upon Bondi Waldo's shoulder. An eerie silence enveloped them, the expanse before them resembling an endless stretch of earth and snow-capped mountains. Valdo, I have an unsettling premonition, Benjak remarked, shivering at the desolate snowy peaks and the vast wilderness. Ha ha, brother, you are overthinking it. Once we secure the arms, we shall depart this island without delay. With the world so vast, where can we not go? Bondi Valdo reassured him with a smile, his eyes aflame with fervent ambition. No, that is not what I mean, Benjak replied, shaking his head, his pallid complexion seemingly exacerbated by the biting cold. We have ventured too far. Since we set sail, we have been engulfed in slaughter and warfare. The bounty on our heads has inexplicably skyrocketed, and that fellow from the warring states has relentlessly pursued us. An ever-increasing number of individuals have flocked to our crew, far surpassing what our officers can manage. He paused, casting a gaze filled with unutterable complexity at Bondi Valdo. You have changed, Valdo. You have grown increasingly audacious, reckless. Human life appears to you as mere insects. You are fervently obliterating all that obstructs your path. If this continues, we shall inevitably face unpredictable consequences. Suddenly, Bondi Valdo halted in his tracks. The members of the pirate crew behind him instinctively followed suit, casting puzzled glances at their captain. Withering snowflakes drifted down from the sky, landing like scattered stars upon Valdo's helmet, shoulders, and body. As the smile once gracing his face faded into oblivion. Brother, what exactly are you trying to convey? Bondi Valdo's voice lowered ominously. Have you forgotten our dream? To circumnavigate the globe? Was that not your initial aspiration? No, Valdo, I have not forgotten. Benjak shook his head, his dim gaze filled with confusion. Even now, I yearn to traverse this world, to witness the diverse splendor and landscapes upon the boundless sea, to find a freedom of life. The one who has truly forgotten this dream is you. When was the last time we frolicked freely on an unexplored island, laughing without a care? You do not recall, do you? What you relish now is not exploration, nor adventure. What you delight in is slaughter and destruction. As your power has intensified, especially after acquiring that devil fruit. You have transformed, as if you were no longer the same person. Your desire for devastation has grown ever more insatiable. Your ambition ever more inflated. You seek to annihilate all that stands in your way. The government has ships, the Navy has fleets. Even innocent civilians and towns are consumed by your wrath. This is what they have forced upon me. Bondi Waldo suddenly erupted with a fierce roar, abruptly interrupting his brother's words. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his expression twisted with rage, and his fists were clenched tightly. How can we sustain our dreams if I do not act decisively? Traveling the world is not merely a slogan. We require resources, we need formidable strength. I can only instigate destruction, plunder, and wreak havoc to instill fear and caution in those who wish to eliminate us. With the immense power of the Momo fruit at my disposal, why should I not claim dominion over the seas? Just stand behind me and watch, brother. I shall obliterate all who dare obstruct us. Whether they be the Navy or the world government, they shall all grovel at the feet of Bondi Waldo. Upon finishing his declaration, a reckless grin spread across his lips as he strode purposefully into the distance. Benjack perched upon his shoulder, gazing at his profile in a daze, his heart heavy with sighs. Chapter 85. It is me. Snowflakes fall after traversing a jungle adorned in silver. Bondi Waldo and his companions emerged into a vast and clear expanse. On the pristine, snow-covered plain stood several figures clad in black mafia suits, their expressions vigilant, with wooden crates piled behind them. A mocking grin curled at the corners of Bondi Waldo's mouth. Where is that little brat, Doflamingo? Is he too timid to personally oversee such a significant transaction? The so-called king of the North Sea underworld. Merely a rat hiding in the sewers. How absurd. The members of the Don Quixote family wore grim expressions, seething with anger at Bondi Waldo's taunts, yet unable to voice their frustrations. Lord Doflamingo is occupied with pressing matters and cannot spare the time, one mafia member replied, bowing slightly. Bondi Waldo cast a glance at him. So, have the items I requested arrived? The lead mafia member raised his hand, and the others immediately sprang into action. One by one, the large wooden crates were brought forth and pried open with a resounding crack. Inside lay enough weaponry to equip 3,000 men, all of the finest quality. Bondi Waldo let out a cold laugh and beckoned. The already flushed members of the ward pirates eagerly rushed forward, retrieving an array of weapons from the straw-filled crates. Ha ha ha! Boss Waldo, these are indeed top-notch goods. Such equipment. Even some armies of the world government's allied nations would not be equipped with this. The pirates, faces alight with excitement, fondled their newly acquired firearms, unable to part with them. With a satisfied smile, Bondi Waldo inquired, "What about the most crucial items?" The lead mafia member replied in a low voice, "They are also prepared." With that, he turned and approached the edge of the snow-laden forest, bending down to rummage at the ground. After a moment, as if seizing something, he pulled with force. Whoosh! A large mass of snow was flung aside, and as the snowflakes danced in the air, a terrifying object beneath the canvas was revealed. A massive, glistening black cannon, its surface smooth, boasted a diameter exceeding 3 meters and a length surpassing 8 meters. From the gaping muzzle emanated a potent scent of gunpowder, mounted on 2 enormous circular wheels. The colossal artillery loomed over the pale snow, resembling an irregular black steel beast, instilling fear in all who beheld it. At the sight of this formidable cannon, Bondi Waldo's eyes ignited with fervent intensity. In a blink, his figure vanished from sight, only to materialize beside the mighty cannon like a specter. Extending his hand, he gently caressed the imposing structure, his expression gradually transforming into one of ecstatic distortion. "Where are the shells?" "Right here," replied the mafia member, stepping aside to unveil another canvas hidden beneath the ice and snow, revealing an ammunition box beneath. The scale of this formidable artillery is unprecedented, having consumed a vast array of resources to forge it. Its range effortlessly exceeds 3 nautical miles, and with specially designed projectiles, its power is sufficient to sink a large warship with ease. Bondi Waldo grinned widely, declaring, "I do not trust your assessments. Weapons must be tested firsthand." With that, He opened the ammunition box and effortlessly hoisted a black shell, over 2 meters in diameter, into the massive cannon's barrel. The ignited fuse flickered wildly in the wind, casting sparks that illuminated Bondivaldo's ambitious visage. In the next moment, boom, accompanied by a deafening roar, the accumulated snow clinging to the surrounding trees trembled and fell in cascades. The black shell, propelled by the cannon's fiery tongue, traced a parabolic arc in the sky before plunging heavily into the peak of a distant snow-capped mountain. Thunderous echoes reverberated through the earth, sending shivers down spines, while surging flames erupted from the mountain summit, causing massive snowdrifts to tremble and collapse, dislodging rocks in the chaos. All present stared in awe at the terrifying spectacle, witnessing the gradual collapse of the once prominent hill, gasping in disbelief. Ha ha ha! Yes, this is the sensation. The flickering flames painted the horizon crimson, while billowing black smoke rose, casting shadows across Bondivaldo's face as he roared with laughter. Benjack, equally astonished, gazed at the cannon's formidable power, his mind a blank slate. Just moments ago, his brother had not employed his devil fruit abilities. This exaggerated force stemmed purely from this heavy artillery. It was unfathomable to consider how much more devastating the cannon's impact would be under the 100-fold amplification of Bondivaldo's Momo fruit. Perhaps it could obliterate a town in a single shot, nay, an entire island, even flattening the Navy headquarters to the ground. In that instant, Benjack found it hard to believe his own judgment. Excellent. That little brat Doflamingo has indeed not disappointed me. I am quite satisfied. Bondivaldo gently patted the black cannon barrel. The reputation of the Don Quixote family within the underworld was well known throughout the North Sea. A member of the Mafia bowed slightly. However, we have only tested this cannon. The other armaments remain untested. A sly smile crept upon Bondivaldo's lips. The Mafia member suddenly froze in surprise. Bang! 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 A rapid succession of gunfire erupted abruptly. The Mafia member's eyes widened in shock. Before him, in the snowy expanse, his comrades lay sprawled on the ground, riddled with bullet holes, blood seeping from beneath their bodies, staining the snow crimson. Members of the Ward Pirates grinned cruelly, their brand-new weapons exhaling wisps of smoke. How dare you, Bang? A member of the Mafia tilted his head to the left, and a crimson blossom of blood erupted from his forehead. His heavy body collapsed to the ground, his increasingly blurred gaze fixated on Bondivaldo, while blood gushed from his mouth. Lord Doflamingo, no, Lord Darren, will not spare you. Bondivaldo slowly retracted his smoking flintlock, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he approached the Mafia member, towering over him. I know that little brat Doflamingo, but who is Darren? He chuckled mockingly, only to suddenly furrow his brow. A deafening hum erupted, a sharp, explosive sound approaching with terrifying speed from the far distance. It was the sound of some object slicing through the air at an alarming velocity. Bondivaldo's eyes narrowed, an eerie red glint flashing deep within his pupils. Without a glance, he abruptly turned, his rough palm thrusting forward with force. Boom! A violent gust of wind surged, whipping up the snow in a furious roar. Bondivaldo's body shifted backward by a meter, carving a trench into the ground as his gray cloak billowed wildly behind him. He firmly grasped a streamlined metallic hoverboard suspended in mid-air, its tail quivering violently due to the immense propulsion. He squinted. It is I. A deep voice suddenly resonated behind him. Chapter 86. Welcome to my domain, Bondivaldo. Slowly turned around, and a tall, statuesque figure came into view. His black hair stirred slightly in the icy snow, and his fitted suit exuded a wild and violent aura, complemented by a flowing white cloak that danced erratically in the gale. De Navy. Bondivaldo narrowed his eyes, his expression growing colder. With a firm grip, he twisted the metallic, streamlined skateboard in his hands until it contorted like a pretzel. Simultaneously, he gently set down Benjack, who had been perched on his shoulder. The latter, leaning on his cane, limped away into the distance. Swish! Upon witnessing this scene, hundreds of pirates nearby first froze in disbelief. then grinned maliciously as they raised their brand-new weapons, hollow gun barrels pointed directly at the figure of the Navy colonel. Darren. I believe I have heard that name before. Bondi Valdo scrutinized the young black-haired Navy officer before him, a mocking smirk suddenly curling at the corners of his lips. I seem to recall. A prominent figure in the North Sea, reputedly commanding respect even from the various world government affiliates in the region. The highest-ranking officer of the North Sea Navy, Admiral Darren. If I am not mistaken, that would be you, young lad. Darren remained silent, casting a glance at the mafia member lying on the ground, whose lifeless eyes had completely dulled, devoid of any sign of life. Business is not conducted in such a manner, he suddenly remarked. What did you say? Bondi Valdo stared, confusion distorting his features. The North Sea has its own rules, and there are protocols for conducting business. Moreover, I do not appreciate being threatened with a gun. The Navy colonel observed the corpse of the young mafia member with an impassive expression, his voice calm and steady. At that instant, crack, crack, crack. Hundreds of pirates nearby felt their pupils constrict as the guns in their hands, compelled by an invisible force, flew from their grasp as if scalding hot. The speed was astonishing, various firearms swiftly pivoting mid-air, now aimed at their original owners, and in the horrified gazes of the pirates. The triggers were pulled. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunfire echoed, the sound of bullets piercing flesh resounding relentlessly. The snow-covered ground erupted with countless craters, splattered with the vivid crimson of blood as it bloomed on the convulsing bodies of the pirates, enveloping the air in a cloud of gore. Bondi Valdo's pupils constricted. The gunfire ceased, accompanied by hundreds of mangled, blood-soaked corpses collapsing heavily to the ground. The once pristine white landscape was now utterly drenched in blood. Hundreds of guns hung suspended in the air, smoke curling from their muzzles. Then, they slowly rotated, dark barrels aligning ominously towards Bondi Valdo. Now it is fair. Darren gradually lifted his head. A power to control metal, is it? Bondi Valdo narrowed his eyes, a hint of scorn curling at the corners of his mouth. The naive naval brat believed that acquiring the devil fruit made him my equal. His words trailed off as the distorted metallic skateboard beneath him seemed to come alive. Silver liquid metal swiftly intertwining, twisting, and spiraling around Bondi Valdo's feet, contorting into a helix shape. A flicker of unease crossed Bondi Valdo's visage. Darren's fingers moved with a delicate grace. In the void, a faint blue arc of electricity flickered momentarily. Hundreds of long guns unleashed a torrential barrage of searing flames once more. A relentless storm of bullets erupted, enveloping Bondi Valdo's figure like a metallic tempest. Is it of any use? Bondi Valdo sneered as an invisible armor, gleaming black like metal, rapidly enveloped his body. The sound of clanging metal resonated repeatedly as countless bullets struck Bondi Valdo, only to bounce off as if they had met a steel plate, leaving behind a flurry of craters in the snow. Amidst the rain of gunfire, Bondi Valdo's face contorted with fury and defiance as he taunted, "You, naval brat, fail to grasp the true terror of these seas. The North Sea is but a trivial place. You, who have never set foot in the Grand Line, are merely a frog in a well, oblivious to the vastness of the world." With a thunderous roar, he exerted force through his armored feet. The ground beneath him seemed to groan in response to his explosive power, cracking with a sharp sound. The metallic bindings that ensnared his feet were torn asunder, elongated, and deformed by Bondi Valdo's sheer will. Darren observed Bondi Valdo's actions, his expression remaining impassive and dark. "No, it is you who do not comprehend the true horror of the North Sea." A sudden smile broke upon his lips. Bondi Valdo was taken aback. Noticing the subtle smile on the colonel's face, an unsettling premonition surged within him, prompting him to instinctively amplify his observation hockey to its fullest. His countenance shifted dramatically. Darren made a decisive gesture with his hand, the force of which resonated like the sound of thunder. Suddenly, the swirling snowflakes in the sky seemed to be swept away by an invisible and eerie force, rising in reverse. Bondi Valdo instinctively looked up. In the distance, Ben Jack, hiding beneath a large tree, also gazed upward, the color draining from his face until it was ashen. What is this? One ship, two ships, three ships. One after another, military vessels emerged as if cleaving through the clouds with the ferocity of icebreakers. A full fleet of 10 naval ships lined up in perfect formation, majestically suspended in the sky. The ominous black cannon barrels protruding from the bow and sides of the ships loomed over the desolate island below, resembling ferocious beasts of war, slowly revealing their menacing fangs. "The times have changed," Bondi Valdo, the naval colonel, remarked coolly. In the tightly constricted pupils of Bondi Waldo, and beneath the horrified gaze of Benjamin, Darren raised his hand. Fingers splayed, executing a military gesture. A firm fist. Thunderous roars echoed from the heavens, an ear-splitting cacophony resonating through the air, as orange-red flames cascaded frantically from the dark maw of the cannon, transforming countless shells into a vast net of destruction that fell from the sky. The target was unmistakably the 4 pirate ships of the Ward pirate crew anchored in the harbor. In the next instant, a series of explosive detonations erupted across the harbor, each pirate vessel moored in the narrow cove bursting forth like a string of firecrackers. Crimson flames surged in succession, rising from the earth, the coastline, and the sea, morphing into howling wings that licked the belly of the sky. The shock waves generated by the explosions radiated outward in ripples, stirring up soil, the remnants of the pirate ships, and the surging waves. The tragic wails of the pirates faintly emerged from the inferno. Thick black smoke billowed into the sky, lingering ominously. The flickering flames cast a blood-red hue upon the dim horizon, almost resembling a crimson tide. Colonel of the Navy stood with his back to the roaring flames, his billowing white cloak illuminated in a ghastly hue. Admiral Darren of the North Sea spread his arms wide, as columns of fire erupted behind him from the sea of flames. With a disdainful expression, he gazed at the legendary pirate before him, a defiant smile gracing his lips. "Welcome to the North Sea. Welcome to my territory." Chapter 87. Darren must not be compromised. What is that? Suddenly, an individual appeared on the island. He was engaged in combat with the Ward pirates. In an instant, aside from Bondi Waldo, hundreds of pirates were vanquished. Several nautical miles away, a naval soldier stationed at the lookout, diligently observing the island with a telescope, erupted with excitement. "It's Colonel Darren. He has appeared on the island. In a heartbeat, he has eliminated hundreds of Bondi Waldo's subordinates." "What?" Sengoku exclaimed in shock, hastily seizing the telescope from his aide, scanning the horizon with urgency. At that moment, however, Borisolino, who had been idly grooming his nails, suddenly lifted his head and said with a knowing smile, "No need to search. They have arrived." Taken aback, Sengoku instinctively activated his observation haki. As if sensing something, his pupils constricted sharply, and his gaze pierced through the clouds above the island. Then, all the naval personnel aboard the warship widened their eyes in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if witnessing an unimaginable spectacle. From the distant sky, naval ships emerged one after another from the clouds, maneuvering effortlessly in the high altitude, seemingly unbound by wind or gravity, forming an orderly line. Massive black cannons protruded from their hulls. After a brief silence, they opened fire. A torrential downpour of artillery rained down, sweeping across the desolate island's harbor in a cataclysmic barrage, erupting into brilliant crimson flames that ignited into a raging inferno. The ground trembled with reverberations, and colossal waves surged tumultuously in the near shore. The 4 pirate ships of the Ward pirates were utterly obliterated. In the profound silence that followed, someone finally swallowed hard on the deck and spoke in a raspy voice. With the breaking of silence, a cheer erupted from all the naval personnel aboard the warship. "Those are our Navy's ships. Indeed, the flag of justice. But from where did this naval fleet emerge? A flying naval fleet? We received no signal of reinforcements from headquarters. Wait, we are in the North Sea. Could it be?" The sailors began to murmur amongst themselves, gradually realizing something, their gazes converging on their admiral. "Well done." At that moment, Sengoku suddenly clenched his fist and shouted with fervor, his grand justice cloak billowing behind him. His eyes burned with excitement as he gazed upon the North Sea fleet, his heart racing. A naval fleet capable of soaring freely in the skies. That little rascal Darren has concealed himself so profoundly. A subtle smile of satisfaction crept upon the lips of Sengoku. As an admiral and the most astute man within the ranks of the Justice faction, he understood better than anyone the immense strategic significance a flying naval fleet held in the theater of war. To illustrate, their long-standing adversary, the Golden Lion Shiki, had leveraged the capabilities of his float fruit to elevate his pirate fleet into the skies, with stealth and an elusive presence. Even when faced with a naval fleet outnumbering his own, he could effortlessly evade the battlefield. Coupled with Shiki's formidable combat prowess, he had secured an invincible position. With such abilities, Shiki had even surpassed Roger and Whitebeard, becoming the most formidable and dreaded pirate in the eyes of the Navy. The Navy had long struggled to counter Shiki's powers, resorting to a defensive strategy. However, the tide had turned. If they could harness the abilities of that troublesome brat, Darren, perhaps the Navy could indeed forge an unbeatable aerial fleet. At that moment, Sengoku's heart ignited with fervor, his spirits soaring. He subconsciously overlooked the fact that the Northern Sea Fleet was equipped with firepower far beyond the conventional. Admiral Sengoku, should we not take action? Asked Borsellino, a smile gracing his features. Sengoku paused, suddenly realizing this was the signal to advance. All units attack. Full speed ahead. He raised his hand to signal, his expression gravely serious. The moment his command echoed across the warship, the naval personnel sprang into action, raising the sails and pushing the ship's engines to their maximum capacity. And you, Borsellino, what are you doing? Hurry up and provide support. Sengoku turned sharply, directing an irate roar toward Borsellino, who was leisurely adjusting his suit. If anything happens to Darren, I will hold you accountable. In an instant, for pirate ships were sunk, and Bondewald was now cornered, trapped with nowhere to escape. What kind of retaliation could a beast driven to desperation unleash? At this moment, only Darren remained on the deserted island. Borsellino raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, muttering softly, yes, if I hadn't reminded you, you might have forgotten to attack in your excitement. With that, his figure dissolved into countless golden photons, racing towards the distant island. Watching that streak of golden light vanish at an alarming pace, Sengoku broke into a cold sweat, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins on the back of his hands protruded. No matter what, Darren must not come to harm. Marine brat, you seek death. A furious roar erupted with a tumultuous force. Bondewald's eyes burned with a savage crimson, his pupils surrounded by a network of bloodshot veins. Gazing upon the blossoming coastline of the desolate island, he could scarcely fathom that he had unwittingly ensnared himself within the encirclement of the Navy. For pirate ships, along with thousands of crew members aboard, had been annihilated in an instant, submerged beneath the overwhelming firepower of the Northern Fleet's relentless onslaught. The naval officer before him was merely a colonel, incapable of permitting his escape. This, in turn, signified that the wretched Sengoku was undoubtedly lurking nearby. His path of retreat had been severed. No, Bondewaldo suddenly recalled something, a sinister grin once again curling at the corners of his mouth. Darren, you believe you have severed my escape route? He retrieved a din mushy from his pocket. Ha. Did you not anticipate this? I possess another ship. As he spoke, he dialed the din mushy signal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. No response. Bondewaldo stood frozen. It seems your din mushy signal is rather poor, the naval colonel remarked with a sardonic smile. Chapter 88. The signal of the telephone bug is being jammed. Beneath the shadows of the nearby trees, Benjak gazed at the slumbering telephone bug held in Bondewaldo's hand, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Waldo, that naval brat's abilities extend far beyond mere metal manipulation. He wields control over magnetic fields. He has directly disrupted the signal of the telephone bug. Clenching his teeth, Benjak disregarded the cold air that stung his throat and shouted hoarsely. After uttering those words, he immediately bent over, coughing violently, even bringing up bloody phlegm. Yet, his eyes were filled with an indescribable terror. If he was not mistaken, Everything was part of a meticulously orchestrated trap. The arms and weaponry provided by Doflamingo, the time and place of the transaction, the jamming magnetic field. The 4 pirate ships that were sunk outright, severing all avenues of escape. What awaited them next was the relentless onslaught of the Naval High Command. As this realization struck him, dread enveloped his heart, and he gasped for breath, his body collapsing to the ground in exhaustion, trembling uncontrollably. "Damn that naval brat!" Bondi Waldo roared, his crimson eyes fixed on Darren, brimming with uncontrollable fury and murderous intent. At this moment, he too understood. "The wretched one is indeed you, Bondi Waldo." Darren raised his hand. The metal entwining around Bondi Waldo's legs reactivated, extending and sharpening into vicious spikes, aimed directly at the latter's body. Clang! The intersecting metallic spikes struck Bondi Waldo's armored body, sending forth brilliant sparks. "I have told you time and again, such tricks will not work on me." Bondi Waldo bellowed. "Momo, tenfold speed." Boom! The ground beneath him erupted, cracking and splintering. The explosive force and the renewed burst of armament hockey allowed him to break free from the metal's grasp. Bang! Bondi Waldo stomped on the ground, sending countless fragments flying into the air. He extended his rough hand and forcefully hurled the debris towards Darren. Momo, tenfold scattershot. The fragments accelerated tenfold in their trajectory, their penetrating power akin to that of a shotgun. A smirk curled upon Darren's lips. Clang, clang, clang. The shrapnel-like stones incessantly struck the naval colonel's body, ricocheting off in all directions. Bondi Waldo's pupils dilated. The physical strength of this naval brat is rather peculiar, but before he could regain his composure, the distant sound of cannon fire echoed across the horizon. Dozens of heavy cannons from 10 warships fired simultaneously, orange flames erupting in a chaotic yet rhythmic display in the sky. A torrent of cannonballs rained down, enveloping Bondi Waldo in a shroud of smoke and death, like a net cast across the battlefield. Momo, tenfold speed. Bondi Waldo's figure vanished in an instant. Confronted with the torrential bombardment, he moved through the air like a wraith, skillfully evading the relentless rain of artillery shells. His mastery of the Navy's 6 styles, particularly the shave and moonwalk, was nothing short of extraordinary. The ground shook with the thunderous explosions as shells plummeted, igniting fierce flames. Ha ha ha! Speed is power. No one on this sea can match my pace. Bondi Waldo cackled defiantly, narrowly dodging another shell. Is that so? Darren sneered, extending his fingers as if grasping something in the void, then forcefully pulling forward. Bondi Waldo paused, bewildered as the shells, which had been obeying the law of gravity, suddenly altered their trajectories mid-air. Boom! One shell inexplicably veered, exploding directly before Bondi Waldo. A colossal fireball erupted skyward, followed by a second, third, and fourth shell, all seemingly manipulated by an unseen giant, defying the laws of motion as they unleashed a relentless barrage of destruction. The fiery glow mingled with billowing black smoke, illuminating the darkened sky in a crimson hue. The scorching airwaves spread outward, causing the snow on the ground to melt rapidly. Suddenly, whoosh! A deafening crack of air erupted. Bondi Waldo, engulfed in black smoke and with burnt skin, materialized behind Darren like a specter. Momo, 50 times speed. Darren's dark pupils narrowed into slits. Such speed, a mere child relying on external power, cannot comprehend the true terror of this sea. Prepare tout dit. Bondi Waldo's blood-red eyes aimed a fist at the back of Darren's head. Under the influence of 50 times speed, his punch pierced through the air, generating an immense white shockwave. This naval brat had yet to awaken his observation hockey. He would never react in time against my 50 times speed. Yet, the next moment left Bondi Waldo in shock. The naval youth, facing away, suddenly turned, his metal wrist twisting and expanding into a high-density shield that stood defiantly before him. He anticipated my move? How is this possible? With a thunderous impact, Bondi Waldo's fist crashed down. Crack! The high-density shield twisted and shattered. His fist collided violently with Darren's crossed arms. Boom! A powerful shockwave erupted, rippling outward. The sound of bones fracturing echoed painfully as Darren's arms erupted in a mist of blood. Bang! In the next moment, he was hurled backward like a cannonball, his body tumbling through the air for over 100 meters before crashing to the ground, carving a long crimson groove in the snow. Drip, drip, thick, viscous blood trickled down from his arms, and Darren struggled to rise from the ground, the searing pain radiating from his limbs causing him to grimace. A shocking streak of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Bondi Waldo's punch had fractured his forearm bones. Had it not been for the cushioning of the metal shield and the extraordinary strength he had cultivated over time, his arms would have likely been shattered under the impact of Bondi Waldo's armed hockey. Indeed, hockey is the most formidable force of this vast sea. Darren raised his hand to wipe the blood from his lips and glanced at his hands. Blood spurted from the gaping wounds, his left forearm a gruesome sight, with shredded flesh revealing the pulsating veins beneath, while the back of his right hand was stripped of flesh, exposing the stark bones beneath. Yet, a grim smile twisted across his face. But he could still fight. Chapter 89. Challenging limits in the vast expanse of this ocean. The mastery of hockey serves as the most pronounced demarcation between the strong and the weak. The armament hockey significantly amplifies the user's defensive and destructive capabilities, providing the wielder with the singular means, aside from sea prism stone, to combat the powers of those possessing the natural type devil fruits. As for the observation hockey, it endows the user with formidable awareness, enabling precise anticipation of an opponent's movements and attacks during combat. With Darren's prowess, he undeniably reigns as invincible in the North Sea. Yet, amidst the boundless ocean, lacking the command of hockey, he appears pale and powerless when confronted by Bondi Waldo, a legendary sea pirate. This holds true even though he has reached a superhuman level in fruit development and physical training. Darren staggered to his feet, his body slightly bent like a poised cheetah, agony coursing through his arms, yet his gaze sparkled with unprecedented brilliance. A thick plume of smoke billowed from the distant ground, and a black boot gradually emerged from the haze. Darren's eyes followed upward, revealing the imposing figure of Bondi Waldo breaking free from the smoke's embrace. His skin bore the marks of burns, a testament to the ferocious bombardment from the North Sea Fleet. Even the complete armoring of his body with armament hockey could not render him immune. Marine brat, do you sense the chasm that lies between us? Bondi Waldo glared viciously at the distant Navy colonel, panting heavily, his tone menacing. Never in his life had he felt such rage. He was Bondi Waldo, the world destroyer, a pirate of the same renown as Whitebeard and Roger. Yet, to falter in this insignificant corner of the North Sea, it was utterly absurd and laughable, an affront he could not abide. Do not presume victory is yours. Even with that scoundrel Sengoku on his way to assist, I possess ample time to slay you and then contact my snail to make my escape. You may attempt it. Your time is running out, Darren retorted, a defiant smile gracing his lips. You seek your own demise. Boom. The earth within a 10-meter radius suddenly collapsed by a meter, an avalanche of snow propelled upward by the overwhelming force. Bondi Waldo's figure instantaneously vanished from sight, moving with such speed that it was nearly imperceptible. Momo, 50 times speed. The world fell into a profound stillness. Darren's mind entered a state of heightened concentration, faint blue arcs of electricity dancing at his fingertips. An invisible and enigmatic magnetic field radiated from his body, enveloping an area of over 100 meters. The snowflakes fluttering through the air appeared to slow their descent in that moment. Within his mind, the fluctuations of every biological magnetic field within this range became vividly clear. Suddenly, a flash of blue light flickered in Darren's deep-set eyes. He had captured it. The location. Above. At the very moment this thought surged forth, a sharp and thunderous blast of wind erupted above, akin to the crack of thunder. A boot, cloaked in the fierce black of hockey, descended like a colossal battle axe, striking the earth with tremendous force. Darren swiftly sidestepped, the boot narrowly grazing the tips of his hair before it plunged deeply into the ground. A resounding roar echoed, as if a dragon of dust was unleashed, intertwining with the fallen snow. A massive fissure, stretching over 100 meters, erupted from the point of impact, sprawling into the distant thicket as trees on either side collapsed inward, consumed by the chasm. Debris flew into the air, and Bondivaldo's pupils constricted. This naval brat had anticipated his movements once again. That previous instance was no mere stroke of luck. In the moment of his astonishment, the figure of the naval colonel surged forward with blinding speed. The distance between the two similarly sized men evaporated in an instant. Darren pressed his hand against Bondivaldo's face, a sinister grin curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let me test your defenses." Then, with a heavy motion, he slammed the latter's head into the ground. Crack! Boom! A massive pit, several dozen meters in diameter, suddenly formed, its surface riddled with countless cracks. The violent winds tore at the white cloak billowing behind the naval colonel, now stained with blood, casting an imposing figure. Is it of any use? Deeply embedded in the pit, Bondivaldo shot a scornful glance at Darren, his body seemingly encased in impenetrable hockey armor. He seized Darren's arm and, with a forceful whip-like motion, hurled him to the side. Bang! Darren crashed to the ground, the earth trembling beneath him. Salty blood surged from his lips, yet his smile grew ever more frenzied. With a swift roll, he executed a lateral kick aimed at Bondivaldo's neck as he rose. Bang! A shockwave erupted, causing Bondivaldo to sway, the blow to his neck rendering his vision momentarily hazy. Even the defense of hockey could not wholly withstand the monstrous impact of Darren's strength. A surge of inexplicable fury welled up within Bondivaldo as he stepped forward, his fist aimed squarely at Darren's abdomen. Bang! At the moment of impact, Darren's whip-like leg simultaneously struck Bondivaldo's nose. They exchanged blows, each clash erupting in a mist of blood from the naval colonel's body. The collision of fists and the friction of their martial prowess sent flurries of snow swirling around the fierce duel. The combat was brutally intense. "You madman!" Bondivaldo suddenly roared, his voice piercing as he gazed at the bloodied naval brat before him, an overwhelming sense of unease swelling within him. Although he had yet to master hockey, this peculiar perceptive ability and his formidable physique allowed him to withstand Bondivaldo's ferocious onslaught. "Ha ha! Come on, keep going." Blood flew in the air as Darren was struck by Bondivaldo, his body sliding back several meters, his face already smeared with crimson stains. Yet he laughed heartily, reveling in the exhilaration. Confronted by the overwhelming might of Bondivaldo, he felt this was the pinnacle of his existence. The thrill of teetering on the brink of life and death, the ever-present dangers, the visceral sensation of fists meeting flesh, the salty taste of blood swirling in his mouth and nostrils. All of this stirred within Darren an innate urge for combat, igniting the fierce spirit buried deep within him, awakening a primal enjoyment of the struggle. That feeling, raw, intense, and vividly alive. He craved to challenge his limits. An insatiable impulse surged within him. He yearned to discover to what extent he could engage in battle with a colossal pirate like Bondivaldo without mastering the domineering presence. Even if he could endure for just one more minute. No, even a single second. It would signify a breakthrough of his own limits. Chapter 90. Just for a drop of blood? Indeed, breaking through the limits. At this very moment, Darren acutely sensed that his long-stagnant power, speed, and physique were ascending at an unprecedented rate. Physique, 62. 251, 0, 08, 0, 050, 06. Strength, 59. 311, 0, 05, 0, 040, 03. Speed, 61. 623, 0, 04, 0, 060, 03. The most conspicuous change was in his speed. After surpassing the significant threshold of 60, his velocity and explosive potential underwent a qualitative transformation, occasionally allowing him to execute short bursts of high-speed movement. Imagining the possibilities, if this continued, within mere minutes, Darren could learn the Navy's sixth technique, Suru, from his encounter with Bondivaldo. With this thought, Darren again simulated in his mind the force application techniques of Bondivaldo, enhanced by his magnetic field perception. Every time the latter executed Soru, the contraction of muscles, the shift in movements, and the flow of breath vividly unfolded before Darren's eyes. Navy brat, don't even think about stalling for time. Bondi Waldo roared in fury, his figure suddenly appearing above Darren, delivering a ferocious kick that descended like a mountain onto the Navy colonel's head. The overwhelming gust of wind rushed towards him. The air erupted with sharp explosions under the force of Bondi Waldo's strike. Darren's eyes widened in realization. Whoosh! The accumulated snow on the ground swirled and flew into the air. A fleeting expression of disbelief flashed in Bondi Waldo's eyes. Boom! The kick landed. Smoke and snow roared like a dragon, and the earth let out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. Yet, that Navy brat had vanished from his original position. A tempest surged within Bondi Waldo. Soru, that Navy brat, had harnessed the Navy's sixth technique. Soru, how could this be possible? Bondi Waldo exclaimed in incredulity. After their previous confrontation, he was acutely aware of the combat prowess of this so-called North Sea Admiral named Darren, whose strength was beyond human limits. With extraordinary reflexes and perception, alongside that peculiar ability to manipulate magnetic fields. Though such power was indeed formidable, it still paled in comparison to his own as a great pirate. Had it not been for his exaggerated physical resilience, he would have perished at his hands long ago. But now, in less than 2 minutes, he had audaciously learned one of the Navy's 6 techniques. Soru? No, Bondi Waldo shook his head grimly. He gazed at the black-haired Navy officer, who had once again flickered into existence a few meters away, panting and bleeding, his eyes brimming with an uncontrollable murderous intent. Not merely a mere shave, but through his own observations and the overwhelming perception of Haoshiku, the speed, strength, and reflexes of this naval imp were visibly amplifying. Bondi Waldo clenched his teeth tighter, his fists tightening even more. This reckless naval brat was actually using himself to aid in his training. Do you even comprehend who you are facing? Fury instantly consumed his bloodshot eyes as Bondi Waldo roared, unleashing a speed even swifter than before, appearing before Darren in the blink of an eye. Momo 100 times the speed. Die, naval brat. His fist, shrouded in Busashoko haki, radiated an unparalleled hardness, and the terrifying explosive force contained within it caused the surrounding void to ripple visibly. Darren's pupils constricted. Too fast. This velocity surpassed even that of the Navy's 6 styles in shaving by more than 10-fold. This punch, fierce, solemn, intense, terrifying. There was no evasion. Even though the magnetic field perception had anticipated Bondi Waldo's movements, the instantaneous explosive force derived from such speed had transcended the limits of Darren's current neural reaction. This is the scent of death. In light of this, Darren gritted his teeth, a sinister grin emerging as he disregarded Bondi Waldo's approaching fist aimed at his chest, retaliating with a punch of his own. The distance between them closed in an instant. Like 2 roaring tigers, they lunged at each other simultaneously, their fists serving as sharp fangs, intent on tearing apart the prey before them. Boom! Bang! Their fists collided simultaneously. Crackling sounds echoed. Darren's chest caved in, producing a spine-chilling sound of bone fracturing, and the excruciating pain forced him to draw a sharp breath, subsequently spewing forth a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. Yet, his punch landed squarely on Bondi Waldo's cheek, leaving a bruise at the corner of his mouth, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. Boom! The secondary explosion of Busashoko haki erupted, and Darren's figure was propelled like a cannonball, hurtling hundreds of meters away, crashing into a distant snow-capped mountain. A thunderous roar reverberated through the mountainside. Massive quantities of snow cascaded like a collapsing waterfall, rolling down the slope and creating towering white waves hundreds of meters high. After expending so much energy, nearly losing his life, was it all for a single drop of blood? Bondi Waldo approached the crumbling mountainside step by step, wiping the corner of his mouth, glancing at the blood on his thumb, and coldly remarked, embedded within the rocky walls of the mountain, Darren lay in a horrifyingly deep pit, blood gushing from his mouth and nose. For me, this is already sufficient. The naval colonel, clad in tattered military attire, bore the appearance of torn flesh, blood surging from his mouth and nose. Yet his gaze was filled with indomitable spirit, an expression radiating indescribable exhilaration and ferocity. The legendary pirate, the world destroyer Bondi Waldo, was unexpectedly injured by a mere child who had yet to master the conqueror's hockey. Ha ha ha! Darren burst into a hearty laugh, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Upon hearing Darren's mockery, Bondi Waldo did not erupt in rage. Instead, he fell silent for a moment. I must admit, young Darren, a madman like you, is a rare sight upon these seas. He gazed at the battered young naval officer, a flicker of seriousness and acknowledgement appearing in his expression for the first time. Given time, you undoubtedly possess the potential to stand atop these waters. Yet, regrettably, Bondi Waldo's figure shot forth like a cannonball, racing towards Darren. Today, you shall perish by my hand. His hockey-infused fist rapidly loomed larger before Darren, yet his expression remained composed, his smile unwavering. That is not necessarily the case. The swiftest speed upon these seas belongs to our Navy. Suddenly, a golden beam of light surged through the void at an unimaginable speed. Countless photons converged before him, forming a foot clad in white leather shoes that firmly blocked Bondi Waldo's punch. Boom! A tremendous shockwave expanded, lifting a grand cloak of justice. How terrifying! You almost succeeded in killing our Colonel Darren. Radiant particles of light continued to gather from that foot, coalescing into a leg, a waist, and neck, until finally revealing a face adorned with exaggerated frog sunglasses. Admiral Borsellino turned with a grin, addressing Darren. If you were to die here, Admiral Sengoku would certainly seek me out. Darren shrugged and replied with a chuckle. I thought even one as swift as you would arrive late, Admiral Borsellino. Chapter 91. The Bombardment of Destruction Island? I had assumed that even someone as swift as you would arrive late. Rear Admiral Borsellino. Darren trembled as he reached out, attempting to grasp a crevice in the rocky wall to support his faltering body, yet he failed. Drops of crimson blood dripped onto the pristine white snow, adorning it with glaring plum blossoms. He could taste the acrid scent of blood flooding his lungs from the fractured ribs, and the substantial loss of blood left his mind engulfed in chaos. A tsunami of pain surged through every muscle and bone in his body, wave after wave. Yet, a faint smile lingered on his pale visage, his tone laced with mockery. If you do not arrive soon, I shall have no choice but to lodge a complaint with headquarters. Borsellino feigned annoyance, scratching his head and raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Truly, there is nothing to be done. He turned his gaze toward Bondi Waldo, whose expression fluctuated between shadows and light.